Hello everyone, I have some lines just listened. There is a curse that follows the good. The more you give, the more they take. The more you love, the more they betray. You stand in silence holding your pain because you think that what strength is, but deep down you wonder why me, why always me? You sacrifices yourself for people who don't even care for you. You forgive those who cut you the deepest, and in return the world reward you with scars. But hear me now, your kindness is not weakness. The world doesn't break the weak, it breaks the strong. It fear those who can endure, so let them hurt you, lets them doubt you. Every scar you carry is proof that you chose to rise, to stay kind. When the world begs you to be cruel, your pain is proof of your power. Stay good even when it hurts. If you like this video, please give me super chat for motivate me. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next parts. Chapter 1. A strange scream came over the sea, only to see a flash of green light, a pervert wearing a blue tight-fitting coat, a red cloak behind him, and red underwear. No, it was Superman, and he was falling from the sky. Help! Plopped down, the huge sound of falling water made the ships sailing on the sea noisy. A sturdy man who was dozing, his nose was still bubbling outward, and a dog's head had on his head, suddenly woke up from sleep. Wow, what's going on? Ah, my senbei. The boat that swayed because of the influence of the perverted object that fell into the water made all the man's favorite food fall to the ground and be trampled to the ground. My senbei. The robust man held his head, his eyes widened, and he was heartbroken to see the senbei falling to the ground. Lieutenant General Garp, Lieutenant General Garp, it's not good, it's not good. Just now there was a strange guy who fell from the sky and fell into the sea. The panicked naval soldier came to report to Garp, but Garp's attraction was completely attracted by the senbei that had become dirty on the ground, and an old tear was about to flow. The senbei I finally stole from the safe of that miser in the Warring States. It's abominable. I can't eat the senbei, I'm going to die. A group of naval soldiers around them looked subtly left and right, as if they had just heard the secrets of the high-ranking naval officials. Damn, that bastard did it. Finally recovering from the sadness of losing senbei, Garp angrily pulled the two long ears next to his dog's head hat. He ran to the side of the ship in grief, and saw a pervert wearing a blue tights, whose whole body was perfectly outlined, but there was an extremely bright red panty wearing a pervert on the outside, floating on the sea. Damn, how did this guy look like this? Perverted. A group of wide-eyed Navy soldiers rubbed their eyes with Garp, and this guy floating on the sea was too hot-eyed to dress. Because the clothes are soaked in the sea, the clothes become a little looming, making the man floating on the sea seem to be more sexy. Damn, this guy is actually better than I look. It's just that Vice Admiral Garp's unwilling tone made the surrounding naval soldiers a little unbearable to look at it directly, and they thought for a moment if it was such tight clothes on Vice Admiral Garp's ship, wearing red underwear on the outside. A violent mixture of physiological and psychological reactions is about to gush out of their mouths. What are you still stunned for? If you don't catch people quickly, scatter all the old man's fairy shells. This guy won't let him die so easily before I finish compensating. After Garp ordered down, soon the Navy soldiers jumped into the sea and swam to the perfect body that made them all feel a little ashamed of themselves, could not look directly, and could only turn their heads. Quick, get him up. A rope was thrown from the ship, and the soldiers quickly tied the rope to the man's body, and the soldiers on the warship pulled them all to the ship with a force. Hey, boy, wake up. Garp gently patted the man's face, but was gently pushed away by one of his hands. Knock knock. Garp stepped on the deck of the warship with an extremely heavy footprint, leaving behind a terrifying big footboard. It wasn't until he retreated to the side of the ship that Garp finally stopped his retreat, and then looked at Sue lying in front of him in disbelief. This kid is so big. No, what a terrifying strength. Just a gentle push at any time, let himself back such a distance, and let himself have an irresistible feeling. What kind of person he picked up on the boat? How did such a man with terrifying strength and strange power fall from the sky? The expression on Garp's face became more and more solemn. Could this guy not be a hidden super master? However, at this moment, the man lying on the deck suddenly stretched out his hands and aimed at the sky, with an extremely lewd expression on his face. Come on, Fiora, don't be shy, let me touch your ass, I just want to see if you can give birth to a healthy big fat boy. Garp is full of black lines, looking at the man with clothes tightly attached to his body, his heart once again deepened his impression of him. Yes, so obscene, and wearing such a set of obscene clothes, this guy is just a simple pervert. Well, Fiora. Suddenly, Clark suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, jumped up, looked at the Navy soldiers in white coats and blue pants who were watching around, and shook his head. I must be dreaming. My Fiora is gone. Clark squeezed his thigh fiercely, and snot and tears flowed painfully. It's over, it's all over. Originally crossed into Superman, I felt that I could already work hard to reach the peak of my life, but I didn't expect Fiora to be so strong. After killing the last General Zed and his other men, he left only the beautiful and sexy Fiora. I thought that this woman would obediently obey herself and contribute to the reproduction of the Kryptonians with herself, but I didn't expect that this woman would directly drive the spaceship that was originally used to deal with Zed and take herself to jump from Earth to the exiled no man's land. He was also kicked out of the singularity jump of the leaping space by her because he sneaked a handful of her ass. It's over, I'm really the last person left. Looking at Clark's heartbroken look of crying, Garp always felt that instead of being touched, he wanted to laugh out loud. Chapter 2. Clark is bitter, what a bitterness can't be said. I thought that if I became Superman, I would have great power, unrivaled handsome appearance, and fans in all corners of the world. However, after he continues to strengthen his power and grow into a real hipster on Earth faster and stronger than Clark in the original book, Clark painfully discovers something terrible for him. He can't find a girlfriend at all. It's not that Clark isn't handsome, or that he's not charismatic, because great power makes people scared. On the contrary, he has always attracted the attention of thousands of girls with his handsome appearance and temperament. However, there was one thing that kept reminding him in Clark's mind that he would never be able to find an ordinary Earth woman as a girlfriend. Moreover, in the future, he may be completely insulated from these beautiful Earth beauties. Because on the occasion of his restless adolescence, Clark, who could not bear the heat and loneliness, quietly entered the largest .avi website in the United States, completing the first transformation from adolescence to adulthood. The superhuman body and staying power made Clark very satisfied, but looking at the computer screen that he accidentally burst, and the new transparent skylight on the roof, Clark fell silent. It's overworked, like this, how can he go to an ordinary Earth woman as a girlfriend, and he is not a cruel king who has to execute a queen every day in fairy tales. Silently in tears, Clark began to look for superheroes on Earth who could withstand the power of his body, and wanted to see if he could make them his girlfriends. However, the only Wonder Woman who makes him feel very appetizing and absolutely capable of withstanding her own power says that she does not feel anything about herself. Clark ate a closed door, and had to wait silently alone, calculating. Then, he took the initiative to turn on his ship's call for help, attracting Zed and his men, but the result still surprised him. Zed, the only beautiful female adjutant, was so fierce that she would rather be exiled to death alone, and also kicked herself out of the jumping singularity and sent herself to this strange world. What to do? Clark is so desperate, he just wants a girlfriend. Why is the world full of malice towards him? Thief God, please, give me a girlfriend who can endure me. Young man, why are you so sad? Garp looked at Clark's unlovable look, calculated his heart, walked to Clark's side kindly, and gently patted him on the shoulder. You won't understand the distress of a man who has been single for many years and will probably continue to be single. Knowing that his girlfriend could not withstand such a strength, Clark said that he would not start exercising his ability regularly so early. How come, if a strong person like you wants to find a suitable girlfriend, shouldn't there be a lot of women who take the initiative to dedicate themselves? If you have any difficulties, just say so, maybe I can help you. Garp looked at Clark with golden eyes. He had an urge to put Clark into the Navy. Such a person, if he can join the Navy, it is definitely a blessing for the Navy. As long as the right medicine helps him solve the problem, he will have a good impression of the Navy. Clark glanced gloomily at the old man in front of him, and then, under his gaze, extended his little finger and gently poked at the floor. On the warship made of steel, there was not even a single sound, and a thumb-sized hole appeared on the deck of this thick naval warship made with the latest technology. Garp's eyes instantly shrank sharply. How is this possible? This is a particularly strong deck built with various problems in mind. Even if it is continuously hit head-on by bombs, it is difficult to cause huge damage to this deck. And the man in front of him is just a little finger, there is no sign of using strength, and he actually poked a hole directly in it. And that wasn't all. Clark continued to stand up in front of Garp and spit softly into the deck at his feet. Sting! An extremely shrill voice sounded on the naval warship, and Garp turned his head in horror, looked at the place where Clark spit out a hole, and gasped. He saw something. He saw the huge warship, and it was directly pierced by Clark from the deck above, layer by layer, directly to the bottom of the ship, and at the bottom, a hole was punched out. Clark looked sadly at Garp, who was stunned in front of him, and said to him, "You see, every part of my body has a degree of hardness comparable to this finger. The rate of fire of the water I spit out can easily break through this ship. What do you think? What do I need to do to find a suitable girlfriend?" Garp fell silent, and after thinking for a while, patted Clark on the shoulder. "That's sorry, I can't do anything about this matter. You better continue to work hard. I believe you will be able to find a girlfriend as soon as possible." Garp quickly disappeared from Clark's front with a puff of smoke, asking him to help such a person find a girlfriend. Wouldn't it be for him to harm people? There is that woman who can withstand such a man. I am afraid that the whole person will be beaten through. Chapter 3. The melancholic poor Superman Clark, deeply troubled by the problem of his girlfriend, has been doing nothing on Garp's warship. Clark, think about it. Men should aim in all directions, should not only focus on the love of children. Have you seen this vast sea? Vast, don't you think? Garp, who originally wanted to try to persuade Clark to pursue his ambitions in another direction, was choked after saying two words. "What, you don't feel vast in the face of such a wide sea?" "Ah, it feels like it only takes one breath to fly around the planet several times." Although Garp didn't understand what Clark meant, he still thought he was so good. Blah blah. Who are you deceiving you? The old man has seen many people in his life, and he has only seen one person reach the end of the world, and has spent countless years of hard work, struggle, and fighting. Clark glanced at Garp excitedly. Isn't flying around the Earth several times in a breath of time standard equipment for Superman? He remembered that when he raced with a strange kid named the Flash he had seen before, he almost broke the speed of light and directly let time travel against the current. He is not bragging, unless the equator of this planet is several times larger than that of Earth. Otherwise, he can now achieve the speed of light after accelerating with full force. Hey, forget it, you don't understand what I told you. You just need to know that on this sea, there are countless people who are fighting for fame, wealth, and power. It would be a waste of your talent for you to have such an ability and only focus all your eyes on your children's love. Garp looked embarrassed, and then pointed to himself. Look at me, because of the struggle, so now I am an honorable vice admiral. These are my subordinates. How is it? Do you feel very powerful? Are you interested in becoming a navy? Clark pulled his eyelids, lacking interest. I'm not interested, I just want to find a girlfriend now. I'm the last Kryptonian. I don't want to die before I haven't been in a relationship. Hearing Clark talk about such a heavy topic, Garp thought that the Kryptonians he was talking about were a hidden family hiding somewhere, but they encountered population problems and only had the last heir left. Garp gritted his teeth, looking at Clark's strong appearance. The strange family of Kryptonians must also be very powerful. If such a family can be won into the Navy, it may also become a backbone of the Navy in the future. I can't bear to let the child set and not look for a wolf. Garp made up his mind in his heart. Well, Clark, I can introduce you to a lot of great girls, and you can pursue them yourself. However, you must promise me to join my naval forces. How? Clark's eyes instantly bloomed with hope, and for a moment, Garp didn't see Clark's movements clearly at all, and was hugged tightly by Clark with a bear hug. Old man Garp, you are such a good man. Whoa. After finally breaking free from Clark's bear embrace, Garp glanced at Clark's current appearance and gasped heavily. I warn you in advance, Clark boy, you can't be so excited in the future. Moreover, the girl I introduced to you, you must be gentle, treat her well, be careful, absolutely not be able to use so hard, got it? Garp helped himself to the old waist that was almost broken by Clark, who was excitedly unable to control himself, and a trace of guilt flashed in his heart. Garp rubbed his waist and made a series of clicking sounds, only then corrected his almost misplaced bones. Well, since you have now agreed to join the Navy, you are also a Navy soldier under me. Let's go change into Navy clothes first. No, I refuse, these clothes are too ugly to reflect my figure at all. I'll tell you old man Garp, the girl you introduced to me will easily fall when she sees my perfect body. Clark waved a few sexy poses, and then triumphantly crossed his hands on his waist. Garp looked at Clark's red panties worn on the outside of his body, and suddenly regretted recruiting this guy into the Navy. This kind of navy wants to make the image of the navy in front of the whole world become embarrassing. Garp really wanted to pull off the red panties that this guy was wearing backwards and put them on his head to let him know how perverted these panties were on the outside. I think you'd better wear this thing under your pants, okay? Don't you think it's too perverted to do this? In the face of Garp's roar, Clark's eyes instantly became set again. It was 10 years ago today, and when I first saw the last legacy left to me by my biological parents, it was this one of the clothes that was tailor-made for me. Clark's voice had a hint of sadness, and the melancholy look made the surrounding naval soldiers can't help but sympathize with him. It turns out that this is the last thing left by people's parents, so even if you wear red underwear outside, it may just be remembering your family. Thinking about it this way, these red panties don't look changing at all, but are full of slow love. No, you believe me, that's definitely just a pervert. Garp pointed to Clark's huge red panties on his lower body and roared as he threw a crisp white navy uniform at him. Go change my clothes. Chapter 4. Under Garp's threat to his future girlfriend, Clark could only succumb to Garp's obscene power, reluctantly put on the Navy's clothes, and covered his such a powerful Superman suit under this white military uniform. Hey, I really don't know how to appreciate it. Obviously, he can show all his toned muscles, and this guy has to completely block it with this outfit plus a righteous cloak robe behind. Garp inured Clark's spit on the naval uniform, and looked at the island that was supported in the distance, with a hint of affection on his face. Luffy, I'm going to meet you again soon. And when he saw this iconic naval warship, an astonishing scream erupted on the island ahead. For the people of the capital of Seven Waters, who have just experienced a huge battle, they definitely do not want another naval warship to come to this place now. In particular, they have already recognized this naval warship carrying the legendary hero Vice Admiral of the Navy, Vice Admiral Garp. What to do, that's a legendary hero of the Navy, Vice Admiral Garp, how did he come to us? Really, it's the same who repeatedly turned Gordy Roger as a legendary naval hero forced into a corner. In the crowd, a lost green algae head heard the discussion of the surrounding crowd, and his heart tightened. He knew very well what Vice Admiral Garp meant to the entire Navy and what kind of strength this old Navy man who had crossed the ages had. No, you have to tell them the news quickly, otherwise it'll be too late. The current Straw Hat Regiment is not the opponent of this naval veteran at all. If such a terrible figure makes a move, the entire Straw Hat pirate talk will definitely be solved by him alone. It's just that the green algae head Solon forgot the fact that he is a road idiot. Pedal on. A neat line of footsteps spread along the coast, and a group of wolf-like naval soldiers quickly landed on the shore after the warship approached the coast, and their footsteps stepped on the ground, shocking the hearts of the people here. This is the soldier brought out by Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy hero with a compelling elite aura on his body. These soldiers directly under Garp from the headquarters of the Navy give people a different feeling from the Navy soldiers from all over the world. The pirates in the crowd, one by one, watched the tall figure step down from the sea boat, and before they touched his eyes, they were frightened and did not have any fighting intent when they heard his hearty laughter. Get out of the way, I'm here to find the Straw Hat Pirates. Soon, Garp and his soldiers found the place where the Straw Hat Pirates and his gang were located. You two, wait here, Clark, come in with me. Clark looked at the huge wall in front of him and looked back at Garp suspiciously. There is no door here. Don't look at Clark as a Superman. In fact, in order to pursue sisters, he has always maintained a good Superman image, never destroys public property, and has always been the best gentleman's companion in the hearts of girls. Well, really, if there is no door, open this wall. Garp punched through the wall in front of him directly. The dog's head had covered his head, and the group of people inside immediately looked nervously at Garp and Clark behind him. What's going on? You guys are the Straw Hats. It's the Navy. The group of people in the house who looked very young, after seeing Garp, quickly tensed up one by one and took a fighting stance. Clark slowly walked in through the wall that Garp had opened. Old man Garp, reimburse this public expense. Garp just stood on the large stone that fell to the ground, and was ready to say a word with great momentum, but was directly asked by Clark behind him, and he was immediately deflated. Garp covered his forehead helplessly, always feeling that the atmosphere of the tough guy image he wanted to show was lost by Clark, an unreliable guy. Get me up. So, he vented all his anger on a chair sitting in front of him, and was firmly protected by this group of pirates in the middle, and the head of the sleeping teenager was breathing. Garp's figure flashed, and when the group of Straw Hat pirates in front of him didn't have time to react at all, he instantly appeared in front of Luffy, who was sleeping, and slammed a fist on his head. Luffy's body instantly flew upside down and knocked down another wall in the room, and the sleeping guy also covered his head and cried out in pain. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. What's going on? How can the fist have an effect on the eraser?" The members of the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but feel very scared by the amazing strength shown by Garp. And Clark also stepped forward and said thoughtfully, "Old man Garp, we are here to catch the pirates. In that case, as a newcomer to the Navy, I will also make a little effort and knock them all down." Garp just wanted to say no, but after thinking about it, if he could take a little look at this guy's strength within a controllable range, it would be good. So he nodded and pointed to the Straw Hat Pirates in front of him. "Then I'll leave it to you." The Straw Hat Pirates, who had become extremely nervous when they heard Kappa's name, saw that Kappa gave Sway the task of defeating them, and they couldn't help but get angry one by one. "If I am looked down upon like this, I will also be angry." The blonde-haired Sanji threw his cigarette on the ground and put out the fire with his shoe, although he was no match for Garp, but if he could defeat this guy, he might be able to get a chance to escape. "Grandpa, you underestimate me too much. Even if it is Grandpa, you can't easily catch me." At this moment, Luffy jumped up from the ground loudly, and then very cleverly did not go to his grandfather Garp to fight hard, but rushed towards Clark. Chapter 5. It's just that Luffy didn't see that the members of the pirate group behind him opened their mouths in surprise after hearing Luffy's cry one by one. "Nanny, Lieutenant General Garp is actually Luffy's grandfather." "Humph, Luffy, you've done a lot of great things during this time. If you can defeat this guy, this time I won't have to teach you a lesson with the defenseless fist of love." Garp stood behind, looking at Luffy and the members of his pirate group, a flash of relief in his eyes. This grandson has grown up. "Humph, stinky grandpa, don't underestimate me." Luffy, who was rushing towards Clark, stretched his fist and cried out loudly, "Rubber pistol!" Luffy's arm quickly stretched towards Clark, but Clark easily grabbed his wrist. Clark curiously looked at Luffy, who was really as flexible as rubber, and felt very strange. "Are you a rubber man?" "Of course." Luffy was not annoyed when he saw Clark grabbing his wrist. His eyes lit up, and he used the elasticity of his extended rubber arm to drag his body, flew quickly in the direction of Clark, and kicked Clark. However, Clark shook his head regretfully, too slow, although he made full use of the elasticity of the rubber to shrink towards him, making him speed greatly increased, but in Clark's eyes, it was only a little faster than the speed of a snail. Clark grabbed Luffy's arm and flicked it gently, and the fluctuation extended along Luffy's rubber arm, so that Luffy, who had been moving in the air using the contraction of the rubber, also bounced up violently, and fell down and hit the ground. "Ay. Luffy's head slammed on the ground several times, and the kicking posture that was originally maintained could not be maintained, and the whole person contracted dizzily back in front of Clark. Then Clark grabbed Luffy off the ground, gently kneaded it, and tied several knots around his body with Luffy's own rubber hands and rubber legs, and easily tied himself to the ground and could not move. "Okay, solve one, it's up to you." As if slapping a leather ball, Luffy was delivered to his grandfather Garp, who laughed and looked at Luffy, who was tied up like a leather ball by Clark, and pointed to Luffy's nose, who was still struggling to untie his hands and feet. "Smelly boy, now you know, pirates are not so good, they can be caught by powerful naval soldiers at any time." Luffy yelled, indicating that he was not convinced at all, but this scene fell in the eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates on the opposite side, but it made them a little unbelievable. Was their captain actually solved so easily? "It's not good, that man's oppression is too strong, whether it is speed, the strength is far beyond the upper limit of what we can detect, so Luffy will be easily played between applause." Only when really facing Clark, Yamaji, who was standing at the front, could feel the suffocating pressure. Watching their captain being defeated so easily, Sanji's hands couldn't help but tremble, but it was too remiss to watch the captain be defeated like this, and to do nothing as a crew. And look at the man in front of him, and this Lieutenant General Garp have no real intention of arresting them. Just let yourself see how big the gap is between yourself and these top powerhouses. Sanji moved sharply, quickly ran in front of Clark, raised his long legs, and kicked Clark's chest in the form of a jab. "Brisket." The sharp gas stabbed directly into Clark's chest, and Sanji looked at Clark, who stood motionless and took his own kick with his body in a bit of surprise. He was actually unharmed under his own kick. How is this possible? However, he was able to hit the enemy's soft chest with this blow, forcing the air in the enemy's lungs to overflow, making it impossible to breathe, and it would be severely affected in a short time. However, the man in front of him didn't move a bit, didn't even blink his eyebrows, and withstood his attack like this. Well, it's not enough. Damn it. Yamaji, who felt that he was being slighted, quickly drew a circle on the ground with his left foot, his body quickly spun in the air, and his right leg was raised high, and he kicked directly at the most vulnerable neck point. Kicked. Behind Sanji, Usopp, who was originally scared to death, couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that Sanji's toes were almost touching Clark's neck. This moment subdued the man of their captain and put too much pressure on them. Moreover, Usopp, who knew that he and the others would not really be arrested by Garp, did not want to fight these guys at all, which was really terrible. Just now his feet were already trembling with fear, but now, if he was kicked to this point, Yamaji could also knock this guy down. Usopp was ready to jump out after Yamaji's success and perform his manhood, but Nami's eyes, who were standing on the side, were still solemn. The man's eyes did not have the slightest panic, and he didn't seem to worry about being kicked in the neck at all. Robin was also not optimistic about Sanji's attack at all, but she was not worried about anything. There was no malice in these people. And Frankie, who was not lively enough on the side, had already pulled out his hand cannon and was ready to attack behind Sanji. Bang! The powerful kick easily hit Clark's neck, but Sanji only felt his feet tremble. He was still motionless, and his body was as hard as steel. Clark smiled at Sanji and pointed to his face. This time the head is enough, but the strength seems to be a little less. I think you can use more force, although come here. Chapter 6. When Sanji heard this, his face twitched. This guy really underestimated him. He took a few steps back, his body spun sharply in place, and then jumped high and stomped Clark's face. However, the next moment something that shocked everyone's eyes happened. Clark, who stood motionless in front of him and let Sanji kick him, suddenly raised his leg, and before Yamaji's high kick landed, aimed at the gap in his leg exposed because of the high leg, and kicked it gently. Rua. When Clark's toes kicked Yamaji's crotch, Nami and Robin in the back seemed to hear the strange sound of Yamaji's egg from the violent vibration. They all seemed to be able to feel that Yamaji's lower body was shaking exaggeratedly like waves. Then, a crisp and incomparable sound of broken eggs resounded in the hearts of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. As if he had lost his soul, Sanji fell to the ground pale, covered his eggs with his hands in pain, and tears of pain flowed downward. Clark looked at Yamaji, who fell to the ground and shook his head rather pityingly. Actually, your last move is quite good, but your brain is a little bad. How can you really kick me in the face, isn't it? The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates in the back were dumbfounded. This guy is also too shameless. It was obviously he who let Sanji kick him in the face just now. The other men present looked at Clark's eyes a little cold. This guy is too terrible. If he doesn't make a move, he is already a shot to specialize in the next 3 ways. It is really terrible. Wah. Well done, Clark boy. However, another person laughed. Garp liked this method. In the battle with pirates, in order to win the battle, in order to reduce the casualties of his subordinates, it is necessary to do whatever it takes. The idea of focusing on the weaknesses of the enemy is also very important in battle, and if you still have a gentleman's fighting philosophy in battle, I am afraid that you will die ugly. No, I'm not fighting. Usopp saw that after solving Yamaji, he surrendered his gaze to his Clark, tightened his body, closed his legs, and covered his lower body to show that he was determined not to fight such a terrible enemy. So, the 2 beautiful young ladies over there, are you going to fight me too? Anyway, I can't watch my companion being bullied by you like this. Nami gripped her weather stick tightly, Robin crossed his hands together, and just then, Usopp, who had just said that he would not fight, quietly aimed his slingshot at Clark's head. Kill Smoke Star. A smoke grenade was shot into Clark's head by Usopp's slingshot, and Clark easily stretched out 2 fingers and clamped it, but the smoke bomb that exploded still plunged Clark's head into smoke. Good chance, Robin. I know, 3 rounds of flowers. 3 arms appeared on Clark's body, gripping his body tightly, and Nami also aimed the weather stick at Clark. Electric bubbles. Garp watched the three of them skillfully launch a joint attack on Clark together, and was happy that his grandson had such a united team. It's just that this is too simple to deal with Clark. It's not good, I can't catch him. At the moment Robin let out an exclamation, he grabbed Clark's three arms and was instantly broken free. Then, almost at the same time, Usopp was lightly knocked on the head, and his head was knocked into the ground. With a light stroke in Nami's hand, the weather stick was instantly taken away, and Robin, who wanted to use his ability, was gently separated by a stick. You've already lost. Good, so fast. Nami and Robin, who were still standing, looked at Clark standing in front of them in amazement. The man was faster than their eyes could see, and easily took away their weapons. Clark turned around and returned the weather stick to Nami, then touched a little fluffy elk who was looking at him nervously, as if he also wanted to fight. Then he shook his head, no longer had the slightest intention of continuing to fight, turned to look at Robin with blazing eyes, and with a very gentlemanly manner, bent down towards Robin, wanting to touch Robin's little hand, but suddenly took it back. This beautiful Miss Robin, may I ask you to associate with me? Robin looked at the serious Clark with incredulous eyes, a little unsure how to describe this sudden turn. Garp was also surprised, but quickly reacted, no, can't let this guy associate with this girl, otherwise the soldier he fancy will be abducted by the crew of his grandson's ship. Even Sanji, who had been curled up in pain on the ground, crawled towards this side like a caterpillar. Let go of your hand, I will not allow you to associate with the beautiful Miss Robin is mine. Then, Sanji was covered by several arms that appeared and was thrown aside. Chapter 7. Robin smiled and withdrew his little hand, but found that Sue's eyes were even more burning after seeing his ability. Clark was already excited. How many years he had never been so intimately touched by a woman's little hands. For a Superman to be able to easily fly around the earth and maintain such a normal speed, you let him live the same life as ordinary people, maintain the same reaction speed and action speed as ordinary people, which is a naked torture. Such a world in superhuman eyes, more snails than snails. And being able to easily lift a heavy tank and throw it several kilometers away, but you keep him the strength to hold a fragile plate lightly, this is no longer torture, this is simply murder. For a Superman whose strength and speed have exceeded the measure of ordinary people, it is really difficult for him to maintain the same strength and speed as ordinary people. For Clark, his strength is stronger than the original Superman, and the lightest and most subtle trace of strength he can use has also exceeded the upper limit of ordinary people. This is not a question of whether to control or not control, this is a question of the magnitude of both sides at all at the same level. Therefore, Clark, who can cause harm to ordinary people with even the slightest force, uses specially manufactured items for his life. The people he came into contact with were basically superheroes in the world with extraordinary skills, far beyond ordinary people. Clark has lived a single life for more than 50 years, and it is difficult for others to understand Clark, who has crossed into Superman, experienced 2 lifetimes of single life, and desperately wants to have a girlfriend. Now, Clark has finally found an ideal situation to contact herself, and how can she not be excited if she is not afraid of being hurt by her own power at all? If Miss Robin can become his girlfriend, he will not have to contact Miss Robin in the future, and he will be able to hold her little hand directly, and even borrow her little hand. Clark, who had spent a long time with his 5 girls, looked at Robin's eyes extremely hot, and sparks had come out of the blazing heat. Moisture. What's wrong with your eyes? It's okay, it's just that when I see you, I feel that the love in my heart is surging. Clark looked up, and a fiery red laser shot out from his eyes, piercing the ceiling above his head, and shooting straight into the sky. After a while, Clark was excited to fire all his excitement out of his eyes. Then, in the stunned eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates, a ripe bird whose whole body was roasted by the hot light fell from the hole in the roof that had been opened by Clark's eyes and landed on Clark's hand. It's so fragrant. Luffy, who was tied into a ball, smelled the aroma of the barbecue and moved his index fingers, and at the same time looked at Clark's eyes quite attentively. You're such a funny guy, do you want to come to my boat? Cap knocked a big bag on Luffy's head with his loving fist. Bastard boy, not only did you not follow the training I gave you to become a strong naval soldier, but now you want to kidnap my soldiers. Luffy struggled violently and shouted violently at Garp. I don't want to be a navy, I want to be One Piece. This is what I made an appointment with Shanks. A group of people were once again shocked by Luffy's words, but they didn't expect that he actually had a relationship with Shanks. "I'm sorry, little brother, you are the Navy, I am a pirate, it is difficult for us to become lovers." Clark, who was rejected by the smiling Robin, looked dejected and threw the already roasted newsbird aside. "Bastard boy, do you know who Shanks is? He is the second half of King's Landing and the Great Voyage, standing out among countless pirates, and is known as the existence of the Four Emperors. Only the forces between the Four Emperors and the Navy headquarters and the Seven Marshalseas maintain a balance with each other, and once one side changes and the balance is broken, the whole world will collapse. I don't care, I made an appointment with Shanks," Luffy said stubbornly, and the angry Garp smashed another fist on his head and smashed out a large bag. "Humph, you are my grandson, I will not catch you in this place." At this time, Nami and Robin also helped Luffy untie his body, and Garp and his subordinates began to tinker with the wall, and then Garp quietly asked again. "Luffy, have you seen your daddy?" Garp came and went quickly, leaving two navies who had known Luffy before to chat with him, and Garp had already left the Straw Hat Pirates with Clark. After all, he is the legendary hero Lieutenant General Garp, even if he doesn't care too much about catching his grandson who is clamoring to become One Piece, he can't arbitrarily make trouble with Justice Island, and Luffy, who has begun to become famous in the world, stays together for a long time without any action. "You old man is really strange, your son is the most vicious wanted criminal in the world, your grandson is going to be One Piece, but you yourself are a big hero of the Navy." Clark stood on the boat, feeling the sea breeze, but seemed a little unhappy. Kafaha laughed, then patted the soulless Clark on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Clark boy, there will definitely be a girlfriend for you in the Navy. Even if they didn't, I would have taught them pieces of iron." Garp, who saw Clark's power, thought even more firmly. Chapter 8. Time flies by, and Garp promises his grandson Luffy that he will never catch them on the island. So 3 days later, when Luffy and his party boarded their pirate ship and left, Kapuhaha laughed, commanded the warship under his name, and quickly approached the team of the Straw Hat Pirates. "Grandpa, what are you doing? Didn't you say that you won't arrest us here?" Luffy saw that Garp appeared again, opened his mouth and called at Garp, and Garp unapologetically dug his nostrils. "Sorry, Luffy, there was a little accident, either you were obediently caught by me here, or you just sank here and were fed fish. As a source of apology, I'll be alone to deal with you this time." Garp threw his hand, and immediately a naval soldier held a heavy shell in Garp's hand. "What does he want to do?" Sanji watched Garp grab the cannonball and flick it twice in his hand, and for a while he was nervous and couldn't even care about the cigarette in his mouth. In the next instant, Garp grabbed the cannonball and threw it in the direction of the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. Meteorite. The shell hit the sea surface next to the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates at a super fast speed, and after the explosion, the sea surface fluctuated, causing the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates to shake violently. Sanji gripped the side of the ship tightly and watched Garp's movements in surprise. Empty-handed. Amplification cannon. And it's more powerful than a cannon, and it's not baseball? Even Roronoya Solan was a little overwhelmed, the speed of the shell thrown by Garp just now was so fast, he didn't have much confidence that he could block the speed of the shell when this old man came to the real thing. "Ha ha ha, the strength has dropped a little recently, this is not okay, bring me another 1,000. Clark, carrying a large number of shell boxes in one hand, appeared behind Garp and placed a large number of shells next to him. Garp took off the cloak of justice behind him and clenched his fists. "Give me attention, stinky boys. Fist bone shooting star." 3 days ago, on the island of Bonaro on the Great Voyage, a pirate who opened his mouth and revealed several missing teeth, and his own pirate group members, looked at a man who appeared behind him in surprise. Ah, it turned out to be Captain Ace. Blackbeard's eyes flashed strange colors when he saw Ace, this guy, who had hunted him all the way from the second half of the Great Voyage, and now, finally, he had caught up with him. "No, now call me Captain, this title is used by respectable people, don't treat me as an idiot. And you've become an amazing captain, Marshal of the Blackbeard Pirates. Captain D-Titch." Hearing Ace's voice calling his name, there was also a trace of terrible killing intent. Blackbeard not only did not have a trace of fear, but laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, Ace, long time no see, what's wrong, how do you know I'm here?" Faced with Ace's killing intent slowly, Blackbeard didn't seem to care at all, but his eyes were filled with a strange ambition. Tiki, don't talk nonsense, after so many things, you should be clear about your current situation. Oh, I see, Ace, then let me say one more word, Ace. You. Come and join us, let's go to the world of government together. I have made a careful plan, the era of Whitebeard is almost over, and I will become One Piece, and the first thing is to kill Luffy the Straw Hat of the capital of the Seven Waters and give him to the world government. Ace's face became completely gloomy, and he looked at Blackbeard, who was making a big statement, and pressed his hat with his hand, with an unstoppable terrible anger in his voice. You're so presumptuous, that's my brother. Also, do you want me to join you? That, of course, is impossible. As soon as the words fell, a series of fireworks suddenly appeared on Ace's body, and Blackbeard's subordinate, Van Oka, held a sniper rifle in his hand, and in an instantly released several shots and hit Ace. Hee, some people don't seem to know how to be polite. Ace didn't move, as a natural fruit ability, the ordinary physical attack method of shooting was not effective against him at all. He extended his finger to Van Oka, who was attacking him, and made a shooting gesture. Musket. Flames shot out from his fingers, continuously attacking Van Oka below the house, and he quickly dodged Ace's attack to the side. At this moment, a pirate behind Ace blatantly struck, and Ace stood on the roof of the house, and a terrifying huge flame burst out of his body. Yan Ring, Pillar of Fire. The huge flames that emerged from Ace's body directly knocked out the members of the Blackbeard pirate group who wanted to attack him from the rear, and his whole body seemed to be scorched. Oka, beggars, don't make a move. You are not his opponent yet, stand down. Seeing that persuading Ace to join him was fruitless, Blackbeard was not at all impressed, and strange black power surged all over his body. Ace looked solemnly at the fact that after eating the dark fruit, the flames in Blackbeard's body were even more grand. Subsequently, the inhabitants of Bona saw only the flames rushing into the sky and the darkness that almost swallowed everything, colliding with each other on the island. The houses on the island were strangely and completely disappeared during such battles, leaving no trace. In the end, the former inhabitants of the island only saw a hat that had fallen to the ground in the place where the battle took place. And this battle later became known as the turning point of a major event. Chapter 9. Why have my eyelids been jumping all the time lately? That must be because you, as a naval hero, let go of your pirate grandson and will be punished. On the warship, Clark lay next to Garp, teasing the old man without heart or lungs. According to Clark's observation, Garp could clearly destroy the Straw Hat Boy and his gang with cannonballs before, and none of them could catch Garp's shell attack. As a result, the guy fired so many shells that he didn't hit a single one. Stinky boy, don't talk nonsense, it's clear that they run fast themselves. Garp jumped up to educate this disrespectful old and young guy with a loving fist, but of course he was gently blocked by Clark. Although Garp's speed is indeed very fast among ordinary people in this world. However, Clark had gone to find the man who had raced with the Flash Kid. If only Diana had promised herself, she wouldn't have to set her sights on General Zed's adjutant, who was originally going to invade Earth and transform Earth into a habitable adjutant for Kryptonians. However, this world made Clark feel much better than the Earth before it. On Earth, he also tasted what Superman once tasted. Growing on Earth, originally he owed no one anything. But he also kindly helped others and saved many lives from great disasters. But half of the Earthlings regard him as a savior who can save the world, and half consider him an enemy. They also feel that as long as they have a 1% chance of becoming the enemy of the Earth, they must be 100% prepared for war. They could not control their own power, so they regarded themselves as enemies to be eliminated, and there were people who were idle and had nothing to do, and ran to Congress every day to demand their expulsion. Clark said he was humbled by their behavior. Without throwing off these guys, Clark directly pushed the Kryptonian spacecraft he was riding on to fly into the solar system and parked the ship on Saturn. He is not the stupid Superman in the original book, and he also leaves things that may pose a threat to him, as well as dangerous technologies that are not mastered by Earthlings. Even Zed's group, who were deliberately summoned by themselves later, after being wiped by Clark one by one, first cleaned up their spacecraft and all traces left behind, and sent them to Saturn, which no one on Earth could master. If you want to find a kryptonite that can deal with yourself, dream away. By the time humans can carry out space navigation, they will already be able to overcome kryptonite. Clark didn't leave anyone a chance to deal with him. There is also a Gotham Bat who has always felt that he is the biggest threat to the world. Well, now Clark Superman is as you wish, leaving the safety of the Earth. You will be saved by Batman. Filled with resentment, Clark felt that this world surrounded by the sea was wonderful. People will not be afraid of themselves because of the powerful unknown force, but just fear themselves. Unlike the Earthlings, there is always a small poke with themselves who have no grievances and no hatred, and try to kill themselves. Abominable smelly boy, you dare to stop the iron fist of the old man's love. Do you still put the old man in your eyes? Today the old man will teach you a good lesson. Garp jumped up and reached for the hand he had just snapped, causing Clark to kick the smelly old man out with a kick. Garp's body flew out upside down and landed like a cannonball in the distant sea, but soon he stepped on the moon in the air like a nobody, and flew back in the direction of the warship. Smelly boy, today the old man must educate you well, what is called respecting the old and loving the young. Who is afraid of whom? Clark pulled the navy coat on his body, revealing a blue tight-fitting suit and a red panty that was worn against the honey bulge. Garp smelly old man, if I win today, don't say that my red cloak is like a pervert in the future. Stinky boy, if you want to win me, it's 100 years early. The two supermen in the air collided fiercely, and the sea water that shook in circles of sound waves rippled layer by layer to the outside. Clark and Garp punched and kicked each other, and the terrifying attack of fists to flesh made the shockwaves reverberate in circles. The sea was shaking, and the warships were also shaking left and right with the sea under this terrible impact. That's awesome. When the naval soldiers saw the battle between two people in the sky, they couldn't help but show a look of envy. One is the legendary vice admiral of their navy for a long time, and the other is Sergeant Clark, who has just joined the navy but has already shown extremely terrible combat effectiveness and fought back and forth with the legendary naval hero Vice Admiral Garp. Damn, is this guy made of steel all over your body? How can I beat the old man so much? Garp hit Clark with a blow, and after that, he was also kicked out by Clark, looking at the livid skin on his body, and he couldn't stop complaining to Clark in pain. What's wrong, old man Garp? It's going to be overwhelmed by such a little. I've just started warming up. Humph, smelly boy, don't be proud, old man, I will give you a good look. A completely different momentum began to appear on Garp's body, and Clark could feel that Garp had become much more terrifying than just now. His body was covered with a layer of pure black domineering, and his defense and attack power were far beyond the ordinary state just now. However, in this world, without kryptonite, Clark has no natural enemies. Chapter 10. Stinky boy, let you see now the Iron Fist education of true love. Garp suddenly disappeared in midair, stepping on the moon step, moving around Clark at a very high speed. As a legendary hero of the Navy, I am afraid that except for Roger, the Pirate King who has fought with him many times before, and other sea pirates and his comrades warring states, few people can know how powerful this old man who has served in the Navy for 4 or 5 years is. Garp was able to break through the sound barrier with the strength of his body at this moment, and the extremely terrifying sound wave came to his side before it reached Clark's ears. The stomach suffered a heavy blow, Clark's body arched, and then his arm was tightly clamped by a pair of iron hands like steel, and the whole person was violently flown out in the air. Then, in the process of flying upside down, the back suffered another heavy blow, and the whole person hit the sea like a cannonball, splashing a large pool of water. How stinky boy, do you dare to underestimate the old man? Kafaha laughed, standing in midair, seeing the sea. Clark slowly emerged and wiped the moisture from his face. Not good, old man Garp, your speed is actually faster than the sound barrier, which is indeed beyond my expectations, so, against you, I will start the second stage. Clark slowly rose into the air, and the big red cloak behind him was wet and sticking to his back, making him a little uncomfortable. Before, I always used my ears to catch the movements of others, and just by listening to the sound, I could distinguish the routes and trajectories of all the enemy's attacks. However, since I can't catch your voice before your attack arrives, I can only use my eyes for the rest of my life. Clark flew to the same height as Garp, who stepped on the moon, and despite several heavy iron fist attacks, there was still no scar on his body. Garp also felt that his fist was like a complete hit on hard steel, and it was difficult to cause damage to this guy. You mean, you didn't use your eyes at all before, just your ears? Clark nodded gently. Superman's senses were not known how many times more sensitive than ordinary people. If he can't close his senses and just concentrate on receiving the information he wants, the countless noises he hears from all directions, the sight he sees, the smell of his nose, these countless information, will make him feel a very headache. The Kryptonian troops who have just come to Earth need to use the equipment of the Kryptonians and block these things in order to be able to fight normally, otherwise countless information pours into the brain, which will make a Kryptonian instantly lose its combat effectiveness. Garp looked at Clark a little unexpectedly. I didn't expect that this guy actually kept such a hand, but even if you look with your eyes, the old man can still beat you with the iron fist of love. Humph, anyone can brag about leather, let the old man come to see if you are as powerful as you say. Garp suddenly disappeared in front of Clark with a swoosh, and the next moment, appeared above Clark, raised his huge fist, and slammed towards Clark's head. Suddenly, Clark suddenly opened his eyes, and the world instantly fell silent, and the warship floating on the sea stopped swinging, and stopped strangely in the shaking position along with the waves on the sea. The Garp fist in front of him is full of terrifying black-armed color domineering, which is such a thing, so that Garp will not have enough defensive ability when he fights Clark. But at this moment, his resolute face has been staying in front of Clark, his fists are clenched tightly, and every swirling green tendon can be easily seen by Clark. Even the clouds that had been floating in the sky and the wind gently blowing across the sea were completely still. In this world, everything became so quiet and slow, only Clark was alone, slowly circling Garp's body and gently flying to his side. Then, gently stretching out his foot, he placed it in front of Garp. Then, time flew by, and Garp, who was about to punch Clark in front of him, was surprised to find that in just a moment's effort, the person in front of him had disappeared. Then, under his feet, who was still flying, he was suddenly stumbled and screamed, and the whole person rolled forward and fell into the sea. Stinky boy, what the hell is going on with you, is that teleportation? Garp, who jerked his head out of the sea, shouted out at Clark who was flying in the sky, and Clark suddenly smiled at Garp, which made Garp have a very bad feeling. In the next instant, his eyes suddenly went black, and he couldn't see anything. Garp's big hand grabbed his head hard, his heart tightened, and he was half cold. Isn't this his dog's head hat? It is something that he put in his lounge on the warship. How could it suddenly appear on his head? Moreover, a series of Clark's name signatures were streamed on it. This guy, just in a moment under his nose, took something in his room and signed his name. Such a speed, it is really a little scary. Garp swallowed deeply, and suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. It's really the back wave of the Yangtze River pushing the front wave. This junior is really amazing. One day, the whole world will be shocked by his strength. Chapter 11. If you don't fight, you really didn't expect that it would be time to be surpassed by young people so soon. Gar waved his hand in the sea and returned to the warship in 3 steps and 2 steps. But his words clearly fell on the ears of all the soldiers of the warship, and they were shocked one by one. You look at me, I look at you, I want to confirm whether you heard wrong, or there is a problem with your ears. Just now, Lieutenant General Garp actually took the initiative to admit that he is now inferior to the Clark who has just joined Lieutenant General Garp for a few days. Is this the world changing too fast for them to keep up? You must know that Vice Admiral Garp has repeatedly driven One Piece Roger into a corner, and repeatedly rejected the legendary naval hero who wanted to promote him to a general by the top of the Navy. For the Navy, Vice Admiral Garp and now Marshal of the Warring States are monuments to the Navy, a flag, spiritual beliefs, and objects of longing. But such a Vice Admiral Garp actually said in his own mouth that he was no longer as good as that guy, and the newcomer who had just joined the Navy was too terrifying. This is even more shocking than when they talked to his grandson Luffy in the capital of Seven Waters. Garp said that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the most dangerous wanted revolutionary in the world, is Garp's son, Luffy's grandson. Is the sky going to change? A group of naval soldiers stared at the man flying in the sky with a slightly awe-inspiring look, wearing a blue tight-fitting tunic, and the cloak behind his back was boasting with the sea breeze, and couldn't help but ask this question. Ha ha ha, Clark smelly boy, you just told me that I can let you use your eyes, then do you have any more other ways? Clark smiled confidently. He was not afraid to say his way of fighting. In this world, no one can find kryptonite, which means that Superman is an existence without weaknesses. As for the hint of unwillingness in Kapuna's question, Clark didn't care. In fact, Garp is already very powerful in Clark's division of the strength of people in this world. He was also the first person he had seen to break through the sound barrier and be able to keep his ears from keeping up with his movements. And when Clark uses his eyes, he can already notice the Flash's movements when he runs at the speed of light, and also keep up with the Flash's movements and fight with him in a space where time has been infinitely slowed down. Of course, old man Garp, when I can't defeat my opponent by all means, I will push the enemy in that direction. Clark pointed to the warm glow of the sun in the sky, a smile in his eyes. The source of his own power is the stable burning sun, the power of the sun, making the cells in his body more powerful, terrifying, and the ability to recover and heal has reached an amazing level. By dragging the enemy in the direction of the sun, Clark can become more and more powerful as he gets closer and closer to the sun. Even, he can enter the sun directly without being harmed physically. Only now, he can't directly enter the very center of the sun to practice, allowing himself to completely overcome the last weakness, the power of kryptonite. Garp opened his mouth wide, thinking that you kid knew how to brag and fly towards the sun. Suddenly, Caprang shook, his head a little clouded. Yes, how come I have never thought about these things? All the people in this world have their eyes set on the sea, and all the pirates want to find the place where Roger hides his treasure. But I have never thought about it, I have never seen whether there is another strangely beautiful and vast world above the vast sky in addition to the sea. Garp's heart suddenly shook, he suddenly sounded, when he and Clark first met, it was above the sky, a green light flashed, and then Clark fell from the sky. In addition to Clark, is there someone as powerful as him in the sky? Garp was a little worried, after all, the first Clark from heaven had given him a feeling of being unbeatable. It is comparable to the speed of a ghost like teleportation, terrifying combat ability, tireless physical strength, and penetrating terrifying red lasers from the eyes. If Clark knew what Garp was thinking, he would definitely laugh at him for thinking too much. Now he is already the last Kryptonian, where can he find a Superman as powerful as himself? At this moment, Clark's ears suddenly moved, and the sound of a gust of ocean currents reached his ears. He opened his eyes wide and looked happily at Garp's ship. Grandma was an egg, and every day followed Garp on the ship to eat extremely unpalatable military food. His mouth could not stand it. It's finally time to open a fresh meal. Clark swooped down, crashed into a huge wave on the sea, and disappeared from everyone's eyes. What is he going to do? Some confused naval soldiers, one by one, gathered at the side of the ship and looked at the sea below. On the calm sea, it suddenly began to roll violently, and a large amount of sea water was coming out from one point. The sea began to shake, and more sea water came out from this point together. That's the Sea King class. A group of soldiers looked at the huge black shadow that was getting closer and closer under the surface of the sea, and they couldn't help but panic. Chapter 12. The size of this huge black Sea King class black shadow far exceeded the Sea King class they had seen before. This size Sea King giant beast has the ability to easily overturn the entire warship. Why would this kind of Sea King suddenly appear under the warship with sea floor stones? Just when the soldiers were panicking, the huge Sea King broke out of the water, and a huge body that was countless times larger than the warship completely appeared on the sea, struggling weakly. That's Clark. He lifted the Neptune class. Oh my God! The soldiers opened their eyes wide, looking at Clark below the Sea King. This small figure actually directly lifted the entire huge Sea King giant beast from the sea water in midair. How can there be such a human being? All the soldiers, including Garp, had the same question in their hearts. How could there be such a human being who could do such a thing? The huge Sea King class is not only countless times larger than the warship, but also countless times the weight of the warship. If it was to repel them so that they did not dare to harass the ships, Garp was confident that he could easily do it, but if he wanted to directly use his physical strength to lift such a huge Sea King, Garp looked at his arms and legs, and helplessly admitted that he could not do such a thing. Garp looked at Clark's current appearance, and a huge expectation suddenly arose in his heart. Because Clark's power in front of him so far is too strong. Because of this power, he can easily do what others can't. Therefore, his attack method is very monotonous and very simple, that is, the combination of straight punches and feet, because even if it is like this, Clark, who drops 10 times with one force, will not meet the opponent. Because Garp feels that even he can't see the speed of this guy, then there should be no one in this world who can see Clark's movements clearly. But if Clark could be taught moves that are stronger and more easily powerful, would he feel a stronger sense of belonging to the Navy? Moreover, Garp believes in his own eyes, and he believes that Clark is a man who can stand by the justice and code in his heart, even with such strength. Such a person, with greater power, is a blessing to the whole world. It's really looking forward to what Clark looks like after learning the Navy 6. Garp looked at Clark with satisfaction as the huge Sea King body that covered the sky gently towards the sea. What, this kid just threw the Sea King class directly towards the sea next to the warship. After Garp saw Clark's movements clearly, he was shocked and his face turned pale. He had just praised in his heart that such a guy had power as a blessing for the world, but he didn't expect this guy to give him face so much, saying that he would hit his face when he said it. Such a guy with no heart and lungs is not a blessing of the world at all, but a good scourge of the world. The huge sky covering, so that the warships on the sea were shrouded in terrible shadows, the body of the Sea King, was gently thrown by Clark and fell sharply on the sea. A loud sound of falling water, accompanied by a huge tsunami-like wave that was splashed, hit the direction of the warship. Brush pull pull. The terrifying huge waves tens of meters high directly submerged the warship in the sea, and wave after wave of huge waves made the warship that was accompanied by the turbulent sea surface undulating again and again by the waves. Abominable smelly boy, are you trying to drown the old man? Garp yelled at Clark, who was flying in midair. Clark was thinking about how to deal with the huge seafood meat that was sent to the door, and after hearing Garp's call, he turned around and said to Garp, a little embarrassed, "I'm sorry, I thought you guys could handle it easily. I was just concentrating on what to do with this guy and forgot about you." Clark's heartless laughter was itching his teeth. Fortunately, the soldiers on this ship were his own elite, and nothing lost because of this big wave. It's just that many people were caught off guard and choked, and their whole bodies were soaked in seawater and soaked. Garp felt that he should first educate this stinky boy, otherwise, having great power and only being bound by his own inner rules, regardless of the wanton actions of others, would easily bring great pain to the world. But what Garp didn't know was that on Earth, because he was very tired of those politicians trying to point fingers at him all day long, Clark finally decided to follow Fiore, the last female adjutant of Krypton, to live in a no-man's colony. He came into this world unintentionally. How could he let himself be bound by those boring rules again? Sorry, let's think about how this guy should eat first. Clark's eyes lit up as he looked at the huge Sea King in front of him, who had been knocked unconscious by himself, and made up his mind not to let the chef on the warship who made things like pig food deal with this big guy. Chapter 13. It turns out that this kind of thing always comes and goes. After Clark grabbed a huge Sea King to use as food to improve his diet, two more Sea Kings emerged from the sea, angrily waving their huge bodies and rushing towards the warship. Looking at the scene of giant teeth dancing and dancing claws, the dark clouds seem to be the end of the world, and I have just seen Clark easily lift the Sea Kings from under the surface of the sea, and the naval soldiers say that they are no longer afraid of such a scene. Sure enough, seeing two Sea Kings surging with huge waves, he felt that he was likely to have no way to eat the meat of these three huge Sea Kings before following Garp back to the naval base. And if you want to be able to eat delicious seafood all the time, Clark already has an idea. He took a deep breath. The powerful air pressure swirled in his lungs, and the powerful force inside his body compressed the air to the extreme. Facing the direction of the attacking Sea Kings, Clark stood on the warship facing the sea in front of him and exhaled a deep cold breath. Call. The extremely cold wind blows the surface of the sea, causing it to quickly freeze. The thick layers of ice crystals completely froze the entire sea surface, and the white ice surface continued to spread out towards the front under the urging of the cold air. Even standing behind Clark, even if the sun was still shining just now, making people unable to mention the sunny weather, these naval soldiers seemed to suddenly come to another season the next moment, feeling a complete chill. Squeak. The ice used the pen Neptune to swim much faster, quickly turning the waves set off by the Neptune into ice together with their huge bodies. And Clark slowly took a deep breath after blowing this cold breath, looked at the frozen sea surface and Sea King behemoths in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. Now you can eat fresh seafood. The soldiers on the naval warship fell on the deck together, unable to get up for half a day, and after a while, they exclaimed, "So you just want to eat frozen seafood?" Half a day later, the main island of the Navy, Marineford, is the headquarters of the World Navy and a sacred place in the hearts of sailors all over the world. There is the legendary highest combat effectiveness of the Navy, the existence of the three major admirals of the Navy, the legendary hero Vice Admiral Garp, and the warring states of Buddha, who used to be comrades with Garp and is now a marshal. The strongest naval elite in the world is gathered here, and often a colonel-level officer of the headquarters is sent out, and he can have the ability to compete with the highest commander of the Four Seas Division. At this moment, near the watchtower of the naval headquarters Marineford, he is responsible for guarding the situation in the surrounding sea area and preventing anyone from attacking the naval headquarters. Although since more than 20 years ago, the only daring sea thief, the Golden Lion, broke into the naval headquarters Marineford, was taken by the legendary hero Garp and the Warring States of Buddha, who was still a general of the Warring States at the time, and imprisoned in the Navy's advanced city prison. No one dared to offend the majesty of the Navy headquarters. After so many years of calm and waves, the naval soldiers in charge of security have long been relaxed. After all, where else would anyone dare to break into the naval headquarters like this, unless he didn't have long eyes? Bored soldiers in charge of vigilance gathered together to chat, and suddenly, a naval recruit ran over in a panic. "It's not good, there is an emergency." The group of naval soldiers stood up one by one in a panic, looking at the sea level in the distance. There was a small ship that was galloping towards the naval headquarters at a very high speed, and behind the ship, there were three huge terrifying figures also galloping at a very high speed behind. Something has happened. The unprecedented great excitement hit the hearts of these guarded naval soldiers, and the three terrifying huge figures brought a great shock to the hearts of these garrison soldiers who had never seen such a terrible scene. Sound the alarm quickly. There are sea kings following behind the naval warships, preparing to attack the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford. Through the telescope, the naval soldiers easily identified the three huge figures following the naval ship in front of them, which were sea kings. It's just that the Navy soldiers are a little surprised that the three huge sea kings seem to have something strange. However, at this time, the naval warships and sea kings were attacking the naval headquarters at a strange speed, and they did not have time to think about anything more, and quickly notified the other personnel one by one. Then, when the headquarters of the Navy heard the sirens that had not been heard for many years, one by one they froze for a while, and quickly became excited. How many years have I not encountered someone storming the headquarters of the Navy, a terrible thing that is rare in 10 years, it is very exciting. A group of naval soldiers gathered in the base in front of the headquarters excitedly, watching the behemoth that was getting closer and closer, and they couldn't help but get excited. Finally, you can encounter such a good thing that makes people's blood boil and can make meritorious achievements at the headquarters of the Navy. 20 years ago, the story of naval hero Garp and Sengoku fighting the Golden Lion at the same time threw it into the big prison, and now it excites the soldiers. Only soon they discovered that something was wrong. This naval warship was Vice Admiral Garp's ship, and in front of the ship, there seemed to be a figure. Chapter 14. Well, that's really a person. Gathered at the naval headquarters, they thought that Marineford was about to be attacked, and the naval soldiers standing on the coastline of the naval headquarters were stunned to see the warship that was rushing towards it at a speed beyond common sense. Vice Admiral Garp's warship was heading towards this place at a terrifying speed, and behind him, three huge figures covering the sky were following behind the warship. That man seems to be dragging Lord Garp's boat. A group of people squinted at the upcoming Garp's ship, and soon, the news of Marineford's attack by an unknown Sea King class quickly spread. The Yellow Ape and Sabaody, one of the highest combat forces of the headquarters, also came here separately, preparing for the attack. It's just that what makes them a little puzzled is that this doesn't look like an attack. What's going on? Who is fooling the Navy? Three Sea Kings alone can't attack the Navy headquarters. Sabaody said with a serious face, looking at the rapidly approaching ship in front of him and the shadow behind. Even if the speed of these three Sea Kings is extremely terrifying now, giving people an irresistible momentum, he does not think that the three Sea Kings can bring any threat to the military headquarters. It's time. Clark, who was in front of the warship, looked at the nearby naval headquarters Marineford, jumped up from the sea and flew to the coastline of the headquarters. What are you? Clark, who was wearing a blue tights and red underwear, was quickly surrounded as soon as he landed. Facing this group of guys who surrounded him, Clark raised his hands without care, indicating that he did not have the slightest malice. Without Clark's drive, the speeding ship finally slowly reduced its speed, and little by little slipped into the port of the naval headquarters. Disgusting. The heart-rending feeling of vomiting came from the ship, and the rows of admirals who had just been hanging on the ship and floating in the air because of their high speed, one by one, supported the side of the ship and vomited heavily. For the first time, these naval elites vomited so badly because the speed of the ship was too high. And at the rear of the ship, Garp also threw down the 3 Sea King ropes behind him, took a big stride, laughed and got off the boat. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect so many people to greet me. Garp saw so many people gathered here, and looked at so many naval ships in front of him quite proudly. Lieutenant General Garp, what the hell is going on? Garp triumphantly pointed to the huge Sea King behind the ship. I just caught a few huge Sea Kings, let's eat them together. Garp looked at the huge formation that the entire Navy headquarters was alarmed by, and took the initiative to take everything on himself. Anyway, he often did many surprising things. If these guys knew that Clark had just joined the Navy and caused a huge shock in the headquarters, Clark would encounter a lot of trouble in his future career. Garp is very optimistic about Clark's future, and does not want to let someone like Clark, who already has top strength, leave the Navy. Ah, it turns out to be like this. It seems that Lieutenant General Garp is really old and strong. Since this is the case, then I will leave first. The yellow ape turned into a yellow light and flashed away in front of everyone, and basically no one could see it clearly, except Clark. Clark looked curiously at the direction where the yellow ape left, and he had just clearly seen the whole process of the yellow ape leaving. Under the capture of his eyes, the yellow ape's body turned into a yellow light, slowly swallowed in his line of sight, and left. However, in fact, Clark felt that he could easily catch the yellow ape, and although his body turned into a light, he did not really reach the speed of light. Otherwise, this person will not be easily captured by himself who is not visually focused. And the yellow ape who left, standing in the distance, a drop of cold sweat dripped on his face, and just now, he felt a huge pressure. When he used his ability to leave, his whole body seemed to be in a state of being spied on, making him feel as if he was completely seen through. Sakazuki looked at Kapuhaha with some unhappiness and laughed and walked up, playing haha, using a group of naval soldiers to worship and admire him, and easily turned such an event that caused turmoil in the entire Navy. He glanced gloomy at Clark, who was standing beside Garp, and his intuition told him that this man was very terrifying. Sakazuki snorted coldly in dissatisfaction and left the place. After Garp coped with the Navy soldiers, he dragged Clark towards the headquarters, and the curious Navy soldiers ran to Garp's warship one by one, only to see that the 3 huge Sea Kings were covered with a thin layer of ice, freezing them all in it. Looking closer, they could still feel a little chill emanating from above. This made some naval soldiers can't help but shake their bodies coldly. This looks, it seems to be the move of the Green Pheasant General. This ice, it's really cold. A group of naval soldiers looked at the huge Sea King class that was firmly frozen with awe. If it were them, they would not be able to deal with such a huge sea beast. Chapter 15. Young man, are you the newcomer Garp can't wait to recommend to me? In the Marshal's office of the Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku, who had a goatee, was trying to make Clark, who was looking left and right in front of him, feel his majesty with a serious expression. Then the document in his hand was eaten by a real goat. Wow, this goat is so interesting. Garp sat on the sofa on the side, watching this scene and couldn't help laughing. Sengoku's face was a little unbearable, and gently drove the goat to the side. Sengoku sorted out his expression, trying to make himself look more coercive, and even his voice became more imposing. Clark, let me ask you again, what are your ideals? Click, 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 click. The warring states, who finally became serious, heard the sound of gulping senbei being chewed beside him again. He stood up angrily, glared at Garp on the side, and rushed towards Garp with his fists. You old guy will know to steal my senbei as soon as he comes back. Just a little senbei, don't be so petty, Sengoku. Garp didn't care about squeezing his eyebrows at the warring states, making warring states' hair stand on end. This old and disrespectful guy was going to him off. Clark looked at the lively appearance of the 2 old men who were about to fight, but seemed to be unusually harmonious, and a different illusion suddenly appeared in his mind. I always feel that the relationship between the 2 old men is too good. Ahem, let me ask you again, Clark, what is your dream? Sengoku finally made the atmosphere serious again, facing Clark, his hands clasped, a little nervous, and some expectant looking at the young man in front of him. From Garp's mouth, he learned what kind of terrifying destructive power this young man possessed, that is, a terrifying power that surpassed Garp. If this young man had a terrible conviction in his heart, it would be a great disaster for the whole world. I aspire to end my single life. Oh no, I want to find a cute, gentle, kind, beautiful and generous girl who can go up to the hall and down to the kitchen. Clark imagined in his mind the beautiful face, gentle personality, and kind personality of the person he would spend his life with, and excitedly painted a good life in the future. However, Clark, who felt that he was saying this was showing some too urgent to get rid of his single career, coughed. In the eyes of the warring states, who were still a little confused, stunned, felt that there was something wrong with their ears, and wanted to hear what Clark said again, Clark pretended to be serious, frowned, and shook his head. No, it's not my dream. Sengoku let out a long sigh of relief. That is, how can there be such an outrageous idea? You are a man with terrible power. In this world, huge power means wealth, power, fame, women are all low-hanging fruit. You must be able to have greater dreams, such as catching all the pirates and making the whole world peaceful, right? Facing the slightly expectant eyes of the warring states, Clark's eyes gradually became much clearer. I am the last member of the Kryptonians, and the code of life of the Kryptonian family and all the genes of Kryptonian life are stored in every cell of my body. I am the last hope of the Kryptonians, and my parents definitely hope that I can revive the Kryptonian race and let me continue the Kryptonian race. I want to recreate the Kryptonian race, and I need to give birth to many, many children for the descendants of the Kryptonians. I'm going to keep the Kryptonian gene alive. Sengoku pondered for a moment. Looking at the light in his eyes, he felt that he was very great Clark, and felt that this young man embraced great dreams in his heart. What a poor child, obviously with such great power, but already alone, no compatriots exist in this world. Sengoku felt that he could approve of such a dream, because there was no conflict between maintaining the justice of the Navy, and he could even help Clark rebuild the Kryptonians. So, I want to find a girlfriend who suits me, have many, many children with me, and slowly raise them. Old man Garp, as you said, you can help me find a suitable girlfriend at the headquarters of the Navy. If you lie to me, hee, watch out for me pounding you with my little fist. Garp shuddered. This kind of Clark didn't look friendly at all. Garp firmly believed that if he was really hammered by this guy with a small fist, his body and bones could not stand it. No, you have to help Clark Kid find a girlfriend quickly, otherwise the single maniac feels like it's going to destroy the world. Garp tensed up, and suddenly felt that he was pressed on a heavy burden. Well, Clark, you just joined the Navy, and it is already an exception that Garp can promote you to a sergeant, and you don't have more combat merits and resume now, which is not enough to promote to a higher position. And you want to soak in the beauty of the Navy, except you. Beyond this handsome look. Sengoku looked at wearing a closet in front of him, revealing all the 8-pack ABS, and there was a red panty on the lower body, and a huge embarrassing honey bulge. Against his will said that you are so handsome. You still need to have more battle merits. Beautiful women worship heroes, so let's arrange a simple task for you to do first, and we will also help you find some suitable female navy during this period. See if you can get together, how about? No problem. Clark's eyes lit up as he looked at his right hand. Right sauce, about to say goodbye to you. After the naval soldiers who arranged Clark's accommodation took Clark away, in the marshal's office, Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, and Sengoku coughed. Ahem, Garp, although Clark does look like that place is above average, are you sure he really, even that place is that scary? Garp nodded solemnly. Warring states, Clark's eyes are not afraid of bullets, and the whole body is already hard to a certain extent, so believe me, immediately gather all the talented female soldiers in the naval headquarters, and the old man will personally teach them the meaning of the 6-style iron. A flash of envy flashed on Sengoku's face, and he nodded imperceptibly. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Chapter 16. Hey beauty, are you interested in having a cup of coffee with me? Hey, don't go. Yo, cute girl, you are my favorite type. Are you interested in talking about life with me, talking about ideals, watching a movie and eating or something? There are really many female soldiers in the Navy headquarters, and the people of this world have suffered from pirates, and the per capita level of force is much higher than that of the Earth. Men and women, young and old, sometimes have to take up arms to resist in the face of pirate invasion. As the center of the Navy, the largest violent institution of the world government, the naval headquarters of Marineford, although the majority of the Navy is still male soldiers, but there are also many strong female soldiers. Along the way, Clark had seen many nice female Navy soldiers hurriedly passing by him. Although these female soldiers have not yet reached the level of strength and sexiness as Princess Diana of Wonder Woman on Earth, they are much more powerful than ordinary Earth women. And, most importantly, they are all tall, and their posture is not bad. "Hi beauty, tonight there is. Is it empty?" In Clark's eyes, he saw a huge beautiful face, but he needed to raise his head to look up. "You boy is really interesting, this is the first time I have seen someone ask me for a date." The huge face lowered its head, and the big eyes blinked at the little Clark in front of him. Clark's hair stood up, although this beautiful Lieutenant General of the giant race looked very interesting, but such a large size, he definitely couldn't fit in with her. Clark, who pulled up her legs and ran away from the eyes of the female Lieutenant General of the giant race, and the female Lieutenant General of the giant race let out a series of bold laughter and strode away. Only the Navy soldier in charge of taking Clark to his residence, who was left in a daze and could not find any trace of him. Hooping and panting, Clark was terrified. The giantess just stretched out. His wrist was thicker than his whole person, and if he had dinner with such a giantess, Clark felt that it was not romantic at all. "Who are you? Why did you break into the naval training base? If you don't answer truthfully, Tina can't spare you." Just as Clark breathed a sigh of relief, a crisp female voice sounded behind him, and Clark had just looked back to see a big wave girl with pink hair and a turbulent figure. "It's beautiful." Can't help but praise the beauty in front of her, but Tina feels that Clark in front of her is too frivolous, and there is no Navy uniform on him, and he is wearing such a strange costume. Looking at the lump of honey bulge that couldn't be wrapped in the red panties that were worn outside, Tina only felt that this guy in front of her really didn't know shame. Tina hates frivolous men. Say the purpose of your sneaking into the training base of the Navy headquarters. 2 rows of black iron railings suddenly extended from her hands, one left and one right, and with the wave of her arms, they moved tightly towards Clark in the middle. It's just that Clark is not even an opponent for old man Garp, and how could he be caught by Tina so easily? A rather elegant hand pressed on Tina's closed iron railing, and with a beautiful turnover, Clark leaned on the iron created by Tina's fruit ability, showing a mouthful of white teeth towards Tina. "Beauty, Covenant." A series of black iron crosses appeared on Tina's head, and the man in front of her was really too frivolous. Moreover, repeatedly challenging Tina's patience, Tina decided that she must arrest this frivolous guy in front of her. Tina is angry. Reclaiming her fruit ability, Tina rushed forward with an arrow, raised her leg and kicked Clark in the head with an extremely sharp kick. "Don't be so angry, this beauty, I don't mean any offense." Clark lowered his head slightly, and Tina's beautiful legs swept over his head, blowing a gust of wind. After the kick, Tina quickly turned around and kicked, and a back kick stabbed Clark's lower abdomen straight up. "I said, the two of us have no grievances in the past and no hatred in recent days, so we really don't need this." A hand reached forward and blocked Tina's front, catching Tina's kick steadily, grabbing her shoes and ankles. Clark couldn't help but gently touch Tina's ankle with his fingers. "Ugh!" A violent cry came out of Tina's mouth, and Clark suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and they all forgot that their hand strength was too much for them. "Moreover, I haven't even felt what it feels like to touch the little feet of the lady in front of me. Let go of Tina's feet." Hearing a cry of pain from Tina in front of him, Clark quickly let go of his hand, and Tina withdrew her foot in pain, and her ankle was already blue. Her eyes were wandering, and when she was just grabbed by Clark's foot, she felt as if her foot was embedded in a piece of hard steel, which made her feel painful. It's just that as a captain in the Navy, Tina will never allow herself to be frivolous by such a frivolous man, leaving tears of pain. "Tina wants to teach you a lesson." Gently rubbing her somewhat bruised ankle, Tina stood up with a strong limp, and her body burst with burning fighting intent. Clark scratched his head and gently persuaded. Let's not fight, I apologize to you, if you continue to fight, you will be injured." Tina's eyes were even more humiliated. This damn guy actually looked down on Tina like this. Chapter 17. Feeling that she was underestimated by Clark, Tina was even more angry, and Clark was also quite distressed. "Don't fight, this beauty feels that she despises her and looks down on her. Hit it, it's not Clark who is modest, if she is really serious, a finger can poke her to death." "Damn it, I obviously just wanted to ask her out for a cup of tea." It was really impossible to jump into the Yellow River, and Clark gently dodged the non-stop stormy attack from Colonel Tina. He didn't even want to resist, After all, what if he was injured because his iron body defense was too strong? It really couldn't be clear, and Clark lamented his kindness and purity while dodging Colonel Tina's attack. At this moment, a large group of naval soldiers rushed out and appeared behind Tina. "Miss Tina, what was the sound just now? Miss Tina, who are you fighting with? Is anyone hurting you?" A large group of naval soldiers who looked like they had been captured by Tina's beauty rushed behind Tina one by one in righteous indignation. Just after Tina was accidentally touched by Clark's ankle and touched, she made a cry, and they hurried to this side. "Is it you who dares to hurt our Miss Tina?" A group of naval soldiers saw Tina's limp and mobility problems, and instantly saw the bruise on Tina's foot. "Damn it, dare to hurt Colonel Tina, brothers, beat him." Although this group of naval soldiers is young, they are quite self-aware, and Colonel Tina, who is a devil fruit ability, has not been able to take advantage of the man in front of him, and they are naturally not Clark's opponents. It's just that they have the upper hand, so they want to work together to get justice for Colonel Tina. Maybe they can make Colonel Tina impress him. A crowd rushed towards Clark with excitement, and Clark helplessly looked at the group of enthusiastic naval soldiers, and stomped his foot fiercely on the ground in front of him. The hard, specially made masonry ground was easily trampled and shattered. On the broken floor, a layer of terrifying chi waves flew out towards the outside, and the shaking ground made them unable to stand, and one by one the fluctuating ground flew up. And the huge air wave directly swept them out, falling backwards one by one, falling to the ground, rolling and crawling, embarrassed. This is Clark's more gentle way of fighting that can keep others from being hurt by his too strong physical strength. It's just that Clark looked at the group of soldiers in front of him who fell to the ground and rolled their eyes, and the weaker ones vomited blood, and couldn't help but be a little speechless. "Please, you give it a little harder. I haven't used my fists to beat you up. Why are you still so weak? I just stomped lightly towards the ground. Why did you all fall one by one?" Tina also looked at Clark in front of her in surprise, and then she understood that Clark was unwilling to do it with herself just now, not because she looked down on her, but because she really didn't want to hurt her. So many elite naval soldiers in this department were instantly knocked down. I am afraid that if Clark and her were serious, she would not be able to last even a second. It's just that Tina is not such a willing person to admit defeat, not to mention, her feet are still pinched by this guy so painfully. Tina is unwilling. You know, Tina, who has been single for so many years and has always been ice and jade, has never let any member of the opposite sex touch her body, and she directly let Clark hurt her ankle. Although this guy didn't pity Xiang Ziyu at all, and even the other navies heard him in pain, but the thought of being scratched on his foot like this made Tina have an inexplicable anger burning in her heart. Tina kept using her abilities to attack this guy, but sadly found that this man seemed to be like an unknown prophet, and every time he could accurately predict the trajectory of her attack, leaving her helpless. I said, "Miss Tina, can you stop fighting? We really have no hatred." Clark could only dodge Tina's attacks non-stop, looking at this beautiful body, and panting from continuous high-intensity attacks. Clark really couldn't bear to fight such a girl. Clark is the most famous gentlemanly Superman on Earth. How can he be rough with a girl? Even if it was the strong adjutant Fiore, who was not human, Clark only chose to smash her Kryptonian mask, causing her to lose her combat effectiveness on Earth due to excessive sensitivity of her senses. As for why Clark didn't simply run away directly in front of Tina, it was because Clark felt that he was right, sat up straight, and did not do anything wrong. If you run away directly, you will really fall into the Yellow River. Okay, as long as you let me kick you hard, I'll guarantee that there will be a write-off between us. Tina crossed her hands at her waist, panting and looking at Clark, who didn't even have a drop of sweat left in front of her, and said breathlessly. Clark looked at Tina in embarrassment. If she really let Tina kick her corner, Tina might be even more hurt. "Well, I think I can treat you to a cup of coffee, how about it?" "You really still look down on Tina." Tina viciously continued to pounce on Clark. Chapter 18. Clark swore to heaven that he really didn't mean to look down on Colonel Tina, but helplessly, Tina seemed to now believe that Clark was despising herself. "Stop, Colonel, stop being vexatious." A solemn and thick, and full of cold temperament, sounded next to it. Although this voice seemed to be relieving Clark, Clark felt that the person next to him seemed to have some bad intentions. Even such a beautiful lady seems to be ignored in his eyes, and actually directly calls people's positions. Such a cold-blooded and ruthless guy, must be a pervert. Sure enough, the next moment, although the words spoken by this voice successfully prevented Tina from continuing to attack, it made Tina even more angry with Clark. If he really wants to do it, Colonel Tina, you see you now is already a corpse. Tina looked at this man who was dressed in a red coat, and there were more bright medals hanging on her body than herself, and the identity and status of Yeah were much higher than her, and turned away. It's just that the look in Clark's eyes before leaving is very unfriendly. Clark is very sad. Obviously this guy said something that makes you angry. How can you blame Clark's body? It really makes Clark sad. Sergeant Clark, I have been observing you since you came to the headquarters. Clark was covered in sweat and upside down. This man's words almost scared him, although don't look at his muscles, but he is not gay. This guy actually kept paying attention to him, and said such ambiguous words to him. Clark's figure moved, with a speed close to light, so that he didn't feel the slightest surprise, and moved away from this guy little by little. The red dog was about to continue talking, then rubbed his eyes and looked at Clark strangely, wondering in his heart. The red dog is really strange. How can this guy be motionless? But he feels that the distance between him and himself is getting longer and wider little by little. The red dog rubbed his eyes again, seeing that it was clear that the distance between himself and Clark was only about 10 meters just now, but now he suddenly had a 15-meter gap between him. Is this guy a ghost? How does it feel to float out to the back without moving? Because Clark uses extremely terrifying speed every time, within a very short distance, teleporting like a movement, the red dog's eyes cannot receive Clark's movement figure at all, and can only see that the position where Clark stands before and after every second is changing. This. What he wanted to say, the red dog forgot to continue. He looked at Clark in front of him exaggeratedly, didn't know how to describe it, what was going on. Is it that I am blind, or that the world has changed too much? The red dog rubbed his eyes vigorously again, and Clark was now 20 meters away from him. After feeling that after such a distance, he should no longer be infected by the red-clothed man who was gay, and Clark was relieved to boldly bark at the red dog. You guy who is not a gentleman at all, you observe what I want to do all day long. I will tell you first, I solemnly promise that in my lifetime, I will never engage in foundation. Although the red dog didn't know what it meant, seeing Clark's face facing him as if he had seen the plague, he subconsciously felt that this word was not a good word. He took a step forward and wanted to get closer in Clark's direction. This guy had so much to pay attention to. However, after the red dog took a step, he looked at Clark in amazement and rubbed his eyes for the third time. Heck, the distance between the two of them didn't change in the slightest. A fire rose in the heart of the red dog. He was the representative of one of the highest combat forces of the world government Navy headquarters, Admiral Akatsuki the Red Dog. In front of a guy who has just joined the Navy today, he is so humiliated. Moreover, there is nothing he can do with him. The red dog lowered his head, pressed the head on his head down, no longer spoke, but was silent, and began to stride in the direction of Clark. When Clark saw it, he was shocked. It was over. He was fancied by a pervert. Is this guy already planning to have a philosophical exchange with himself without saying a word? Clark had been trying to maintain a distance of 20 meters between the two, and shouted loudly at the red dog in front of him with his throat. I'll tell you, it's impossible for you to catch up with me in this life. You better die this heart. Although the same sex is true love, but I am a heterosexual cult. You go find someone else, please, let me go. The same as the Navy. Clark saw the medal on the man in front of him and knew that he must have a fairly high position, and he would not see him looking up in the Navy in the future. If he ran away directly today and didn't explain things clearly, what if this guy kept harassing himself in the future? Clark was horrified when he thought of such a scene. Bastard! Unexpectedly, the red dog Akatsuki in front of him seemed to be completely enraged, and did not answer, but just began to run quickly, wanting to approach Clark more and more. And Clark, as best he could, bitterly persuaded the red dog. In the Navy, the soldiers all saw a strange scene, and General Akatsuki, one of the three major generals that many Navy soldiers looked forward to, was frantically chasing a naval sergeant. According to the grapevine circulated by the naval soldiers at the scene, Senior Admiral Akatsuki seems to have unknown hobbies and secrets. Chapter 19. Do you know, General Akatsuki, the red dog, it seems that he has been running after a sergeant. You are wrong. I listened to my aunt's third aunt's little niece. You all don't know. In fact, General Sakaski, the Red Dog, he doesn't like women. A group of Navy soldiers looked at Clark, who was chased around by Red Dogs in the headquarters, and sympathy flashed in their eyes. Hey, this news is really exciting, no wonder General Sakaski is already this age and has not yet married. One by one, the naval soldiers gasped, and their eyes lit up as they passed this gossip to each other. In the headquarters of the Navy, in addition to training all day long, only the following superiors to the sea to eliminate pirates remained, and their lives were actually quite boring. Now that there is such a gossip that can adjust life, of course, choose to spread it quickly. Without Sakaski, the Red Dog, the story of him and Clark was already spreading rapidly within the headquarters of the Navy at a terrifying speed. And Sakaski is still trying to catch up with Clark, but Clark is a little impatient. This pervert has been entangled with himself. Stop, stop, you give me a stop, you keep chasing me, endlessly, right? Sakaski saw Clark take the initiative to stop, squinted, and stood in place, looking at Clark in front of him. This guy had just been able to maintain high-speed movement for so long under his all-host mechanism, and he had been keeping an almost constant distance from himself. This guy is not simple. Although Sakaski had been kept at such a distance by Clark's near play, he was not too angry. He was very angry today when he saw Clark, who had returned to the Navy headquarters with Garp, actually let the headquarters make such a huge joke. In Sakaski's heart, justice is sacred, absolute, and there is no room for blasphemy. And the most important center of the Navy representing justice in this world, the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford, should also be a place full of solemn atmosphere. And Clark, the party who made the whole Marineford boil, only to find out that it was a farce, also entered Sakaski's sight. He doesn't care if you are the one promoted by Vice Admiral Garp or not, and the matter of damaging the face of the Navy, Sakaski will never allow it. However, after seeing Clark's strange speed that can keep a certain distance from himself, Sakaski has a new idea. In his opinion, Clark, who was discovered by Garp, does have good potential. If such a person can use it for himself and recognize his own justice, then the strength of his subordinates can rise a lot. Don't look at the Navy's self-proclaimed righteous organization, but where there are people, there will be fights. Within the Navy, there are now 3 distinct factions based on 3 generals. One is to follow Sakaski's staunch martial arts faction to eradicate all pirates. The 2 outside Clark have not come into contact with the 2 generals now, and they don't know what their personalities are. Are you willing to be like me and become a righteous Navy? Sakaski stopped 20 meters from Clark and extended his hand to Clark, inviting him very sincerely. Clark plucked his ears and looked at the guy in front of him boredly. He thought that this man in red was really a gay. It turned out to be trying to recruit himself. Shouldn't they value their great power like those organizations on Earth, and want to turn themselves into their subordinates? I'm not interested, I'm already a Navy, and I'm Clark, and I'll only be Clark, and I'm not going to be like everyone else. If it's okay, I hope you don't appear in front of me in the future, bye. Clark turned and left, and suddenly, a burning breath gushed out behind him. Feeling the terrifying heat that made people sweat, Clark directly brushed his red cloak. A large flame hit Clark's cloak. Clark flicked his red cloak again, and a large ball of Mars was dusted to the ground by him. I said, I didn't provoke you. Clark turned around, his eyes reddened and looked at Sakaski behind him. This guy's one hand had turned into magma. It was obvious that the flame that attacked him just now was done by Sakaski. I want to see what is so remarkable about the person who is favored by Lieutenant General Garp. Burst. Before he finished speaking, 2 red rays erupted from Clark's eyes. The scorching rays are 2 red lasers emitted from Clark's eyes, with heat of up to 6,000 degrees and a powerful impact ability. If you are facing a strong enemy, the high temperature is only used to assist the impact force to cause damage to the enemy, but in the face of ordinary enemies, the intense temperature of the light shot at them alone makes them unbearable. So hot. Sakaski's body was instantly pierced by a ray with a huge impact, but the part that was pierced turned into fiery red scalding magma, which seemed to have no effect. However, the high temperature attached to the scorching rays made him a little unbearable. The temperature that his magma can emit is only about 1,000 to 2,000 degrees, and the scorching rays emitted from Clark's eyes already have 6,000 degrees Celsius comparable to the surface of the sun. Sakaski, the red dog who never thought that he would be burned by high temperature and flames, only felt that his magma body was actually slowly vaporizing under the terrifying temperature. His elemental body was being burned by this terrifying high temperature. Chapter 20. What kind of attack is this? The red dog Sakazuki felt the endless terrifying heat coming from the part of his body that was pierced by the hole, and the lava all over his body was slowly vaporizing under this terrifying temperature. This was already more than the maximum temperature he could withstand, and even the body that could elementalize immunity to physical attacks was already on the verge of collapse. Clark looked at Sakazuki, who had already seen a huge hole appear on half of his body, and closed his eyes sharply. The red dog Sakazuki only then cried out in grief, and then convulsed all over and fell to the ground. The masonry and stones on the ground were turned red and burned by the scorching temperature carried by the red dog. I said it's better not to appear in front of me in the future, okay? To be honest, I don't want to see you again at all. I didn't know what the identity of the guy in front of me was, and I didn't care at all. Clark only felt that the person in front of me was very annoying. He just refused him. He actually attacked himself directly from behind. If it weren't for the very strong defense ability of this set of Kryptonian armor and cape on his body, he would have been disgraced by this sneak attack fireball, and his hairstyle would have been messed up. The hairstyles are all messed up. How to attract the Navy inside, these beautiful young ladies like themselves. This guy is taking his life to stop the marriage between himself and the beautiful young lady. It's really hateful. In the future, I will see you once, hit you once, and I will do what I say. Punching Sakazuki the red dog viciously, Clark slapped his cloak and slapped down the cooling magma block that fell on it. Sakazuki fell to the ground, his whole body still emitting terrifying heat, and he could only watch as he swaggered away from his front with a weak body. This guy, how can it be so powerful? The red dog Sakazuki touched the place where his chest was pierced, and the terrifying heat remaining on his palm could still be felt. Sakazuki, who has never been afraid of flames and has what he considers to be the most powerful magma fruit among the flame demon fruits, thinks that he has stood on top of all the flame demon fruit abilities. But today, Clark taught him a deep lesson. On top of the magma fruit, there was actually a temperature that could almost burn him. Sakazuki lay on the ground for a long time, before the temperature slowly dropped and returned to normal, and his body began to slowly return to its original state in an elemental state. It's just that the miserable look he just fell to the ground has been seen by many soldiers of the Navy. They were still standing in the distance with dull faces, watching Sakazuki slowly stand up, like a lone wolf, slowly staggering away. I'm not mistaken. The Navy soldier swallowed his saliva with difficulty, then rubbed his eyes vigorously, and finally pinched the thighs of his companions around him fiercely. It wasn't until a scream came out of the mouth of his companion that the soldier continued to say dumbly. Just now, what happened just now? General Sakazuki, defeated by an unknown newcomer. That's right, you read it right, that newcomer just now really defeated the general. A group of soldiers walked together to the place where Sakazuki had just fallen, and through the traces left on the ground, they could feel the terrifying heat that was thrilling enough to completely melt the steel. It's unbelievable. One by one, you look at me, I look at you, and I am amazed. In the corner, a beautiful figure, chest is rising and falling violently, Tina is breathing rapidly, her back is against the wall, her head is still thinking back to the scene just now. Clark only relies on this pair of eyes, making Sakazuki kneel to the ground in pain. It turned out that Clark had really been humble to himself before, otherwise, he would probably be melted away along with the railing created by his fruit ability. Tina touched her heaving chest, and a hot fire suddenly burned in her heart. This man is so powerful, and he is a newcomer who has just joined the Navy. If she can get a good relationship with him, can she also get some secrets about strength? Tina was thrilled. She also wanted to become a heroine, a great naval warrior, instead of being treated as a vase like now, although she had achieved something. Tina quickly made up her mind and left quickly. She was going to inquire about this man. And at the headquarters of the Navy, the news that Sakazuki was defeated by a new man is spreading at a terrifying speed. After all, Sakazuki is the pillar of the Navy, representing the most powerful combat power of the Navy, and being knocked down in the Navy headquarters will undoubtedly attract the strong attention of all navies. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, have you seen it? Even that guy from Sakazuki is not an opponent at all. Garp laughed in the office of the Warring States, and the Warring States questioned the naval soldiers who had witnessed the whole process with their own eyes with a serious face, and after getting detailed information, the Warring States looked at the task that he had prepared before. Hiss. The warring states tore up the task previously arranged for Clark in 2 strokes, and this news had to make him reconsider his positioning of Clark. Garp, tell me honestly, what kind of power does this Clark have? Didn't I tell you, Sengoku, but I told you, don't underestimate him, we guys of the old times are no longer opponents at all. Sengoku looked at Garp's unreliable appearance, and still couldn't believe that Clark already had the power to surpass himself and Garp. However, next, the arrangement of Clark should be able to fully see Clark's ability. Chapter 21. Stinky boy, wake me up. Early in the morning, when the sky was still dark, in Clark's room, the old and cunning old man Garp quietly slipped in. He looked at Clark, who was lying asleep in his dress, seemingly defenseless against any attack that might come, and a smile appeared in the corner of his eye. This stinky boy has always been not good at respecting him as an old man. Let the old man Garp teach you this stinky boy a good lesson today. Garp slapped his huge slap and scraped towards Clark's face, seeing that his palm was getting closer and closer to Clark's face, and the smile on Garp's face was even bigger. Wow, today the old man also has the opportunity to teach this stinky boy a good lesson. This guy didn't give the old man a little face before, and when he fought with the old man, he didn't know to leave a little face for the old man. Actually beat him into the water in front of so many of his naval soldiers. Old man Garp smiled wickedly and increased his efforts to slap Clark in the face. With a click, the arm like steel, easily like pincers, firmly grasped the arm of Garp who wanted to sneak attack. It hurts, it hurts. Old man Garp shouted loudly, and then his other hand continued to hit Clark in the face, and today he had to hit Clark. However, even in sleep, his senses are countless times more sensitive than ordinary people, and Clark, who can clearly hear the voices of people on the Earth even when flying in the orbit of the Earth's satellites, has long captured Garp after Garp entered the room. Seeing that Garp shamelessly wanted to sneak up on himself while he was asleep, Clark did not break it, let alone wake up directly, pretending that his body reacted naturally to the sneak attack, and kicked Garp in the face before he had time to break free. Boom. There was a loud bang in the naval dormitory in the early morning, and a strong figure broke through the wall from the dormitory and flew out. Stinky boy, you actually did such a heart-wrenching thing to your old husband, you really me off. Garp, who hit a wall and then jumped out of the collapsed masonry, patted the dust on his body like a nobody, and began to shout at Clark, who was standing next to the dormitory with a large hole broken. Clark yawned and pretended to be sleepy-eyed. Ah, it's old man Garp, I was still sleeping just now, I don't know anything, what's wrong? Is it that I unconsciously defended and counterattacked in my sleep, who just wanted to attack me? Hearing Clark's words, a cold sweat broke out on Garp's forehead. This shrewd guy is really not cheap for the old man to take advantage of. Ahem, I just wanted to wake you up, forget it, since you have sobered up, let's hurry up and train, smelly boy, as a navy, you have to train more, the old man personally taught you today. Garp looked at Clark, and his heart became proud again, smelly boy, I must hit you well later. Clark nodded, he was actually quite interested in the naval moves that Garp said. Being able to make the human body burst out dozens of times the power far beyond the boundaries of his own body is a physical technique that is enough to interest Clark. And after the two left, in several dormitories next to Clark's dormitory, a group of naval non-commissioned officers stuck out their heads one by one enviously and looked in the direction the two left. It's really envious, I actually let Lord Garp value it so much. In the training ground of the naval base, there is never a shortage of people who have worked hard in the Navy, and if they want to get ahead in this place where the strong are born, then they must have a great opportunity, such as obtaining a devil fruit and becoming a devil fruit ability. Or it is necessary to train diligently and hard, and the physical masters in the Navy like Garp are also trained from hard training overnight. At this time, in this naval training base that at least colonel-level officers can enter, Garp directly led Clark, who was still a sergeant, into the base with the privilege of his status. Lieutenant General Garp. Garp is a pure faith for these soldiers and officers in the Navy, and when he saw Garp's arrival, many people saluted him and looked at Garp without blinking. The sixth style of the Navy is a physical skill that is not passed down within the Navy, but for these future pillars of the Navy, these elite generals and colonel-level officers in the headquarters are basically required to learn one or two moves. Furthermore, not only do you need to have that kind of qualification, but you also need to have guidance from strong people in this area. Because this training is comparable to hellish pain and torture, it requires terrifying willpower beyond ordinary people to be able to train successfully. You guys continue to train, I'm here to take this stinky boy to see it today. Garp said hello and smiled and took Clark deeper in, although the warring states are not completely convinced of Clark's situation now, but Garp has already made up his mind to let this guy contact the Navy 6 as soon as possible, so that he has more sense of belonging to the Navy. Clark boy, the 6 styles are extremely powerful physical techniques, and your physical strength has long reached the standard, so I won't train you the most basic. Now, I will show you the basic moves of the Navy 6 styles. Chapter 22. The 6 was used once by Garp next to each other in front of Clark, but then Garp patted Clark on the shoulder. Your body is already as hard as steel, you don't need to practice iron at all. Well, the flying ability of usse has no effect on you, and Arashi can give you more of the same means of long-range attacks. If you think about it, if you use Arashi foot with your power, you can unscrupulously and continuously send out terrible kicks that can cut everything in the sky. And, if you use the shaving technique, your speed burst can reach a much higher level. The more Garp spoke, the more excited he became, and he even danced to dance. However, Clark shook his head, and after Garp explained and demonstrated the 6 styles, he clearly knew that in the 6 styles, the moon step, the iron block and the shaving actually did not have any effect on himself. Although shaving can make a person burst into powerful speed in an instant, for Clark, who already has a maximum speed close to the speed of light, shaving's method of increasing speed by bursting in place is actually useless. After reaching extremely high speed, the movements that Shave used to repeat to provide explosive speed also became extremely slow in Clark's eyes. All the details of Garp's 6 styles were all taken in by Clark's eyes little by little, and he already understood that even if he didn't need such a skill, his instantaneous explosive speed had reached an amazing point. Now, only 3 skills remain: Arashi foot, finger gun, and paper drawing. Arashi is quite good, using super high-speed kicks to create a vacuum in the air and slash enemies. As long as he knows the principle and how Arashi uses it, Clark, who has unparalleled strength and speed, can easily use the terrifying Arashi kick that has never been seen before. And the finger gun is not bad. Clark's own body is countless times harder than steel, and the power of the whole body is concentrated behind the fingers, and released together, which can make the fingertips have terrible piercing and destructive power. However, what Clark values the most is the paper painting in the 6 styles, which can let go of the strength of the whole body, and by sensing the airflow generated by the enemy's attack, let their body be like paper, sway with the airflow, and avoid the enemy's attack. However, Clark really likes the role of paper painting, which can make people let go of their power. His whole body has been fully exercised, and the sun is charging his body with radiation all the time, making every cell in his body explosive and terrifying. This is also the reason why he does not dare to easily contact ordinary people, and the slightest trace of his strength can seriously injure ordinary people who have not received any training. If he can temporarily unload the power of his whole body, no, even if he can only temporarily unload half of the power in his body. He felt that he could have a friendly exchange with the beautiful naval lady he met yesterday, instead of playing with her. Shaving is useless for me, old man Garp, I can't use this technique. Hell, Clark boy, you're bragging to me again. Shaving can make a person's speed explode 10 times or more in an instant. You actually say it's useless. Garp didn't believe Clark, and although he knew that Clark's speed was as fast as a ghost, and it was difficult for him to react, he still thought that shaving such a technique would be useful to Clark. If Clark's ghostly speed increased a lot again, I am afraid that no one in the whole world would be able to catch the trace of this guy. Clark scratched his head. How to explain to old man Garp? His flying limit speed has long exceeded the scope of what shaving can do, not to mention, when he flies, he is not flying by his feet. Clark, this is the most powerful physical move in the Navy, don't tell me you don't want to learn it at all. Garp's serious voice attracted the concern of a group of naval officers outside. Garp is one of the most powerful navies in the Navy. With his personal teaching, mastering the 6 styles takes much less time than his own hard work before. And now there are actually people who refuse Vice Admiral Garp's teaching? The officers were in disbelief, and they all looked at the tall back of Garp from the outside. If only Lieutenant General Garp would teach them. Even if they suffer a lot, they can persevere, but this guy somehow rejected Mr. Garp, which is really infuriating. A group of naval officers looked at Clark with a bad look, Feeling this change in atmosphere, Garp was also quite proud. No matter what, his reputation in the Navy legend is rarely matched. How about it, Clark boy, you have to think clearly. The 6 styles are definitely very suitable for you. With your physical fitness, after mastering the 6 styles, you can definitely shock the whole world. Garp followed the seduction. Clark shook his head helplessly. Maybe, let you see, the real power. Clark's eyes froze, his eyes instantly became serious, and the red cloak fluttered high behind him, making him look particularly serious at this moment. Old man Garp, look good. Knock knock. Knock. Just for a moment, Clark's legs seemed to have completely disappeared from Garp's eyes, one after another, and they continued to step on the spot violently. Every sound of hitting the ground was like a terrible heavy hammer striking in everyone's hearts. Stepping on the ground furiously, due to the speed, the air became hot, and sparks continued to burst out. The terrifying seismic wave made the ground tremble violently, and the impact that penetrated deep into the soul had already made the entire naval headquarters begin to tremble. What the hell is this man? He, in his body, lives a god. Covering their ears, they still felt a steady stream of unprecedented shocks, and they slammed into their hearts one by one, and the naval officers, their souls trembled at this moment. Chapter 23. Knock knock. Extremely fast knock sound continued to ring throughout the Navy headquarters. The ground was shaking, and everyone was trembling. The island of Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, has never been shaken so violently. This sudden sound of a huge earthquake like a natural disaster was really fatal. All the buildings were shaking their bodies desperately in this violent tremor, and huge cracks appeared on the bodies of every huge building. The building of the tallest naval headquarters on the island, which symbolizes the justice of the Navy and has always been the symbol of the Navy, is trembling violently, and the terrifying cracks are spreading little by little. Earthquake, earthquake. And behind the naval headquarters of Marineford, the families of the many naval officers who lived one by one ran out of the house in horror, gathered in a wide place, and shivered as they watched the thrilling cracks appear above the house. Even the sea near Marineford boiled with it, and countless seawater was shaking, swinging higher and higher, as if it was about to form a huge wave rising into the sky, and slammed fiercely on the ships docked in the harbor again and again. Stop, Clark, stop, Clark, I've seen it. Hearing the terrifying shouts that kept coming from outside, Garp and the officers at the center of the shock were even more shocked, and they had been facing this panicking scene. The ground beneath Clark's feet had sunken deeply, and the surrounding ground had also sunk down a lot, and one by one shocking cracks were emanating outwards. One Navy officer did not dare to breathe, until Clark was stopped by Garp, and he gently breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as this breath relaxed, a rumbling sound sounded in the ground under his feet. Poof, poof. The naval officer, along with several companions around him, plunged deep into the huge crater that suddenly appeared under his feet. A large collapse appeared on the ground, and the vulnerable floor, which had been destroyed by the violent shaking, had long been overwhelmed. When the naval officer breathed a sigh of relief and did not adjust his balance, the land near Clark once again collapsed in a large area. With a loud bang, the floor around Clark sank down a large area, and a group of naval officers were caught off guard, and all fell down and fell into the pit. Garp looked at Clark standing in the deep pit with some trepidation. The ground under his feet had turned into a pool of fiery red lava, and the hot temperature was spreading outward wantonly. It's terrible, stinky boy, you're in trouble again. Garp pointed at Clark while cursing, while looking at Clark who stood unharmed in the fiery red-hot liquid. His legs did not change, and his face did not even wrinkle his eyebrows. Such a body is simply like a god. It was lava that even steel could easily melt, but it could not cause the slightest damage to Clark's body and the armor on his body, which made Garp to be shocked. Even if he faces Sasuke's lava fist, he needs to use armed color domineering energy to wrap his body in order to isolate the heat of Sasuke's fist and protect his body. But Clark is not armed with domineering at all, he is completely relying on the strength of the flesh to resist the heat of the lava. Garp had a deep question in his heart, such a godlike body, if angry, who else can stop this man? Do you still need to teach Clark the Navy 6 style? He doesn't seem to need it, and if he understands the armed color domineering, Garp can hardly imagine that there is anything else in this world that can break Clark's defenses. Clark lifted his foot and walked out of the lava sludge that had gradually cooled down and solidified. He blew lightly on his feet, and a large breath of white cold air gushed out, freezing all the mud on his feet. Then, Clark pulled out hard with a hard force, and the ice shattered, but all the mud on his feet was cleaned up. Old man Garp, I'll just say that shaving is useless to me. You kick your feet in place dozens or even dozens of times, and let yourself have a huge explosive speed. But for me, there was only one consequence of doing so, and that was that the ground was completely trampled by me. Garp looked at the place where Clark had just stood, which had been reduced to ruins. The most important thing is that this entire training base has become devastated in a huge earthquake, and it will collapse almost at any time. Looking at the crumbling training base, Garp only felt a headache. How could he not believe the words of Clark Kid? This is good. This huge training base alone has basically been scrapped. Coupled with the screams that came from outside just now, it was not difficult for Garp to imagine what a terrible situation happened to the entire island under the violent shaking just now. This is not good. Let's quickly find a ship to run out on a mission, and then come back when the warring states are deflated. Garp himself came up with a bad idea, and he heard the angry and corrupted shouts of the warring states from behind. Okay, Garp, I'm still wondering who can make such a huge movement, and it really can't escape from you. Garp was sweating profusely, turned around and saw the warring states getting closer and closer, and raised his legs as if running away. Chapter 24. However, the marshal of the warring states, who was extremely familiar with his old friend, could already see what this guy wanted to do. Before Caputa could take a step, the marshal of the warring states, who had already chased the movement and ran to this place, already shouted out angrily. Garp, if you bastard dares to escape in front of me, I will let you not eat any senbei for a month. Garp's raised leg hung stiffly in the air, damn it, and he was caught by Sengoku again to threaten him. Listening to Garp's complaints that seemed to be a little dissatisfied, the warring states did not fight anywhere, pedaled over, grabbed Garp's collar, pointed to the marks on the ground, and asked loudly. What's going on here? Why did the entire headquarters of the Navy shake? Sengoku glanced at the naval non-commissioned officers who were lying on the ground like the sky collapsed, and looked at Garp's eyes, and became even more angry. This bastard Garp always comes up with something big to get himself to wipe his ass. Marshal of the warring states, I do know something. Vice Admiral Garp wants to teach me the Navy 6 style, but I feel a little inappropriate, so I rejected Mr. Garp, but... Clark stepped forward with a fleeting bad smile on his face, and after saying a few words, he paused, successfully hanging the attention of the Sengoku. But what? You say it quickly. Sengoku asked Clark while holding on to Garp, who felt bad and wanted to break free and escape. However, Lieutenant General Garp insisted that I learn shaving, a move that can make people burst out dozens of times faster in an instant, so, as you can see, I practiced shaving a little and became like this. Garp, you bastard. You bastard, don't you know the power of this guy best, and let him deliberately burst out such a powerful force. Sengoku just glanced at the deeply sunken ground in the place Clark pointed to, and the terrifying shoe prints on the ground that seemed to have been tempered countless times, and even if they had just been covered by high-temperature lava, they did not leave a trace of shoes. That piece of ground, which was heavily condensed by Clark's countless stamps, into a masses of incomparably hard and high-density substance, which was dented by Clark's incomparably strong shoe prints, I am afraid that it is difficult for anyone other than Clark to erase it. Ahaha, it's just a little food. Garp played his rogue skills, looking left and right, digging his huge nostrils, and his fingers were still leisurely twirling in his nostrils. The anger of the warring states rushed to his heart. Well, you old man Garp who doesn't make people worry. Just when the warring states was about to open his mouth to reprimand a good meal, the roof above the training base had long been dilapidated and cracked because he was in the center of the shock. Now, there was a sudden click, and all the cracks spread out densely around, and then, the roof collapsed, shattering down with Kapu and Sengoku below. Of course, for these two strongest men in the Navy, such a thing would not pose any threat to them at all. It's just that if both people turn gray in front of a group of naval officers, then it will damage the image of the two. Although Garp did not care, Sengoku still had to maintain his majesty as a naval marshal. When Sengoku loosened Garp's collar and was about to leave the collapsing building with Garp, a look of eagerness suddenly appeared on Clark's face. He clearly remembered that old man Garp actually wanted to sneak up on him this morning, but he brazenly ran into his room and wanted to give himself 2 big ear scrapers. Although Garp is not murderous, This evil taste is firmly remembered by Clark, and just putting all the responsibility on Garp is already a slap in the face that he has not been able to succeed. However, a somewhat frightening smile appeared on Clark's face, and his speed was so fast that he instantly came behind Garp and shouted, "Lieutenant General Garp, Marshal of the Warring States, be careful." After handing it over, Clark, who had a bad smile, kicked Garp's ass at a speed that Garp couldn't react. Garp's body slammed forward, crashed into Sengoku's body, and flew out of the collapsed area with him. Clark laughed treacherously, allowing the crumbling house to crush him in the rubble. After a violent shaking, the sound of the collapse gradually dissipated, and a large group of naval soldiers ran towards it, and Clark rushed out of the ruins with a grey face, anxiously asking everyone, "Lieutenant General Garp and Marshal of the Warring States are okay?" Looking at the look of genuine concern on Clark's face, the group of naval officers were all moved. Clark's ability to dedicate himself to Lieutenant General Garp and Marshal of the Warring States at a critical moment is really touching. However, pursuing Clark's concern, a group of people quickly looked in the direction of the Marshal of the Warring States and Lieutenant General Garp, who were rescued by Clark from the danger area. Hiss. Everyone gasped together, and Lieutenant General Garp actually fell intimately on the body of the Marshal of the Warring States in the eyes of everyone, and a big face was on the shoulder of the Marshal of the Warring States. Moreover, his mouth was also intimately kissed on the face of the Marshal of the Warring States. However, what is even more suffocating is that one of his fingers was accidentally eaten by the Marshal of the Warring States into his mouth. A group of naval officers quickly diverted their gaze and rubbed their eyes fiercely, and if they remembered correctly, Vice Admiral Garp seemed to have dug his own nostrils with this finger just now. Chapter 25. Clark nodded in satisfaction, and then turned his head, although he was very successful in retaliating against Old Man Garp and making him ugly. But I have to say that such a scene is too spicy for the eyes. He almost didn't control himself, and directly sprayed burning light from his eyes. Garp and Sengoku also realized the embarrassing situation they were in now, and they actually became in this posture in front of everyone. The most terrifying thing was that there were countless naval soldiers rushing here, and Garp quickly got up, stood up from the Warring States, and then wiped his mouth with his own hands. However, the feeling of kissing the face of the Warring States just now vaguely surfaced in his mind, and the thought of kissing himself on that face full of vicissitudes and ancient atmosphere, full of folds, Kappa's stomach churned. He directly covered his stomach and vomited. Now it's really disgusting to think about himself just now. And Sengoku's face was even more stiff. He and Garp have been friends for so many years, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are a friendship that surpasses the life and death of brothers. As a marshal, Sengoku, who has always wiped Garp's ass, although he will feel embarrassed and angry because he was kissed by Garp, but these are not enough to really make him angry. What really made him feel extremely angry was actually that the finger that had just finished buttoning Kappa's nose was actually directly pierced into his mouth. And because he suddenly suffered from a foreign object invading his body, the Marshal of the Warring States instinctively closed his mouth, which led him to completely experience the taste of the latest booger of an unreliable old man Garp. Disgusting. The Marshal of the Warring States stood up and vomited upside down. The sun and the moon were without light. Hearing the sound of Garp also vomiting behind him, he trembled with anger, and a huge anger emerged from his body, and he couldn't wait to press Garp to the ground and rub it fiercely. Sengoku actually forcibly suppressed his feeling of vomiting, turned around and looked at Garp angrily, and saw Garp's old face, thick lips, and thick nostrils. Disgusting. The Marshal of the Warring States once again couldn't help but turn over the river in his stomach, covered his stomach and vomited. Clark took a group of officers who witnessed this miraculous scene with a palpitation, and carefully retreated far away without leaving a trace. "Lieutenant General Garp, Marshal of the Warring States, what's going on, are you all right?" At this time, King Jikuzen, who felt the huge movement of the naval headquarters, flew over the ruins with a light body and slowly landed. The only ones who answered him were two vomit voices with a thick sour smell. The green pheasant took 2 steps back without a trace, and used his ability to block the air outside his nostrils. Finally, he vomited out almost everything in his stomach, and the 2 people stood up straight slowly, glanced at each other, and covered their mouths again. "Why are you all standing here? Continue training when you should train. Go to maintain the collapsed building to see where it needs to be repaired. Such a big thing happened. Do you guys know to be in a daze here?" The majestic voice of the warring states made the hearts of these officers, as if they had found the backbone of their hearts, and began to continue their training and work. However, in their hearts, they quietly left a little memory of the picture they saw today. I'm afraid that today's picture of Marshal of the Warring States and Lieutenant General Garp will always be remembered by them. Wait, remember, for me, what happened today is classified as the top secret of the Navy, and absolutely no one is allowed to reveal it. Sengoku thought for a while, but still reluctantly issued a gag order, and then waited viciously for Garp to take a look. If it weren't for him, would he be so ugly today? Garp touched his head, but felt that something was wrong. There was no doubt that he was kicked out by Clark, the smelly boy, just now. However, that smelly boy also held the kindness of not letting them not be buried by the ruins at that moment. It's just, why did the kick that kicked his ass feel like a coincidence? This bastard boy, it shouldn't be intentional. A hint of strangeness appeared in Garp's heart, and he quietly glanced at Clark, saw the obvious smile on the stinky boy's face, and immediately gritted his teeth. This is clearly a good thing done by Clark, the smelly boy. Garp rolled his eyes. Okay, Clark, you actually made the old man so ugly, then the old man will also let you try the anger when the old man is angry. Sengoku, I thought of making Clark suitable for what kind of work, not only can show the strength of Clark Kid, but also let this guy see the most cutting-edge combat power in this world. A sinister voice came out of Garp's mouth, and the hateful smelly boy actually made people so ugly. Sengoku regained his previous calmness and calm, his face was as usual, and he asked Garp, "What kind of mission? Weren't you there to complain some time ago that there was an unknown collision between Whitebeard and Redhead, who can affect the whole world? Moreover, the naval fleet sent to monitor them has also been completely destroyed, so if it is Clark, not only can he retreat from the whole body, but maybe he can also get detailed information about the collision between them from their mouths. It's just that Garp doesn't know at all that he can actually directly change this task of probing intelligence to annihilation." Chapter 26. Garp accidentally kicked the stone of the ruin, easily covering all the things he had just vomited. Nodding in satisfaction, Garp felt that he was still a legendary sailor full of brilliance, and beckoned to Clark. "How about it, do you want to learn the Navy 6 well?" Garp said to Clark, still not forgetting to encourage Clark. After all, although shaving, moon steps and iron blocks basically have no effect on Clark, there are still 3 types of 6 that can be learned. Clark nodded. "I figured it out, paper painting is a good fit for me." Garp stumbled and almost didn't fall to the ground, which was completely unexpected. Generally speaking, when there is an opportunity to learn the 6 styles, the Navy will choose iron pieces that are biased towards defense, or finger guns that are biased towards attack, and shaves that strengthen speed. After all, each of the 6 styles requires a lot of hard training to master. Just practicing any of these styles can bring earth-shaking changes to people and bring them great strength. Only the accumulation of time can make people slowly master all the 6 style tricks, but the one who specializes in it is definitely the one who learns first. Everyone else hopes to be able to obtain the 6 styles of enhanced attack, and this strange boy actually likes to learn to be able to unload his own power and make his body like paper, fluttering paper painting. I really don't understand what this guy is thinking. Just with his indestructible body, do you still need to dodge the attacks of others? Old man Garp had a sad face on his face, although he was the most powerful physical skill in the entire Navy, but on the other hand, his strongest was the 6 styles related to attack and defense. Coupled with his extremely strong armed color domineering, he has a pair of terrifying fists. Even if he is a natural ability, he is hit by him, only under this pair of terrible fists, drink hatred. His name is the Iron Fist Kappa that is famous on the sea. And the paper painting in the 6 styles happens to be the one he is least good at. Straight to and fro, rampage and accustomed to Kapu, the mastery of paper painting is not as advanced as other masteries. And the entire Navy, there are almost no good people with paper painting, which can make old man Garp difficult. He didn't think that his experience of practicing paper painting could guide Clark to unload the terrifying power from him. Garp couldn't help but feel a little envious of Clark. This guy had terrifying power in his body, like a god living in his body. What he wants to do is to loosen this force and experience the feeling of being able to freely integrate into the society of ordinary people. Even after crossing over to the Superman Clark's body, Clark's soul was once just an ordinary person. Excessive power makes him admired and respected by everyone, but also makes him invisibly rejected by everyone. The loneliness of the soul and the loneliness without a girlfriend have been deeply tormenting Clark's psyche. If he could, Clark wanted to completely evolve his power now, let his speed reach a level where he could warp time beyond the speed of light, and then go back in time and tell his younger self not to be in such a hurry to let himself exercise and develop his power. After all, invincibility is really too lonely. Clark closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his mind became empty, but this look fell in Garp's eyes, and he felt that it was just Clark pretending to be lonely. The temperament on his body is like the loneliness without an opponent. If it weren't very likely that not only could he not beat Clark, but he wouldn't even be able to touch this guy, Garp would definitely educate him with the iron fist of love like he taught his grandson Luffy. Pretending to be forced is not only struck by lightning, but also white-eyed. However, Clark didn't care at all about the strange gazes of Garp and Sengoku next to him. "Okay, old man Garp, tell me, what do you want me to do?" Garp was stunned. This guy just heard the conversation between himself and the Sengoku. This ear is still as sensitive as ever. Clark, some time ago, in the second half of the Great Voyage, the place where the pirates became the New World, and the pirate Whitebeard, who ruled the largest in the New World, one of the four forces called the Four Emperors, had an unknown collision with the pirate red-haired Shanks. Both of them possessed terrible powers that shook the world, but the ships we sent to monitor Whitebeard have now all disappeared and been wiped out by Whitebeard and Redhead. I want you to find out what happened between them, for the safety of the whole world, so our navy needs to approach them with as few men as possible to get intelligence without angering Whitebeard. Sengoku bowed very sincerely to Clark, a move that stunned the naval non-commissioned officers who secretly glanced inside from time to time outside. A great navy like the Marshal of the Warring States would actually grovel to a naval sergeant? They didn't know that after the Sengoku rushed to this place and learned that Clark had shaken the entire Marineford with just his feet, they already had a rough estimate of Clark's strength. In his heart, Clark definitely possessed the power of the Golden Lion Shiji, who was comparable to or even surpassed the Brain Navy headquarters 20 years ago. Because 20 years ago, it was also the battle between the Golden Lion Shiji and Garp and the three of the Warring States that almost destroyed the entire Marineford. At that time, it was still when he and Garp were at their strongest and strongest. Now, although their experience, combat skills, and even fighting skills are richer, and their combat ability is stronger, they do not have the same physical strength as before. Clark, on the other hand, appeared in the Navy, making him feel ecstatic that he could take over the banner of the two. He can shake the island with the strength of his body alone, and when he exerts all his power, I don't know how far he can go. The eyes of the Warring States were full of expectation. Chapter 27. Clark feels very passive, and what Sengoku is doing now is like saving ordinary people who were affected by disasters during his time on Earth. They are trapped in disaster because of their weakness, their lives are in danger, and they hope that a superhero will save them. And Superman, who can easily do such a thing, has become the savior in their minds. But in this way, it also brought extremely heavy shackles to Clark's body on Superman's body at the beginning. The world is experiencing disasters all the time, and you will never be able to take care of everyone in the world. Those who have been saved by Clark regard Clark as a god and are grateful in their hearts. And people who pray hard in their hearts, but when Superman Clark lacks skills, do not usher in salvation, and finally experience disasters, deep pain, and even disabilities, they will resent Superman in their hearts. No matter what he does, whether Clark does it or not, with such great power, Clark will always feel inexplicably that there are always many people who want to kill themselves or expel themselves. More extremely, it is the one that grabs itself and takes its power for itself. Just like Batman Wayne in Gotham City, he has obviously changed the original plot, and after attracting General Zod's group, he brought them to a deserted place. It was only a little bit that the environment was destroyed by the fierce battle, and he actually decided to prepare everything and kill himself because he felt that he had too much power, and he didn't know if the next moment would cause great harm to the world. From that moment on, Clark was completely heartbroken for the human beings on Earth in addition to adopting their own parents. He knew that the Earth would usher in a wave of greater crises next, and Steppenwolf would invade the Earth and snatch the three mother boxes to destroy the Earth. Witches who arrive from another world will summon terrible things, destroy the entire era of civilization, and return the whole world to the barbaric era of fearing them and worshipping them as gods. Stark, the military industry giant in New York, will transform into Iron Man, and then make the entire Earth fall into the interstellar era, ushering in waves of alien attacks. He chose to leave. "You all hate Superman," Clark's words, "then deal with the next disaster yourself. Anyway, Clark is just a Kryptonian you hate." After successfully reproducing offspring, the Kryptonians will return to Earth, the place where he was born and raised, and see how you deal with waves of great disasters. You are determined to drive away the savior who has no ill will towards the Earth, then suffer the consequences of not having Clark yourself. Clark's body shook for a while, and the resentment in his heart made a trace of evil in his body, and Sengoku and Garp looked at Clark in front of him with some horror. Just now, they felt a terrible breath. But shaking their heads, the cloak and the armor on Clark's body, which had just shown a hint of turning black in their eyes, were still as bright as new. "Is it an illusion?" Sengoku shook his head with some fear and looked at Clark, hoping that the terrifying scene of the future he had just seen when he was oppressed by that terrifying and indescribable momentum was not real. "Okay, I can promise you, this is the mission." Clark made a point of emphasizing that this should only be a task, and he didn't want to be held hostage by anyone morally anymore. "Of course, this is just a task, and after completing it, you will receive the corresponding military merit and remuneration." Clark grinned, his smile bright. "That couldn't be better. Well, I will ask people to give you the ships to prepare for travel, the permanent pointers for sailing, and I will also tell you the contact information of the informants of the Navy in the New World. You prepare for 2 days, and after 2 days, start the mission." Sengoku took Garp away with a big stride, and he didn't relax at all about the palpitating feeling that had just arisen in his heart. After Sengoku and Garp left, many naval soldiers began to run to the ruins blindfolded and work hard one by one. Clark looked. Hey, still a group of old acquaintances. Even Garp's subordinate Kaba was there. The group was apparently used to Garp making trouble in the naval base, and then came over to wipe his ass and repair the building, just like when they went to the capital of Seven Waters to catch Luffy. Smiled and said hello to Kirby, flew out of the place in the blink of an eye, slipped away, and Clark flew to the place where the family gathered behind Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. It fell gently to the ground, and although the vibration was also felt here because it was far away from the headquarters, there were no broken cracks on many buildings like in the main department. When the houses on the island were originally built, they had corresponding seismic functions, and the houses on this side only seemed to have some scattered things that fell to the ground and did not suffer more damage. In the early morning, many of the families of the naval officers had already packed up their houses, walked out, and began to buy things at the market. Clark walks in this town full of life and energy, and although he wears a blue close-fitting suit, there are not many mavericks in this world. His outfit only made people look at it a little more, but it didn't attract more attention. This feeling, in fact, is not bad. "Tina wants to buy this, how much?" At this moment, a familiar voice came back from the front. Chapter 28. Clark's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the beautiful naval lady who caused a misunderstanding with herself before? The morning sun shines on her body, making her feel more beautiful and beautiful. But Clark was not ready to say hello to her, and only yesterday he had a little unpleasantness with this beautiful lady, and people were still angry in their hearts. At this time, all to do is to leave quietly, raise your legs, pretend not to see anything, and walk out in another direction. Wait. Clark. At this moment, Clark, not at all wanting to hear the call, sounded behind him. Clark turned around, a ray of morning light draped over his short silky black hair, and the morning sun shone down Clark's strong body. The bumpy 8-pack abs and tall, hardy, and handsome cheeks made Tina, who suddenly saw Clark's appearance at this moment, her heart beat faster and her breathing became rapid. Clark, who looks like this, naturally exudes a masculine and robust, unconsciously attractive atmosphere. And because he saved countless disasters on the Earth, he was admired by countless people, and he had a different kind of heroic temperament. This temperament combined with his handsome and masculine appearance made his sudden smile on Tina seem to become particularly charming. My God, how could I have thought that this nasty guy had become so handsome and charming in an instant? Tina thought incredulously in her heart. Miss Tina, is there anything you want to find me? A gentle voice came from Clark's throat, and looking at Clark's face, which had become slightly blurred in the morning light, Tina only felt that the man in front of her had an incredible hazy beauty. She kept looking at Clark, but felt that she had come to another world, only to see Clark keep opening her mouth, but she didn't hear anything. It wasn't until Clark gently waved his palm in front of her that it pulled her back into the real world from her own thoughts. For no reason, Tina's little face turned red and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I just lost my mind." Tina whispered, looking at this man who was misunderstood by himself yesterday, but always insisted on not doing it with himself, afraid of hurting himself. "Did you just join the Navy, Clark?" "That's right, beautiful Miss Tina, I joined the Navy with old man Garp." Tina's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the information she investigated yesterday was also this. And the naval hero Vice Admiral Garp is a legendary figure she has always admired, and is a comrade in arms with her teacher's former Admiral Zifa. That. Tina suddenly twisted a little, remembering that she had wrongly blamed such a gentle man yesterday, and had always wanted to compete with him, and her face was blushing. "If it was yesterday, I don't think Miss Tina should mind. Let's find a good place and talk slowly." Clark also did not expect that the girl yesterday seemed to have changed her appearance today and was no longer hostile to herself. It's just that neither of them noticed that when the two left together and looked for a place to chat, a group of naval non-commissioned officers sneakily came out from various places, imposing. "Damn it, Miss Tina has never smiled at me like that." It's just that Miss Tina is actually alone with a man, which is too dangerous. A group of naval soldiers, you look at me and I look at you, but they look at each other, and none of them want to follow. After all, yesterday they had seen the terrifying power of being directly stepped on by Clark and using an air shock blast to blow them out. "Well, I heard that Brigadier General Smog has returned from the New World today. He and Colonel Tina are classmates, and Brigadier General Smog will definitely be able to help us free Miss Tina from that man's clutches." A group of naval soldiers quickly ran towards the military port in port. At the port of the naval headquarters, Smog and his deputy Dusty, who had just returned from the New World, still had a strong smell of blood on them. After the events in Alabaston occurred, due to some world governments, the Straw Hat Pirates, who originally saved the entire kingdom of Alabaston, continued to sail in the name of the evil pirates. And Commodore Smog originally went to capture the pirate gang, but in the process he was helped by the Straw Hat Pirates to overthrow Clockdar, who wanted to subvert the entire kingdom of Alabaston and His Majesty Kaiwasi. The main force of this incident is obviously the Straw Hat Boys, but in the end, all the credit fell on Smog, and he was officially promoted to Brigadier General. But for the righteous Smog, this is humiliation. Therefore, Smog took his deputy Dusty into the New World and began to fight bloody battles with the powerful pirates in the New World. After they learned of the Justice Island incident made by the Straw Hat Gang that shocked the whole world, he had just finished his journey to hunt down the captain of a pirate group with a bounty of 50 million Bailey on an unnamed island in the New World, and he was about to return to the naval headquarters. With a hint of awe in the eyes of the naval soldiers behind him, Smog and his deputy Dusty slowly walked off the ship, and their bodies were still filled with the smell of blood left by the hard fight. At this moment, a group of navies that Smog did not know hurriedly rushed towards this place. "Brigadier General Smog, Brigadier General Smog, go and get Colonel Tina out of that guy's hands." As soon as Smog heard Tina's name, the actual on his body suddenly changed, and a huge bloody murderous aura burst out from him. It is obvious that the name Tina occupies a lot of weight in his heart. What happened to Tina? Smog took a step forward, and the momentum on his body became even more terrifying, and the oppressive group of naval soldiers only felt that they had been enveloped in a terrible smoke. Chapter 29. If you like this novel, please give me super chat for motivate me for making next part, and I will give nothing but love you, but don't think I'm gay. I love girls, hope you get girl, but I know it's impossible, wise you bad luck. Chapter 30. So hard. If a lovely lady said such things to herself, Clark would definitely jump up happily, but unfortunately, the person who said such things to herself was just a man with a cigarette in his mouth and a sour smell on his body. Clark stretched out his finger and lightly tapped on the man. With a whoosh, Smog flew out upside down faster than he rushed in, smashing a wall violently. More dense cracks appeared on the exterior wall of the cafe, which had only been shattered glass, and it seemed that a complete repair might be needed. And the physical strength that Clark had just unloaded through the relaxed paper painting had all returned to his body after this attack. Looking at Smog, who was pointed out by one of his fingers and crashed into the wall, Clark couldn't help but be a little surprised. Although it is only the power of a finger, in fact, it is also quite an amazing and terrifying strength. According to the force of this strong guy hitting his face, he must at least fly out a street. Disturbing the wonderful atmosphere between Clark and Tina, Clark was already angry. He thought about how he had to let this guy break both legs and stay in the hospital for a year and a half. However, the effect of his finger pointing out was far different from what he expected. At this moment, among the knocked-down walls, a cloud of white smoke slowly drifted out, and just now the man condensed his body unharmed and stood on the street that was quickly empty due to the riot. "You have 2 strokes, but, get me away from Tina. Otherwise, I'll let you know." "Smog, why are you here?" Just as Smog solemnly took out his weapon from behind him and prepared to make a big fight, Tina's whispered exclamation interrupted his threatening words. "Tina, get away from that dangerous guy, let me clean him up, and we'll have a good chat." Tina was still trying to speak, but Clark had already kicked the wall next to the cafe where he and Tina had just sat and chattered. Step by step down the street, Clark opened a huge pedestrian passage directly into the wall of the cafe. "I thought so too, Tina, just sit there, give me a minute, and I'll clean up this guy." "Humph, the guy who hurt Tina, I won't make you feel good." Smog gripped his weapon tightly, and the guy in front of him had amazing strength, and as soon as he poked himself with his fingers, he didn't even have the strength to resist. However, fortunately, he was a natural devil fruit smoke fruit ability, and he was not afraid of ordinary physical attacks at all. Even if you are kicked out carelessly, you only need to transform into smoke to fully recover your body. Suddenly, in Smog's mind, a sense of crisis that made him creepy all over his body, almost subconscious, and he immediately put his whole body into an elemental state. In the next instant, a powerful fist quickly passed through his body and pierced his head. It's just that Smog, whose whole body has turned into a smoke element, directly turned into a cloud of white smoke. However, soon, Smog found that he could not control his body, and a violent gust of wind was loud because of Clark's fist, and all the smoke was rapidly blown in the other direction. And Smog, who was covered in smoke, could not resist this huge wind at all, until he reorganized his body again, and then stumbled out of the huge wind and returned to the ground. Damn, how is it possible? As soon as Smog stood on the ground, he saw the blue figure flash away, and almost instantly came to him again, and a fist appeared in front of his eyes like a shadow. Whoops. The fierce wind from the ultra-high-speed movement and the fist wind caused by the violent fist swing will come together, so that the signboards on both sides of the street will be blown to a boastful sound. And Smog, at all, did not dare to face such a violent fist with his body, although he would not be killed, and his body could be reorganized by turning into smoke, but it would still hurt. Smog's fist hit him again with great ease, and it also caused him to turn into smoke and fly out into the distance again. You really are a natural devil fruit ability. Watching Smog fall to the ground unharmed again, a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Clark's mouth. Although he couldn't hurt this guy with his fists, he already knew what to do. "Humph, bastard, I'll let you know what price should be paid for harassing Tina." Smog also viciously held his weapon 10 hands, although this guy's fist strength is so great that he is not an opponent at all in terms of his body, but he seems to be unable to use armed color domineering to hurt his elemental body. Smog suddenly gained confidence, and his body quickly turned into smoke, rushing towards Clark. Clark faced the oncoming Smog, took a deep breath. Tina looked nervously at the movement between the two. She wanted to stop it, but unfortunately Clark moved too fast. She couldn't keep up at all. Now, she also looked at Clark curiously, wondering how he dealt with his colleague who had the natural devil fruit and was the most tricky. Chapter 31. Clark's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he was not in a good mood to face this guy who disturbed his dating. However, out of the corner of her eye, Clark glanced at Tina behind her. She knew this man, and she seemed to have a certain friendship. "So, praise your good luck." Clark's belly became much larger under continuous inhalation, and she looked like a pregnant woman. Vigorously pumping all the air around him, Clark made a sound like a powerful water pump, instantly draining all the gas around him. The whistling wind was constantly being sucked by Clark from all directions, all gathered in his mouth, making his stomach slowly swell little by little. However, Smog, who rushed towards Clark, did not have the slightest intention of mocking him, and he smelled a strong smell of danger from Clark's movements. So Smog increased his speed even more, grabbed his weapon 10 hands, and rushed towards Clark even more quickly. An urgent sense of crisis surrounded Smog, forcing him to desperately want to open this stalemate in front of Clark. Phew. Finally, Clark, who had saved enough gas and violently compressed a large amount of air into his lungs, wrapped his hands around his mouth, leaving a small hole and aiming at Smog in front of him. A huge airflow instantly passed through the huge pressure in Clark's lungs and was pressed out of his body by him. The air that was madly compressed inside Superman's Clark body burst out violently at this moment, surging and flying out in the direction of being fixed in front. As if a 10-level wind passed through, the terrifying airflow aimed Clark in the direction of the street, and instantly blew up one brick after another on the ground, striking towards Smog at a terrifying speed. Smog looked at the sweeping ground that seemed to have been lifted, towards the brick and stone fragments that were smashed up by him. The corners of his eyes twitched, and he did not dare to be careless. The speed of this terrifying impact almost has the power of a bullet, which can instantly allow an ordinary person's body to be penetrated and opened. In the face of such a dense rain of bullets, Smog did not dare to use his body to try, so he had to maintain an elemental state. Whoops. Countless bricks and stones were constantly lifted up on the ground, but Clark's hands had already controlled the airflow in the direction, and not a trace of it was leaked out at all, causing any damage to the houses on both sides of the street. This surprised many residents who thought that the two naval officers were about to make a big fuss and a big war. In the Navy, there are also many contradictory guys. One by one, as long as there are no human lives, the headquarters generally does not pay too much attention to these things, as long as they are responsible for repairing the damaged places. It's just that the scene of the battle this time seems to be a little different, and the battle between the two people, except for making them dare not go out on the street, basically did not cause any damage to them. So one by one, they even smoked the small bench with interest, sat by the window, and watched the two fight, judging one by one. Seeing Smog being suppressed like this, there were even cheers. Clark watched as Smog was still able to hold the 10 hands inserted into the ground with one hand, fixing his body so that he would not be blown away, and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes again. He increased the shape of his mouth, making the terrifying airflow compressed from his body even greater. An even more turbulent air current, this time blowing the elemental Smog and his weapon 10 hands and the ground deep in 10 hands together. The air as sharp as a knife continuously knocked Smog's body out of a cloud of gaps, making him dare not touch the elementalization at all. However, in this way, the terrifying gas directly made him, together with his weapon, suddenly blown into the sky, and under the leadership of the huge airflow, it quickly disappeared from everyone's sight along with the smoke in his body. And Clark's stomach had just lost 1/10 of it at this time. So Clark directly released the restriction and released all the air in his stomach in the direction where Smog was blown in the sky. The terrifying hurricane passed by the naval headquarters with a violent roar, but did not cause any more damage to the place. Under Clark's increased horsepower, even the clouds in the sky quickly moved away from the distance at an extremely high speed. The rolling clouds that shrouded the headquarters of the Navy seemed to be stirred by a hurricane, tearing open a huge opening, and more than half of the clouds disappeared together under Clark's blowing. Finally exhaling all the gas in his stomach, Clark finally stopped blowing, and Tina watched Clark's actions in amazement. It took a long time for her to react that in her class, the most elite Smog classmate in her class was actually blown away by the man in front of her in one breath. This new way of fighting completely subverted Tina's cognition, and she simply did not understand what kind of power she needed to be able to do this. So, Clark, where did you blow Smog? Tina stood behind Clark, looking at the only lost ground on the straight street in front of her, and asked blankly. Hundreds of miles, or thousands of miles, I don't know, it depends on when he can come down. A smile appeared on Clark's face. Of course, the guy who disturbed his date would be sent away by himself. As for where he flew, he didn't know, but at least he wouldn't see this guy again for a few days. Chapter 32. I am, where? In the clouds in the sky, surrounded by powerful air currents mixed with countless gravel, Smog, whose whole body still maintained an elemental smoke state, his head was confused. He looked innocently in the direction of his feet, and a strong sense of vertigo hit him, making him almost faint. Although he could fly very high when he was elementalized before, the experience of flying up like this overlooking below was the first time he had never experienced it before. The blue sea was right under his feet, and the huge ship that was originally in his eyes was like a small black dot. The picture of the size of the ship he had seen before clearly appeared in his mind, and Smog knew at once that he was now at an altitude of 10,000 meters, otherwise why did he see the island below, just like a small ant? Oh my god, where the hell am I now? Smog could feel the powerful air rushing against him in his face, which made him feel a little uneasy. How long have you been in this state? An hour, 2 hours? Smog was now close to forgetting the concept of time, only that he had flown hundreds of kilometers from the headquarters of the Navy. It's terrible, that man. The current, which had protruded from Clark's mouth, had been able to sustain him at high altitude for so long, and it was only now slowly beginning to show signs of decline. Sensing that he was slowly descending, Smog spotted a small black dot like ant in front of him and decided to let himself land there. It's just that he is still unwilling in his heart, and the man who competes with himself for the goddess Tina is actually so powerful, and in this world, women cling to men who like strong and get a better life and more security, which is a very common thing. He probably had become the kind of person in Tina's heart. Frustrated, Smog forcibly broke free from the strong air mass that was no longer strong and fast enough to trap him, and with a long tail of smoke behind him, he fell with him towards the island he had chosen in front of him. Like a shooting star, Smog dragged a thick smoke behind him, and fell fiercely towards the island, causing a burst of exclamation from the island's residents. They looked at the guy who fell from the sky in amazement, and one by one ran in the direction where Smog fell. What kind of person is this? They watched Smog fall from the sky together, and fell straight on the very symbolic square, and countless people surrounded the place. Finally, with the ability of the smoke fruit, Smog controlled his landing speed and settled safely on a high platform. It's just that the vicissitudes of his face being blown into the slag of his beard still make people talk about it. What is this place? Being watched by a group of people like monkeys, Smog was of course not happy, and when he was about to get up and fly away, he saw several familiar figures, standing in the crowd, greeting him loudly. Brigadier General Smog. This is Rogue Town. Smog looked at the familiar place, at the subordinate officers who had been familiar in the town of Rogue, and recalled it at once. He was actually blown to Rogue Town in one breath, and this is also the execution platform of One Piece Roger. Smog looked at the execution table at his feet with complicated eyes. Could it be that the guy deliberately blew himself to this place to warn himself not to approach Tina again? Was he going to do something if he got closer to Tina? Moreover, Smog, who had returned to this place, seemed to recall the smile of the Straw Hat Kid he saw on this execution table, and his heart suddenly became a mess. Moreover, Clark actually gave him a feeling of even more danger than when he was threatened by dragons in Rogue Town. The enemy he swore to catch was still at large, but he was beaten to death by Tina's suitors. Clark, who had no idea what kind of crankiness Smog had, was now in Navy Town, repairing the streets he had destroyed. Fighting is something that can't be forbidden, it happens all year round, but the destroyed place is to be repaired by the guy who destroys. Clark glanced at the broken street, and after a brief wait to Tina, a bounce flew out to a shore on the flank of Marineford. After estimating the approximate amount of dirt needed to repair the street, he directly slammed his fist on the ground, and then reached into the gap with his other hand and lifted the land directly. Holding this huge mud ground back to the edge of the broken street, he threw it directly into the sunken ground that seemed to have been scraped 3 feet to the ground, and used his own strength to step on this broken place tightly one by one. Tina watched Clark repair this place so simply and quickly, and while gently relieved, she was still worried about Smog. After all, he had been blown to the sky. Don't worry, Miss Tina, that guy is fine, I just let him stay away from the headquarters a little, so that this ignorant guy won't bother us anymore. Clark took a deep breath and gently held out her hand to Tina in the middle of the streets that had begun to return to normal. Miss Tina, I still have many questions I want to ask you, I wonder if you have time to communicate with me properly today. Clark tried to control her power so that the paper painting could relax as much as possible, and Tina was much more generous at this time. She knew that Clark was just trying to use the paper painting to relax as much as possible. She generously put her little hand on Clark's hand, letting Clark try to slowly hold her little hand and lead her out of here. Damn, even Brigadier General Smog has failed. Is our Miss Tina about to fall into the clutches of this evil fellow? A group of Tina who had been following behind Smog, secretly sneaking Tina's former flower protection messengers, could only watch unwillingly as Tina was taken away by Clark. After all, they had no chance to fight with Clark. Chapter 33. Miss Tina, I want to ask you, do you know what is the most effective thing to do in the face of those, well, just like the natural fruit ability just now? Walking hand in hand with Tina on the road, because Clark's power is too terrifying. Even through paper painting, his physical strength is much relaxed, and he needs to be careful. Tina was still a little nervous, although she was willing to help Clark exercise his own control ability in this special way, but she was accidentally squeezed gently by him, and her palm trembled slightly in pain. However, as the two held hands for longer and longer, the strength on Clark's fingers that Tina could feel became more and more normal. This comforted her heart. Clark must have been able to improve so quickly in order to take care of herself. Clark, Smog, he's just a classmate of mine in the same class of the Navy Academy. I and I are just ordinary classmates. He eats the devil fruit, smoke fruit of nature. The body can transform into smoke, and ordinary physical attacks are ineffective. Clark nodded, and today he also saw the convenience of Smog's ability. The guy I met before who had a lot of medals on his body and looked like an extraordinary person was also a natural devil fruit ability. However, because his speed is not flexible enough for Clark, Clark can directly hurt him with the scorching light in his eyes. But today, facing the Smog fruit of smoke, the scorching rays do not have the same effect. At most after he is heated, the volume of smoke becomes larger because of the thermal expansion. On the contrary, the effect of blowing the wind is more powerful, and he can directly let all his smoke be blown out by himself in one breath. However, in fact, using the effect of freezing breath, it is also possible to completely freeze Smog and his smoked body. It's just that these two people who can be targeted by their own power are easy to deal with. What if they encounter something that is not so easy to deal with? Clark is a Superman, and his attributes are almost entirely focused on physical attack, physical defense, recovery, self-healing, speed, and agility. The only things that looked like an elemental attack were the scorching lasers from the eyes and the bitter cold ice gas coming out of the mouth. However, these two attack methods are still quite easy to dodge. I know, in fact, those who are naturally capable of the devil fruit also have natural enemies. The first is the sea, and the sea floor stones in the sea, which can suppress the abilities of the natural devil fruit and all devil fruit abilities. The second is armed color domineering. The teacher once said that those pirates in the second half of the New World, as well as many high-ranking naval officials, many people have a power called armed color domineering. And this kind of power can attack those with natural fruit ability. Clark heard Tina's words, his eyes moved. Armed and domineering, the name of this thing sounds, it seems to be great. Looking at Clark's heartwarming eyes, Tina covered her mouth and laughed softly. Speaking of which, Clark, in fact, the most domineering person in the Navy, but Vice Admiral Garp. What, Old Man Garp? Clark suddenly made a difficulty, before Old Man Garp jumped up and down to teach himself the Navy 6 style, but it was not very suitable for himself. If I went to ask him for advice now, Clark would almost be able to see Cap's triumphant, smug smile like you came to beg me. However, as long as he can have the power to stabilize and restrain those who can restrain the ability of natural fruits, even if it is not so unacceptable for Old Man Garp to put on a smug and smelly face and keep dangling in front of him. Then let's go find Old Man Garp. Clark excitedly took Tina's hand and headed in the direction of the marshal's office. He was a careful master. He would take 120% precautions against any potential threat to him. For example, on Earth, the only kryptonite from the Kryptonian spacecraft that could threaten him before was sent out of Earth by him without leaving a piece. The spaceship he was riding on did not give any Earthlings the opportunity to interpret the knowledge and technology in it. Even the spaceship of General Zed's group who fought with him, and the corpses of Zed and other Kryptonians killed by him, were all sent away by him, without giving the Earthlings a chance. Now, in this world, there is still a force that cannot be underestimated, and Clark feels that he must also get the power to completely suppress it in order to be able to rest assured. No, Clark, you have a close relationship with Lieutenant General Garp, and it is natural to be guided by him, but I can't. In the Navy, there are many factions, and her teacher Zifa is a former admiral, although he has a good relationship with Vice Admiral Garp, but not everyone can get the favor of Vice Admiral Garp, so as to rise to the top. Without the approval of Lieutenant General Garp, Tina is just a small colonel. How can she be greedy to learn armed domineering from Lieutenant General Garp? Tina did not dare to go to enjoy such blessings, so she left Clark alone. Clark frowned, and then directly took Tina's small hand, dragged her body savagely, and walked in the direction of the marshal's office. Don't worry, Tina, that old man definitely promised to let you practice armed color domineering together. Chapter 34. Ahahaha, armed color domineering. If you want to learn this, you really made the wisest choice. In the marshal's office, Garp couldn't help but laugh after learning about Clark and Tina's intentions. This is really cheerful, smelly boy, you are not difficult to do, there is still something to ask for the old man. As for Tina, for his comrade-in-arms disciple, Garp did not have any other portal views, and he agreed very happily. This made Tina very happy, who had thought that such a sudden request would make Tina, who had become very awkward between Clark and Lieutenant General Garp, relaxed. But in the entire marshal's office, there were still two people who were really not at all at ease with this situation. Sitting in the office of the Warring States, Sabaody, one of the three major generals who were discussing official affairs with the Warring States, was already nervous when he saw Clark and Tina walk in. He remembered the horrific scene when he was almost completely vaporized by Clark's blazing rays of lava. This guy is now specifically looking for Lieutenant General Garp to learn armed color domineering, which makes Sabaody even more restless. He has always been a little worried about being suppressed by Clark that day, thinking that as the highest combat force of the Navy, one of the three major admirals, he will actually be well educated by a recruit brought back by Garp. Sabaody once felt that it was definitely because he was not careful, coupled with that guy's ability to restrain him, that would make him have such a passive situation. However, if he learned to arm the color domineering as a weapon against those with the ability of the natural devil fruit, it was difficult for Sabaody to imagine what kind of advantage he would have if he was an enemy of Clark in the future. Since Clark resolutely refused to join his faction, Clark has been divided into the line of green pheasants who are close to the warring states of Garp in Sabaody's heart. Others don't know, but Sabaody understands that when Garp went to the capital of Seven Waters to capture the Straw Hat Pirates, the green pheasant Kyuzan, who was also one of the three major generals, also set out. In addition, the green pheasant Kyuzan has always had a closer relationship with the warring states Kapu, unlike Sabaody, who is a staunch dog of the world government that is supported by the world government to balance the internal strength of the Navy. It is no exaggeration for Sabaody to divide Clark into Kyuzan, who may compete with him for the position of marshal in the future. Sabaody, who was a little restless, suddenly found that he was not the only one who was now a little worried about this guy's situation, and even the face of the marshal of the warring states was quite dignified. Sabaody looked at the somewhat worried face of the marshal of the warring states and said tentatively, "Marshal of the warring states, this is also too nonsense, just joined the Navy, without receiving any merit, nor any resume. You can get in touch with the Navy's physical skills, and even let legendary heroes like Vice Admiral Garp specially guide armed color domineering." Sabaody has been paying attention to the expression on the face of the Marshal Warring States, and seeing the fleeting worry on his face, he couldn't help but smile secretly. Sure enough, even the Marshal of the Warring States was not completely at ease with this guy. "Marshal of the Warring States, you have to think about it, but don't have a second dragon." After Sabaody finished speaking, a person slowly dangled and left the office. Kyuzan and Yellow Ape were still sitting in the office napping, lazy, and did not mean to speak at all. It's just that the face of the Marshal of the Warring States is indeed getting worse. After all, the Kapukang people have a very serious history. His son was in the Navy before, and he is also a high-profile new star, which is highly anticipated. However, Garp's son, Monkey D. Long, eventually developed a very strong idea of being dangerous to the world government, defected from the Navy, became a revolutionary army, and took some subordinates loyal to his ideas from the Navy. Now the dragon has become the world's most terrible criminal, a dangerous man feared by the world government, sitting on a terrible revolutionary army that can easily overthrow a country, a terrible force that no one can ignore. And his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, even a lawless smelly boy, yelling to become One Piece, and also did something that shocked the world on Justice Island, which attracted the attention of the whole world. Moreover, Garp adopted a child named Ace, and the background of that child, as well as his current identity, doomed him to become a world-stirring existence. Warring states can't help but have more and more headaches, and now Garp has brought back a Clark. From Clark's extraordinary, warring states can see that Clark will definitely become a terrible man whose words and deeds will have a huge impact on the world. But the warring states are afraid that Clark will be crooked again under the influence of Garp's evil sect. After all, Garp has already had 3 troublesome previous convictions, and if it were not for his identity as a naval hero, and the great merits he had made as a navy, as well as the cover of his old friend as a marshal, Garp would definitely not be as comfortable as he is now. Maybe I can think about it and start with another aspect. Sengoku looked at the direction Garp and Clark left, a little fascinated, and suddenly he thought of Tina, who was brought by Clark's hand, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Chapter 35. Oh, I didn't expect that someone would be able to make the Marshal of the Warring States and the Red Dog so worried. It's so terrible. A man in a yellow coat sitting on the sofa was sitting very relaxed, looking particularly lazy. The words that came out of his mouth were so terrible, it sounded like no credibility at all, and Kyuzen on the side did not see a trace of fear from the face of this general who had been hanging his children. I'm really scared, just that little brother took a look at me. The yellow ape saw Kyuzen's look of disbelief, put one foot on the other leg, and leaned his back on the sofa, as if the whole person was about to fall into it. Just now, the little brother named Clark, the moment the yellow ape looked at him, he caught the yellow ape's eyes spying on him. What made the yellow ape feel a little frightened the most was that at the moment he was glimpsed, it seemed that he was pulled into a wonderful super high-speed world. He could clearly see that the movements of the others had become extremely slow at this moment, and only he could still see Clark's eyes looking at him in this brief moment because of the ability of the shining fruit. It's so terrible, that little brother, whether it is speed or insight, it is so terrible. This was the first time that the yellow ape felt that he was challenged in the speed field he was most proud of. And he was not yet sure how fast Clark's limit speed was. Interesting, the yellow ape suddenly became deeply interested in Clark. I'll go out and take a look. The yellow ape stood up, yawned, and his body turned into a golden flash, disappearing into the office in an instant. Kyuzen still sat in place, watching the yellow ape leave, yawned, and continued to squint his eyes. Clark, listen carefully to me. If you want to learn to be domineering, there is a quick and simple, convenient, and efficient way. I don't know if you want to give it a try. Cap deliberately brought Clark and Tina to the flank of Marineford, on the deserted coastline. Looking at Clark and Tina, a wicked smile kept flashing on his face. It always feels like you're ill-intentioned, old man Garp. Clark stared at the folds on Garp's face that were about to open his smile, and couldn't help but wonder what he really meant. Of course, it's beaten. Clark, don't get beaten. How can you, who doesn't even know domineering, feel this power? If you don't get beaten, how can you quickly master the domineering? If you want to quickly master the armed color domineering, then you give me bated breath, stand in place and don't move, close your eyes, and feel the old man's fist well. Cap raised his huge fist and grabbed Clark's sore foot that he wanted to ask him about armed domineering. He must make up for the regret that he couldn't beat this kid before. Clark looked at Tina, pointed at her and asked, "Does Tina need to train like this too?" "Of course, but I'll start a lot lighter." The corner of Clark's eyes twitched, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and calmly faced Garp as if he was generous. "Come on." Garp's face began to laugh uncontrollably, so that there were not many opportunities for Gendigwang to clean up this kid properly. Garp has always felt that there is nothing wrong with his love education, even if he threw 3-year-old Luffy and 6-year-old Ace into the deserted forest full of beasts when he was a child, it was to exercise them. It's a pity that they all grew crooked, and one by one they did not follow his original intention to become Navy, but became pirates. Garp decided to use Clark to prove that he could educate a qualified Navy with the iron fist of love. "Stand up for me, Clark boy." A layer of black armed color domineering covered the fist. Garp's figure burst out, and the Navy 6 style shaving was pure blue by the furnace he used, which instantly allowed him to cross a distance of tens of meters and came to Clark's face. A huge black fist punched towards Clark's face. At the same time, Clark closed his eyes tightly, but the rest of his facial features had been using his best efforts to feel the energy that was about to come into contact with himself. It's a pity that his ears are very sensitive. He only heard a whistling wind in front of him, and then, over the years, fighting evil forces on Earth and fighting with generals, its instinct made him can't help but slap forward. Garp came and went faster, like a cannonball, and was slapped back by Clark, crashing into the stones on the shore, turning them into a pile of shattered stones. "Bastard stinky boy, I'm teaching you to arm the color domineering, say okay to let you close your eyes, honestly beaten, why did you do it?" Garp immediately jumped up from the ground, covered his old face that was pumped, gasped, and yelled at this bastard stinky boy. I'm sorry, do I have instincts? When I am attacked, I can't help it. Garp looked at Clark with resignation. Indeed, many strong people will form an instinct in constant fighting, and when they perceive danger, they will naturally dodge or counter-attack. An old man like you can't make you feel the power of armed color domineering. This stinky boy is not light or heavy, and the painful old man is still cramping his face. In this way, I tie my hands behind my back so I don't do it. Clark asked Tina to use her ability to tie her hands directly behind her, and then continued to stand in front of Garp. Garp let out a long sigh of relief. He laughed badly. Okay, smelly boy, just let you slap. The old man must educate you well with an iron fist full of righteous love. Seeing Clark close his eyes again, and his hands firmly bound by Tina's fruit ability, Garp rushed towards Clark in an excited manner. Chapter 36. At this moment, in order to succeed, Garp burst out with a more terrifying speed and more power than just now, with a strong smile on his face, and rushed towards Clark in front of him. Stinky boy, let Garp educate you well with the iron fist of love. The body was under great pressure, and Garp broke through the sound barrier in an instant, came to Clark's front before his own voice reached Clark's ears, and once again raised his black right fist high. This face, the old man has made up his mind. With such a confident cry, Garp looked excitedly at Clark, who was close at hand, his hands tied behind his back, and his body stood in place, without any room to move. Garp looked at him slightly, and Clark in front of him, his upper body was tied up solidly without any movement, but he didn't seem to feel a burst of danger for no reason. Clark did not hear the voice of Garp, who broke through the sound barrier at this moment, but only felt a strong wind pressure as sharp as a blade, blowing on his body. Clark quickly warned himself that this was a precursor to Garp attacking him, and that he would never be able to attack Garp again with his tied hands. So, the body obeyed Clark's wishes, aimed in the direction where the airflow was coming, and raised his foot. Bang! It was like the roar of the engine suddenly bursting into a sprint, and the explosion that broke the sound barrier also exploded at this moment. Garp flew backwards towards the rear at a faster speed than just now, and his body broke through the barrier of the sound barrier, crashing into the rock on the flank of the island of the naval headquarters Marineford, and knocked a deep herringbone hole in it. Lieutenant General Garp, are you all right? Hearing Tina's exclamation and feeling that Tina's ability to bind him had disappeared, Clark quickly opened his eyes and saw that under Tina's help, Garp came out of the broken humanoid hole in embarrassment. Garp stood up straight in embarrassment, his fingers trembling and pointing at Clark, his mouth tightly meshed together, looking extremely aggrieved. Ahem, I was negligent, old man Garp, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Or you can do it again. The old man doesn't believe you. Believe you are a fool. Garp covered his little belly with one hand, causing tears to roll in his eyes. This kid was covered in steel and iron, and when he told him to move up, he was kicked back, not to mention how much it hurts. In this way, old man Garp, tie my feet as well, and there will be no more problems. Garp looked at Clark's sincere appearance, pointed at his mouth and still exclaimed. No, you have to seal your mouth to the old man. This time, Garp kept an eye on it. He had seen Clark directly spit through a naval warship before, and this morning learned from the Navy who delivered the news that he blew Smog out in one breath. Just got the news that Smog landed safely in Rogue Town, and reconnected with the Navy headquarters through the phone worm, and showed that Clark was not to blame for this matter. Otherwise, Clark would have been suspected of murdering his Navy colleagues and would have been punished by the Navy headquarters. Well, listen to you. Clark nodded in agreement, and was slightly sorry for old man Garp in his heart. After all, people wanted to teach themselves to learn armed color domineering, although the purpose was not so simple. But he has already let the old man Garp, who wants to take advantage, be beaten twice for no reason, and even Clark himself feels a little embarrassed. Tina looked at the two who were willing to beat and be beaten a little speechlessly, but they seemed to have exchanged identities just now, and those who were willing to be beaten became beaten, and Garp, who beat people, was beaten very badly. However, Clark was actually able to have such combat power when his vision was closed, and even easily repelled Lieutenant General Garp, which still allowed Tina to refresh her understanding of him again. Vice Admiral Garp is now one of the most powerful veterans in the Navy. Tina used her ability to tie Clark's hands and feet, and then sealed his mouth. This is the first time that Tina has used her ability to contact others and block others. She will feel a strange feeling that makes people's hearts beat faster. She wanted to hold Clark tightly like this, not letting him escape from the palm of her hand. Looking at this time, Clark was really tied up like a rice dumpling. Garp finally let go of his heart, touched his stomach and the corners of his mouth that were still twitching slightly, and Garp licked his somewhat dry lips. This time, it must be successful. Garp rushed in Clark's direction, rounded his fist, and quickly punched Clark in the face. Then, when he was only a few centimeters away from Clark, he quickly stopped, jumped back in fear, and his whole body was covered with black-armed domineering, showing that he was extremely defensive against Clark. Seeing that Clark still didn't move, Garp was finally relieved. Fortunately, this kid was really able to restrain his instinct to do it himself. Here's your chance. A fine light flashed in Garp's eyes, and the armed color domineering aura of his whole body hit his fist, making his fist completely black. Clark boy, accept the education of the old man's love. The terrifying black fist, with unparalleled attack power, fell straight towards Clark's head. However, to Garp's despair, Clark's instincts turned out to be extremely strong. Clark threw his head back, dodged Garp's fist, and then slammed a head hammer forward and hit Garp's forehead. Boom! Just as Huang Zhongdalu was rung, the solemn percussion sound formed a circle of white shock waves visible to the naked eye, mixed with a violent trill, spreading out in all directions. Clark broke free from Tina's ability, lifted up and fell to the ground speechless and tears. How did he not expect that there would be such an operation? Garp said slightly apologetically. Old man Garp, I'm sorry, how about you fix my whole body this time? Hit me again. Don't, please, let me go, I can't teach you. Chapter 37. Old man Garp, I really didn't mean it, you have to believe my sincerity. I'm really sorry for what just happened. Clark looked at the tearful accusation in front of Tina, making Tina's gaze become a little strange. Garp, and apologized to him helplessly and sincerely. If an apology is useful, what do we navies do? Clark boy, the old man will definitely not believe your nonsense. Garp covered the large bag on his forehead and looked at Clark, who was affected by Tina, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Perhaps the rules and laws of the Navy that bind soldiers are not suitable for forcibly binding Clark, naval heroes of their strength. For example, he himself and the 3 admirals and even the Marshal of the Navy warring states have actually broken free from the shackles of naval regulations. They had already become rule makers in the Navy, and the Sengoku shielded him, the old man who had raised the world's most fearsome wanted criminal. The 3 major generals also rely on the norms and justice in their hearts to act, and even he himself often ignores the various rules of the Navy, sometimes unhappy with the orders from above, and there are many times when the yang and yin do not contribute. Maybe it was something else that impressed Clark. Garp was relieved to see it, but his mouth was not spared at all. This smelly boy, under the instinctive reaction, beat himself up. Let him, a dignified naval hero, show such a tragic situation around the disciples of his old comrades in arms. Garp will not lose face. Okay, Lieutenant General Garp, I'm completely restrained this time, leaving no place at all, even gambling on my nostrils, okay. Garp rolled his eyes, pretending not to believe, and then made his own request. That's not okay, it's too cheap for you. You know that yesterday the warring states confiscated the old man's senbei for a month. I know, when I go outside to do a mission, I will help you bring some back. Is that good? A smile appeared on Garp's face, the bag on his head had disappeared, and he smiled directly to Tina to wrap Clark's whole body. For the next 2 days after that, on the island of Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, one could hear one loud sound after another, like a terrible bell. It's so terrible, you actually have such a hard body. Standing on the mountain on the shore of the flank of Marineford, the yellow ape sat down, his legs were cocked, and he still had a cigarette in his mouth, and from time to time he lowered his head to glance at the 3 people below. Garp punched Clark, who was nowhere else, condensing a terrifying armed domineering fist. Each punch looked imposing, terrifying to the extreme. However, when such a fist that scared one of the Navy's top combat generals like Yellow Ape, fell on this body without hindrance, it would only make Clark's body make a violent concussive sound when it collided with Garp's fist. The sound, like a huge hammer, fell on Clark's body, and was constantly hitting Clark's body, making his steel body burst into a violent sound. And its body, under Garp's continuous tempering, became more and more terrifying and hard. What a little guy like a monster, the old man has not met a monster like you who is domineering with cultivation and armament for so many years. Garp gasped and stopped, continuously using the highest intensity armed color domineering to knock on Clark, making his hands feel a little tight. Obviously, compared to 20 years ago, when he fought with the Golden Lion for 3 days and 3 nights, Garp felt that his energy and physical strength had hardly decreased, but when he hit such a terrifying piece of steel, the terrible reaction force made his fist shattered. Moreover, it has always been him who knocked on Clark, who did not fight back at all, so that he did not feel the passion that made him full of fighting when he fought against the Golden Lion, which was not interesting at all compared to the battle. Moreover, Garp looked at Clark, who had completely closed his eyes, and he was constantly feeling the power of his armed color domineering strike on his body. Damn, it won't be so fast. Just 2 days of knocking, Garp has already felt a familiar breath on Clark's body, although this breath is still very weak, but Garp can almost be sure that this is armed color domineering. After being tempered like a piece of steel for 2 days, this guy has fully integrated his armed color domineering into his body, and he will soon be able to completely use this power. However, what Garp did not expect was that in Clark's body, all the life genes of the once powerful Kryptonians remained, which were regarded by the Kryptonians as the cornerstone of a family, and the supreme treasure of the Kryptonian race, the life code, were all stored in every cell of Clark's body. Clark, who received the sun, is the most powerful Kryptonian in the history of the Kryptonian family until now. Constantly receiving the sun's rays, Clark's power will continue to increase. In the end, he was even able to cross the starry sky of the universe with his body, immune to all cosmic rays. He is able to enter the very center of the sun, receive the most powerful solar energy, and bring his body to incredible intensity and speed, as well as strength. He can rely on his own speed to directly break through time and space and travel through time. When his physical strength, speed, self-healing ability, and reaction ability were on Earth, he had already reached twice that of Zed, the most powerful general on Krypton. Zed is a Kryptonian created by Kryptonian born for battle, with unparalleled combat experience, able to evolve himself to the point of being able to fully concentrate his senses and not be disturbed by too much information received by himself when he experienced only one time when he was too sensitive by his 5 senses. And Clark, on the other hand, will only do better, stronger and faster than him. Although he couldn't understand the power in Kappa's fist and the principle of armed color domineering, he could feel it, slowly contact it, and quickly master and use it, which was enough. Chapter 38. Clark opened his eyes and nodded lightly behind his ear. In an instant, a strangely metallic, but very soft-looking material appeared from behind his ears. Layers of strange devices, little by little, spread out, followed his head, and wrapped his head completely. Not only that, the blue tights on his body and the armor of red underpants started from the neck, and a trace of black quickly extended from top to bottom. The blue tights quickly turned into a domineering uniform in an instant, and even the S-shaped mark on the chest, which symbolized hope, became a standard set of Kryptonian armor on the body. The whole body was shrouded in this domineering golden streamlined Kryptonian strongest technology armor. The helmet on the head turned into a transparent white mask, and the red cloak behind him was completely dyed gold, flying high behind Clark, who looked like he suddenly turned into an alien warrior attacking Earth. What is this? This was something completely unexpected by Garp, and such a sudden appearance in front of him had a great impact on Tina and Garp's vision. Garp stretched out his hand in a daze, touched it gently, and was surprised to find that the material of the armor worn on Clark's body was not anything he knew at all. Moreover, its quality was almost indestructible, and the rough fingers floated on this domineering-looking armor, and Garp only felt a deep shock from a super-technological civilization with an unknown number of epochs beyond the Earth. On the translucent mask, the Kryptonian terminology that only Clark can understand emerged. This armor is the trophies after he defeated Zed, and it is the final product of combining his cape and blue tights with the Kryptonian technology on the Kryptonian spaceship that Zed rides. On the mask, countless words are constantly floating, and a comprehensive analysis of the environment of the current Clark world, the microorganisms in the air, and the energy carried by the sunlight on the body. Even the armed color domineering energy that was stored on the surface of Clark's body and hit by Garp was quickly automatically parsed by Krypton's armor. When wearing this armor, Clark's abilities will be fully utilized. With the help of the Warframe, he can use the abilities contained in the Warframe to completely block all information that affects his senses, allowing Clark to use 100% of his strength to fight. The most important thing is that the armor also stores almost all of Krypton's combat technology and information, which can give Clark the most correct help in the most subtle places. After wearing it, Clark's attack, defense and mechanical power will also be greatly increased, and this armor can also help Clark absorb more energy and solar radiation. When Zed first landed on Earth, it was also because Fiore and other subordinates were wearing this suit, and with the combat experience and instinct accumulated from countless battles that Clark did not have, but with Clark, who was several times stronger than them, there was a stalemate for a long time. Especially Fiore, a stubborn female Kryptonian, caused Clark great trouble. Let Clark clearly experience the pain of being punched in the face by a violent young lady, and the feeling of a young lady weighing more than 200 kilograms sitting on her body after being put on the battle armor. If it weren't for Clark, who came to Earth, after receiving the radiation of the sun, he became much stronger than the Krypton warriors, and it was really difficult to say who would lose or win at that time. After the Warframe finished analyzing all the energy of the armed color domineering energy and completed the transformation of the armed color domineering energy through Clark's own body energy, Clark put away his war armor. He stretched out his hand to Garp, and the ink-black armed color domineering appeared in his palm, and its deep hardness and degree made Garp, an old soldier who had been immersed in armed color domineering for many years, feel deeply surprised. It's incredible. How is this done? Garp watched the black armed color domineering completely wrap Clark's palm little by little, and spread along his wrist, towards his arms and body, dyeing his whole person except his head a dark color like ink, and swallowed his saliva with some fear. Although I don't know how this power called armed color domineering is extracted from people's bodies, this power is really good. Clark did not have a proud look on his face. With technology that surpassed the entire world for so many years, it was not difficult to easily analyze the armed color domineering with the technology of the Warframe. The energy technology of Kryptonians has developed to a terrifying point, otherwise, why can Kryptonians have such explosive power in their own bodies? And the armed color domineering consumes completely the user's physical strength, and this for Clark, it also means that he can even use the power of the huge armed color domineering anytime and anywhere without any scruples. So, the guy who has been peeping over there for so long, give me out. Clark suddenly disappeared from in front of Garp, and an arrow rushed to the bottom of the mountain on the coast, running upwards step by step like a flat step, aiming at the yellow ape that had been hiding above. Chapter 39. So fast. Seeing that Clark came below him almost in the blink of an eye, and then stepped on the mountain wall with his legs hooked, quickly as if running on the flat ground and rising up, the yellow ape could not help but be surprised. Immediately, his body turned into a golden light like a small star, and he was about to turn into a light and leave from this place. Suddenly, a violent wind sound appeared next to the elemental yellow ape, and the light of the yellow ape avatar seemed to have no time to react. Obviously it was a light, but it was hit by Clark's punch in that light. This light was shot down violently in an instant, fell towards the ground, hit the coastline, and emitted a huge puff of smoke. It's so terrible, you actually caught me so easily. Another golden flash burst out of the smoke, and the yellow ape's body emerged from the smoke and dust unharmed, standing on the ground, and nonchalantly saying something that was completely inconsistent with his expression. Yellow ape, why are you here? Garp looked at the downed yellow ape, although he had just noticed that the yellow ape was peeping in secret, but he did not break it. Now that the yellow ape has been discovered by Clark, although he has not shown any hostility before, Garp also wants to know what this guy wants to do by hiding and peeping. I just want to come here and learn. The yellow ape faced Garp's question, and it was also a look of indifference to Hanger Langdang, and Tina looked at the appearance of this general, and her expectations in her heart were a little shattered. For a long time, the three major generals have been the objects of longing for the grassroots soldiers of the Navy, but this general looks too unorthodox. There was still such a beaten smile on his face, and the appearance with eyes was not at all the elegance and personability of an intellectual. This is a bit different from Tina's image of Zifa, the general who used to be her teacher. The yellow ape still didn't think so, but instead he straddled his bag with both hands, still with that hateful expression on his face, watching Clark jump down from above. It's just that the occasional flash of essence in his eyes can prove that this guy is not as cynical as he seems on the surface. It's really surprising that this Clark brother can comprehend the armed color domineering in such a short time. How terrifying. Facing Clark, the yellow ape couldn't help but feel a little jealous and dignified, Although just now he just casually wanted to dodge through the fruit ability, the speed was not fast, but that was also relative to when he was using the fruit ability with all his strength. But this speed was still caught by Clark, and he punched down from the elemental state with an armed domineering fist. Although there was no embarrassment, just such a blow that was neither light nor heavy would affect him too much, but the yellow ape was still surprised. This Clark, it's really too comprehensive, speed, strength, and now still have the armed color domineering. Such strength is completely enough to be able to be qualified for the position of admiral. This guy who was picked up by Garp is too terrifying. Don't have any malice, I just want to see how strong this little brother is. Brother Clark, you have just learned to be armed and domineering, do you want to come to practice your hands? Don't rush to refuse me. The golden light on the yellow ape flashed, and he instantly came to Clark, who fell on the ground, put his hands in his clothes pockets, and raised one leg high. Although Clark is already a very strong person on Earth, in terms of height, when facing the yellow ape, there is no advantage at all. The guy raised his leg just enough to easily kick Clark in the head with his toes. At the tip of the yellow ape, a golden light is flashing, and the dazzling light stimulates Clark's eyes to squint consciously. The light created by this guy has a very strong stimulus, which can easily make the person who faces him lose his vision for a short time. Even Clark had to narrow his eyes in the face of such an attack that was directly aimed at someone else's field of vision. Little brother, have you been kicked at the speed of light? The golden attack made Tina, who was on the side, unconsciously cover her eyes with her hands, and she was a little worried about Clark. Don't worry, Tina, watch the fight between them. For the yellow ape to change his previous lazy style, suddenly like a change in personal style, Garp knows it. This was because the yellow ape felt a strong threat, otherwise he would not have been so diligent all of a sudden. In the past, the yellow ape lived a life of going to work regularly, and then lazily waiting for the mixed food after work to wait for death, and did not contribute to the work. Even if it is a task given to him, he can be lazy and finish it in the easiest way. I haven't been kicked at the speed of light, I've raced the speed of light. In the shocked gaze of the yellow ape, Clark raised his fist, and in his stunned situation, the black fist was raised fiercely. At this moment, the yellow ape slowly watched Clark's fist break through the barrier of space little by little, and ripples and sound waves rippled in the air, hitting his chin before the yellow ape stepped out. With a swoosh, the yellow ape turned into a ball of light again and slammed into the mountain wall behind. Clark shook his head, although this guy did seem to be related to light, and it was indeed extremely fast, but he did not become real light. If he reaches the real speed of light, he will definitely not be able to dodge, and Clark can't touch this threshold with all his strength now. Kicking at the speed of light, that really means that speed is power. A small coin under the action of a super electromagnetic gun can easily use strong kinetic energy and heat within 50 meters of space, easily penetrate an aircraft carrier, and cause an extremely strong explosion. If a coin traveled at the speed of light, Clark could hardly imagine that anything else could resist, dodge, and even be pierced by holes. However, it is clear that the current yellow ape has not reached the real speed of light at all, and he is not as fast as Clark. Chapter 40. It's terrible. Once again, he said the yin and yang strange words, but this time, the yellow ape's tone was much more serious and dignified. He stood up from under the collapsed mountain wall where he had crashed, stepped out step by step, and looked at Clark in front of him. No one has ever been able to bring him such terrible pressure, not Marshal Sengoku, not the legendary hero Vice Admiral Garp, not the other two generals, and not his former teacher, former Admiral Zifa. Whoever told him to have such a cheating shining fruit, even if he was not a match for some people in a head-on battle, but with speed, he was already invincible. The yellow ape had never met someone who could keep up with or even easily surpass his speed, which made him feel pressured, and the whole thing also glowed with a fiery passion that was different from before. Let me ask you again, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? The yellow ape's body turned into light, and there was no longer any hesitation, and it came to Clark in an instant, and slammed into Clark's body. When Clark raised his hand to block this rapid light shot, he saw the light mass in front of him, and suddenly appeared again in the shape of the upside-down yellow ape, and he kicked upside down towards Clark's head. It's actually faster. Clark also did not expect that the speed of the yellow ape at this moment also surged, and this series of movements was completed quickly. However, all this was still caught by Clark's eyes, and he clenched his fists, raised his hand and punched the falling kick. A blinding light instantly burst out from the center of the fight between the two, forcing Tina to cover her eyes with both hands. The strong wind and waves shook out, causing the surrounding air to be quickly repelled, forming a small vacuum range around the two of them. The terrifying air boom that broke through the sound barrier exploded in the air, and the spherical air shock wave caused the ground under Clark's feet to explode evenly downwards in an arc. Clark's power was much greater than that of the yellow ape, and coupled with the fact that armed color domineering could cause damage to those with natural demon fruit abilities, the yellow ape's body was instantly knocked upwards. And the ground under Clark's feet was also deeply trapped by Clark's 2 feet because he could not withstand the huge reaction force. Good opportunity, laser. The yellow ape floating in the air aimed one finger directly at Clark below, and a golden light quickly enlarged on his finger and became brighter. The terrifying energy turned into a swift laser in an instant, causing the surrounding air and smoke to once again roll away from the path that the laser passed through with great speed. And this light is so shining that it is still bright and sunny, but the other rays seem to have lost all their color, and this light has taken away all the brightness. Clark. Watching such a terrible attack, Tina couldn't help but be a little worried, because this light was directed at Clark's head. Don't worry, Colonel Tina, trust the strength of the Clark kid. Fortunately, Garp's words gave Tina more confidence, otherwise, she might want to rush forward and stop the two of them from continuing to fight. Tina constantly told herself in her heart that she just wanted to prevent 2 very powerful navies from losing and forging a grudge, not because she had an inexplicable concern for Clark. Clark faced the oncoming bright light, and his face showed even more excited fighting intent. This is the first person who can barely survive under him longer with speed. This did not mean that the yellow ape was stronger than anyone he had ever met, including Old Man Garp. It's just because in front of Clark, only the yellow ape who is simply fast to a certain extent can barely avoid the situation where he is instantly approached by Clark, and then dropped by Clark, who has terrible power. A crimson hot ray shot out from Clark's eyes, colliding with the golden laser in the air in an instant. It was just a breath of time, and the crimson scorching rays supplied by the continuous power in Clark's eyes exploded directly halfway through the impact of this laser without a follow-up laser using a powerful impact. Then, more crimson scorching light shot towards the yellow ape in the air. It's so powerful, the attack of the yellow ape general was actually solved so easily. Tina also looked at Clark, who was still emitting scorching rays, with some surprise. Compared to the laser of the yellow ape, Clark's sight could easily cut a huge building, and he could control the direction of his attack anytime and anywhere. It's scared to death, it's terrible, Yaji Kagami. A mirror composed entirely of golden light appeared in the hands of the yellow ape, and Clark's scorching gaze fiercely pressed on the yellow ape's 8 mirrors, pushing the yellow ape's body towards the sky by a very high distance. At the headquarters of the Navy, many people could see that 2 parallel crimson hot rays pushed a shimmering golden light up to the sky, like a small rising star. Lao Tai, come out and see the meteor. You are stupid, where is there a meteor flying towards the sky? It is not a meteor, it is clearly the yellow ape general. A group of people looked at the strange light in the sky that was constantly being pushed up, and none of them knew what was happening. Only a few people who had seen Clark almost burn General Sakazuki to death with such a light that they knew that this was another Clark's masterpiece. However, at this time, they were also shocked by Clark once. After Admiral Sakazuki, even Admiral Yellow Ape could not resist that naval newcomer. At this time, the Yellow Ape also had a bitter word. He thought that the 8 mirrors he created could easily reflect all the light, but he did not expect that Clark's 2 rays of light also carried an incredibly powerful impact. His body had been pushed into the air, but he did not dare to remove the 8 mirrors to taste the feeling of his body being penetrated by such light. Chapter 41. However, the yellow ape is not a person who sits still. If it is really pushed to a higher altitude field by these 2 parallel scorching rays, even the yellow ape will not be able to eat it. He had now risen high to the soldiers of the naval headquarters below, looking at the very blurry air, like a small beacon in the sky, still shining brightly. However, above the sky, the air is getting thinner and thinner, and the temperature is constantly decreasing. Even the 3 major generals, who stand at the top of the pirate world and have top strength, can't bear to be in such a thin state of air for a long time. In this environment, without sufficient oxygen supply, the yellow ape simply cannot maintain the energy needed for the vigorous exercise of the body, and even the feeling of suffocation and dizziness in the sky will put him in a very troublesome situation. But fortunately, after being pushed up so much by Clark's scorching rays, the scorching rays that continuously attenuated with the increase of distance finally reached the critical point where the yellow ape's 8 mirrors could resist and reflect. The yellow ape glanced a little sadly at the island below where the naval headquarters had become extremely small. Marineford, and the 8 mirrors he had created with his ability finally did not have any more cracks. This means that at this distance, the 8 mirrors that he has worked so hard to maintain can finally resist the scorching rays. However, the distance required to attenuate the energy of the scorching rays was really unexpected by the yellow ape, and the energy bursting out of the eyes of this man named Clark was far higher than his previous estimate. The yellow ape took a deep breath, and the 8 mirrors in his hand instantly reflected the irresistible scorching rays back in the direction of Clark below. And he, even incarnated into a light, attached to the track of this reflected light, instantly returned to the ground below, in front of Clark, raised his legs, and unceremoniously kicked Clark's head. The sudden appearance of the yellow ape did surprise Clark, and he himself emitted a real scorching laser, capable of reaching the speed of light. There are generally only 2 ways to avoid this light attack. The first is to have a faster speed than the speed of light, so Clark's attack will certainly not be able to hit. The second is simpler. For many strong people, including General Zod, who attacked the Earth, many local powerhouses on the Earth, like the demigod Diana, can do it. That is, when Clark attacks, you can predict in advance through Clark's movements and eyes. Clark's scorching light can reach the speed of light, does not mean that Clark, who needs to make his eyes red for a while and then emit scorching light, can reach the speed of light in this series of actions. And the yellow ape used the trajectory of Clark's reflected light, almost teleporting back to the ground from the sky, so that Clark was caught off guard, and he didn't know that the yellow ape still had such an attack trick. The yellow ape's kick hit Clark's neck hard, causing his head to turn to the other side, and the red light immediately diverted direction, sweeping a diagonal line across the stone wall. A rumbling sound sounded, and a huge entire mountain was swept away by this terrifying scorching ray. Where a large diagonal rock joins the mountain, a smooth line of light is cut. Moisture. The louder and louder sound was transmitted as the cut rocks were cut downwards and fell diagonally on the smooth curved surface. The huge mountain collapsed in an instant, and one after another heavy huge stones fell down and smashed on the ground, so that the entire Marineford heard this huge dull sound of hitting the ground. When the mountain fell, the yellow ape's attack still did not stop, and after kicking Clark's body out of position, his hand non-stop condensed a lightsaber with light. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Little by little, as if it was extracted from the palm of his hand, it was actually condensed with light to manifest the Tiankong Cloud Sword, and the whole figure of the yellow ape became more and more dazzling under the illumination of this shining golden Tiankong Cloud Sword. After the glasses, the twinkling eyes illuminated by the light were even more serious and dignified, and this was the first time that Garp saw the yellow ape who had been hanging lang-dang without a shape, showing such eyes. With a loud drink, the yellow ape aimed a sword at Clark's body and slashed down. What he didn't expect was that in the face of such a terrible attack from him, Clark just raised his arm. "Damn it, you actually look down on me." Originally, he was worried that his attack might cause some irreparable damage to Clark, such as making him lack an arm and a broken leg, but seeing that Clark did not pay attention to his attack at all, the yellow ape who was angry in his heart put aside the last trace of hesitation in his heart and slashed down with the sword. Nourish. A large number of sparks sputtered out on Clark's arm, and the yellow ape's lightsaber was firmly blocked before even the blue tights on Clark's body could be broken. "Your cutting ability is too weak, it is simply not enough to break through my defenses, and even the armed color domineering can't cut it." The yellow ape sweated as he watched as a pure black big hand grabbed his Tiankong Cloud Sword. Since the armed color domineering was able to attack the elemental state of the natural fruit ability, of course, it could also grasp and resist the elemental substances created by their ability. The next moment, a huge fist punched the yellow ape who was still struggling to pull the Tiankong Cloud Sword out of Clark's hand, and flew out, leaving him just right buried under the falling rocks. However, soon, this yellow ape, one of the 3 generals representing the highest combat power of the Navy, turned into a cloud of light and drilled out. However, after suffering such a series of attacks, he was really embarrassed. Sighing softly, the yellow ape had put his hands back in his pockets, not ready to fight any longer, and the yellow ape found that he could not break Clark's defenses no matter what. Such a battle, if it continues, is self-defeating, and an opponent like Clark only makes the yellow ape feel that there is a heavenly gap between the two sides. "Hey, Don't you want to know how to make your attacks stronger? Just as the yellow ape admitted that he had lost, regained his hanging child temperament, and turned around to leave, Clark's voice made him stop. Do you have a way to help me? Chapter 42. Looking at the body of the yellow ape stopped, Clark showed a strange smile on his face. He reduced his speed, reduced his strength, and fought with the yellow ape for such a while, and what he had been waiting for was this sentence. From the beginning of learning the 6 styles, Clark kept an eye on it, especially when he learned that the iron blocks in the 6 styles could strengthen the body's defenses. And when he learned from Garp that armed color domineering can greatly improve people's defensive power and attack power, and even attack elementalized natural devil fruit abilities, he understood Garp's routine. However, I understand that I understand, but my heart is a little responsive. Do you let Tina, such a beautiful young lady, learn to be domineering, and then learn to be domineering with armed colors, and the final purpose is to turn your little sister into a pure black big steel plate. Although the young lady in this state will indeed not be pierced by Clark's power, but you let Clark face a body that is hard as iron, and the skin of the whole body has become darker than Lord Bao. How do you make him feel like it? And when using iron blocks, the whole body is hard and motionless, which is simply an inflatable doll made of steel. Therefore, to solve such a problem, it is necessary to let the little sister become more and more powerful in physical strength without using iron and armed color domineering, and try to be proficient in paper painting and unload her physical strength. And if you want to strengthen the strength of Miss Tina, in addition to the normal persistent exercise of becoming a strong person, of course, there is also a way to take shortcuts. Clark learned a lot about this world, including a very powerful mysterious scientist in the Navy with 500 years of science and technology beyond this world. This Vegapunk is incredible. He is known as a scientist who has been leading the world for 500 years, and he is the only man in the world who thoroughly understands the devil's fruit. And not only that, he is also exceptionally proficient in machinery, and he also has a very large involvement in biotechnology. Such a talent, because it was too terrifying, was arrested by the government at a young age, and now he is a scientist working for the world government. Those who are half a step ahead of the world are called geniuses, and those who are 1 step ahead of the world are madmen, and Vegapunk is simply like a scientist who has traveled back from the future. Such a talent, Clark values very much. However, he did not have the qualifications or capital to contact Vegapunk. The Marshal of the Warring States still has a certain suspicion and resistance to himself, and will definitely not help him, although Old Man Garp is a naval hero, but he has almost no contact with Vegapunk, and he can't help. Moreover, Old Man Garp may not be able to help him introduce this scientist who is closely protected by the world government and navy. But if it is the naval general who will be able to help him pass something, then the situation is different. If the Navy University needs Dr. Vegapunk to help make a small improvement, or make a small request or something, I believe Vegapunk will gladly agree. Moreover, it is not Clark who directly contacts Vegapunk, nor will it cause resistance from the world government. If Clark uses something in his life genes to trade with Vegapunk and let him help Tina evolve at the level of the essence of life, it is believed that Tina will soon become stronger. At first, Clark did not intend to leave too many traces of Kryptonian in this world, but now, as the days of living in this world become longer and longer, Clark's heart is becoming more and more comfortable, and it is inevitable that some small changes will occur. For example, simply in this world, slowly let the entire Kryptonian race revival. Then, Clark hurriedly threw the idea out of his head. No, this will not work. The facts have proved that the previous Kryptonians used the Book of Life to prescribe the social system, as well as the method of each member's class, which was wrong. Such a society of Kryptonians, after the peak of its prosperity, was chosen by the Council itself to self-destruct. Otherwise, how could the Kryptonians with the ability to travel through the universe all nest on their home planets and all wait for death? He is the last hope of Krypton, and it also proves that it is more appropriate for Kryptonians to take the road of natural production. Yes, of course I can help you. Clark's hand was pressed behind his ear again, and the scene that Tina and Garp and the yellow ape had just seen appeared in front of them again. Looking at the armor that appeared on his body like a miracle, even if they had seen it once, they were still a little shocked. Clark's armor showed that his identity was not simple at all. See for yourself, as a devil fruit ability, you are already very strong. However, I have no experience in the application of devil fruit ability, but I can provide you with these things. Clark pressed lightly on his mask, and a huge space projection appeared in front of Tinacap and the Yellow Ape, and a huge dark black battleship appeared in the projection. Everyone only saw a huge hole appear at the point of the spacecraft, and a huge bulge extended from the inside of the spacecraft, aiming at the planet below. The Scarlet Energy Cannon port constantly gathers huge energy visible to the naked eye in space, and the escape of this huge energy alone makes the electric field around the cannon port abnormally distorted. Then, a beam of energy light larger than the largest naval vessel, instantly hit the ground and hit the ground fiercely. The entire planet began to change color instantly, and the terrifying scarlet like a sea of blood quickly spread, completely splitting the entire planet from the outside to the inside, little by little. Can you provide me with something like this? Several people who had been completely shocked by this terrifying scene looked at the scene in front of them blankly, and the Yellow Ape took a long time to come to his senses, and his eyes looked at Clark with great expectation. Such a weapon is really scary, obsessed, and expected. Clark nodded embarrassedly at the screen and replaced it with a small device attached to his arm. Ha ha ha, wrong, not this thing. What I want to show you is this small device, which can help you quickly accumulate more light energy, and make your energy more concentrated emitting device. But well. Clark met the Yellow Ape's expectant face and laughed inscrutably. Chapter 43. It looks good. Seeing the shocking scene just now seeing this small device, it is inevitable that I will be a little disappointed. Compared to the terrifying spaceship walking in space just now, such a small device tied to the arm is not as shocking as the world-destroying killer looks. However, seeing the effect of this light energy device on the screen still made the Yellow Ape feel more expectant. This thing is very outstanding. Just by looking at it on the screen, it can automatically collect the sun's light energy and convert it into energy. Coupled with the ability to cluster body energy, it can increase the total amount of the Yellow Ape's own energy and the strength and intensity of the attack. However, the Yellow Ape also knew that things were not so simple at all, and wanting to get a device that could be of great help to him would definitely cost him a lot. And seeing Clark's eyes that seemed to be a little concerned, the Yellow Ape immediately understood that there were some things that Clark was not good to say in front of Garp. I know, I'll try to come up with something that pleases you. Hey, the young man now is too terrible, and my old bones are going to be completely loosened. The Yellow Ape took a big stride and left from here slowly. Garp looked at the direction where the Yellow Ape left, and then glanced at Clark, and found that his eyes were still clear, and he didn't ask more. It's just that he doesn't know that he has experienced 20 years of superhuman life on Earth and has already identified himself with his Kryptonian identity. So, when doing something that might be detrimental to humanity, he doesn't feel any guilt at all. He likes beautiful little sisters, but Clark, who has already admitted his superhuman identity, values the task of inheriting the mission of the race the most. As the last Kryptonian, he was so lonely. That night, on the same coastline on the flank of the island of Marineford, the tide spewed, wave after wave, constantly crashing on the shore on the flank, making a rustling sound. The cold sea breeze blew on Clark's face, making Clark, who had been standing here for 3 hours, look more cold and resolute. You're finally here, Yellow Ape. Behind Clark, a man wearing a yellow coat and a cape walked over with a solemn face. It was the Yellow Ape who lost to one of Clark's admirals during the day. What the hell do you want from me? The Yellow Ape could no longer find the slightest cynicism, standing behind Clark, feeling the terrifying aura on Clark that made him feel like an abyss. How could he not remain calm as before? The cloak fluttered in the wind behind the black suit, hunting. And Clark's face is as deep as the sea in front of him, making it impossible to see his depth. In fact, every world is the same, and they want to control my power. On Earth, too. So did the Marshal of the Warring States, as did Old Man Garp. But it is clear that the Marshal of the Warring States is also Old Man Garp is very smart. They captured what last shred of my humanity. I have to say, they succeeded. Clark took a deep breath. The Marshal of the Warring States and Old Man Garp wanted to borrow Tina to tie themselves up, their original purpose, but not to use them to contact the world's most advanced technology. But now, having been accepted into the Navy in a gentle way, Clark had to admit that they had succeeded in this regard. So Yellow Ape, I can't do what I want to do through Garp or Sengoku to achieve my goal. I can give you all the information about this device, but you want me to meet Dr. Vegapunk. The Yellow Ape's eyes shrank. Dr. Vegapunk's secrecy level and security level were very high, and ordinary naval high-ranking officials would not have the opportunity to see this scientist held in the palm of his hand like a treasure by the world government. What are you going to do? Having a child with a beautiful girl and having offspring is something I've always wanted to do, but I think until then, I'm going to find someone who can help me with the great cause of racial rejuvenation. It was clear that Clark had a fancy to the abilities of the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk. No, not only the world government, not even the Navy will agree. They will, Yellow Ape. Clark stood in front of the Yellow Ape, firmly clenching his fists, and the harmless clear eyes that had been in front of Old Man Garp disappeared. In order to revive the Kryptonians, they will. I can give benefits that they cannot refuse. I can give you, and I can also give them benefits that they cannot refuse. A confident smile appeared on Clark's face, and a domineering aura emerged from his body. He did not want to occupy the whole world, nor did he want to play any game of world domination. He lived on the Earth for 20 years, although he did not want to admit it, but the moral system and value standards on the Earth still deeply affected him when he was reborn. However, reviving the Kryptonian race is now his greatest wish, and no one can stop him. However, as he drifted further and further away from the Earth world, Clark's mind was being released, and what would happen to him, even he did not know. Well, I'll try to get you to meet Dr. Vegapunk as much as possible without letting more people know, but I'll leave the rest alone. That's enough. Tomorrow I'm going to see Yellow Ape. Let's talk about this matter when I come back. Don't tell others. The Yellow Ape shrugged. Clark meant not to tell Garp and Sengoku. He still understood this. Moreover, he wanted to see what Clark would do. Chapter 44. Early the next morning, Clark, who was about to start leaving immediately, suddenly received a notice from Garp that the situation had changed and he did not need to go out again. What's going on? Could it be that you guys have already found out the news? In the Navy office, Clark looked at Old Man Garp standing in front of him. This office is generally only allowed to enter at least specialized Signal Corps and high-ranking personnel above the rank of Vice Admiral. But the rest of the office has turned a blind eye to Clark's two-day approach as if he had entered his own home. No, there is no need to go. Just now we received news from the government that Blackbeard met Fire Fist Ace on Bona Island, and Fire Fist Ace has been captured by Blackbeard. Sengoku said to everyone in the office with a serious face. Garp was still eating senbei without heart or lungs, but in the action, there was a touch of reluctance. Blackbeard offered to exchange Fire Fist Ace for becoming the new King 7 Wuhei, and the top level of the world government has agreed, and next, Blackbeard will exchange Fire Fist Ace with us. So, for the next period of time, we have to go all out and prepare. Warring State's face suddenly became unprecedentedly solemn, and it seemed that exchanging a Fire Fist Ace with Blackbeard was a very serious and terrifying thing. Clark, of course, didn't know what it meant for the Navy to receive Fire Fist Ace. Standing behind Fire Fist Ace, but the man who makes the whole world tremble, Whitebeard, and his subordinates are entrenched in the most powerful force in the entire New World, the Whitebeard Pirates. With Whitebeard's personality, if he learned that Fire Fist Ace was accepted by the Navy headquarters, coupled with the identity of Fire Fist Ace itself, he would definitely launch an attack on the Navy headquarters at all costs. And even more because Whitebeard, a terrifying man, has the legendary power to destroy the world, it makes the warring states even more dignified. The strength of such a terrifying pirate entrenched in the New World is enough to make the entire naval headquarters stand in strict formation and go all out. However, this meeting is more about preparing for the exchange with Blackbeard, and as for the battle with the Whitebeard pirates, which is almost certain to be in the future, there will be more meetings to determine. Clark, I just proposed to the Marshal of the Warring States that you have an instrument that can increase my destructive power, and Dr. Vegapunk has recently used my power to step up the development of a weapon. Having information about your weapon would make Dr. Vegapunk's development more handy. After the meeting, Clark yawned boredly and walked out, watching Garp with Tina a little lost and exercise his armed color domineering. Hearing the words of the Yellow Ape behind him, Clark's eyes lit up, and he followed the Yellow Ape behind him towards a secret research base of the naval headquarters. After layers of levels and tests, they finally meet Dr. Vegapunk in a mysterious laboratory. And he is in front of a man with a very huge body, holding many tools in his hands, constantly busy living. After Jean Momomaru, who was in charge of guarding Dr. Vegapunk, sent them here, he returned outside to carry out vigilance work. Dr. Vegapunk was very attentive to his research. Clark looked around, and was slightly surprised. In this huge laboratory, there were countless huge human bodies that were exactly the same as Vegapunk's hands. Clones. No, these are all human weapons, but there are still many things that can be improved. Quickly show me your information. Clark heard the answer coming from Vegapunk's mouth, and couldn't help but smile. This Vegapunk doctor, like many high-tech talents on the Earth, has the urge to see a lot of advanced technology and can't want to study thoroughly. Clark dared to pack a ticket, just with Krypton to record dozens of galaxies, spanning countless light-years of interstellar civilization scientific and technological data, as long as the most basic things out, can make all scientists on the Earth flock. And Dr. Vegapunk of this world will certainly not be exempt from vulgarity. Clark did not pay attention to the eager and somewhat rude Dr. Vegapunk, and once again showed Vegapunk the projection he had previously shown to the yellow ape. And Vegapunk's eyes, when he saw this device, his eyes became brighter. Good thing, really good thing, if this device can be successfully applied to human weapons, their combat ability will be improved again. Vegapunk can see more goods than the yellow ape, and seeing more information projected by Clark is like seeing a beautiful woman with drool, and he can't walk. And Clark, who was regarded by him as a mountain of gold and silver, was held by his arm deadly, afraid that Clark would suddenly disappear from his side. This guy, after seeing such information and technology that had surpassed his knowledge before, had already thrown away all his disciplines. Want it? Clark's seductive voice sounded in Vegapunk's ears, like a demon seducing people with a whisper. Think, I want. Vegapunk nodded hurriedly, ecstatic, and almost fainted with excitement. God, what did he see? A huge spaceship that could violate the rules of gravity and float in the air countless times larger than the entire naval headquarters. An energy instrument that can open up the Earth's crust, go directly to the center of the Earth, and extract the energy of the center of the Earth. A weather instrument that can be placed on 2 levels of the planet, change the magnetic field of the entire planet through the action of gravitational fields, and adapt the atmosphere and environment of the entire planet. This is all a temptation that Vegapunk can't refuse at all, and he can't resist it at all. If you want, you'll have to look at this. Vegapunk saw the information that Clark had once again forwarded, and he couldn't help but be surprised again. This time, it is not the information of the shocking super-tech spacecraft, but a biological research report and the items stored in the genetic storage in the treasure book of life. Clark's body stores all Kryptonian genes, he is the treasure of life. Clark wants to make Vegapunk absolutely loyal. He can achieve the absolute control of the upper class over the lower class in the previous Kryptonian society by giving the Kryptonian life treasure gene. As a treasure of life, Clark can achieve absolute control over all future Kryptonians as long as a certain control sequence is added to the gene. And what Clark didn't expect was that his Kryptonian technology was more attractive to Vegapunk than anything else, and in the face of these star civilization technologies that surpassed human civilization that he could not access with his life's strength, he actually nodded directly without hesitation and agreed. Chapter 45. Looking at the somewhat excessive Vegapunk who agreed quickly, Clark was also a little speechless, and directly used the scanning function on the armor to transmit the gene control technology to the Vegapunk machine. And Vegapunk was even more eager to study non-stop, addicted to it, so intoxicated, even the human weapons that he had been researching and transforming before, were completely thrown aside by him. Clark had no doubt that Vegapunk would do something else with the information he gave him. In such a short period of time, a genius like Vegapunk, who has surpassed the world for 500 years, wants to study these materials, and even the most basic subject knowledge cannot be fully learned, let alone integrate these and go further. Moreover, the materials needed for many technical items in it are scavenged by Krypton from more than a dozen galaxies, and even if Vegapunk wants to replace it with something else, it takes a lot of effort to study. All in all, if you want Vegapunk to have the ability to create Kryptonian weapons, even if Clark has opened up a small amount of information to him, he is completely fine. At most, we can only learn from the research data of Krypton and get a lot of ideas in the modification of organisms. And if Vegapunk dares to sell his things to others, Clark will let him know why Clark is called Superman on a planet with many powerful superheroes and demigods. Superman is a powerful person who will be feared by many superheroes beyond human imagination. Even when Superman was on Earth, many dark creatures in the starry sky of the universe who coveted the planet did not dare to come to the Earth to make trouble. The existence of Superman not only shocks the criminals on the Earth, but also makes the bullies in the universe dare not make a mistake. In the following week, under the leadership of the world government, the Navy secretly contacted the Blackbeard pirates, handed over the Fire Fist Ace, and made Blackbeard the new King Kaiwahai. At this time, Vegapunk had almost completely stopped the research and development of human weapons, and was obsessed with learning Krypton data. Moreover, his biotechnology is not broken at all, although he is very unfamiliar with the part of the gene control sequence in Krypton technology, but this daring guy directly extracted the genes in the cell tissue obtained from the mucous membrane obtained from Clark. Then, according to the information in Kryptonian technology, he suppressed his own body, and completely turned himself into a pseudo-Kryptonian, a supernumerary who only Kryptonians use to control the genes of the entire social class. With this extra gene in his body, Clark, who controls the life code in his body, has a wonderful faint connection with Vegapunk. Clark, which is equivalent to the gene pool of the entire Krypton, knows that as long as his mind moves, the Kryptonian gene control sequence in Vegapunk's body can make all cells in Vegapunk's entire body fall into a state of genetic collapse. Knowing such a crazy approach as Vegapunk, even Clark couldn't help but be shocked by this crazy scientist. The only purpose of this guy is to let himself get more fascinating Krypton knowledge from Clark after being in Clark's state of absolute trust. It seems that every world's top scientist has the same characteristics as crazy people, otherwise, it is difficult for them to surpass ordinary people. During the week, under Garp's education, Tina could barely feel the armed color domineering, which was already very good for a naval soldier like her. Ordinary naval non-commissioned officers simply do not have this talent, and those high-ranking naval generals who have mastered the domineering color of the armed color have undoubtedly taken a lot of time to master it. However, in Clark, a pervert who can directly analyze energy with the Krypton armor and directly convert this energy into Clark's body in a special way, it is still too slow. Just when Vegapunk had secretly and completely belonged to Clark and helped Clark complete his Kryptonian recovery plan, Garp's grandson, who had met Clark before, but all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, who were put down by Clark in one face, had come to the Chambord Islands. After they agreed to gather together after 3 days, they separated and dispersed towards where they wanted to go. On the Chambord Islands, countless bounty hunters are gathering on this small island with the wind. Have you heard that Straw Hat Luffy with a reward of 300 million Bailey has also come to the Chambord Islands? That's a big deal. In the darkness, countless bounty hunters focused their eyes on Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid who attacked Justice Island and shocked the world, and he didn't know what would happen on this island. Not only him, but many bounty hunters also learned other news, such as more rare pirates known as supernovas, all gathered on the Chambord Islands as if they had made an agreement. On the Chambordy Islands, for a while, it became lively to the extreme, pirates and bounty hunters, pirates and navies, all constantly breaking out in conflicts and fights. Chapter 46. While Clark was still working with Vegapunk to analyze Kryptonian technology, Garp got a news that broke his heart. Although he had been prepared for a long time, when Garp really learned one day, the child he had raised was secretly exchanged by the world government from Blackbeard. And when he was about to be detained in the advanced punishment prison, Garp's mood was still quite sad. In Garp's heart, this child raised by him since childhood, although it is the bloodline of his old rival Roger, has long been getting along with this child, treating him as his own, and like Luffy, he regards it as his grandson. The old man sat sadly in his chair and closed his eyes, but soon another naval soldier entered Garp's office and hurriedly reported to Garp what was happening on the Chambord Islands. "It's Hades Hilbaz Riley." Garp grabbed the senbei with one hand, opened his big mouth and stuffed it into his mouth happily, as if there was no trace of sadness on his face just now. Everyone doesn't seem to have noticed that they are selling him as an ordinary old man. The population auction was actually auctioned off to the head of Hades. Kapuhaha burst out laughing, as if he saw an old man with bad taste to make himself look like he was in the auction house. "Okay, leave this matter to me to handle, don't tell anyone, including the Marshal of the Warring States, where your subordinates are there, also hide it well." But if it's really him?" The soldiers under Garp gasped, their bodies trembled, and it seemed that a terrible memory was still echoing in their minds. "It must be him, don't think about it. He is often seen, and I guess he sold himself because he lost too much money in gambling. However, Although Renly is already in his twilight years, look down on his words, the Navy will definitely lose countless troops. Cap put the tea in his hand on the table, sat sideways on the chair, only used the corner of his left eye, with an extremely strong sense of oppression, looked at his subordinates, and said word by word. Especially now, do you want the Navy to deal with two legends at the same time? Listening to Kappa's slightly heavy voice, the naval soldier was frightened, and quickly assured that he would definitely keep a secret, and hurriedly slipped out. Garp knocked on the table, put his hands behind his back, walked back and forth in the office a little irritably, and finally, a flash of essence flashed in his eyes, and strode outside. In the Chambord Islands No. 1 Peninsula Population Auction Hall, countless people, countless pirates, and countless merchants poured into it. Everyone, wait a long time. The monthly fixed Peninsula No. 1 population auction is about to begin. As the MC of this auction, Jean Ran is the store that is said to be walking, Mr. Huge cheers sounded in the auction hall, accompanied by the shouts of the audience in the venue with a touch of madness on their faces, as well as the crazy shouts of the MC on the stage. The atmosphere of the entire auction hall became more and more enthusiastic. The atmosphere of fanatical atmosphere fills this place full of countless evils, fishmen, mermaids, pirates, people of all kinds of races that have been captured as goods, and are about to be auctioned here. At the auction, after Kemi the mermaid from Mermaid Island, who was used as the finale item, came on the scene, the atmosphere of the scene reached its climax. Looking at this real young man's fish, everyone's eyes lit up with interest. Nami, who originally wanted to use all the funds on the ship for 200 million Baileys to take the mermaid Kemi back from here, saw the extremely ugly, extremely fat, but extremely frightening Draco aristocrat, Charos, who stood up from the audience excitedly, raised his fat finger. I give out 500 million Bailey. The auction hall suddenly fell silent, countless people gasped, and the sky-high price of 500 million Bailey actually appeared in the auction hall. And, most importantly, the person who bids is the world noble Draco. Although looking at his huge open mouth, ugly face, strange hairstyle, and already fat body, countless people looked down on them from their hearts. However, the identity of the Draco made them dare not show any expression on the surface. The most desperate thing for Jean Nami appeared. The mermaid Kemi successfully attracted the attention of the Draco nobles. Even if they had enough money, it was impossible to compete for Kemi in the hands of the Draco. What's more, they simply did not have enough money, and countless people shook their heads and sighed. They either had no money, or they did not dare to oppose the Draco at all. The entire venue was silent, and the auction house also wanted to cater to the Draco, and soon closed the deal neatly. The people of the Straw Hat Pirates looked unwillingly at the mermaid Kemi, who was about to become the plaything of the Draco, sweating profusely to think of a way. Just when the pirates in the auction hall felt that there was no longer anything to see here, and were about to leave, Luffy fell from the sky and landed in the auction hall. At this time, more and more interesting news than here is shocking the whole world. On the number 24 peninsula of the Chambord Islands, newspapers are being distributed in the sky one by one, and countless people are looking at what has been written in the newspapers, and one by one, their hearts are being shocked by the news of the world government. The captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, is about to be publicly executed. This means that the Navy is about to collide head-on with the most powerful pirate group in the New World, the Whitebeard Pirate Group. The war is about to begin. Chapter 47. In the auction hall, Luffy, who landed, fell into the funny of fighting with his companions again. Luffy, who attracted countless lights, did not see that many people were looking at him. And in a blink of an eye, he saw Kemi's Luffy, directly opened his eyes, and recklessly rushed towards the platform, and Kemi, who was locked up in the fish tank. Countless people were looking at Luffy, and whispers were spreading out in the crowd. The mermaid Zyoba, who grabbed Luffy's body in fear, wanted to stop Luffy, but the mermaid Zyoba, who showed many arms, was also recognized by many people in the venue. It's a fish man, it's disgusting. Just when there was a mess here, the auction house of the auction mermaid sent someone to clash with Luffy, who had rushed up to the platform. A terrible sonic boom suddenly came from the other side of the sea. Bong! 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 When the plane passed at a lower altitude, the sound of the engine bursting out, terrifying from afar, rushed towards the Chambord Islands. And in the Chambord Islands, because of a big event, the navy that became very weakly guarded, as well as countless people and pirates in the port, were horrified to find that at the place where the water and the sky meet, a terrible white dot drew a long white tail on the surface of the water, and quickly approached this place. The constant detonation sound, every second, will make the surface of the water explode violently. Knock knock. The heaven-shaking sound, like a warhammer, slammed into the hearts of everyone on the island. Although it was completely unknown what was approaching the island, the terrifying weather situation had made the ordinary people on the Chambord Islands lie on the ground in fear, shivering. And the stronger the person, the more he can feel the huge pressure from this voice. Finally, after just a few seconds, they finally saw the extremely shocking scene. After the long white line streaked, I don't know how many times the dot surpassed the factor, and the wind blade that was sharper than the sword was raised, leaving a clear white thin line on the sea. The sea water on both sides of the thin line surged madly inside, but it was soon divided from here again by a terrible wind, as if there was a giant axe that opened the world and split the sea in two. The terrifying scene deeply shocked everyone who was stunned to observe this scene on the harbor. Soon, they didn't have time to think about what kind of terrible thing would cause such a result, and their faces changed drastically, and they fell to the ground one by one. They had never seen such a terrible scene in their lives, and they could even foresee that this small dot would collide straight into the Chambord Islands, and with this terrifying power, cut it directly in a line. And they are even more afraid to the extreme. In such a huge disaster that can definitely destroy the entire archipelago, their chances of surviving seem infinitely slim. But in the face of such a scene that is more terrifying than any natural or man-made disaster they have ever seen, they simply cannot do anything, but can only lie silently on the ground and pray. Bong! 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 The violent explosion-like sonic boom was getting closer and closer to the Chambord Islands, and the sea surface was almost completely boiling, and just when the entire Chambord Islands felt that they were under terrible pressure, the small dot suddenly lifted upwards and disappeared from people's field of vision. Whew! The pressure of the terrible oppression on everyone's head has disappeared, but the after effects are still affecting the entire island. In the auction hall, the most unbearable Draco nobles, one by one, kept panting, shaking their legs in fear, sitting on the ground, and a very unpleasant smell came from their lower bodies. Abominable, abominable, abominable. Charos, the Draco who had never been so gaff, had just broken free from that deadly and terrible pressure when he saw countless people around him. Although they also looked quite unbearable like themselves, Charos felt that these people seemed to be laughing at themselves at the corners of their mouths. Dirty stuff. Charos angrily looked at the pants on his lower body that had been soaked with dirt, took the pistol, pointed it at the fishman Zyoba in front of him, and brutally pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the defenseless fishman Zyoba, with a bullet in his body, fell to the ground, and Charos howled hysterically, dancing with his hands, and seemed to vent all his current gaffes on Zyoba's body. Countless people watched this scene. Although they despised Charos very much in their hearts, they were also relieved one by one. If they could make this angry Draco deflated, just die an insignificant fishman, it would be an incomparably cost-effective thing. Kemi, the mermaid, watched Xiaobie fall in a pool of blood and cried out loudly in pain. Luffy had a gloomy face, angry to the extreme, and walked up to Charos in front of him step by step. And Charos looked at the fact that there were still people who dared to come and offend him, and raised his muzzle at Luffy with disdain. And Zyoba, who sensed the anger on Luffy, actually struggled to get up from the ground at this time to stop Luffy from making a move on Draco. At this moment, at a moment when everyone was completely unaware, a violent sonic boom exploded among Luffy and Charos. Clark, who was faster than the sound, fell from the sky and slammed into the ground of the auction venue, shaking everyone around him out. And Charos was even more vulnerable, and while his body flew out backwards, his head hit hard and he fainted. And except for Luffy and Clark, everyone saw the dizzy Charos, and the same terrifying thought flashed in their hearts. The world nobleman Draco was knocked unconscious alive in front of them. Big trouble. Chapter 48. What is Draco? They are the descendants of the kings of the first 20 allied countries at the beginning of the establishment of the world government, and because of their ancestors' contributions to the establishment of the world government, they have become nobles passed down from generation to generation. And they have been passed down from generation to generation, so that the descendants of the former world government have become more and more corrupt because they have been at the peak of world power for a long time. And Draco, who gradually felt that he was above the whole world and did not treat other people as life, became more and more perverted. wantonly plundering other people's lives, wantonly insulting other races as slaves, and killing people. As Eustace Kid, one of the pirate supernova at this auction, said before, the world is ruled by such rotten villains that more and more bad guys are born. Straw Hat Luffy? You are all here. Clark looked at the two sides that were knocked out by the shockwave of his own fall, and did not care about the Draco who was fainted by himself, and looked at Luffy and his group. Clark. The captain who had seen himself had already made up his mind, and the crew had also made up their minds to stand behind the captain, and the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates who were enemies of the Draco saw Clark one by one, and their eyes widened. Are you here to stop me, Clark? What surprised Clark a little was that Luffy at this time, his face was unusually calm, and his eyes contained a heart-wrenching determination. I heard that if anyone dares to be rough with the Draco, there will be admirals who will come to protect the Draco and eliminate the invaders who attack the Draco, but I didn't expect that you came so quickly, Clark. Luffy's hands crossed in front of him. If it weren't for the amazing intuition in his single cell that made him subconsciously make a resistance action, he would have been shocked in the shock wave generated just now. It's not a pheasant, a yellow ape, it's not Sakazuki, what's the matter, shouldn't this suddenly arrived navy be a general? A group of people sitting in the venue who were shocked were all a little dizzy, but it was very strange to see the cloak of naval justice behind Clark. According to the convention, it should be one of the three major admirals of the navy who dispatches here now, not this navy they do not know. Although this navy that fell from the sky is very surprising, they don't think Clark has too many excellences, after all, compared to the three admirals who rely on solid combat records and military industry, little by little stacked with the blood of countless pirates. Clark is really a little unknown. That's the navy, it's just right, I forgive you for being rude to Charos just now, immediately destroy all these guys who offend us. Charos's father, Griswold, saw Clark suddenly appear and the navy cloak behind him, stood up, with a hideous killing intent on his face, and pointed at Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid in front of him. This navy knocked his son out, but, it doesn't matter, kill this Straw Hat Kid first, and then, put this offensive Draco navy to death. The ugly face is full of hideous killing intent, and the distorted fat face looks disgusting. You are the navy, why don't you obey my orders and kill this guy quickly? Griswold's face became more and more distorted, and he also took out a pistol in his hand, just when this group of people who were ruled by the Draco, who had a deep-rooted thought that they did not dare to provoke the Draco, thought that this navy that fell from the sky would submit to Griswold's power and will and make a move on the Straw Hats. Clark turned around lightly and looked at this disgusting fellow. Who are you, beep next to me all the time, are you annoyed? Clark turned around, frowning unceremoniously and looking away in disgust. Bastard, you lowly pariah, the three of us are the most noble Draco in this world, you actually dare to disobey my orders, do you know the consequences of disobeying me? Griswold looked at Clark's disdainful look, pointed an angry pistol at Clark, and directly shot Clark under everyone's expected and unreasonable expectations. Clark's eyes were completely cold, allowing the bullet to spin in the air, rub, burst out sparks, and finally, hit the back of his head. With a crisp sound, it collapsed on the ground, and the metal that was originally shooting Clark had completely piled up due to the powerful impact, crumpled together, and fell to the ground. Clark turned back again, his eyes cold to face the Griswold in front of him, and in his terrified gaze, the strong and tall body took a step forward and approached. What do you want to do? A group of samurai in armor who ran out of the auction hall ran out one by one, blocking in front of Clark and Griswold. The air in this place, this is terrible, and you are the source of the polluted air. Clark looked at Griswold with garbage-like eyes, and such cold eyes made Griswold, who was under heavy protection, feel incomparably afraid for the first time in his life. Trash like you, living in this world, is a waste of resources and hindering the happy life of others. Clark held out a finger to Griswold who was protected in front of him. The black armed color domineering emerged, attached to the 6-style physical skill of the finger gun. In the blink of an eye, Griswold, who was protected in the crowd, broke the bubble, and an extra penetrated blood hole appeared on his head. It's so much fun. Law and Kid looked at Clark, who didn't hesitate at all, and simply killed Draco like this, and one by one they couldn't help but smile with extreme excitement. A navy that fell from the sky, but contrary to what the navy was supposed to do, instead killed the Draco who the navy must protect. This kind of thing is really, really exciting. Chapter 49. Others don't know Draco's identity as a world nobleman, but Clark doesn't know. He actually knew that when Garp was in the ministry, he called him over to prevent something unavoidable on the Chambord Islands because his reckless grandson Luffy did, and Garp asked Clark to come over and stabilize the situation. However, presumably Garp was worried in his heart. Clark actually heard more news. The Navy has caught top-secret news such as Whitebeard's second team captain Fire Fist Ace. In Clark's ears, it has long been no secret. And for the news that Garp faced Ace, the entanglement and pain he showed also showed that there was a good relationship between Ace and Garp. After so many days in the Navy, Clark still didn't find enough sense of belonging in this place. As Superman, Clark didn't want to be bound by so many rules, but because of Garp's old man's affection, Clark had to stay forever. But at this time, he can finally pay him back a lot of things. Old man Garp, after this incident, I don't owe you anymore. Clark looked at the Draco who was slowly falling backwards in front of him, and smiled silently. Countless pirates, merchants, slave traders on the Chambord Islands, screaming and running away from this place. They now only want to quickly escape from this archipelago. That naval madman, in full view, killed Draco, which would definitely cause the world government to send admirals to the Chambord Islands. And regardless of whether they are involved in this matter or not, many pirates on the island will definitely face a huge purge of the entire archipelago by the Navy, otherwise it will be impossible to calm the anger of other Draco. As for Clark, in the eyes of others, this bandit who killed Draco has completely lost hope of survival. You actually. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates reacted and began to fight with the bodyguards in the auction hall. You dare to make a move against the Draco, call the naval warships and headquarters, you must catch them, otherwise we will die. Countless guards in armor came out from all directions, and one by one they surrounded the people of the Straw Hat Pirates and Clark with sharp weapons. This is not that the Draco was beaten, but that there was a real Draco who died in their auction hall, and if they couldn't catch the murderer, the entire auction house would be completely cleansed. Bastard, Brother Charos, my father has never been willing to beat Brother Charos, you actually beat him, I want you to die. My father, you actually killed him, and I want all of you to die. A Draco who is related to Charos, Charsha, the daughter of Riswald, saw her brother completely faint and her father died, let out a terrified scream, took out a pistol from her body, pointed it in Clark's direction, and was about to bang and bang. It's so bad, old man, my ears are not good in the first place. Just as Clark was killing again, a somewhat old voice came from the stage. An invisible mighty momentum emanated from that small figure, knock knock. Row after row of people who remained in this auction hall, one by one, fell from the front row. That's awesome, that old man. All the people who were still able to stay awake under this domineering momentum looked at the old man standing on the platform. This guy was so powerful, he made everyone else in the venue fall in an instant. However, Clark slowly withdrew his finger aimed at Charsha, and his eyes looked at the old man there inexplicably. Are you trying to stop me from killing him? The old man shrugged helplessly, and looked at Clark with very solemn eyes. One Draco has already died, I don't want to die a second Draco here, the entire Chambord Islands can't withstand the wrath of the Draco. Clark sneered, looked around in all directions, and sneered. Just such an island, I think it will be destroyed if it is destroyed, there is nothing bad about it. Human traffickers, slave traders, are the most hated creatures on earth, no matter where they are. Let others be separated from their loved ones, never see each other again, let a family bear unimaginable pain and heaviness, such a guy, one should kill one. Faced with the old man's explanation, Clark didn't care at all, stared at the old man, raised his finger again, and aimed at Chartiera, fierce and fierce. Especially this kind of guy who promotes the development of such a deformed and distorted industry, he deserves death. Don't. Looking at the violent killing intent in Clark's eyes, the old man suddenly felt bad, and he didn't have time to stop Clark, so he could only see Clark just baked, and he was not familiar with the finger gun of one of the 6 types of the Navy, which once again ended the life of a Draco. A bright blood flower fluttered high in the air, making Luo and Kid, the leaders of the 2 pirate groups who had been staying in this auction hall, seemed to see the arrival of a new era. Clark looked at the corpse of the Draco lying stiff on the ground with satisfaction, and mocked mercilessly. Such garbage, only when they die, can they be slightly watchable, after all, they are only the best news for the world when they die. Chapter 50. Listening to the merciless mockery in Clark's mouth, the old man suddenly grinned and let out a hearty laugh. I really haven't seen a guy as unscrupulous as you in a long time. The old man's laughter attracted the attention of Law and Kid, and both of them were very shocked when they saw the old man's appearance. Hades Renly, why are you here? Hey, don't call that name nonsense, I'm just an ordinary filmmaker on the Sabaody Islands now, I still want to live quietly, don't cause me trouble. The old man, known as Hades Riley, hurriedly wanted to clear up the relationship, which was related to his ability to continue to live quietly in the Sabaody Islands in the future. People inside, listen, you have been surrounded by me. Everyone quickly put down their weapons and surrendered, calling out the Griswold family. Just outside, long before the auction began, a large number of navies had surrounded the place, and when the people inside had already run out in large numbers when Clark fell from the sky and knocked Charos unconscious. Now, this auction hall is also under the strict siege of the Navy. At this time, the headquarters of the Navy, the extremely shocked voice also sounded in the Marshal's office. What do you say? The Draco was killed in the Sabaody Islands. The hand holding the phone in the warring states couldn't stop trembling, which was a huge event that made him completely unprepared. This is the trigger that will make the whole world start to tremble. The Navy, the world government is now all eyes on the Sabaody Islands. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku's body stood straight in place, but his face was extremely gloomy. He drove out all the people except the 3 generals and Garp, and then sealed the door of the office tightly, and the tone was extremely solemn. There is a very bad news. The voice of the warring states made Garp and the 3 major generals a little uncomfortable. When was this? And I actually saw the warring states once again appear this restless, hoarse look. Even if it has been determined that by executing Fire Fist Ace, it will cause a huge collision between the naval headquarters plus the usse and the Whitebeard pirates, this naval marshal known as the Wise General, the Buddha warring states, has never had such a gaffe. Could it be that what other news is more worrying to the Sengoku than Draco's death and going to war with Whitebeard? It was Clark who killed those 2 Draco. Just after Sengoku said Clark's name in a solemn voice, the entire office suddenly fell into complete silence. In an instant, this place seemed to become a world without sound, quiet to the extreme, and Garp's face showed a surprised expression. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty, looked at the warring states, and seemed to want to ask the warring states again about the authenticity of this news. Garp, this news is true. Sengoku looked at the expression on Garp's face and answered him heavily, although he still complained about Garp in his heart. Look at your family, who are they? As a parent, Garp, although he is a naval hero, a naval old man who can't catch up with Roger, is one of the labels of the Navy, but he is also the most unruly and troublesome guy in the Navy. And Garp's son is the most vicious wanted criminal in the world, the leader of the vicious revolutionary army who intends to overthrow the whole world. Garp's grandson, one is the last bloodline of the former One Piece King Roger in this world, and is now the captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates, the most powerful pirate group in the New World. One is a pirate supernova who has been clamoring all day to become One Piece, and has also made the Justice Island incident that shocked the world. Even Clark, who was brought back to the Navy by Garp and swore by Garp that he would become the biggest pillar of the Navy, has now become the murderer of the Draco and one of the fierce opponents that the Navy has to face. However, in the face of the current Garp, the warring states were completely unable to say a word of reproach. Now, the world government has asked us to immediately send our admirals to the Sabaody Islands. Which of you will go? After Sengoku finished speaking, he found that the entire office fell silent again, and the green pheasant Kuzan was very secretively staying on Garp's ship when he went to Justice Island, and he knew Clark quite well. And Sakazuki, although he felt that under the impetus of hatred, he had improved a lot, and in order to carry out absolute justice, he should undertake such a task. But when he thought of Clark's unceremonious words after defeating him, he saw him beat him once, and the original fiery revenge immediately frustrated. Without absolute strength to guarantee that he could defeat Clark, Sakazuki decided that he would not go to Clark alone to be abused. And at this time, the yellow ape actually took a step ahead of Garp and took the initiative to stand up. Just let me go, it just so happens that the little thing that Dr. Vegapunk helped me develop has been made recently, and I can test the performance of some weapons with Orochimaru and the Doctor. By the way, you can let the Doctor observe Clark's abilities from the side, and maybe let the Doctor find some of the guy's weaknesses and make weapons that can be targeted. Hearing that the yellow ape has no confidence, He has already famously said that he is going to see the liveliness, and he is not really going to capture Clark, and the warring states are helpless. Clark's combat power was experienced by Garp and Sakazuki, and a general did not pose any threat to him at all. And the warring states, who did not know that the Yellow Ape had also had a battle with Clark, felt that if the Yellow Ape was sent, with the speed of the Yellow Ape, it should not be a big problem, so he nodded and agreed to his proposal. It's just that the warring states are also a little helpless to Clark. The naval headquarters has clearly wanted to collide with the Whitebeard pirates, and now there is news that Clark killed Draco, which is really a disaster. The Yellow Ape immediately left the Sengoku office and went to the Naval Research and Development Base, where he found Dr. Vegapunk and obtained from him a small weapon developed for him by Dr. Vegapunk. It's just that the Yellow Ape who left did not find that in the eyes of Dr. Vegapunk, there was still a strange gaze. Gendarmerie, take that equipment and that one, plus those materials I asked you to prepare, and let's go. Master Clark, everything is ready, let us shine the glory of the Kryptonians on the whole world. Under the light of the research room, an extremely fanatical adoration appeared on Vegapunk's face. After so many days, under Clark's instruction, constantly learning, using and expanding Krypton technology, Vegapunk only felt that his former self was like a small dust that could no longer be tiny. And the knowledge of Krypton, in front of his speck of dust, is the holy ship of the firmament that covers the sky. Vegapunk, who is constantly addicted to it, is realizing that his knowledge and horizons are constantly being expanded. Heartily praising Master Clark, Vegapunk felt that he had no other way to show his loyalty than to give his soul together to his master. Having thoroughly seen the vast knowledge as the sea of stars, Vegapunk, an avid doctor of science, has completely submitted to Clark's hands and has become his loyal fan. Navy Headquarters. Vegapunk sneered, watching as he came in from outside, faithfully carrying out his orders and helping him move his instruments, but in fact it was also the Navy monitoring his troops. From today onwards, no one other than Master Clark will be able to drive the great Dr. Vegapunk. Coldly watching a group of naval soldiers carry out orders, Vegapunk carefully gathered the information Clark gave him these days, as well as his most preliminary research results, into a small box and extracted it himself. Doctor, for your safety, in fact, I think it is better for you to stay. We will definitely bring back the first-hand observation materials over there. Vegapunk's Dr. Jean Momomaru stood in the doorway, looking at the doctor's excitement like a dragon about to go to sea, a little worried. Vegapunk looked at the captain of his protection team, Jean Momomaru, and also felt a little emotion in his heart. This guy is sincerely protecting himself, but all this is due to his identity and the orders of the world government. It's a pity that if Orochimaru knew what he was about to do, he would definitely turn his face with himself and forcibly detain himself, a scientist of great importance to the world government, in the Navy. Gendarmerie, I must get first-hand information at the first time. Only by seeing it with my own eyes can I understand the problems with these equipment, as well as the strength of the guy who is feared by the admirals. Hearing the irrefutable tone in Vegapunk's somewhat heavy voice, Orochimaru also knew that as long as it was not an excessive request, he had to do what Vegapunk asked. Orochimaru nodded, turned around, and looked at the row of human weapons in front of him that had been prepared, with numbered human weapons, and had infinite confidence in his heart. With so many terrifying secret weapons in existence, Orochimaru wasn't afraid of any problems he might encounter on this mission. It's just that Jean Momomaru doesn't know what kind of opponent he will encounter this time. Hold on, everyone. The Admiral is coming soon, stop this group of pirates. Outside the auction hall, the garrison navy on the Chambord Islands, which was crushed by Luffy, Law and Kid, was supporting with a tenacious will and a number that far exceeded the multiple of the three in front of them. However, in the face of more members of the three pirate groups coming out of the auction hall, the navy stationed on the island was still powerless to stop them from breaking through their own defenses. Goodbye, Clark. Before leaving, Straw Hat Luffy did not forget to wave his hand enthusiastically with Clark. After all, in his opinion, Clark, who can decisively kill Draco, who is about to hurt his friends Kohachi and Kemi, is a good person. Nami quickly covered his mouth and whispered with some concern. You idiot, don't die, that man killed 3 Draco, if we have too much to do with him, we will also be unlucky. Nami turned back with some worry, looking at Clark who walked out with an expressionless face, and suddenly, a trace of unbearability flashed in her heart. She saw a trace of the same loneliness in Clark's back as he had before, when she was carrying an extremely heavy burden and could only crawl alone in this world. Fortunately, she finally met this ship trustworthy, giving her back in life to the other party's crew. Clark, on the other hand, seemed to be alone. Luffy, do you want to go and join us too? Nami suddenly felt a little distressed at this time. Clark, who seemed to be alone, pulled Luffy and whispered. Luffy looked at Nami puzzled and replied breathlessly. I don't want it, he's my grandfather's navy, if I do this, my grandfather will beat me again. Of course, Luffy was also optimistic about Clark, but the thought of his grandfather's loving iron fist made him provoke. You are stupid, he is not a navy person now, he has killed 3 Draco, how can he still be worthy of the navy? That's what I said. Luffy turned his head and was about to find Clark, only to find that Clark had left far away. And the Straw Hats and the gang had to quickly leave here and go to the bar of Rayleigh and Peony. Clark stood alone at the harbor of the Chambord Islands. On the island behind him, shouting, terrified cries were numerous, pirates, navies were at war. And countless terrified people want to leave this place, because the Chambord Islands will soon receive a round of naval purges. The navy is coming. And soon, countless panicked cries came from this place, and with a whizzing sound of fierce artillery fire on the sea, on the tall naval warship, above the shells fired, a man in a yellow coat, also fell with the shells towards the Chambord Islands. I really didn't expect that it was you who came. Clark raised his head and looked at the yellow ape standing on the cannonball, flying in, and the Vegapunk who faintly revealed a trace of his figure on the warship, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. The Kryptonian race revival plan began from this moment. Yellow ape, are you coming to get me? Standing in the seaport, facing the yellow ape standing on the cannonball, galloping in his direction, Clark opened his arms, as if unguarded, allowing the shell group in front of him to fall beside him. Boom! Violent explosions continued to sound in this place, and the pirates who were still desperately fleeing for their lives around looked at Clark who was standing there as if he was greeting the yellow ape, and they couldn't help but wonder if this guy was stupid and dared to stop in front of the admiral. Although many people think that this guy is an idiot, if this guy can attract the attention of the yellow ape, it will also give them a glimmer of hope to escape. Damn, run away, what are you still standing here for? But even if it is the same time, among the pirates, there are inevitably many people who are crazy and want to do something big. That's the great General Yellow Ape, if I can kill him. The ghost-obsessed pirate shot at the yellow ape who appeared grandly in the midst of the explosions, and a flash of light suddenly appeared on the yellow ape's head. In his head, where the bullet was concentrated, it turned into a scattered mass of photons, allowing the bullet to penetrate through his brain without hindrance. And at the moment when the bullet flew out, the yellow ape's head was completely restored to its original state, and there was no scar at all. How is it possible? The pirate who fired the gun let out a scream, and his companion next to him quickly pulled him to turn and run. General Yellow Ape is a natural devil fruit ability, we are not his opponents, run. The pirates, who thought that they would provoke the yellow ape and suffer the disaster of destruction, were all ready to be killed by the yellow ape in the next second. However, at this time, the yellow ape did not bother to pay attention to them at all, but stood in place very solemnly, motionless, looking at the direction where Clark was completely obscured by the smoke of the exploding shells. When the black smoke slowly dissipated, there was indeed Clark standing all over his body, without a trace of injury. Sure enough, the most dangerous thing in this place is you, Clark, why did you kill those 3 Draco? The yellow ape directly pulled out a golden Tiankong cloud sword from the palm of his hand, and slashed down at Clark in front of him. Clark raised a hand, covered with black-armed domineering arms, and easily held the yellow ape's slash. However, the huge sword chi of the sharp Tiankong cloud sword also spread out to both sides as if it had knocked down a rock as hard as iron. Swish, the sword chi that was much sharper than the blade, easily split the buildings on the Chambord Islands around the 2 and 2. Even the pirate who had just shot at the yellow ape could not dodge for a while and was cut open an arm. At the same time as the piercing scream, the pirates who were turned upside down one by one, lying on the ground, were also watching in horror at the owner of the arm that grabbed the yellow ape's attack, Clark. That man, after being hit by such fierce artillery fire, was actually unharmed. Stupid, the point is that the man killed 3 Draco, and he is the culprit who ushered in Admiral Yellow Ape. He was actually able to block the Admiral's attack. A large number of eyes focused on Clark's body, and Clark squeezed the Tiankong cloud sword in his hand into pieces with one hand, raised his hand, and rushed towards the yellow ape body in front of him with a punch. The yellow ape has long known the power of Clark's fist, and did not dare to try to use his body to hard connect, and has long been prepared, and the moment he saw Clark's crushing of his lightsaber, his body turned into a flash and retreated a lot. Despite this, Clark's violent fist also set off a violent fist wind, blowing the yellow ape's whole person almost upside down. Seeing Clark's instant advantage, even Admiral Yellow Ape had to temporarily avoid the edge, and a group of pirates were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to fall. Admiral Yellow Ape, in the hands of this person, not only could not take advantage, but even suppressed. It's really terrible. Sure enough, the guy who dares to kill 3 Draco, and is in danger when provoking the Admiral, is terrifying. Clark looked at the yellow ape who dodged his fist and didn't care. He looked at the yellow ape, and the corner of his mouth showed a touch of mockery. I really didn't expect the Navy actually treated the lackeys of such a guy, just killed a few garbage that wasted food and air, and the Navy would actually send a guy like you to fight me. The yellow ape was speechless. The world government wanted to protect the Draco, and as an admiral under the world government, he also had to obey orders. The Navy still has very important things to do during this time. Clark, I know I can't take you, I just came to ask you a word. The yellow ape quickly raised his legs, a shining light lit up on his toes, and a golden pillar of light swept towards Clark. Clark stood up and allowed this golden pillar of light to attack his body. In an instant, the eyes of all the pirates were completely obscured by the golden light, making their eyes unable to open. The power of the light wave could not hurt Clark, but the shock wave generated by the impact and the golden light wave that spread out still killed and injured the surrounding pirates. Colonel Clark, are you sure you are leaving the Navy? Launched this blow, the yellow ape also slowly retracted his legs. He was very satisfied with his own attack just now. Under the blessing of the energy device created by Dr. Vegapunk provided by Clark, he felt that the power of his own attack just now rose by 3%. What do you say, yellow ape? I'm not the kind of person who can accept so many restraints and be commanded by Draco's nose and eyes. Clark's figure instantly rushed out from the violent explosion light wave. He directly resisted the laser light released by the yellow ape, grabbed the yellow ape's leg before he had time to fully retract, and his body quickly rotated and threw the yellow ape's body out. Sue. The yellow ape's body seemed to have turned into a real light, and after crashing through more than a dozen houses, it stepped on a pile of ruins, and slowly regained its elemental light particle state and returned to its complete human form. Then the yellow ape slowly took out a telephone worm and started talking to the headquarters. Oh, I see. Hey, Moxie, I'm a yellow ape. I've arrived in the Chambord Islands. Oh, it's scary. I've been beaten up by Clark. If I hadn't been careful enough, I might not have been able to talk to you now. The yellow ape dragged a strangely long tail note and answered towards the headquarters. And when the yellow ape and the headquarters called and reported, Clark set off the body from the headquarters little by little. Before leaving, Old Man Garp asked himself to put on the cloak of naval justice. Now, Clark grabbed the cloak from his back. Holding the robe with the 2 big words of justice written in his big hand, Clark's face showed a trace of reluctance. Garp, such a navy does not deserve the word justice, let alone deserve my continued nostalgia. Don't worry, I will thank you for your kindness, but this navy, I am not right. His eyes turned red, and the burning light instantly penetrated the naval justice cloak in his hand, igniting it. The flames soon burned out the cloak, which symbolized justice for the Navy, and Clark and the Navy were no longer in any relationship. The only thing that Clark can remember is the old man Garp who adheres to the principles in his heart and is full of a sense of justice. The yellow ape, who was on the phone, saw Clark mercilessly burn off the cloak, sighed, and hung up the phone worm. It seems that you have already made up your mind. Just now, Garp has convinced the warring states to gamble on the future of the Navy, to save you from this matter, and find you a substitute for the dead ghost. The whole body turned into a golden light, flashed in front of Clark. The yellow ape sighed, so that Garp was actually able to intercede for him to this point. Such treatment, except Clark, no Navy can enjoy. Hearing the words of Garp relayed by the yellow ape, Clark's firm heart shook, but after all, he did not waver much. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This is what I owe old man Garp, yellow ape, help me tell him, I will definitely pay it back to him. With a cold snort, the aura of his whole body burst out, and the surging momentum made the red cloak behind him hunt. Oh, what are you going to do? The yellow ape's whole body tensed, and when he confirmed that Clark would not return to the Navy, Clark had become the most terrifying enemy he had faced since he became a Navy. Yellow ape, take your people and leave this place quickly. The yellow ape's eyes were tightly fixed on Clark's whole body, and from Clark's body, he felt more and more pressure. It's so terrifying, this momentum alone has already made him a little unable to face it. These islands have completely decayed and become the playthings of the powerful, and this place is filthy, just enough to be the place where I can send a message to the world. The yellow ape clenched his teeth, his figure flashed, his body suddenly turned into a light, appeared in a kick, and kicked Clark's chest fiercely. Clark grabbed forward and firmly grabbed the yellow ape's leg, but he didn't expect that this guy directly converted the part he was caught into a photon, and the whole person rotated wildly, and then jerked Clark's side face with his other foot. Clang! Like ringing a bell, a huge shockwave visible to the naked eye accompanied by a terrifying sound that made the scalp tingle hit the layers of debris of the earth behind. The layers of land were directly lifted up, revealing the exposed rocks below, and the surrounding houses could not withstand the ravages of such a violent shock wave, and the surrounding rooms were all shattered. Clark's head was only slightly off, and it slowly turned back from there. You are very good, the speed of progress is quite large. Don't underestimate me. If you run away in such embarrassment, I will be laughed at when I go back. As soon as the yellow ape finished speaking, he raised his leg high again, and slashed fiercely like a machete. Clark raised his arm, held the yellow ape's leg, pitch-black domineering black fist, and slammed in front of the yellow ape with the middle door wide open. The yellow ape crossed his hands, pressed in front of Clark's fist, and quickly retreated back with the power of Clark's fist. In the air, countless more naval guns aimed at Clark's body and blasted over. Once again, Clark's body was buried in a heavy cloud of smoke. Clark, you give me to get out of here now, I can be unseen, otherwise, even you, I will carry out the justice of the Navy. The yellow ape flew in midair, looking solemnly at Clark below, and he saw from Clark's eyes that Clark deeply disliked this island. Of course, the yellow ape knows what this place is, which is a very shameful illegal area on the Chambord Islands. It is full of human trade, slave trade, which is tacitly accepted by the Navy, which should be banned all over the world. However, for a number of reasons, this place not only became the most developed area of the slave trade in the entire world, but also became the favorite area of many slave traders. Just because the Draco had a lot of hard work, slaves, and their ranks rose in large numbers. And Clark, to destroy this place, he has already killed 3 Draco. If he is allowed to know these illegal divisions on the Chambord Islands, Draco and the world government will be angry. However, at this time, the Navy is about to fight the most powerful pirate force group in the New World, the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, let the opposite side of the Navy, there is one more Clark with terrifying strength. That is definitely something that any Navy does not want to see at all. Before the yellow ape came to the Chambord Islands, through the intelligence of the Navy, he had basically determined this place, and there was a man who made the Navy extremely fearful. The deputy captain of the pirate regiment of the former One Piece King Roger, Hades Rayleigh, and Garp's order to the Navy at that time was to hide his soldiers as much as possible and not to report to Marshal Sengoku. Because if the Navy were to face 2 legends at the same time, it would make the entire headquarters feel heavy. And Clark, now obviously put by the yellow ape on the same level as the former Hades Renly, and now the strongest man in the sea, Whitebeard. They are all legendary men that the Navy needs to face seriously, and although Clark is less famous than Whitebeard, this is precisely what Clark is more afraid of. Clark will make people who do not know the truth lose their vigilance against him. Yellow ape, why can this kind of place still exist, you tell me? Clark, who grew up on Earth and embraced Earth's values, simply could not stand the existence of such a blatant slave trade on an island. This is a perverted and deformed industry, a place without humanity, a place that Clark, who still has the brilliance of humanity, cannot accept. He is going to destroy this place, by the way, with the destruction of this place, to tell the world, Clark's arrival. The recovery and re-emergence of the Kryptonians, relying on him alone, is too slow. He needs more subordinates, a vast territory, and more doctors like Vegapunk to fill his team. In this world, the world government will definitely not allow itself to have such a huge force, and the power under its command will definitely make the whole world turbulent because of the advanced Kryptonian technology and the super combat power of the Kryptonians. The world government will not allow itself to have a force capable of subverting the entire world. This is the conclusion Clark reached in the Navy through contact with Vegapunk. Like Vegapunk, who has provided the Navy with countless terrifying advanced technologies, as well as a series of human weapons beyond human common sense, and many genius doctors who have made the Navy ahead of the pirates' technological inventions, aren't they also like a treasure and a prisoner, who have been locked up in the Navy and strictly guarded? Because Vegapunk has a brain that can make the Navy much stronger, and this advantage is likely to change due to the change in the power of Vegapunk. There is only one point of thinking about the leaders of the world government: too powerful a force, it must be all in their hands, otherwise, then destroy it. The yellow ape gritted his teeth and desperately resisted Clark, who was becoming more and more powerful from his body. The invisible majesty and momentum were like substance, oppressing every nerve of the yellow ape, making him feel that he was about to be unable to hold on and lying on the ground. This is not the aura produced by some overlord-colored domineering, but just the shocking energy emitted by Clark when he is simply about to open his fire power. Clark, who is now able to enter the surface of the sun to absorb solar radiation energy significantly, has fully exploited every cell in his body. Although it has not yet reached the level of being able to enter the center of the sun, the energy in Clark's body is not something that ordinary people can resist. Every cell in Clark's body is now escaping the energy stored in the cells, and the huge energy makes the surrounding air quickly distort. The sweat on the yellow ape's face became more and more. He had never felt such a hot temperature. Even the red dog Sakazuki, who was also a senior admiral, could not make him sweat like this now. Yellow ape, you can't stop me. After the yellow ape heard Clark's voice, an extremely bad premonition arose in his heart, and Clark directly locked the position of the yellow ape with his senses, directly driving the twisted air around him, and rushed towards the yellow ape. The yellow ape wanted to dodge, his body turned into a flash of light and wanted to shoot out to the rear, but he was surprised to find that the light after the elemental transformation of his body hit the ground crookedly. And Clark had already chased after him, pressing a palm on the head of the unknown yellow ape and moving down hard. Boom! Every place in the Chambord Islands seemed to hear a heavy crashing sound, which made the pirates feel a little numb in their scalps. The yellow ape's head was buried under the ruins of the shattered ground, and blood flowed from his head. He pushed away the masonry on his body, jumped sharply, got out of the ruins, panted and wiped the blood from his head, and looked at Clark in front of him in disbelief. What the hell have you done? Why is my ability invalid? The yellow ape was only now really beginning to feel afraid, and he didn't understand why after he turned into a flash, the direction of the flash would shift, causing him to bump headlong in a crooked direction. Clark looked at the yellow ape with an embarrassed appearance without care, as if everything that happened was already in mind, and he slowly took out a phone bug from his arms. Vegapunk, block the entire Chambordi Islands, don't let a pirate run out of this island. Today, we have to do something big. What, you actually premeditated with Vegapunk? The yellow ape was even more surprised. If there had been some conspiracy between this man and Vegapunk, then he took Vegapunk to take the initiative to leave the naval headquarters under heavy protection today. Wouldn't it be equivalent to giving Vegapunk to Clark himself? More sweat came out of the yellow ape's forehead, and if he really let Vegapunk leave the Navy's surveillance and let him follow Clark, it would be much more serious than anything. The yellow ape has seen with his own eyes that Clark has terrifying technology beyond the imagination of the world government, and with Dr. Vegapunk's words, it is likely that those things will become reality. The whole world will be turned upside down. War Peach Maru, War Peach Pill, quickly watch Dr. Vegapunk, take him out of the Chambord Islands, and quickly return to the headquarters. At this time, the extremely nervous yellow ape quickly found the phone worm that had previously protected the Captain Jean Momo Maru with Vegapunk, and anxiously contacted the other side. But when the phone worm didn't respond for a long time, coupled with Clark's unmoved in front of him, he didn't mean to stop himself at all, just standing in place and watching himself call. One of the yellow ape's hearts fell silent. Don't waste your effort, just come out of the naval headquarters. Dr. Vegapunk can have countless ways to escape from your control. The yellow ape took a deep breath, put down the phone worm, and his face completely changed. Clark, I will not allow your conspiracy to succeed, even if it is a fight for my life. I will stop your conspiracy. As long as I can stop you for a while, the Navy will definitely react and find Dr. Vegapunk. There was no longer a hint of cynicism on the yellow ape's face, and there was no other expression on the frivolous face with many folds. The yellow ape is really desperate, in order to make up for the mistake he brought out Dr. Vegapunk before. Ha 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 ha, yellow ape, you are simply joking with me. Do you think that those navies can block so many human weapons? The yellow ape's face froze, but he did not have any timidity. Although the existence of human weapons, it was not comparable to those ordinary soldiers. However, what came to this place today was not only the human weapon, but also the prototype of the human weapon, the bear of one of the 7 martial seas. This is the last strength of the yellow ape, because those human weapons will definitely not be the opponents of the 7 martial sea bears, and the human weapons created now are only used to deal with the little minions below the level of the pirate team leader of the New World. They don't yet have the capital to fight with a real powerhouse like the Kaiwa sea bear, even if there are far more human weapons than the bear alone. It looks like you're confident, but how long can you hold out, within this area? Clark raised his hands, and more fiery energy emanated from his body, more moisture evaporated and rose in the air, making everything around the yellow ape blurred. What are they doing? Hiding in the ruins, countless pirates are shivering and watching the battle between Admiral Yellow Ape and Clark. It's just that the area filled with water vapor makes the vision a little blurry, and they can't really see it. The only thing that is certain is that they all see that the yellow ape is now suppressed in it. Clark's fist punch after punch, with majestic armed color domineering power, knocked on the head of the yellow ape. And the yellow ape, after experiencing several times turning into a flash, but finally planted on the ground and being held down and beaten, can only honestly maintain its human form, using physical skills and swordsmanship to constantly strive for more time to support under Clark's hands. The pirates outside looked very strange, and in the area filled with water vapor, the yellow ape was beaten with a miserable word. As a natural fruit ability, no one has ever beaten him so miserably, even if it is the senior Garp, the old sea soldier who is extremely domineering in arms. It is impossible to walk him like this. After all, if he wants to escape, no one can stop him. But in this strange area, the flash of the yellow ape could not flash out at all, and it had been deliberately confined by Clark. Even if he knew that there was a problem in this place, there was no way to solve it. I'm not mistaken, that is the yellow ape of the 3 admirals, who was actually beaten so badly. You are not mistaken, there is indeed something wrong with the yellow ape now, but you look at the yellow ape's physical skills and swordsmanship, and it is indeed worthy of the strength of the admiral, but his fruit ability seems to have a problem. A group of pirates carefully watched the battle ahead, one by one, their eyes widened, afraid of missing any detail. This is a precious scene of the General Yellow Ape being violently beaten. Ordinary people can't see it at all. And the Yellow Ape is indeed a naval admiral with peak strength, and his physical strength, combat ability, and endurance ability really make Clark appreciate. Even if he had been rubbed on the ground for so long, in addition to spitting out a lot of blood from his mouth, there was no more embarrassing injury. Although the natural devil fruit ability will be attacked by the armed color domineering energy, this does not prevent them from still recovering their bodies quickly through elementalization. However, listening to the rumbling sound of hugging began to be heard continuously throughout the island. Clark smiled slightly and stopped the movement in his hand. The human weapon pacifist began to threaten and surrounded the entire island, preventing any pirates from running out of this place now. Yellow Ape, for the sake of our friendship, let me go. I don't want to kill you. If there was one less admiral here, you would have a harder time against the Whitebeard pirates, and Old Man Garp definitely didn't want that to happen, right? The Yellow Ape stood in place with difficulty, panting, looking at Clark who did not breathe in front of him, and the gap in strength between the two sides became more and more obvious. His ability to flash fruits, whether it is a laser or something else, will inexplicably deviate in this area, but with a fist, he is not Clark's opponent. How the hell did you do it? How did you disable my abilities? The Yellow Ape couldn't help but ask, looking at the surrounding environment, pointing to this area that was dispersed by water vapor and asking, "What are these? Are you a weapon that you specially developed to restrain me?" Clark listened to the Yellow Ape's question, and after a pause, he laughed. "Sorry, Yellow Ape, I didn't think about making anything special to restrain you at all, I just used the principle of refraction of light. How about it? Have you experienced the power of knowledge? Do you want to join me, follow me, and Vegapunk, and witness the rise of the Kryptonians again?" The Yellow Ape's face was complicated. He didn't know what Clark was talking about, he just felt as if he was despised, intellectually despised. Moreover, this guy never intended to kill himself. He definitely did not kill himself because of his kindness, but also used the power of the three admirals to involve the Whitebeard pirates. This man is very likely to intervene in the battle between the Navy and the white-bearded pirate group after entering. The Yellow Ape's heart was bitter. No, I'm an admiral. Clark heard the sound of firm rejection from the Yellow Ape's mouth, shook his head regretfully, waved his hand, and turned to leave. The Yellow Ape was taught such a miserable lesson, he would not be stupid enough to fight with himself, and the next step was to subdue the pirates who were called Supernova on this island. As an important part of the recovery plan of the Kryptonians in this world, these people have many big effects. In the future, they will be used by Clark as the sharpest gun in his hand, to seize a huge amount of money from other pirates for Clark's plan. After that, the partition of the slave-trading Chambord Islands was completely destroyed. Clark. You selfish fellow, are you just walking away like this? Don't you think about Colonel Tina? Clark paused, and the Yellow Ape behind him roared out at Clark at the last moment, and Clark only paused for a moment before continuing to walk forward. Yellow Ape, then it's up to you, help me say sorry to Tina, and then help me protect her. She was so close to me before, and although Garp was there were inevitably some other things. Why would I help you, a defector from the Navy, do such a thing? Although he can't beat Clark, the Yellow Ape doesn't want to be a slave who is arbitrarily squeezed by Clark. Humph, if anything goes wrong with Tina, I will destroy the headquarters of the Navy. Are you satisfied with this answer? Moreover, I did not defect to the Navy, I just chose to leave on my own initiative. A large color of humiliation appeared on the Yellow Ape's face, and he was a great admiral, and he was actually blackmailed into doing such a thing. Moreover, today's events have happened, regardless of whether he brought Dr. Vegapunk back or not, today he will definitely not be able to escape a dereliction of duty. The Yellow Ape's body was trembling, however, facing Clark, he found that he had no room to refuse. The ugly-faced Yellow Ape ran out of the area in 3 steps and 2 steps, his body turned into a golden light, and flew towards the warship on the sea. But when he landed on the warship, he unexpectedly found Jean Momomaru, who had been knocked unconscious. All the human weapons pacifists who were only mobilized in this operation to observe combat effectiveness in order to make improvements have now all disappeared from the warship and been taken away by Dr. Vegapunk. Damn it! The Yellow Ape slammed his fist on the side of the ship, leaving a huge fist print. He had never felt such humiliating things. Gendarmerie was also awakened by the sound of the Yellow Ape. Old man Yellow Ape, why did you come back? Not good, old man Yellow Ape. Dr. Vegapunk knocked me out with a pacifist. Orochimaru suddenly remembered that he had fainted by the unsuspecting sneak attack before, and the Yellow Ape nodded. I know, now, go back to the Navy headquarters. Gendarmerie was shocked and looked at the Yellow Ape in bewilderment. What, old man Yellow Ape, we should go and bring Dr. Vegapunk back now, why go directly back to the headquarters? Orochimaru is the captain of Dr. Vegapunk's protection team, and if he loses Dr. Vegapunk, he won't have good fruit to eat. Because there is an enemy on the island that I cannot defeat. Now, when the headquarters is about to go to war, we can't go to war with the second legend at the same time. The Yellow Ape's humiliating decision broke his teeth and swallowed himself, and today's matter can definitely not be pursued by the Navy. Even if it will lose some naval face, even if it will attract the criticism of the high level of the world government and the Draco, it will not be able to provoke the Clark guy anymore. Dr. Vegapunk has fallen into Clark's hands, and they are simply powerless to fight for it now, although the consequences of letting go are endless, but it is better than the direct destruction that the Navy may face 2 terrible enemies at the same time. Listen to me, go. The Yellow Ape gritted his teeth angrily and clenched his hands. Gendarmerie looked at the expression on the Yellow Ape's face, knowing that the Yellow Ape was very serious, and did not dare to delay any longer. So he could only order it to go down and let all the navies who came to the Chambord Islands evacuate this place. And this headless and brainless action of the Navy made all the pirates completely confused. It's not that if the Draco is killed, it will cause the Admiral to dispatch and purge the pirates on the entire island and the guys who killed the Draco. Why did these navies escape one by one? One by one, pirates and slave traders who were hiding came out of the ruins, looking at the naval ships that were getting farther and farther away in the distance. On the way to Clark's march, a group of pirates who witnessed the situation of Clark forcing away the Yellow Ape just now were nervous. It's the terrifying guy who drove away the yellow ape. Captain Hawkins, you go. Don't be nervous, today is not my time to die. Clark looked at Hawkins sitting in the place with a smile and opened his arms as if to welcome him. So Captain Hawkins, the magician, tell me, can you divinate until the next thing? What am I going to do to you? Please, run away, Captain Hawkins. A group of crew members of the Hawkins pirate group made a request to the calm Hawkins one by one, but Hawkins was unmoved, and took out many playing cards for divination. He kept predicting what might happen next, and said in front of his subordinates, 100% defeat rate, 0% escape success rate, 0% defense avoidance rate, and 0% survival death. Hawkins swallowed his saliva, and suddenly fell silent. Mother, this is too bullying magic fortune tellers, it really makes people lose hope at all, this seems to be a sign of mortality. Is the divination over, Basil Hawkins? Then next, let you baptize first. Basil Hawkins looked at Clark's red eyes, silent, and then instantly pushed by the heat ray into the house next to the street, and exploded. Captain! And in the midst of a group of pirates next to this street, a flashing red light suddenly hit one of the pirates, causing him to fall to the ground. How? What's going on? Why was he suddenly burned, so hot? Get out of here! Clark looked at the place where he had been beaten into the ruins and smiled unexpectedly. That's really weird. Basil Hawkins stood up from the ruins, unharmed, and looked at Clark, his face still with that calm expression. The person who can defeat the General Yellow Ape is really extraordinary. One attack kills 2, against those who can repel the General, just use 10, some heart is weak. Basil Hawkins was not unscathed, and on what looked like a dry and cracked straw arm in his right hand, 2 small scarecrows covered in smoke emerged from it. Clark looked at Basil Hawkins, who stood in front of the collapsed house and the thick smoke, and was full of interest in his strange ability, and was able to use such a strange trick to avoid the attack on himself. At this moment, a huge figure fell from the sky, and after him, an even larger figure fell from the sky and fell heavily on the ground. The huge volume makes its body carry an amazing weight, and the moment it lands on the ground is trampled down in a large circle. That's Urki the Weird Monk. The one behind is His Majesty Kaiwu Hai Baso Lomi Siong. A group of pirates hiding in the shadows watched the battle here more and more fearfully, muttering softly. The next moment of even more surprise appeared, and just after the bear that knocked the strange monk Ulki to the ground also fell, Clark looked at the bear and beckoned to him. You go to other places first, this place is handed over to me. What the hell is going on with that guy? He actually supports His Majesty the 7 Marshalseas at will. But what people didn't expect was that Bartholomew Bear, one of the 7 Marshalseas of His Majesty in the eyes of everyone, really obeyed Clark's words and left directly into the distance. This is really more and more interesting. The person who just left the Navy not only defeated Admiral Yellow Ape, but was actually able to drive the 7 Wuhei. Standing on the roof, looking intently at the battle below, Skirkman APU couldn't help but laugh out loud. Things were really getting more and more interesting. Captain APU, no, that man can only defeat the Yellow Ape, they will definitely die, we should seize this opportunity to run away quickly. APU stopped his subordinates, but remained on the roof, continuing to observe the situation below. It's really tough to fail, it seems that today is my time to die. Ulki, who fell to the ground, a long blood stain streaked across his cheek, making him look very embarrassed. There are stronger than him, but don't worry, you don't have a dead face on your face. Urki heard Basil Hawkins' voice, glanced at Basil Hawkins, and then at Clark, who was in a standoff with Basil Hawkins. What kind of person is he? One you definitely don't want to provoke someone who can defeat the Yellow Ape. Clark looked at the captains of the 2 supernova pirates who were already here, plus the guy who had been staying on the roof and observing here, and 3 people had already gathered. Very good, this is a very good opportunity to subdue the 3 forces. Just as he was about to say something, a fierce figure rushed into the place. The intruder looks fierce, with X marks on his chin and chest, a nose curved like an eagle hook, an eye patch, a hat on his head, a sword in his left hand and a 4-edged axe in his right hand. Do you only have that little power, weird monk? Clark almost wanted to laugh out loud. It was amazing, these people, one by one, came forward, and they didn't need to bother to find it themselves. In addition to Garp's grandson Monkey D. Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates, 4 of the other Supernova 10 have appeared in front of him. Nah, since you all know each other, Then don't talk about the past. Now, I give you two choices. One is to let you become my subordinates, and the other is to let you bear your sins and die here together. Clark's words fell, and Basil Hawkins' face changed, and he took 2 steps back with some fear, almost tripping over the stone behind him. How is this possible? In an instant, everyone's aspects, all changed. Today, we are all going to die here. The words of Magician Hawkins made everyone's faces change, although the 11 people who were also supernovas were opponents, but the divination of this Magician Hawkins was quite accurate. Didn't you just say that I don't have a dead face? H. The strange monk Ulki's mouth let out a terrifying roar, and the air was shaken layer after layer, and his body quickly expanded, completely shattering the clothes on his body into piles of cloth. The combination of a terrifying, huge strange muscle, and the pair of wings behind him that looked like angels symbolizing purity and goodness, made Clark feel particularly strange. You are bothered. I was beaten very badly just now. If you want to decide my fate, then try to see if you can catch my counterattack. Urki, a strange monk whose body had swelled in a large circle, suddenly strode in front of Clark, roared punch after punch, exerted terrifying power, and swung towards Clark, who looked incomparably small in front of his gigantic body. Knock knock. Urki howled, using the strength of his body, his hands clenched into fists, and one punch was faster and more powerful than another. Now I'm the same as I just judged. Don't underestimate me, a bastard who wants to control other people's destinies at will. The rapid combo made Ulki's momentum swell even more, and suddenly, his right arm tightened violently, and even more bulging muscles appeared on his arm. Karma. Ulki, who roared, used a fist full of power that even made the entire air buzz, and punched towards Clark's place. The shockwave of the invisible collision cut a deep line on the ground, and the shockwave that spread out, causing the 2 houses next to it to split in 2 from the middle, collapsing violently. This huge force vented out, and the ground could no longer help the waste of such a terrible force, and the line in the middle of the ground suddenly collapsed, shattered, and turned into countless fragments. After a long time, the shaking slowly stopped, and everyone looked at the 2 warring sides with some nervousness. This is also amazing. While the pirates were shocked by Urki's power at this time, they were also curious about the power he was now showing. It is clear that he was still in a dying state and his life was in a state of danger just now. How did he suddenly become such a form now? It's just that the man opposite Ulki makes them feel even more terrible, and on the messy ground destroyed by the power that Ulki unleashed, from the dust in the sky, they can faintly see the figure standing firmly in place. As if convulsing, Urki convulsed violently, and the final punch of karma was firmly grasped by a palm sticking out of the smoke. Although Clark's palm that grabbed his fist looked pitifully small compared to Ulki's fist, it could only clasp the joints on his fingers. However, from Ulki's livid face, as well as the incomparably twisted green tendons on his fist, it can be seen that his current state is not easy. To be honest, I would be very disappointed if I only had this little strength. A faint voice came from the smoke, and a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the strange monk Ulki, and he felt a sharp pain on his fingers. Click. The tragic sound of bones being broken was accompanied by Ulki's screams of pain, and the smoke suddenly billowed together, and Ulki only had time to hold the palm of his hand with 3 broken fingers, when he saw a leg with a large amount of smoke billowing and kicking at his waist. Urki was hit by this kick, and the screams seemed to be a broken line, and he suddenly stopped, and then the whole person disappeared from between the remaining 3 pirates in an instant. After a few seconds, a loud noise that could be heard throughout the Chambord Islands came from the tree trunks behind several people. Thundered. A huge crack appeared in the center of the trunk, and the trunk, which could not withstand such a huge impact, twisted little by little, and fell downwards. But, damn it, it's true. Drake looked at the huge falling tree trunk that made the whole island tremble in amazement, and the strange monk Urki, who was kicked away by Clark, was obviously the culprit who broke the trunk. But just now, the strange monk Urki showed not weak power in front of them, and in the blink of an eye, it would be like being executed, disappearing from front of them. Such a power is really terrifying. I don't have the habit of wiping the ass of my subordinates who are too weak, and the subsidiary of Krypton must be a strong one. If he can survive this, I will make him my subordinate. Then, already one has been done. Who is next? Clark glanced at the two people in front of him who were now highly nervous, and Clark's eyes made them feel a sense of unexplained fear from the bottom of their hearts. The face has changed again, half alive, half dead. Hawkins gritted his teeth and looked at Clark in front of him. He had never felt so humiliated. His fate was completely in the hands of outsiders. The change in his face is obviously changed by Clark. Clark wants them to live, they can live. Clark wants them to die, they will surely die. This very unpleasant feeling made Hawkins' body change rapidly, and a large pile of turf, little by little, appeared on his body, making his whole person taller and more terrifying. Devil descent. And Drake on the side, directly began to see huge changes in his whole body. Scales appeared on his body, his hands grew sharp hooked claws, and his head turned into a huge dinosaur head. It is actually a rare animal line fruit ancient species, but such a strength is not enough to resist that man. APU, who was standing upstairs, made a decision in an instant, and had already reduced the number of Urki in a state, and the remaining two people could not be the opponents of that man. A burst of loud musical sounds was struck by APU through the various instruments that changed on his body. Please listen to my battle music. Noise, chop. When APU started playing music, everyone found him and recognized him. Clark glanced at him unconcernedly, and then felt a sharp slash across his chest. A violent spark erupted in his chest, and he actually felt a sharp pain in his body. After Clark actively closed his auditory senses, the pain immediately disappeared, his eyes became red, and hot energy gathered in his eyes. Before the scorching light was emitted, Jiao Apu, who was standing on the roof, drank loudly again. Boom! A violent spark, directly on Clark's body, burst out, billowing smoke, and once again buried Clark's entire person in it. What the hell is this ability? I'm really more and more interested in you supernovae. However, the sound of safety that shocked all three of them still came from inside, and the red cloak rolled vigorously, and all the exploding smoke and wind waves seemed to be caught by the red cloak, and all of them were thrown out by Clark towards APU on the roof. APU, still beating the beat of battle music, laughed out loud as he looked at Clark safe and sound. Sure enough, a person who can defeat the highest combat power of the Navy like the Admiral, with real skills, is really insightful. I will not play with you, bye. APU directly spread his 2 feet and quickly ran towards the roof on the other side. But suddenly, behind him, a terrifying crimson light made the entire sky lose all color. APU suddenly felt cold sweat all over his body, and there was a pressing chill that made him feel the terrible crisis of death. He turned around and saw that the Revenant was bursting out. Clark's eyes still remained crimson, and after a long period of energy storage, scorching rays burst out. Ah! After a violent explosion in the air, the crimson ray quickly pulled away like a slash and swept downwards. Along the way, all the houses that are blocked, the pirates, are like being cut tofu, easily, from the inside out, blocking the waist and cutting off. The straw on the huge scarecrow-like monster Hawkins was all ignited and quickly cut from the middle of the body. And Drake, who turned into a dinosaur, after being swept by the scorching ray, countless scales exploded from his body, his whole body became extremely red, and the whole person was pushed down one house after another by the huge impact force. For a long time, Clark, who easily destroyed the buildings within a radius of 100 meters, closed his eyes, and these 4 supernovae were all lying on the ground motionless. It's not good, I am off. Looking at the mess destroyed by himself, Clark did not feel any guilt in his heart, like this kind of place where the blood and tears of countless slaves were buried under every inch of the land. Even if it was all destroyed, Clark would not feel distressed and guilty at all. Besides, today, he originally had the purpose of destroying this place. Pulling out the phone worm from his arms, Clark was not worried that his conversation with Dr. Vegapunk would be overheard by anyone. In addition to the 4 powerful supernova pirate group leaders who are still alive, within a radius of 100 meters, ordinary residents have long fled, and the remaining pirates have all been completely swept away by the scorching rays just now, and there is no one to live in. In Clark's perception, within a radius of 100 meters, no one could hear the breath of anyone except those 4 breaths. Hey, Dr. Vegapunk, how's the plan going? Is the pacifist battle data collection complete? Master Clark, the data has already been collected, and I am completing the final deal I made with Basso Lomi Bear before to send the Straw Hats and gang out of this place. Okay, call me again when you're done, and then quickly and completely in the Chambord Islands, waiting for me in the sea 3 kilometers away. Other than that, try to tell the ordinary inhabitants of this island to evacuate from here, but don't let a single slave trader leave from here. Finally, after Clark gave the order, he cut off the call, and walked alone towards the other divisions. 4 have been solved, and then there are only 6 left. Oh yes, I forgot, there is also a supernova Rorano Solon who is Luffy's crew, but he has nothing to do with Garp. Clark shook his head in distress, not knowing whether to make a move on Rorano Solon. Old man Garp's kindness is enough to take care of a Luffy. Well, forget it, now it is estimated that Rorano Solon has been taken away by that real 7-armed sea bear. Clark walked forward step by step, slowly releasing his sense of hearing, and began to collect the countless sounds on the island. Found you, big-stomached Bonnie. Clark squatted down sharply, and the ground under his feet suddenly appeared a large area of cracked cracks, and then, with the action of huge force, Clark jumped sharply, and in an instant, his body disappeared from the place. Ha 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 ha, it's so much fun, what do you want to become? On a subdivision of the Chambord Islands, a woman known as Bonnie was sitting at the top of a building, happily looking at the navy below, laughing. And the navy below, one by one, has either become a dying old man, or a child who cannot carry a gun or a knife, and has lost all combat capabilities. However, Joe Ebony, whose stomach was still rumbling, did not have time to continue to replenish food, and an exaggerated figure that fell from the sky suddenly fell behind her, directly shaking the 2 subordinates around her. One terrible crack after another spread from the top of the house to various places, and the house began to tremble violently, making an overwhelmed sound. Joe Bonnie, the weird monk Ulki, the DJ APU, the former Rear Admiral Drake, and the magician Hawkins have all fallen, and now it's your turn. However, for the sake of you being a lady, you have the right not to be tested, so please answer me now, are you willing to be my subordinate? Joe Bonnie looked nervously at Clark behind her. She only felt that the strength of her whole body was completely imprisoned, and a huge sense of oppression that she had never felt before cast a huge haze over her heart. Abominable. I advise you not to move. To be honest, I really don't want to do anything to the lady, even if she is a vicious pirate. Clark's voice made Joe Bonnie even more nervous. She couldn't make any changes, she would definitely die. Bonnie's psychology surged with a trace of fear, although this man said so, but he kept locking her deadly, so that she did not dare to have any strange thoughts. Bonnie didn't know if her abilities would work against him, but she knew that if she made the slightest mistake, she would definitely be killed by this harmless smile on her face. This guy is not at all what he said, a person who will show mercy to his own kind of pirates' subordinates, even though he is a woman. What's wrong, why don't you answer? Clark grabbed Joe Bonnie with one hand and lifted her into the air, and at this time, the house under the feet of the 2 finally could not withstand the violent force just now, and finally completely collapsed. Are you doing all this? It's really interesting ability, each of you supernovae makes me feel very good. Just as Clark was looking at the ground below, the army that had become vulnerable due to the change of age, Bonnie, who was held in Clark's hand, finally caught the gap. Good opportunity. In an instant, Bonnie's ability was activated, and then she felt her body loosen and the whole fell from midair. However, Bonnie turned around and landed firmly on the ground, and when she happily watched Clark, who was also hit by her fruit ability, fall to the ground in front of her, a terrifying explosion like loud sound spread on the ground. The terrifying wind and waves whipped the air and blew Joe Bonnie away. Huge potholes appeared on the ground, countless cracks quickly spread outside, and one house after another, as if showing a chain reaction, collapsed one after another. Good. I'm so hungry. Bonnie lay weakly on the ground, looking ahead. Every step would make the surrounding ground appear terrifying big holes. The air tore to the outside and roared out of the tall figure, in disbelief. How is it possible? I used up all my physical strength, the fruit ability I launched, how can it have no effect on you? Bonnie's stomach was unusually cheerful, and Clark, with red eyes, like a terrifying demon god, slowly appeared in front of Bonnie more and more clearly. Your ability has indeed been activated. I am back to 18 years old, big-stomached girl Bonnie, but, you have caused a big trouble. 18-year-old Clark had just completed his first trip to the sun to absorb huge amounts of energy and evolve his body to an unprecedented level. However, at that time, it was also the time when Clark had no control over his sudden surge in power. You're in trouble, Bonnie. Clark roared out almost with anger, and from the time he was 18 years old and had enough power to fly into space, Clark rushed to the sun. The closer to the sun, the more powerful the radiant energy of the sun that can be received everywhere in the body, and his body is absorbing energy countless times more powerful than the photosynthesis of plants, so that every cell becomes more and more powerful under the sun's illumination. However, there are two sides to everything. Although when he first approached the sun, Clark was only able to stay on the surface of the sun, constantly tempering his body in the heat of 6,000 degrees Celsius. However, compared to receiving the tens of millions of times weakened solar radiation energy on Earth, the power that Clark received in this place can be described as terrifying. Therefore, Clark's physical fitness has improved by leaps and bounds. Instead of hiding on the Earth and hiding like the original Superman, he has not fully explored the potential of his body. At this time, Clark was the most terrifying stage, because he couldn't control the soaring power of his body. Back to Earth, hiding on a deserted island, making an unknown number of tsunamis, sinking the island, and finally diving into the depths of the sea, causing several undersea earthquakes, and cutting countless marine creatures with his own scorching rays, Clark completed his mastery of his power. And Bonnie's ability to change the fruit of human age now directly returns Clark to the time when he just completed the increase in strength. There was a howl of pain, and the miserable cry spread throughout the archipelago, startling Dr. Vegapunk, who was hiding under the protection of pacifists. Had something happened to Master Clark? Then, a crimson ray that covered all the other rays of light shot into the sky in the middle of the island. The sun is not a grandfather who brings warmth and kindness to mankind that ordinary schoolchildren praise in their essays, but a star who is in the prime of life, irritable, and emits endless terrifying energy. The energy in Clark's body also returned to the terrifying state of rioting before he was controlled. Endless heat energy gathered in his eyes, and Clark forced it to shoot out into the sky. The clear blue sky was suddenly dyed red, and the white clouds rolled in, as if they had been ignited, and all became fiery red. The dazzling pillar of light exudes terrifying heat and energy, even if it is far away from this place, driving a ship, embarrassedly leading the Navy warship, and the yellow ape driving towards the headquarters, can see this terrifying red light that runs through the entire sky on his own ship. Damn, that guy, is he really going to destroy the entire Chambord Islands? The yellow ape looked at this red light, and couldn't help but be terrified. Even if he broke out completely, plus the weapon developed by Vegapunk on his body, I am afraid that he would not be able to do this. The fiery red scorching rays seemed to be completely ignited, and they continued to burst out of Clark's eyes. Bonnie watched Clark constantly release the riot energy in her body, and couldn't help but be terrified. God, what a terrible monster she released. Hurry up and change me back, or the entire Chambord Islands will be finished. Clark shouted angrily at Bonnie while trying to control his body weight, and Bonnie smiled bitterly. No, sorry, I can't do it, I don't have a little strength anymore. Damn it. Clark roared, kicked very carefully, and waited on the ground. But he felt that with a light kick, it was like an earthquake, causing the entire Chambord Islands to be violently shaken. The explosive ultrasonic waves and sound waves directly flew out the exhausted Bonnie and fainted to the ground. A terrifying hole was stepped out of the ground that was invisible, and Clark's body flew up into the sky like a rocket. Every second of electromagnetic waves and particle streams that the sun emits into space are provided by nuclear fusion reactions in the core. And the solar radiation energy received on Earth is only 1/billionth of the total amount. And this 2/billionth of energy is already equivalent to the energy produced by 5 million tons of coal. So how much energy is in Clark's body that absorbs solar radiation energy on the surface of the sun? Clark is not clear about this issue. After flying into the sky, Clark howled angrily, took off his Krypton tights and cape, threw it casually, and fell towards the Chambord Islands. All over his body's skin, an astonishing red light bloomed, as if there were more and more powerful endless energies about to burst out from his body. Clark knew that if it was allowed to erupt completely, let alone a small Chambord Islands, even the naval headquarters would be completely destroyed. The body exploded out, and Clark rushed into the sea water below, diving deep into the deepest part of the seabed. With the continuous diving, the skin, which is much harder than steel, is also subjected to a steady stream of increasing pressure. Just 747, which did not relieve the pressure inside Clark's body at all. Bonnie struggled to get up in pain, and with the help of 2 surviving men, she finally found food and gulped it up. But as she ate, Bonnie only felt sweat dripping down her head. No, why is it so hot? Bonnie looked at her palms that also had a lot of sweat in some surprise. Captain, it's not your delusion, we also feel that suddenly it's a lot hotter. The two subordinates had already taken off their coats and kept trying to fan themselves, wanting to cool down, but to no avail. Bonnie looked at the ground around her, only to feel a twisted burst of hot smoke, floating in the air little by little. What's going on? How is the temperature rising so fast? The air became hot and moist, making Bonnie feel very uncomfortable, and the clothes on her body were glued together. No, it's not good, the sea is boiling. At this moment, the sound from the coast completely stunned Bonnie. It must be him, it must have been him. Bonnie said with great certainty, still thinking back to the figure that had made her tremble just now. Bonnie and his party quickly rushed to the shore, and saw that on the sea in the distance of the Chambord Islands, the originally blue water was now red. Countless bubbles are rapidly floating and shattering, and the sea surface is mixed with the blood of a large number of fish, making the entire sea surface seem to be dyed red, constantly rolling, and emitting amazing heat outward. The crimson area was still expanding, and although her nose had smelled the peppery smell of many fish that had been burned to death by the heat, there was no joy on Bonnie's face. The area of boiling sea water is still expanding, and the entire sea outside the Chambord Islands has begun to show signs of boiling. The carcasses of countless fish in the seawater are constantly tumbling upwards, floating on the surface of the sea, stacking a large layer of dense stacks. The cumulonimbus clouds in the sky also became stronger and stronger, and the boiling sea water rose into the sky, and soon cooled down, turning into dripping rain and landing on the sea. The sound of hot air is constantly produced in the collision of rain and sea, but this boiling sea shows no sign of stopping. And the Chambord Islands have become more and more aware of the horror of the heat emanating from the sea. Everyone began to take off their clothes constantly, trying to cool themselves down. But sweat came out of all parts of the body, and some people wanted to get on their pirate ships and escape from this terrifying boiling sea, but just touched their ships, one by one pirates screamed and fell from the boat. It's hot, it's so hot. The big ships docked on the sea now look like prawns that have been cooked, and under the action of heat, the wooden planks on the boats appear a little twisted. These ships, which can take pirates around the world, rush great voyages, become famous or sink into the sea, have now become terrible ovens. What to do? Are we going to die here? A group of pirates looked desperately at the surrounding sea, feeling the rising air. They only felt that all the water in their bodies was about to be evaporated. Now, there is no water on the island that can be drunk and replenished into the body. No, it won't, we won't die. Bonnie looked at the terrible picture in front of her with trepidation, but she had an idea in her heart. Go, let's go to the highest place on the island to hide, wait a little longer and we can pass. Bonnie called to her men, running with people on the hot ground, her ability to do only such a small role for Clark, and could not directly turn them back into children or old people like those navies. That is to say, the time when his ability can take effect on Clark, pitiful, this disaster will end immediately. However, in the remaining time, if you can't cope well, it will be difficult to survive. At this time, in the waters of the Chambord Islands, I don't know how deep the sea is, Clark, whose whole body is red and scalding, makes the surrounding sea water constantly collide rapidly with the cold aquatic around him, is constantly venting the irritable energy in his body. Under this icy sea surface where I don't know how much it is, this is already a place that can suppress his rioting energy to the greatest extent. Otherwise, if Clark rushed into the sky, he would have disturbed the entire atmosphere. As for what would happen to the sea, Clark couldn't think about it now. Opening his mouth, crimson energy burst out from his mouth, and the icy sea water around Clark was suddenly evaporated, forming a huge void, and then quickly filled up under the pressure of the seawater. Clark anxiously tapped the ground under his feet with his hands, and under the pressure of the huge deep water, his movements were much slower than when he was on land. The heavy arms slammed fiercely on the ground deep under the sea, and with Clark's continuous crazy beating, a huge crack was knocked out by this pair of iron arms on the ground under the entire ocean. In the deep sea, huge cracks are constantly spreading into the distance. Another violent energy burst out from Clark's body, and Clark's eyes, whose eyes were red, burst out extremely terrifying energy, allowing the crimson scorching rays to travel thousands of meters under the deep sea and hit the continental shelf under the surface of the sea. With the shaking of Clark's head, the land plate below the Chambord Islands was deeply cut off by Clark's rays. And Clark's huge power made the entire land under the sea begin to change violently. H. On the Chambord Islands, Bonnie has taken her men to the top of this huge tree. And the entire Chambord Islands, because of the influence of Clark under the seabed, the roots deeply rooted in the sea are broken and shaken violently. Outside the Chambord Islands, because of the huge crustal changes below, the entire ocean has a terrifying and rare horror scene. A certain sea area abruptly raised tens of meters high, while some sea areas were sunken tens of meters deep. Wave after wave of terrifying waves, gathered together, turned into monstrous waves, fiercely struck towards the Chambordi Islands, so that these people hiding on the Chambordi Islands ran towards the depths of the islands in fear. If they were washed by this scalding seawater, they would not have to experience the cruel suffocation death of Zhao Mo Zhao, but would be directly scalded and the whole person would be made up for it. Run. And Bonnie and her crew who were hiding on the tall red trees were even more frightened. They stood on a high place and saw the sea, because of the turmoil under the sea, the monstrous waves, which became more and more terrifying, had turned into huge waves up to 100 meters, and were overwhelming towards the Chambord Islands. And in this rolling heat wave, there are countless huge and rare terrifying Sea King corpses, which are swept away. It's over, we can't hold the time when my abilities lose effect on that guy. Less than 3 minutes after Clark fell for Bonnie's move, the entire Chambord Islands were about to face a terrible catastrophe. Just the huge Sea King corpse that was swept in it, smashed on the Chambord Islands, I don't know how many people will be killed. And when the 3 minutes passed, Clark's body quickly returned to its original state, and the riotous energy in his body began to become peaceful again, returning to the state that could be controlled by him before. In the deep sea, Clark was panting, and although each bite would allow salty and wet seawater to pour into his mouth, Clark, who was equally strong inside his body, could directly resist the pressure of the deep sea water outside and completely expel it from his body. But now was not the time to rest, and Clark remembered the previous time he returned to Earth and hid in the deep sea to exercise his power, and made the sea surface look like. He didn't want his world's smartest scientist, Vegapunk, who he had just found, to disappear like this. Clark's legs kicked sharply, and his body was like a flying fish, and he quickly burrowed out of this place towards the sea. Layers of ripples accompanied by his rapid movements, constantly spreading out in the seawater, spreading many things in the seawater to the side. On the sea, there has long been a violent storm, lightning, and thunder, and a terrifying tsunami raised its hideous side high, quickly advancing towards the Chambordi Islands ahead. The terrifying momentum of devouring the sky and the earth makes everyone on the island face such a terrifying Doomsday 747 scene, and they can't lift a trace of courage to resist. At this time, the pirates were finally able to recall that on the sea, no matter how powerful the strong and how elite the navy, they all have their weaknesses and can be defeated. What really makes people smell the change, the ruler's entire sea surface, or this side of the world, this apocalyptic horror disaster, even the most powerful warriors, can only tremble under its lustful power. Unless, like that kind of legendary level powerhouse, it is possible to have the ability to resist the calamity of heaven and earth. It's over, we're finished this time. And now, on the Chambordi Islands, after the yellow ape left, no one happened to be able to withstand such a terrifying natural disaster. And even if the yellow ape is again, with his fruit ability, in the face of such a large-scale terrifying tsunami disaster, I am afraid that he is more than enough to stand up, and he can protect himself, but he cannot save more people. Airplanes. The sound waves that had accumulated to the extreme were compressed together by a strong pressure, and finally, at a critical point, on the Chambord Islands, not far from several of pacifists gathered together, Clark, who suddenly fell, hit the ground fiercely. Layers of turf were scraped up and spread towards the surrounding ground, and several pacifists waiting for Dr. Vegapunk bore the brunt, and the shock wave caused by the falling Clark flew out to the other side. Clark didn't care about the machines that flew out, came to Vegapunk's side, and found that this guy was only relieved after he was dehydrated and fainted. Fortunately, after accessing the genetic control sequence of the Kryptonians, Vega's body is also much stronger than before, otherwise the high temperature just now would have killed him. Clark looked up, looked at the terrifying tsunami that was much taller than the world's tallest mangrove tree in the Chambord Islands, and took a deep breath. The most important thing now is to dispose of it, to fight off the yellow ape on this archipelago, and the subordinates who want to find it. I am afraid that this time it will all be finished. Clark flew out again, flew to the highest part of this Yarchman mangrove tree, just saw Joelliboni's figure, snorted coldly, and flew above the head of the giant tree under Joelliboni's somewhat embarrassed gaze, facing this huge tsunami that was close at hand. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater are about to be photographed from the sky towards the small island group below, and black lightning flashes continuously in the space above the sea, emitting dazzling light. The most terrifying thing is that the water body wrapped in this huge tsunami is all hot crimson blood-colored sea water that was heated and boiled when Clark released energy at the bottom of the sea. The corpses of countless fish were rolled up in it, and the corpses of sea kings tens of meters tall also fell head-on in this tsunami. The Chambord Islands below look so small in front of this tsunami at the moment, and at the top of Clark, it is a small ant that can no longer be moved. One by one, the people on the island hid everywhere, shivering, and could not see the scene above at all. Only Joelliboni took a deep breath and relaxed. If all this is because she made the man in front of her out of control, then now this man who has returned to normal must have a way to solve this problem. Clark opened his mouth wide, and a huge amount of air was continuously absorbed into his body, and there was a roar of tiger roaring dragons. Because a large amount of air is all pumped out like pumping water, the surrounding air is frantically filling this place, filling this short-lived vacuum environment. The violent air also caused a small whirlwind in this area, so strong that Bonnie could not open her eyes, and could only tightly grasp the branches under her feet to prevent herself from being blown out. And when this huge tsunami finally showed its hideous fangs completely, swept all the ships on the harbor into the air, and was about to collapse towards the Chambord Islands below, Clark finally completed the gas storage. Feeling the pressure loosening around her, Joelliboni quickly opened her eyes and saw a godlike scene that she would never forget again in her life. Under this dark sky covered by dark clouds and lightning and thunder, facing the bloody crimson water, everyone who thought they were about to die saw this scene. Call. A large amount of compressed cold air was violently extracted from his lungs by Clark, spit out of his mouth, and faced the tsunami in front of him. Squeak. The chilling, tooth-chattering ickle sound of freezing began the moment it came into contact with the sea water from the cold air that Clark spewed out. The terrifying huge tsunami, just like that, inch by inch, was quickly frozen on the surface of the sea. The crimson blood-colored sea water and all the fish corpses in it, ships, all like iron plates, were set on it. Squeak. With the last bit of the tsunami that was still raging, it was all frozen, and the whole heaven and earth were quiet. Whether it was the Chambordi Islands or the people on the islands, all of them did not have a single movement again. The people on the Chambordi Islands all looked at the huge wall of sea waves and ice in front of them with a dull face, which was like a miracle, making everyone feel incredible. My God, could it be that an ice fruit ability came to the island and froze the tsunami? A group of pirates looked at the huge wave ice wall in front of them one by one, and the rejoicing of the rest of their lives after the disaster made them start arguing fiercely and excitedly. It must be Admiral Chingji Unkyuzen, only he is a frozen fruit ability, and only Admiral Kyuzen can have the strength of this sea freezing. A group of pirates said, and their voices gradually lowered, and then after a while, I don't know who opened the head, and shouted. Run, there's another admiral. The island was starting to get chaotic again, but alas, almost all the ships had now been destroyed by the tsunami, and what was not destroyed was now embedded in the huge ice wall above that looked like it could shatter at any moment. They simply did not have any chance of being able to leave the Chambord Islands. It's just that this island is so big, even if the General Kyuzen King Hen comes, it is impossible to have the idle work to arrest every sea thief. After Clark finished freezing and letting the tsunami completely blocked, he let out a long sigh of relief, exhaling a lot of gas in one breath like just now, making his lungs a little overwhelmed, and now he is breathing slowly, adjusting the air pressure in his lungs. And Joelliboni, seeing that this huge disaster that could completely destroy the entire island has been completely calmed, and even the temperature of the air has dropped a lot and returned to normal, and she thinks, to slip away quietly. However, as soon as she raised her legs, she heard Clark's cold voice behind her. Joelliboni, if you dare to run out one step again, I will hang you directly on there. Bonnie turned around, looked into Clark's terrifying eyes, and finally succumbed to Clark's threat. She knew that she had made Clark look like this today, and Clark had not directly turned himself into a small carving in this huge ice wall, which was already the greatest tolerance for her. She didn't want to use her little life to try how much Clark could tolerate her, especially after she saw the scene where Clark's blowing sea was frozen in ice. Pirates all worship the strong. If it is a strong and not good strong person like Clark, Bonnie does not have much resistance to being attached to him, and she has no ambitions and dreams of becoming One Piece. I see, Captain Clark, from now on, I will be your subordinate. Clark frowned. It was not surprising that Bonnie chose to surrender to herself after seeing such a scene, but being called captain by a pirate group leader still made him very uncomfortable, and he didn't want to be a pirate. I'm not a pirate, don't call me captain, call me leader of the Starman Revival. Bonnie didn't understand, what is the Kryptonian, what is this man who calls himself the leader of Krypton? But she didn't have time to think about these things now, because Clark's task had already been given. Now go and gather all your troops, go to the seaport over there, and don't think about escaping, there is not a single ship on this island at the moment. After Bonnie agreed, she blinked again, and Clark in front of her suddenly disappeared, so that the disappeared Clark without a trace made her feel like a ghost. If it weren't for the terrible tsunami ice wall in front of her, Bonnie felt that she must be dreaming. Captain, what should we do? Bonnie's two subordinates quietly came to Bonnie's side and asked carefully. Bonnie scratched her pink hair decadently, and the heart-shaped marks when her upper and lower lips were joined together were twisted with it. What to do? Do you think you can still have any ideas in front of such a person? Looking at the dejected appearance of his captain, the two subordinates also lowered their heads and lost their morale. As viewers who had seen one of the thrilling miracle scenes just now, the two also sensed Clark's unfathomability. However, when they followed Bonnie back to the ground of the island and heard a large group of pirates constantly fleeing in a hurry, and they were afraid to hide each other, they suddenly wanted to laugh. Seeing these guys who don't know the truth now just want to bury their heads and run wildly, hiding everywhere, they who know the truth, they all look down on these shouting guys. Especially when they heard these pirates shouting in their mouths that the pirates were coming to the Pheasant Cuisine, Bonnie's face was strange. These guys really didn't know what was going on. If they knew, they would have frozen the sea surface with the deepest fear, Admiral Kingji Cuisine. In fact, it was just a man who had never appeared in front of the world before, and if he blew a breath to freeze the tsunami, I don't know what it would be like to be surprised. And Bonnie's subordinates, when they saw these pirates embarrassed, their mentality also changed somewhat. They saw these guys, and the shocking scene caused by the man whose captain was now serving was frightened into this embarrassing look, and they couldn't help but feel that they were also proud. How can this group of uninformed guys know the truth of the matter? On the ground of the island, the mafia Captain Baki, who had just escaped a catastrophe, is now in big trouble. Clark, who fell from the sky, fell in front of him, and opened his mouth to make him his subordinate. A pirate who claims to be the godfather of the gang and aspirates to become the biggest gang leader in the entire world, how can Captain Baki bear to be someone else's subordinate? With a cold snort of disdain, Captain Baki, who had just escaped from the tsunami disaster, seemed to want to vent his anger that he had just been frightened by the monstrous wave. A large group of small soldiers came out of his body, and after a certain distance from his body, the shells and centaurs all returned to their normal size. A large group of soldiers on horseback, behind the shells fired, ran in the direction of Clark, as if thousands of troops were charging on the front line of the war. And Captain Baki, who was so confident in his army that he even wanted to take a leisurely sip of a cigar, pulled out a cigar, and the cigarette in his frightened hand fell widely. In the face of hordes of terrifying armies galloping in, Clark did not make any evasive moves. Facing the huge horseshoe print that had rushed in front of him and was close at hand, he raised his head, opened his mouth with disdain, and blew it out in one breath. Suddenly, in this area, the wind was fierce, and the terrifying hurricane made the debris that exploded in midair instantly, the flames released, and the terrifying chi waves were all blown back in one direction. The fragments of the exploding shell quickly lost all the power to eject in Clark's direction, and flew backwards in the direction where they flew, shooting into the countless people who rode out of Captain Baki. A bright blood flower bloomed quickly, intertwining into a beautiful blood-colored net in the air. And the explosion flames that were blown back by 747 swept over their bodies, making them scorched one by the flames. In the end, the furious hurricane swept everything towards Captain Baki. Captain Baki, who had no time to dodge, watched as a large group of charred, human and horse corpses, and countless shrapnel, crushed him underneath. Damn, how dare you! Captain Bucky broke free from under a large pile of corpses, and when he angrily wanted to make a move with Clark, he saw a huge fist constantly enlarging in front of his eyes. Before he could fully expand his fruit ability, Captain Bucky was stunned by Clark, who did not want to continue talking with him, with an armed domineering fist. However, Clark could still see that in Captain Bucky's body, the villains who had been shrunk many times and were still using their guns to aim at them were difficult. This guy's devil fruit ability is really peculiar, and he can actually let his body live the members of his pirate group. Humph, you guys listen to me, wait for this guy to wake up and tell him that if he doesn't want to be frozen there, within an hour, honestly give me the port over there and wait for me. After getting Captain Becky right, Clark dashed out in the other direction. Now, only Kid, the captain of the Kid Pirates, and his subordinates Kira and Ro remain. According to the voices just heard, they are not in good shape now, and they are still in the same place. Not far from the auction hall, Kidkilla, Luo, and their crew were sitting on the ground, panting in embarrassment. Not far away, there was a human weapon pacifist, lying on the ground, covered in smoke. It seemed that it had been destroyed by two groups of people working together. After Clark's information to Vegapunk, the power of pacifism, a stronger human weapon, was simply unbearable for both of them, and they almost planted it together in the hands of this human weapon made by a 7th Bartholomew bear. Rao is so, both groups have basically exhausted their physical strength, and there are scars from the explosion everywhere. However, at this moment, the sound of their mechanical footsteps suddenly made them serious again. Behind the fallen pacifist PX2, two more tall human weapons came to the front of the two groups with heavy steps. It's not funny at all. Luo looked expressionlessly at the two intact and terrifying pacifists who appeared in front of him, and his face no longer had the disdainful smile he had shown to others before. The appearance of three identical Nanabusi Basolomi bears in this place is not good news for them at all, but it means that there may be more bears coming out of various places and standing in front of them at any time. Kid is in charge. I think we can choose to leave separately. I don't have the strength to continue fighting such a difficult monster now. But these guys don't seem to want us to go. Kid stood up with difficulty, facing the two pacifists in front of him, a little uncomfortable. He now felt very difficult to move a finger. Not to mention defeating two of the same pacifists who had just brought the two gangs together and were almost unable to defeat. However, the two pacifists did not give them time to think about countermeasures, and continued to carry out the plan that Clark and Vegapunk had already made before Zero. Find the Supernova 11, cripple them, and subdue them. Tick tick tick. The golden light shone in the palms of the two pacifists, and more energy gathered in their palms, aiming at Kid and Law in front. The faces of the two pirate groups looked at the two pacifists in front of them with embarrassed faces. Their attacks were still so fast and difficult to deal with. Boom. The sound like a twilight hammer reverberated violently from behind them, and the ground shook violently, causing the two pacifists who were about to emit a terrible laser light from their mouths to shake violently and shake out. The laser rays that swept out from the bodies of the two pirate group members exploded a piece of tree trunk, and countless branches fell above. It seems that the huge mangrove trees that support the entire Chambord Islands already have a somewhat shaky feeling. After experiencing so many such horrific disasters today, coupled with Clark's ravages in the depths of the seabed, the foundation of this giant tree was shaken. Now, the people on the island can already feel the slight shaking of the ground when they are on the ground. From now on, the island has opened 5.4 and faced collapse from the inside out in a series of disasters. If the Navy invests huge resources, constantly repairs this place, strengthens the world's largest mangrove tree, and gives the ground in various divisions a good rest, maybe it can continue to maintain the situation of this island. But now that all the energy of the Navy is focused on the coming war, how can there be any effort to manage the disturbances on this Chambord Islands? Kid, Ro, submit your men to me, or die here. Clark's mighty figure appeared behind them, and in front of them, the two pacifists once again took a step and strode towards them. Abominable. There is a terrifying machine with a close relationship with Nanabusi Basalo Bear in the front, and an imposing guy in the back who is aggressive, and both Kid and Law are in a life and death situation. They had just seen how tricky pacifists were, and earlier, they had also seen Clark, who fell from the sky, and poked Draco to death with a finger. In their current state, no matter who they face, they can't please them now. Is it really necessary to submit to others in this place, and henceforth, become someone else's subordinate? For Kid and Ro, it's hard to accept. What are you all doing here? At this time, a somewhat old voice spread here, and an old man wearing glasses, wearing a pair of straw shoes, walked over slowly and greeted them with a smile. Ouch, I want to keep up with you, but I'm tired of this old man. I originally wanted to help the little guys stop the yellow ape, but I didn't expect that someone had already overcompleted this thing. Although the old man's face released a harmless smile of humans and animals, but no 06 person dared to underestimate him. Well, Clark does not count. He is not a human, he is a Superman. This old man is the old man who just appeared in the Fear Store and sold himself to make money, and he is also the deputy of the former One Piece King Roger, Hades Rayleigh. With a terrifying overlord-colored domineering and armed overlord-colored domineering, just one release can make everyone in the auction hall faint except Kid, Luffy and Luo's pirate group. Such a person, even if he secretly lives on the Chambord Islands, is an unusually feared existence by the Navy. Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp, even directly to the lives of his own subordinates, do not provoke this legend casually, otherwise the Navy cannot face two legends at the same time. And now, seeing Hades Rayleigh appear here, neither Clark, nor Kid and Luo understand what he wants to do. Colonel Clark, isn't it good to give these young people a chance to break in? Clark was a little surprised. This guy knew his previous identity. It seemed that when he fought with the yellow ape, he also hid around there. However, because he was concentrating on the yellow ape and the supernovae that he had locked on with all his senses, he was distracted from other places. This guy can hide from his own perception, which is also quite powerful. Do you want to stand out for them? The words of Clark and Hades Rayleigh made Kid and Luo happy, and if they could let Hades Rayleigh intervene, the chance of being safe and sound today was much greater. Didn't you also leave the Navy because you saw many things that you couldn't see in the Navy? Clark looked at Ray with an unkind face, not afraid of Rayleigh at all, and he would not be deterred by this Rayleigh's title of Hades. They are all important forces in this new era, and the arrival of the new era is an indispensable part, and I hope that these young people can show their abilities on the stage that belongs to them. What does that have to do with me? The world does not revolve around anyone. Without them, there will be tens of millions of pirates in this world, and it will promote the arrival of your new era. Renly was a little speechless. He couldn't say that the new era of evil he felt was more or less related to the young man Luffy he was optimistic about, and maybe it could also have a major impact on the world and the new era in some places in the future. Moreover, he always felt that he was not at all this Clark's opponent in terms of eloquence, and the other party seemed to be very reasonable, and he felt a little shaken by what he said. Old man, don't you want to push for the arrival of a new era? Don't you want to change this rotten world? I see that instead of putting all your hopes in these people, you should take the initiative to dedicate yourself to the wave of the new era, invest in reaching my command, and change the world with me. The revival of the Kryptonian race means that a new country, a new race, stands tall in this world, and of course it will have a huge impact on the whole world. Before Renly could say anything, he was a little dizzy by Clark's barrage of words, and Clark continued to step up. Don't use the excuse that you are old and unable to deceive yourself. Falling red is not a heartless thing, turning into spring mud is more protective of flowers, you know? Dedicate yourself to a great cause, even when you really can't walk and can't see things, you can proudly sum up your life. I am not ashamed of spending my time doing nothing, but I feel honored that I am firmly committed to my ideals. The philosophy from the earth and summed up by countless sages was slightly changed by Clark, and then said casually, the bummed old man Rayleigh, 7 meats and 8 elements, cannot distinguish between north and south. He didn't even have time to see the playful look in Clark's eyes, and he was already lowered his head and pondered by these philosophical words. After a while, he even scratched his head without any image and sat on the ground with his butt. Damn, why do I suddenly feel that my current life is constantly wasting time? The corners of Clark's mouth raised. Hades Rayleigh is also an outstanding representative of the last pirate era, but it is not so easy to say. However, until he comes to his senses, Clark still has his own killer weapon to use. And Renly, do you think you can still live quietly on the Chambord Islands? Renly frowned. Indeed, after Clark's brain, the Navy may now sit idly by because of lack of energy. But when the Navy frees up, the Chambord Islands will definitely usher in the most terrible purge in history. Although he, a legendary figure, has long laid down his weapons, will the world government let 747 him go? The world government may be desperate to catch him, a bad old man, and send him to the execution table, and increase the prestige and credibility of the entire world by executing him. I destroyed the division of the slave trade, really, that kind of place that should not exist in this world. Clark's words startled Renly. Oh my god, the islands of the Chambord Islands are closely connected, and if that large area is destroyed, other places will also be affected. I don't know if this place and the Yalkimon mangrove tree that supports the entire Chambord Islands will be damaged and collapse because of this. Renly scratched his head again in distress. No matter from that point of view, this place is not suitable for him to live in. How about it? Has Renly thought about it? Join me, even if it is just to contribute some of the charts you used to have, or do some logistical work. I can protect you and your family. Then, in the stunned eyes of Kid and Luo, Hades King Renly, who might have helped them successfully solve the siege, waved his hand directly, indicating that he would go back and think about it well, and then turned and left. Clark was not surprised that this was a dignified conspiracy that did not give Renly any room to think. Next, he looked at Kid and Ro with extremely aggressive eyes. Facing Clark's terrifying eyes, and the energy palms of two pacifists, Kid and Ro are now truly at the point of life and death. An hour later, because of the huge tsunami and the news of the arrival of the pheasant Kyuzan, which had been spread falsely among the pirates, the port had long been devoid of people, and suddenly a large number of people and horses gathered towards this place. The first to arrive at this place was Bonnie, a big-stomached woman, although she did not want to follow Clark's orders. But thinking that she was about to completely Clark and brought a terrible disaster to the entire island, Bonnie still came to this place honestly. The second to come was the one who had recovered, followed behind several pacifists with a smile, and brought up the foursome who had been beaten by Clark to the point that they could not stand up one by one. Then, it was Kid and Luo who slowly brought their crew and came here. When the last brilliant red cloak appeared in everyone's eyes, Clark stood high in the air, looking at the crowd below and frowning. Does Renly still choose to continue living in this place? Captain Baki didn't arrive either. The world has black and white, which no matter where it goes, it is impossible to escape, unless it is like the Kryptonians, who are set up from birth to determine everyone's status in society and the division of labor. Captain Baki is an important player in charge of the forces that will be formed to escort the recovery of the Kryptonians. It was at this time that Clark saw that in the distance, a black spot lying on the ground was moving strangely in this direction. Brothers, come on, we're coming. Ouch, hey. A group of small people who could not be smaller tried to drag a body that was too large for them and walked towards this place. These villains who get close to Captain Becky and will involuntarily shrink into his strong-like body are Captain Bergie's subordinates. An hour had arrived, but their boss still hadn't woken up, and in order to survive, they had to take the boss to this place together. But how to see this scene of ants moving mountains, how to feel. And at this time, a gray-haired old man in the distance, with a beautiful woman, dragged a huge package, dared to come here. I thought you weren't coming, Renly. Ahahaha, I'm just a coded old guy, I will eat with you in the future, and in an instant, witness the arrival of a new era. Riley was haha, and now he obviously did not play for Clark, and the peony medicine behind him was curiously looking at the unmatched nick described in Renly's mouth. Well, doctor, bring Kapembe, and then instruct all pacifists to carry out indiscriminate bombing attacks against people in the slave area of the auctioned population and in the surrounding areas. You are allowed to experiment with new weapons without intentional killing, but I don't want to know what other slave traders and those at the slave auction venue are going to live and go away. Captain Baki laughed, rubbing his hands excitedly and running out with a large group of pacifists. This is a great opportunity to get a lot of actual killing data. Next, see for yourselves which are your ships. Clark pointed to the tsunami ice wall behind him, which was frozen in midair, strangely like countless ships covering the entire sky, seeking corpses. A group of supernova gritted their teeth and identified their more or less damaged ships. Whether they were sincerely convinced or just looking for an opportunity to escape, Clark didn't care. That's all, I see. Clark's eyes were red, and two fiery red scorching rays shot out, completely cutting their ships out of the ice one by one. A huge ship descended from the sky, carrying a suffocating, terrifying pressure, but it was easily caught by Clark, who was floating in midair, with one hand. Then the entire ship was frozen and placed on the frozen port ice. Soon, all of these supernova ships were liberated from the ice by Clark. And Clark's easy hand dragging the power of the hull made these supernovae who did not submit to him even more fearful. Some powerful people or giants can easily grab these heavy ships, but none of them can be taken out of such solid ice like Clark. Just by looking at this side stretching outside, up to 100 meters high, several kilometers wide, with no end in sight, it seems to be able to completely cover the entire sponge, and the countless creatures frozen inside, you can know that Clark's strength and realm are not comparable to them. The huge ice is releasing a devouring chill, but what these supernovae feel in their hearts is the most coldness. They feel humiliated when they think of the terrible life they will have to send under the fence and the unfree days when they are driven by others. Clark shook his head and looked at the supernovae below. They still didn't know what kind of ship they would be pulled on. This ship will lead them towards a more prosperous and better future. Clark came to this world, and at the beginning he also wanted to follow Garp to join the Navy, get the help of the Navy, obtain huge resources, revive the Kryptonian race, and find a suitable girlfriend for himself by the way. However, after learning of Draco's existence, Clark dismissed the idea. The existence of Draco means that they cannot obtain the huge resources they want to rebuild the Krypton civilization. The Draco could not allow most of the resources of the world that belonged to them to be snatched away by Clark. To rebuild the Kryptonian civilization, it takes a staggering amount of money, countless technical researchers, and these thugs recruited by Clark. The world is about to usher in a new change, and the place where this great change begins is in the Bona Islands. Destruction always means new life. When everyone in areas 1 to 10 was driven outside by Dr. Vegapunk's pacifists. Satisfied with the strength of the pacifists' new weapons, Vegapunk, who had successfully tested the strength of the pacifists' new weapons through the armed ranks of slave traders, returned to the harbor with a large amount of data and several pacifists, a naval warship that Clark had fished out to transport pacifists. Clark took a deep breath and slowly flew into the air. The supernova couldn't understand what he was going to do, only Riley saw the momentum that was constantly condensing on Clark's body, and his face changed. Seeing Renly's nervous look, Peony couldn't help but hold Renly's hand worriedly, and the other supernova couldn't help but get nervous when they saw Renly's nervous look. However, this is also a little clearer about what kind of strength this man who forcibly subjugated them has. Clark grew taller and taller until, finally, he was floating at level with the tallest crown of this Yarchman mangrove. His gaze was like a moment, and the hot energy like flames was accumulating, and the clouds in the sky were already slowly dissipating. After the disaster, the sunlight lifted the thick clouds and evenly sprinkled on Clark's body little by little, making him look like an angel who had just come from heaven 440 times, shining brightly. All the light was absorbed into his body by Clark unscrupulously at this moment, and a large amount of energy gathered in his eyes like a volcano about to erupt. Renly and a group of supernovae only felt that a terrible force that had never been seen before was awakening. Quick, this is very precious data. On the warship in the rear, Vegapunk was extremely excited to use his instruments to observe and collect the energy around Clark at this moment. The hollows in the clouds grew bigger and bigger, and more sunlight poured down from the sky without bringing a hint of warmth to the people of the Sabaody Islands below. It was as if all the light would now converge on this man floating in the sky, making everyone's eyes involuntarily look at this man. Yes, is fantastic. This energy is unprecedented. The boss is amazing. Vegapunk danced excitedly, looking at Clark with the same excitement as if he was looking at God. At this moment, as if some voice sounded in the hearts of all the surviving humans, slaves on the Sabaody Islands. The next moment, it was clear that a silent and terrifying golden light wave burst out from Clark's eyes, but everyone seemed to hear the sound of the shackles being opened. The energy was raised to the extreme, and the originally crimson rays had now turned into the most dazzling crimson gold in the refracted air. In an instant, the golden pillar of light broke through the limitations of everyone's naked eyes and landed fiercely on the Sabaody Islands. The silent pillar of light, with terrifying energy, stretched downward on the ground, constantly cutting the hard ground. Countless times Clark shot the slaves freed from the number 1 population, and suddenly looked at the place where the pillar of light was concentrated. Large tears suddenly dripped from the face of humiliation, numbness, or despair, and fell to the ground. The place illuminated by the golden pillar of light was the place where they were captured, and where they were humiliated, deprived of their freedom and all their sinful slave auctions. Clark was roaring, and countless slaves who felt deeply moved in their hearts were roaring, and they roared angrily, raising their fists. Even if some of them still have unbroken chains on their hands, even if they still have dog-like collars around their necks that are trapped by slave traders and their lives may explode at any time, they are constantly making their own angry roars. Clark moved his gaze, and wherever the golden pillar of light could reach, all the sins were nowhere to be hidden. The earth is being torn apart, and in the face of the fierce energy, areas 1 to 10, supported by the roots of the world's largest Yarchman mangrove tree, are being divided little by little from the Chambord Islands, AGFE. The blazing temperature spread over the edge of the cut golden light, and countless slaves, kneeling on the ground, covered their eyes and wept bitterly. They are witnessing a historic moment. They are witnessing the moment when the place that imprisoned them and made them lose everything disappeared. It is precisely because they have been deprived of everything that they now know the value of freedom. As areas 1 to 10 were forcefully separated from the Chambord Islands by Clark little by little, the entire Chambord Islands began to vibrate violently. Gathering all the solar energy that Clark absorbed at the moment, coupled with Clark's own energy, the golden pillar of light went directly deep underground, cutting off all the connections between this area and the Chambord Islands. Riley, Supernova, and the others looked solemnly at Clark, who had captured all the brilliance, and the terrifying movements he was making, and their hearts were shocked. Such a force can easily sink and destroy a small island. This man is terrible. With the last bit cut off by Clark, all the efforts cheered, wept bitterly, and cried with joy. Even though the ground beneath your feet is constantly shaking due to the drastic changes. Even if the next moment, they may be buried here because of the possible collapse of the entire archipelago caused by a chain reaction, they cannot be stopped, and they will cry to the sky to regain their freedom. The sea frantically poured into the divided air from the gap, pushing the divided island and the Chambord Islands gradually separated. At this time, Clark had not stopped his movements, and he flew into the sky sharply, flying higher and higher. The temperature was dropping sharply, and the frost was draped over his face, but it couldn't stop his heart from continuing to fly upward. Standing above this planet that is basically surrounded by oceans, Clark unscrupulously absorbs the huge energy emitted by the sun here. Just when the supernova were still bitterly feeling that it was a stupid idea to find an opportunity to run away from Clark. Even larger, more brilliant pillars of crimson gold light descended from the sky and hit the divided islands, like divine punishment. The golden energy raged inch by inch on the ground, spreading continuously, and finally completely enveloping every part of this land. In the golden divine light, the land, buildings, and auction houses that have endured countless sins are all decomposing and melting inch by inch. The hot energy is melting the ground below little by little into the purest molecules, and the whole island begins to gradually fall apart, and countless substances are swirling, boiling, melting in this light, and finally, returning to dust and turning into nothingness. A large piece of land completely disappeared from the eyes of all those who were still alive, leaving only a huge pit that was being frantically poured into by the surrounding seawater. When all of them finally disappeared, the slaves lay on the ground one by one, all crying. The slave traders who captured them and deprived them of their freedom and dignity were all dead. The places of sin that deprived them of everything have also disappeared completely in the midst of divine punishment. At this time, all the sunlight finally poured on the earth without a trace, full of hopeful light, and they saw the Clark, bathed in golden light, slowly falling. Countless slaves slammed their heads on the ground, slammed their heads 3 times towards Clark, and then disappeared into the crowd of people in the Chambord Islands with the joy of rebirth and the yearning for freedom. It's really stunning. On the Chambordi Islands, the people who have been engaged in the news industry who have always been very developed, one by one, looked at this miraculous scene one by one, and the shutter in their hands kept pressing. Precious photographs are constantly used by them to record everything that happens on this island. From the chaos of Draco's murder at the beginning, to the embarrassment of the arrival of the General Yellow Ape but being forced to retreat, to all the supernovae being solved by Clark, the terrifying earth-destroying waves emerged on the sea. All this is not stimulating their nerves, making their fragile little hearts pound. On the contrary, they also tightly grasped the camera in their hands and faithfully recorded these countless precious pictures. Quick notice, must use the fastest speed, all things, published on the biggest page headlines, must spread this news. Countless reporters are roaring through the phone worm, trying to quickly disseminate the first-hand information obtained here. In this way, what happened on the Chambord Islands was spreading at a terrifying speed, and the first to get complete information was naturally the naval headquarters very close to the Chambord Islands. In addition, they also have troops stationed on the Chambord Islands, although most of the army was defeated one by a group of supernova pirates without the support of the Yellow Ape. But in the end, many navies survived, reporting what happened on the Chambord Islands. In the spacious office of the Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, the Marshal of the Warring States, the three generals sat together in silence on a long sofa. Someone naps, someone sleeps, someone thinks, but no one speaks. In the entire office, only the depression was extreme, holding the information in his hand, the angry and incomparably dissatisfied cold snort of the Sengoku and the Kappa who took the senbei and ate it without care. Garp, you give me a closer look, this is the good thing you brought back to the Navy for me. Sengoku snapped and took a photo recording Clark flying high in the air and bursting out of his eyes with golden light falling from the sky. You guy, take a good look at what he did. Garp didn't care about being treated like this by his comrade in arms, who was almost dizzy, and he carefully took the information and looked at it, and almost laughed out loud. No wonder those guys are calling so tightly, this kid Clark can't help but kill those moths, and let them all die in that golden pillar of light, haha. Garp still couldn't help laughing, and then he saw Sengoku's unkind eyes looking at him, and quickly covered his mouth. The top level of the world government sternly demanded that the Sengoku dispose of the culprit who caused great harm to the Chambord Islands, and that Clark must be arrested at all costs. But both Sengoku and Garp understood that, in the end, it was only because Clark had destroyed the interests of the top officials of the world government and those Draco in this place. Don't look at the Draco people always come to this place to pick and sell slaves. In fact, the entire slave industry, without their acquiescence, could not develop to such a huge scale. And the Draco get the most profit from it every year, and in their opinion, Clark is punching them in the face by killing the Draco. And Clark destroyed the entire industrial chain of slave trading in the Chambord Islands, cutting off their financial path. As the saying goes, cutting off people's wealth is like killing people for money. How can Draco let Clark go these days? They must be the people who hate Clark the most in this world now, and they can't wait to kill him through gritted teeth. Use Clark's death to declare to the whole world that the dignity of Draco is inviolable, and Draco is still the most powerful world nobleman in the world. However, this is a big problem for the Navy, and the people at the top are not considered dead or alive below, but only know how to give orders to the Navy below. However, the Navy has now spread all over the world that they are about to execute Fire Fist Ace at the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford, which will definitely usher in a vicious battle between the entire Whitebeard pirates and the headquarters of the Navy. At this time, to provoke in these photos, it seems that Clark, who can at least be on par with the four emperors and has the same strength as destroying the world, is not a wise choice. But how can the people of the world government think about these problems back, only knowing that one is clamoring for Clark to be arrested and locked up in the infinite hell of the 6th layer of Advanced City? 0. This is really a headache for the warring states. You guys have the fucking ability to arrest Clark yourself. The Navy is now busy gathering all the world, all the elite of the Navy to assemble at the headquarters of the Navy. And now a large number of naval families are being transferred from Marineford to other islands to avoid their impact in this war. Let's post a bounty list first. Everything will have to wait until the end of this most critical war. Sengoku sat back in his chair with a somewhat discouraged butt, and Garp was stunned, looking at what Clark did in these photos. What kind of reward amount are you going to set for this kid? The warring states were silent again, and Clark showed in the Chambord Islands, directly dividing the small half of the island group, and then completely annihilating the terrifying ability. Not to mention the Admiral. I am afraid that among the four emperors, only Whitebeard can do the same thing. The corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched, and he took off his hat angrily. Set him a reward of 1 billion Baileys, let those bounty hunters go to his trouble, so that he will definitely not be able to mix in the battle between us and Whitebeard during this time. The bitterness in the heart of the warring states. Dr. Vegapunk was abducted, the most important treasure scientist of the Navy is gone, and he can only hold his breath and find a way to let this guy not appear in front of him recently. _ The warring states have already planned that they must resign from the post of marshal after the end of this war with Whitebeard. The next mess, whoever wants to pick it up, go and pick it up. Anyway, after this battle, the whole world will have a huge turmoil, and there is a terrible Clark suddenly, such a big trouble, the warring states already feel that they can't handle it. Glaring at Garp again, Sengoku solemnly issued a wanted warrant for Clark, allowing soldiers to send this wanted warrant to all naval divisions and the whole world. In an instant, many people were deeply shocked by the name Clark. The first wanted is actually an unprecedented bounty of up to a full billion Baileys. This is a terrifying bounty that no one has ever seen before. But when the pictures that were photographed on the Chambord Islands also followed suit, everyone began to feel that such a bounty was not 2-4 or 4-0 at all, and even underestimated Clark. Just this one dares to provoke the Draco, directly kills the Draco without mercy, and the life of 3 Draco in one family. Such a courage has made many people ashamed of themselves. In the face of those nobles of the world who were protected by the world government, let alone kill them, even when the Draco passed in front of them, most of the people did not dare to raise their heads to look at the Draco. Even, they can only grovel to it and be careful. Where do they dare to provoke these world nobles who will attract admirals as soon as they are harmed? Where, like Clark, not only killed the Draco, but also repelled the admirals who came to fight, and then simply let these Draco and their grey slave industry disappear from the Chambord Islands together. For a long time, Draco could not be provoked. Such a deeply rooted concept in people's hearts, under Clark's agitation, is slowly shattering. On the boundless sea, in the strange area called the Windless Belt without even a trace of wind, a pirate ship with a unique pirate flag is driving slowly. All the passengers on it are the elite warriors of the Nine Snakes, a fighting nation from the Amazon Lily Island, because all the inhabitants of this island are women, and this area is called the Daughter Island. And the supreme leader of the Nine Snakes, Bona Island, is the only woman among the 7 martial seas of His Majesty. At this moment, she was resting in the room, and suddenly, the door of the room was hurriedly opened by 2 sisters, who ignored the angry look on the face of the female Emperor Hancock who would have scared them all in the past, and delivered a newspaper to Hancock. This. Hancock's original anger instantly turned into deep shock after seeing the newspaper report. When she saw the clear report above, the photos recorded in the news that the slave auction house had been completely destroyed, she couldn't contain her feelings. The 2 younger sisters quickly closed the door of the room, preventing the members of the 9 Snake Pirates outside from discovering the abnormality in the room. Is everything written on this true? Bona Island, in a somewhat trembling voice, quietly asked the 2. For so many years, childhood experiences have been hovering in her heart like a pattern, torturing her all the time. That humiliating experience, that humiliating career, made Hancock's heart sensitive and inferior. The mark on her back that made her heart at every moment was like a crow in her throat, making it difficult for her to sleep every day. As long as she fell asleep, she would dream of being caught and sent back to a terrible place again. It is precisely because of the sensitivity and fragility of the heart that Hancock constantly wants to show her extremely strong side in front of outsiders, and she wants to cover her heart with a proud appearance. When she saw that the Draco she hated with gritted teeth really had no place to die, what kind of ecstasy her heart was indescribable. Although these 3 dead Draco were just 3 insignificant guys relative to the entire Draco world nobles. The 2 sisters once again took out a wanted warrant from behind them, and when they saw the long list of zeros followed by them, they carefully counted, and then cried out in surprise. "Oh my God, a billion Baileys, this is really terrible." The 2 younger sisters carefully looked at Clark on the wanted bounty, and saw him wearing a blue tights and a pair of red panties, and suddenly muttered a little. This Clark, how do you like to wear so? Bona Island snatched the wanted warrant from the hands of his 2 sisters, and although the female emperor disdained all the men in the world in her heart, but now, Clark is the most special existence, and the female emperor has a small affection for Clark. This is the unique personality of someone else's strong, don't talk nonsense. The 2 sisters looked at Hancock in surprise. When Hancock will also say good things to strangers, or a man, this is really surprising. At this moment, there was a sudden rush outside, and a female warrior of the 9 Snakes knocked on the door in a hurry. "Lord Snake G, it's not good." In the distance, there is a huge gang of pirates, which is speeding towards us. Hancock immediately suppressed the strange emotions in his heart, but in a blink of an eye, he returned to his previous cold and invincible appearance. A faint killing intent emerged from her body, and Hancock walked towards the outside with a proud step. The concubine body wants to see, who dares to come to the trouble of the concubine. And on the windless belt, on the surface of the windless zone that has not been windy for many years, there is constantly a fierce wind blowing, touching the sails of a large number of pirate ships, driving their hulls, and driving fast together at extremely high speeds. Clark finished blowing, guessing that this breath would still allow the boats to run for a while, and returned to the bow of the boat, basking in the sun. Vegapunk, when will you be able to parse such material? I want to change the suit. Vegapunk scratched his hair that was about to be pulled out by himself. My God, Chief Clark, the material technology of your equipment has been ahead of the world for I don't know how many years. You are a strongman. Vegapunk's hair was about to be pulled out, and he couldn't find any breakthrough in this blue tights. Don't talk about research, just punch a hole in it, get a piece to analyze it. 5.4 Color, your clothes have good protection ability, self-cleaning ability, I don't know what else in this world can break its defenses, this body is enough. In order to protect the last of his hair, Vegapunk could only temporarily suppress his desire to study, and first shifted his attention to the basic information of Krypton technology. He constantly told himself that he must not be so ambitious, and did not focus his eyes on Clark's suit made by the top technology of Krypton. Clark sighed bitterly. Hey, you said that the Navy issued a wanted warrant, why don't you use the photos on the Chambord Islands? You have to use these photos that I used to be in the headquarters of the Navy, it looks strange. Vegapunk heard Clark complain and felt in his heart, the photos you took in the Chambord Islands are shining like gods, and the Navy would be foolish if they used those photos to increase your popularity. However, these words, Vegapunk did not dare to say directly to his respected leader. Suddenly, a dense rain of arrows suddenly fell from the air, and all of them actually hit Clark in the front. It's a pity that even the suit made by Vegapunk with materials that his most advanced instruments can't crack can be destroyed by these little arrows. Clark looked depressed as he was ejected by the clothes on his body, the arrows that fell densely on the sea, and the pirate ship on the opposite side, which was all women. How could he shoot himself so many arrows when he was fine? Could it be that after all the pirates meet on the sea, they don't care about anything, and they directly want to scare others? It's easy to talk about it on my side, and there are more than a dozen big ships. In terms of numbers alone, it has far surpassed the other party. However, strangely, in the center of this windless zone, where countless huge sea kings gathered, another ship was also running towards the pirate ship in front of Clark. There is a warship, are they here to arrest me? Clark looked at his wanted bounty 06, and the photo posted on it made him unsatisfied. Clark stepped on the penetration, and waved his big hand forward. Rush up and surround them, that's the ship of 9 Snake Island and the Navy. More than a dozen large ships, driven by the breath blown out by Clark, were rushing towards the Snake Emperor's ship at a rapid speed. On the other side, on the ship of the Navy, Vice Admiral Mole looked ugly at the large group of pirate ships that appeared in front of him. Why is this windless zone, how can these sailboats run so fast? Lieutenant General Mole looked at the pirate group in front of him with an ugly face, and shouted loudly to his subordinates. Quick, make sure for me that pirate group they are the ones who are from the pirate group. After a while, on the lookout of the naval warship, there was a terrified cry of the Navy soldiers. No, it's not good Vice Admiral Mole, the pirate group over there is the ship of those supernovas who were taken in by Clark on the Chambord Islands, and the ship in the front is that Clark. The words of the soldier in charge of the lookout caused an uproar on the entire naval warship. Oh my God, how did they meet that terrible guy? As early as when Clark was still in the Navy headquarters, many Navy soldiers, more or less, had heard about Clark's deeds. He was brought back to the Navy by the legendary hero Vice Admiral Garp, and defeated Admiral Sakaski the Red Dog, which single-handedly shocked countless suitors of Colonel Huedina of the Navy. Even if these people don't see it with their own eyes. In my heart, I don't believe that there will be such a terrifying person in the Navy. However, since the incident in the Chambord Islands, they have received Clark's wanted warrant. The first time it was rewarded by the Navy, it was the first billion Bailey bounty. Kill the Draco, force back the General Yellow Ape, defeat all the supernovae except the Straw Hat Pirates, and finally free the slaves on the Chambord Islands, and completely melt the part of the Chambord Islands. This is a real record that has been witnessed by countless people, and it is fake. They were now facing such a godlike figure who was rumored to be a god, and they were all uneasy in their hearts. After all, on this warship, the most powerful is Vice Admiral Mole, and Vice Admiral Mole is how can it be compared to General Yellow Ape? That is to say, if Clark wanted to do it, none of the people on their ship would survive. Give me back, retreat. This is a warship made by the latest technology of the Navy, and in this windless zone, I don't believe that the wind sailing ship can really catch up with us. The mole was also dumbfounded. He had a sentence in his heart that MMP had scolded loudly. How could he come out to perform a mission to summon the 7 Usse, and he ran into this ruthless person who had just shocked the world. Originally, to contact the pirate woman Emperor Bona Island and issue a mandatory summoning order to her was already a very terrible task. The mole gave the order fiercely, and the warship that was originally heading towards the Nine Snakes pirate group where the female emperor was located immediately braked sharply at an exaggerated speed, and then fell backwards. Clark saw the retreating naval warship and returned to the back of the pirate group, and the captains of the various supernova who saw Clark's movements quickly shouted at all the crew in a panic. Hurry up and grab whatever can be fixed around you. The next moment, a strong airflow was spewed out of Clark's mouth, and all the sails were immediately blown to the extreme. This group of wind sailing boats, at an incredibly exaggerated almost galloping speed, headed forward, cut through the sea, and rushed towards the 2 boats with a bang. You're just kidding me. Vice Admiral Mole looked at almost directly doubled his speed, and in the blink of an eye, he became clearer and clearer in his field of vision, quickly approaching the pirate ship coming up, and there were 10,000 grass and mud horses running past in his heart. Say that there is no wind belt. How come these sailing ships that rely on the wind to move forward much faster than these Navy's latest power ships? Hurry up, keep running for me. The extremely nervous Vice Admiral Mole could only make his ship backward as fast as he could. Such a scene fell in the eyes of the female Emperor Snake G, and she couldn't help but snort contemptuously and coldly. 440. An incompetent man, or a dignified Vice Admiral, is so afraid of these pirates. However, Snakeheim does not intend to make a move. She knows the purpose of finding her in the future, this time in the mole, but Bona Island hates Draco and the world government that shelters Draco. Or the man over there has some guts, and actually dares to storm the ship of the Navy and concubines. I witnessed the scene where the warriors on his ship just shot at the man standing at the front of the pirate ship that had invaded this place, but to no avail. The female emperor raised her head proudly, and walked towards the bow of the ship in front of her under the admiring eyes of a group of subordinates. Since you are all intruders, it is possible that even if you encounter a special accident here, such as all the people turned into stones or something, no matter what the concubine body does, she will be forgiven, because the concubine body is so beautiful. Arrows of captivity. Hancock's little hand gently touched her lips, and a huge pink heart-shaped substance appeared in front of her. Hancock pulled back, pulled a pink bow and arrow from the pink heart-shaped material, and then let a large number of pink arrows shoot out towards the 2 sides that had rushed around the Navy and were about to surround it. Although Hancock couldn't understand what Clark was saying, when he saw his serious speech, he always felt that he was getting more and more angry, as if he had lost something important just now. How did she know that Clark's speed was so fast, dynamic vision capture, so powerful, and he could see a lot of places that others couldn't? Fragrant feet. Hancock raised his leg and kicked Clark's head, trying to petrify Clark's head directly. Clark leaned back and dangerously let the white jade leg kick past him. The power on these legs is not particularly strong, but it has a strange fruit ability, which can make the place where it hits be directly petrified. Clark didn't dare to gamble with his body whether he could withstand such an attack with an armed domineering defense. Fortunately, Clark's speed far surpassed Hancock's, and he was able to easily dodge her attacks. Several jumps in a row, away from Hancock, who was angry and used his fragrant kicks in succession. Clark slipped out again from under the cabin and returned to the deck above. Hancock snorted coldly, and jumped up, and saw Clark's side. 440, all his subordinates, including his 2 sisters, all fell on the deck. This guy, in just one moment, cleaned up all the fighters of the Nine Snakes pirates except her. The hateful face that made her feel mocking, seemed to be silently mocking herself, and Hancock suddenly regretted it a little. She suddenly felt that she had provoked such a terrifying guy so willfully, and had begun to bring terrible disasters to herself, to her pirate group, and to her country. But, soon, she came to her senses again. Who is she? She is unique in heaven and earth, the world's #1 nobody, Bona Island, pirate emperor. No matter what she does, she can be forgiven by the whole world. I'm sorry Hancock, you attacked me first, so according to the rules of pirates, the king is defeated. If you lose, your pirate group, your Amazon Lily country, all belong to me. Clark grinned, and the terrifying speed caused him to come behind Boya Hancock like a shapeshift phantom, knocking her unconscious with a hand knife. Hancock's limp body fell forward, and Clark caught her body, only feeling a soft and silky patch at the beginning. Ugh. Clark put his arms around her waist and led her quickly back to his boat. A group of pirates around who turned into pig brothers when they saw the female emperor, one by one, drooled, looking at the female emperor in Clark's hand, sleeping quietly, exuding a different kind of seductive power. Clark snorted coldly and woke them up. "You guys go over there and that mole catches. I'll have something for him to do later." After speaking, Clark carried the female emperor to the laboratory of Ship Punk on the ship. "Doctor, inject the Starman gene control sequence into her body, and we will control our first base." Vegapunk is also excited, and has seen a bright future created by his own hands, which is about to appear in front of him. "Yes, Chief, I promise that when she wakes up, she will obey your orders under the control of Yin." Clark nodded, not doubting Vegapunk's loyalty and ability to do things, and walked outside. With such a short effort, on the naval warship outside, it was already a lively fight. Facing the siege of a group of supernova pirates, although Lieutenant General Mole is brave, he is still invincible. Was taken by Clark to this windless zone where birds don't, and their hearts are full of resentful supernovas, and they shoot with grudges. Although each person looks at it individually, it is difficult to deal with a powerful lieutenant general like the Mole, who is experienced and has extremely experienced combat skills. However, he couldn't stand the siege of a group of people with all kinds of strange devil fruit abilities. Just as the Mole struggled to maintain his defenses under the attack of the storm, he was accidentally hit. Bonnie instantly returned him to his childhood when he had little fighting power. Looking at the Yin who was succeeded by herself, she became a child mole, and Bonnie let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, not everyone is a pervert like Clark, and his fruit ability can't fully play a role in it, and Clark almost broke out and directly destroyed the entire Chambord Islands. Fortunately, it wasn't a matter of her ability getting out of control. Turned into a child's mole, unable to resist, they were brought back to Clark's ship by the supernova from the soon-to-be sinking naval warship. At this time, Clark also walked out, looked in a good mood, and said hello to the Mole with a smile. "Lieutenant General Mole, I don't know, what did you come here to find Hancock?" "Humph, you this, rebel admiral of the Navy, I won't tell you." At this time, the Mole, Milky to Clark replied, hearing the Mole's not polite words. Clark was not angry at all, who would be angry with a little fart now? "Actually, I don't need you to say that I also know, Vice Admiral Mole, the Navy is going to war with Whitebeard. I'm afraid that the Navy headquarters is afraid that it will not be able to defeat the Whitebeard pirates, so I want to forcibly gather all the 7 Wuhe to the headquarters." Although the Mole was turned into a child by Bonnie's fruit ability, it still maintained the most basic IQ. Knowing that these people in front of him were his enemies, he gritted his teeth and never said a word again. Clark shrugged helplessly. "Well, since you didn't cooperate, I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you that I could replace Hancock by agreeing to your Navy's mandatory summoning order, and let you go back to report the news. It's a pity that you are so uncooperative. Come, give him a small lifeboat, prepare food for the day, and see if our great Vice Admiral Mole can successfully leave this place without wind and return to the headquarters of the Navy." Urki smiled, and with a strong figure, he directly grabbed a small boat with one hand, threw it into the sea, and then threw the current little mole rat Vice Admiral onto the boat. Subsequently, Clark's fleet, with all the Hydra pirate ships that had been knocked unconscious, and the things snatched from the sunken naval ships, all left the place. Abominable. The little mole rat, Vice Admiral, let out an unwilling roar, and rowed with difficulty with the oars that had been specially left behind on the boat. "Chief, what if that guy encounters the Sea King before he transforms back?" Bonnie looked at Clark standing on the bow of the boat, and the awe of this man in her heart had become deeper and deeper. That's his own bad luck, isn't it? And in Clark's gaze, now there is only ahead, the Amazon Lily Island, which is getting closer and closer. Belongs to the captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates, the daughter of the pirate goddess Boya Hancock. However, soon this place will change owners. In the shadows, Hancock heard another burst of noise, which was exactly the same as the cheers of the citizens who had been waiting on the island every time she returned to 9 Snake Island. Falling asleep again? Or maybe a little nap? Boya Hankook was a little puzzled, and then a pain from all over her body immediately made her little face appear with a very pitying pain. Lord Snake G, you have finally woken up. When Hancock opened his eyes, he saw his two younger sisters, looking at him worriedly, but Hancock was now not able to put on his majesty like before. When she just wanted to drink her two younger sisters away from her, there was another sharp pain, so that she almost didn't faint directly. Hancock, who was run over by a tractor everywhere, his little face was pale, his small hand was holding his head, and he carefully recalled it. Then she saw the man in her memory who should have made her feel gnashed teeth and wanted to turn him into stone and kick him to pieces at once. Very strange. When Clark saw this man, standing beside him with some weakness, avoiding the gaze of his own eyes, he felt a taste of blood connection from this man. And this strange feeling of closeness soon made Hancock's resentment against Clark quickly disappear because of the fragments in his memory. At this time, Hancock always had the same feeling that Clark had become his former self, as if he was the closest person to him, and no matter what he did, Hancock could forgive him. You guys, let's go out first. Hearing the rare gentle tone that came from Hancock's mouth to their sisters, both sisters froze, then glared at Clark unwillingly and walked out of the cabin. You, what are you, what have you done to me? Although Hancock almost sincerely wanted to fully accept Clark in front of her, believe in him, trust him, and obey him unconditionally, she still gritted her teeth and insisted, not wanting to let herself sink into such feelings. Clark looked at Hancock with some surprise. This woman is really strong, it has reached this level, and she can barely restrain this abnormality from the depths of her genes. But unfortunately, this is also useless, from genetic changes, will make you change the whole person from the inside out. No one can resist this change. Unless, you give up this body of yours and find another body before your soul is completely changed by the change of body. However, Hancock clearly does not have the ability. In a short while, the gene control technology from the world's leading world has completely turned the once arrogant, cold, and narcissistic Hancock into a woman who will only concentrate on obeying the orders of Clark, who stands at the top of the chain sequence. Clark did not feel any guilt for the change of such a strong and beautiful female warrior, and chose Nine Snake Island as the first base in this world, which was jointly discussed with Vegapunk. This place is in the windless zone, and it is difficult for anyone to enter it except for the navy equipped with ships. Moreover, this place is also relatively close to Marineford, and it is a collision with Clark that will happen at any time in Marineford about the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. Hancock, go and tell your people that Nine Snake Island is about to usher in great changes, a new era is coming, and from now on, only women's daughter islands will no longer exist. Don't worry that anyone will disobey your orders, because you are the most beautiful woman in this and the world, and everyone will forgive you, right? Hancock bowed slightly and walked outside, and Clark looked at Hancock's limping back from behind, a little embarrassed. Clark assured that he did not move his hands and feet when Hancock passed out, but Hancock was carried in his arms twice. At the mouth of the coast of Nine Snake Island, countless citizens of Nine Snake Island cheered, hugging behind the Nine Snake pirate group who was watching Hancock, and a large group of pirate ships appeared together. But they didn't have the slightest worry, because their most revered Lord Serpentine G was still standing at the forefront. In their eyes, these are just trophies brought back by Lord Snake G. People of Nine Snake Island, you have all listened to me. Now, I have news to inform all the people of Nine Snake Island. When Boya Hancock sent out the change of ownership of Hydra Island, and a large number of pirates would enter Hydra Island, there was indeed a riot. However, with the help of Hancock's fruit ability, most of the commotion was completely and quickly quelled. Although I don't know why Lord Snake G, who has always hated men, this time it seems to have a big change in temperament, which has brought huge changes to the entire Nine Snake Island, but all this is the order of Lord Snake G. No matter how Lord Snake G messes around, they will forgive her because she is so beautiful. Clark did not expect that the influence of Snake G on the entire Nine Snake Island was already so strong that they could easily enter the Nine Snake Island. 0. Taking Vegapunk and the Supernova 9, she followed Boya Hancock and her two sisters to the palace, and Snake G immediately lost the same cold arrogance as she did when she treated her people outside. The low-eyed look like a little daughter-in-law made a group of Supernova stunned. But they had seen with their own eyes how arrogant and domineering the female Emperor Boya Hancock was before, and directly faced them and everyone in the navy when they met. But now, I'm afraid this change is too big. A group of supernovas only felt that cold sweat broke out behind their backs, and Clark's unknowingly made a powerful Kinkaiwahai completely change into another look, which is a little terrifying. They didn't want to experience this sudden change, and Clark rolled his eyes as he looked at a group of supernovae breaking out in a cold sweat. As far as you are concerned, you can't get such treatment. Only those who will play an important role in Clark's Kryptonian recovery plan will have such treatment. Clark had to make sure he had all these important people in his hands, anytime, anywhere. This group of idiots, do you still think that they really have an irreplaceable role in themselves? They have all reached this time, and they are still half-hearted one by one, and they are not willing to devote themselves to me. After mastering such a large team and holding the lifeblood of the entire Nine-Snake Island, the female Emperor Hankook, Clark's mentality is changing little by little. To master such a large team, all of them are a group of unruly supernova pirates. If Clark still adheres to the same superhero mentality as when he used to play on Earth, how can he control this group of feared villains and pirates? After repelling all the residents of Nine-Snake Island, even the old woman of a shouting former Amazon Lily Island Emperor was kicked out. In Snake G's palace, only a bunch of elite backbone members under Clark remained. Clark glanced around, sat on the throne that originally belonged to Snake G, and then with a bang, the throne that could not withstand Clark's power instantly shattered and turned into a pile of rags. A bunch of supernova looked at Clark's embarrassed look, and they almost didn't laugh out loud, but after seeing Clark's terrifying eyes shot by the cold light 440, they quickly covered their mouths again. Clark snorted coldly and stood up directly. Snake G, choose the most secret place from your island, and from now on it will be the place that Dr. Vegapunk will use for scientific research. Then it is listed as a forbidden place on the island of Nine Snakes, and no one is allowed to enter Dr. Vegapunk's research institute without my permission, which is the first most important prohibition. Snake G, you will equip Dr. Vegapunk with a special phone worm later, which is the only channel you can contact Dr. Vegapunk while I am away. Yes, Chief Clark. Seeing Snake G bowing respectfully to Clark and replying, a group of supernovae couldn't help but feel a chill. This woman who was cold to all of them, after not knowing what to do, the change was really too great. Clark nodded. Dr. Vegapunk's institute was the most important part of all the planning links, and there was no one. Even Clark himself, at some point, has to make way for Dr. Vegapunk's research. After all, Clark himself does not want to have a headache to analyze those Kryptonian technologies. Then it's your job, Captain Bucky. You're a separate group and heading to the New World, taking your men and horses with you wherever you go, taking control of the local underground black organization. Remember, be sure to bring organizations an intelligence network that can quickly access any information happening in the New World, and your intelligence will be their lifeline. The rest of you gather into a battle group, and the mission is simple. Immerse yourself in the New World in the name of the organization belonging to the Snake G of the Nine Snake Pirates, one of the 7 Marshalseas. I allow you to attack any pirate organization, slave traders, but do not attack civilians at will as a last resort. After listening to it, a group of supernovas became excited one by one. It turned out that they didn't want to be locked in this windless zone by Clark all the time. Everyone knows that you are already my subordinates, so try to pay attention to your reputation and don't spoil what I'm going to do next. An exaggerated smile appeared on Clark's face, and although the structure of the organization was only just taking shape, Clark was already able to see a better tomorrow. Since you are in this world, it is better for us Kryptonians to replace you. The resources and wealth held by the Draco are what makes Clark extremely desperate, which is an important material for the rapid development of the Kryptonian recovery plan. However, let me reveal a little news to you in advance. When I was inside the Navy, I knew a little inside information in advance. After Fire Fist Ace is captured by Blackbeard, the 4 emperors of the New World, Whitebeard and Redhead, have a major collision, and all the warships of the Navy that are scouting are wiped out. But afterwards, Whitebeard and Redhead were unscathed, and I think that when Whitebeard attacks the Navy headquarters a week later, the Redhead may have done something for Whitebeard. However, once the war is over, the entire New World will be violently turbulent due to the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates, and this is a great opportunity for you to collect the remnants of those Whitebeard pirates and receive the power of Whitebeard. Got it? A group of people were immediately shocked. How could Clark say such a thing in such a determined tone? Could he have prophesied? Hawkins took out his playing cards and drew them one by one, his face puzzled. Without any warning, the future cannot be predicted. 0. Until Clark points out, he will not tell them that in order to repay Garp, the old man in the Navy that he feels he is indebted, he has decided to enter this war, and there are only two things to do. The first is to rescue his grandson Ace, who is regarded as his own, and the second is to help the Navy represented by Garp defeat the Whitebeard pirates. This is to ask Clark to face the battle between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates, but Clark has no doubts. After repaying this last trace of kindness in his heart, he can show his hands and feet in this century, and there are no more restraints. At this moment, a shouting figure fell from the sky, smashed the ceiling on the roof, and fell straight to the ground. Straw Hat Master. Luo Yi saw the familiar figure falling from the sky, and exclaimed in surprise, Luffy actually came to this place, it was simply unexpected to him. Luffy, who is a rubber man, naturally does not fear pain, and with a grunt, he gets up from the ground where he fell, and when he sees Law and Kid, he also excites excitedly. What's going on? You're actually on this island. Facing Luffy's self-familiar appearance, Kid and Ro, who had fought side by side and faced the Navy together, were helpless to him like this. Well, forget it, I'm in a hurry to return to the 5.4 Chambord Islands now, my companions must still be trying to go back, waiting for me there. Luffy, do you really want to go back to the Chambord Islands right now? Hey, Clark, why are you here? Aren't you in the Navy? Are you here to get me? Luffy greeted Clark with a grin, and then immediately became nervous. Clark had remembered the scene of their pirate group lying down together in the capital of Seven Waters. He didn't think he could beat Clark now. No, Luffy, I'm not here to arrest you, on the contrary, I have important news to tell you that your brother Ace has been captured by the Navy and will soon be publicly executed by the Navy today, a week later, at the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford. What, Ace, he's going to be executed. Luffy immediately acted in place for a while, and then immediately became resolute. I decided, I'm going to save Ace, he's my brother, I can't sit idly by. Clark, can you lend me a boat? Stop, rude man, you actually dare to shout at the leader. Boya Hancock watched Luffy shout at Clark anxiously, his eyes directly radiated a chill, and he took a tall step and lifted her slender thighs, about to kick towards Luffy's body. Stop, Hancock, don't treat our guests so rudely. Hancock heard Clark's voice and immediately withdrew his slender thighs and stood behind Clark again, meek like a little daughter-in-law. I can help you, Luffy, but do you think you can really save Ace from the 3 admirals and countless naval elites? This is a war, a huge war unprecedented in this world. Can you protect yourself or even achieve your goals in this war? Luffy clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. No matter what, Ace is my brother, I will definitely not sit idly by. Clark raised his head and let out a long breath. The determined expression 06 on Luffy's face was really a little dazzling. It's really like, old man Garp, your family is one sex. The old man's hearty smile and eclectic look completely coincided with the determined boy in front of him, very strangely, and these two guys were stubborn tempers. I can promise you, Luffy, but you must cooperate with my actions. Really, it's great. Clark looked at Hancock with just a look, and Hancock immediately understood the message in Clark's eyes, and after shouting, let people take out the phone worm that the Navy headquarters had contacted her before. Hey, Moxie, is anyone over there? On the other side of the telephone worm that was directly connected was quickly transferred to the hands of the Marshal of the Warring States, which was a telephone worm that Kabuki specialized in talking to the Navy, and the important information in it was not something that ordinary navies could listen to. Sengoku took the phone and heard Clark's voice coming from the other side, and immediately gritted his teeth. This bastard, after doing such a shocking thing in the Chambord Islands, ran to the 9 Snake Islands, one of the 7 Martial Seas, the Snake Emperor G. And how could such a telephone worm, which was specially used to allow Kabuki to communicate with the headquarters of the Navy, be in the hands of this guy? Oh, is it the Marshal of the Warring States? Hearing your familiar panting voice, I seem to feel that old man Garp has completely angered you again. Clark, why did the Bolds do such a thing? Why did they betray the Navy? In the entire office, almost everyone heard the terrible anger in the battle atmosphere, and now that Lieutenant General Garp was not here, no one dared to touch the mold of the Marshal of the Warring States. In the entire room, only the heavy snort of the Marshal of the Warring States remained. Defection? No, Marshal of the Warring States, misunderstood, not defection, but withdrawal. The concept of the Navy was very obviously at odds with mine, so I chose to withdraw from the sea. Sengoku was silent for a while, and asked in a serious tone. Is it about Draco? Yes, that's right, Marshal of the Warring States, I'm a person, I hate this guy the most. Like those high-ranking federal officials on the earth, they are in high positions, but they do not care about the people's livelihood, but only want to protect their own interests. When the bad guys appear, use yourself as free labor, and when there are no bad guys, try to master your own power. Even use the power of fishing boats to guide the people to overthrow themselves, to expel themselves from the earth, or to subject themselves to so-called congressional legislation, so that they can henceforth accept their supervision. Are you kidding? I'm Clark, the most powerful Kryptonian, the Superman Clark. But worry, Marshal of the Warring States, although I left the Navy, it does not mean that I am on the opposite side of the Navy. You see, in the Chambord Islands, I have a good way to let the yellow ape live. Everyone in the office immediately turned their attention to the yellow ape, and the yellow ape gritted his teeth for a while, and he couldn't wait to fight Clark for 300 rounds. Just thinking of Clark's terrifying combat ability, the yellow ape was deflated again, and his proud speed had no effect in front of Clark. And the silence of the yellow ape was also regarded by others as his acquiescence, but no one laughed at him. Among the three major generals, whether it was the red dog or the yellow ape or the green pheasant, they all knew how terrifying Clark's combat power was, and none of them dared to easily say that they could withstand Clark's powerful attack. So what are you trying to do now talking to me with Boyahan Cook's phone worm? It's very simple, I am now wanted by you in the whole world, and I have nowhere to go, so I have to join a legal pirate organization like His Majesty Kaiwuhe, which has been stipulated by your government. And our Lord Snake G, when he was compelled to be summoned by you, wanted to take a look at the central person who caused this big event, Ace, and I am familiar with you, so Lord Snake G asked me to talk to you. Sengoku doesn't believe any word Clark says now, and the ghost really believes that you have defected to Snake G. With Clark's current bounty amount, plus Clark killed 3 Draco, which force now dares to take Clark under his command at will. Unless someone is impatient and wants to provoke the attack of the Admiral, and the world government is constantly encircling and suppressing. Is it just you and Snake G? That's right. If the Marshal of the Warring States can grant our little request from Lord Snake G, 440 I am willing to appear in Marineford with Lord Snake G to help the Navy face the most powerful man, the Whitebeard pirate group. Sengoku didn't know how long he was silent over there, but he said slowly for a while. I will have Garp wait for you at the Advanced City U prison, and I hope you can get on your way as soon as possible, but, Clark, you have to disguise yourself and don't let anyone know that our Navy has cooperated with you. I really thank the Marshal of the Warring States for his generosity, rest assured, no Draco will be able to recognize me. Oh, in that case, let me give you another message to the Marshal of the Warring States. Vice Admiral Mole is now trying to row back to the Navy headquarters from the Windless Belt alone. I think you better send a ship to pick him up. Clark, who hung up the phone worm, smiled slightly. This matter has already become, when the time comes, he will be mixed into the team of Kaiwuhe. If he wants to rescue Ace, he can be more surprised, and take the lead. At this moment, Clark suddenly saw Hancock looking at him with sincere trepidation. Chief, this is really too polite. How can I be called that by you, Chief? Looking at Hancock, who was a little shy in front of him, Clark said in a seductive tone. Not necessarily, Hancock, work hard, maybe you can really become my lady. Great honor. Being able to get such attention from the leader, Hancock was almost fainted in surprise. Okay, Luffy, we can start our journey tomorrow and head to the City U prison to give you a chance to meet your brother. However, I am afraid that you will not be able to rescue your brother Ace in Advanced City as you wish. You just heard it, your grandfather Garp will be there waiting for us. Luffy nodded, very grateful to Clark. I know, when the time comes, I'll figure it out myself, Clark, thank you. It's okay, it's not helping you, it's just paying back Garp. Clark nodded expressionlessly, turned around, and said to all the supernovae. Now, let's take you to see the ships you will use in the future after the end of this war between Whitebeard and the Navy headquarters. Clark led a group of supernovae towards the harbor of Hydra Island, where there were now a dense mooring of ships, all of which were the large ships used by supernovas when they came to the Chambord Islands. But after the events in the Chambord Islands, their ships were more or less damaged, and Clark showed them the ships made in the Navy using the advanced materials and technology of the Navy. Dr. Vegapunk introduced them. Vegapunk nodded excitedly, and on this ship stood a group of human weapon pacifists with exactly the same face, height, weight, and size. They stood there with exactly the same face as the Nanabusi Baso Lomi bear, without saying a word, giving people a great sense of oppression. The pacifists here were all brought out by Vegapunk using his previous authority when he set out in the Navy. These are all based on the information provided by Clark, adding many new weapons and equipment, and deeply transforming them, which is more than stronger than the previous pacifism. Guys, it's not that I despise you, the boat you used before is really rubbish. As a rare genius in time, Vegapunk spoke simply without politeness, directly and deeply stimulating the hearts of these supernovas. You look at your ship, it's not that I despise you, a sailing ship with a wooden structure like this, in the New World, a little natural disaster, it is easy to have huge problems. Vegapunk beckoned, and the pacifist on the warship, pushing two different-looking guns, came to everyone. Now, let me show you how two ships behave in the face of the same artillery fire. After pushing Kid's ship in front of him, he pushed two different guns onto the coastline that was equally fierce from them. After tuning the two cannons to the same angle, Supernova looked at Vegapunk, who was making various preparations, with disdain. In their eyes, the problems mentioned by Vegapunk are actually disregarded. For them, it is enough for the ships to explain enough. What is this? It looks so powerful. Luffy happily jumped next to Vegapunk and patted the thing that was being nervously assembled in Vegapunk's hand. Vegapunk answers Luffy's questions while assembling the instrument. This is the technique given to me by the chief, which can bring sea combat into a new era. Yes, that's right, in the information of Krypton technology, this is a weapon, a gun, that even technology on Earth can easily create. Not with an ordinary navy with a long-barreled gun in his hands, but a big killer capable of firing in bursts, a heavy machine gun. In this era of somewhat deformed scientific and technological development, because every strong person can obtain far more power than thermal weapons through devil fruits or powerful physical skills. Now in the world, the development of artillery and the development of guns lag far behind the Earth. Strangely, Dr. Vegapunk previously used the power of the Yellow Ape's laser and combined it with pacifists to develop a human weapon that can launch terrifying powers. However, Clark can't directly let Vegapunk develop laser weapons and hand them over to these supernovas who are not genuinely subordinate to themselves. So Clark first let Vegapunk start with more basic firearms and weapons little by little. For this heavy machine gun, after setting up a tripod, Vegapunk asked the pacifist to bring a box of special 12.7mm bullets. Clark looked at this molded M2 heavy machine gun, and a nostalgic color flashed in his eyes. It has a total length of 1,920mm, an effective firing range of 1,500 meters, and a rate of fire of 600 rounds per minute. For the sea battle, where after meeting at sea now, first bombarding each other with the casual artillery method, and then quickly approaching to engage in a battle, this is a more terrifying killer than artillery. In this era of white-bladed warfare in which cannons look at providence and engagement, battles basically rely on hand-to-hand combat, when the two ships are close together, this M2 heavy machine gun can let the other party understand what is called a bullet storm before completing the approach. Most importantly, such a heavy weapon can not only fire ordinary 12.7mm machine gun shells, but also fire detonatorate shells, which make the opponent's entire ship directly burn up a group attack weapon. You can also lock on the more powerful enemies in the area and use armor-piercing bullets to complete their sniping kills. And such a thermal weapon will finally begin to show its hideous fangs in this world little by little under Clark's promotion. Let's start experimenting. Although Clark himself was invulnerable, even standing there and letting such a heavy machine gun shoot at his head would have no effect. But Clark still felt excited, and this excitement made the supernovae next to him a little scratching their heads. On the 500-meter coastline, like a ship on the sea, the common configuration of two pirate ships of this world that was moved off the ship, the artillery began to emit a shrill roar, whizzing two shells to the motionless ship docked at the mouth of the coast. After two huge roars, all of the lucky shells hit the ship, and they exploded violently, allowing a huge cloud of fireworks to spread directly on the ship. However, in fact, apart from some damage to the structure of the ship at the center of the explosion and a small fire, the two shells were not able to cause more damage. After firing a total of 10 shells in succession, nearly half of which fell on the ship, thick fireworks erupted from the ship. However, except for 2 large holes in the hull, it still adhered firmly to the sea surface and showed no signs of sinking. Supernovae were a little happy to see such a hit rate. Could it be that Clark was going to replace their ships with these scary guns with high hit rates? In the naval battles of the pirates, due to the influence of various reasons, firing such a thing is really purely based on providence and fate. Sometimes, the fact that 10 cannons can hit one shot is very gratifying, and most of the artillery fire will only fall on the sea near the enemy ship, and it will have no effect except to cause their ship to shake for a while. And if the 10 cannons can hit half of them, the gunner is simply the chosen one. Although such artillery fire is impossible to cause a lot of damage to the opponent's ships, before close combat, it will generate huge psychological pressure on the opponent and give them an advantage in momentum. However, they don't know what kind of terrifying power the M2 heavy machine gun produced by Clark and Vegapunk next. Ready? Clark asked in a low voice, and Vegapunk was even more excited. Watching Clark sit behind the M2 heavy machine gun, he took the initiative to go up and connect the bullet to the machine gun. Here we go. Buzz buzz. Clark gently pulled the trigger, and the trills in the air that made the soles begin to tremble suddenly shocked everyone in the 440 present. Tet tet. Continuous sparks in front of this hideous weapon, dazzling bloom, each bullet blurted out from the muzzle, because of the violent friction with the air, in the process of flight, behind the tail, leaving a long string of light and shadow tail. One by one, the glare visible to the naked eye, within this short distance of 500 meters, frantically rushed forward. Every second, 10 bullets kept shooting forward, and in the blink of an eye, they could pass a full distance of 500 meters and plunge into the ships used for testing in the harbor. Ding dong! Only tens of meters later, the bullet casings that jumped out of the barrel fell to the ground, constantly making a crisp and pleasant jingling sound. The hull of the ship was instantly beaten to pieces, and the shell made of wood was no different from the white paper between such a storm of bullets. Everything on the ship, when it encountered this terrible storm of bullets, had the fate of being completely torn to shreds. Suddenly, the fire continued to shine, and Clark controlled the machine gun, slowly turned around, and completely baptized the ship back and forth. A total of 20 seconds of strafing took nearly 200 rounds of machine gun ammunition. It was not as good as the gap between the 2 rounds of artillery firing, when Clark stopped attacking, and all the Supernova, Snake Hankook, opened their eyes wide in fear. They looked at the harbor, and the ship, which had been pierced by machine gun bullets and completely penetrated, clicked, and in their eyes violently decomposed, disintegrated, and then turned into a mass of fragments and sank. Bang bang, Supernovae, one by one, drooled fiercely, and looked at the terrible scene in front of them with some horror. When they looked back again and saw the M2 heavy machine gun, which was rotating more and more slowly and the barrel became red, their breathing became rapid. This is really terrible. If you are continuously strafed by such a weapon for a minute, even the human boat will be completely torn to shreds. Unless the other side has a real master, before the battle, come directly to their ship and destroy their weapons. The entire sea, except for the navy, now the pirates of the big division use ships made of wood. One by one, they understood what the real new weapon that Clark said to give them was, and with such a big killing weapon, they would be more powerful when they broke into the new world. Such a heavy machine gun is enough to withstand the momentum of countless navies shooting at the same time. Clark couldn't help but laugh as he watched a group of supernova stars turn red one by one, looking at this thing with red eyes. I'm afraid you won't recognize the goods, but you can give this thing, but your ship still has to do it yourself. Clark will only let Vegapunk help his now trusted female Emperor Hankook to build an all-metal ship that can withstand the attack of this heavy machine gun. What kind of ship these supernovae were riding on, and what kind of ship they would be in the future, Clark would only keep the best things to the people he trusted the most. Well, now that you have experienced the power of this thing, I think each of you wants it. But I advise you to build a harder ship first, and when you go to the new world, you will all have such weapons. Wow, that's great, Clark, I want it too. Go aside, you are not my subordinate. Luffy suddenly frowned. He was also surprised to see this thing, but unfortunately, he was not Clark's subordinate, he could only have a relationship with it. Okay, Hancock, Bonnie, Luffy, you guys pack up, and then you can leave for the Advanced City Prison. Dr. Vegapunk, you can safely conduct research here, the pacifists are all handed over to you. The rest of you, you all wait on Nine Snake Island, wait for this war to end, let Renly help you complete the coding, and you will pass through Fishman Island and enter the new world. As soon as he heard that he could immediately go to the city large prison to save his brother, Luffy instantly became excited. Shouting happily, I can't wait to go now. It's just that Hancock's face is a little wrong, and he whispered next to Clark. Chief, I have something to tell you alone. Clark looked at Hancock's struggling appearance and nodded. No problem, let's go, let's talk alone. As soon as Clark and Hancock left here, Captain Bucky was already enthusiastically leaning towards Vegapunk. Doctor, hey. Captain Becky's treacherous look made Vegapunk feel a little sick. It's just that Captain Bucky doesn't care about this, he only knows that if he can equip such a weapon and replace the members of the pirate group in his body with such a big killing weapon, he will truly become a terrible killing machine. As long as you think that there are countless such weapons hidden in your body, as soon as the enemy approaches, an indescribable terrible storm of bullets scatters around. What a lethality it is. The other supernovas, although not as eager as Captain Bucky, all showed a look of deep interest in their eyes. Being able to strengthen the strength of their own pirate group, how can these ambitious supernovas be willing to give up? After the conversation with Hancock, the entire Nine Snake Island has slowly become busy under the command of Dr. Vegapunk. After Hancock looted a large amount of supplies from outside, except for food, seeds, and some necessary supplies left to the residents of Nine Snake Island, all the rest were unceremoniously brought by Dr. Vegapunk to his research site. Moreover, all kinds of metal minerals are also in a state of extreme deficiency, and the Nine Snake Pirates have to work with Kid and these supernovae to contribute all the wealth obtained by plundering at sea for so many years gratuitously. While the government was busy arranging preparations for the coming Great War, no one observed that the windless island of Nine Snakes was engaged in astonishing trade with the Four Seas and various places in the first half of the Great Voyage. 440, minerals, food, metals, various supplies, and even devil fruit are all on the list of trades. And Captain Bucky was secretly sent to the capital of the Seven Waters to recruit shipwrights who could make cash boats, and if they didn't want to, kidnapping them back. The wealth accumulated on Nine Snake Island is disappearing at an alarming rate. After all, there is no one under Clark who now has a complete, formed industrial chain that can bring a steady stream of profits. Just relying on the treasures they had robbed and plundered before, they could not support too large-scale development and expansion. It is necessary to have its own financial channel, otherwise it will not be able to support the continuous consumption of funds like flowing water. With mixed feelings, Clark took Hancock, Bonnie, and Luffy on Hancock's pirate ship and headed in the direction of advancing the city's prison. With Clark's help, the ship moved fast through the windless zone at a maximum speed it could bear. Even relying on the action of ocean currents may not be able to reach the current speed. However, even so, it took the ship a full 4 days to reach the outside of the advanced city prison. After the huge gate of justice opened, the ship finally entered the main entrance of the great prison. Wow, is that the ship of the legendary Peerless Beauty, the Pirate Emperor? It's so beautiful and charming. There was a group of naval soldiers, standing outside the prison, looking at the Pirate Emperor standing at the bow of the ship, and their eyes changed color. Faced with so many rude eyes, Hancock whispered in a cold voice. Can I turn them all into stone? The person who called herself Clark, the female emperor, now hated other men, and showing such an obsession with herself like this made her feel very apprehensive. If Chief Clark thinks he's a little bit of a deal. A fierce light flashed in Hancock's eyes, his hands formed a heart shape, and all the soldiers who welcomed him were petrified. It's finally quiet. Hancock sighed lightly relieved, glanced at Clark's appearance with concern, and saw that he didn't care. Hancock was a little relieved, and his heart was a little down. Bonnie, it's up to you, and, waiting for us here, look. Bonnie seemed to have a natural sense of fear of this large prison that exuded a terrible momentum, and after answering a little absent-mindedly, she directly turned Luffy, who was now very cooperative, into a childhood. The corners of Clark's mouth turned up, and he grabbed Luffy's hand and, as if he were carrying his own child, pulled him towards the prison gate that opened ahead. Welcome to my Emperor Hell. Oh, accidentally exposed my ambitions. I am Hannibal, who is temporarily the deputy warden. It's a bit presumptuous, but I don't know if I can ask you to depetrify all these soldiers. Hancock snorted coldly and replied with disdain. They are too noisy, This is their due punishment, and even if the concubine body keeps petrifying them, so what? The concubine body is so beautiful, no matter what the concubine body does wrong, you will forgive me, right? Under the influence of Hancock's fruit ability, even this deputy warden Hannibal was captured under her ability and could not extricate himself. Yes, you're right. Hannibal shook his head sharply, sobered up, and pointed to the other side of the two. Warden, that bastard. No, it's Warden Magellan who is in the warden's room on the 4th floor, and I and Deputy Warden Domino are responsible for leading the way. Please here, and I will conduct a security check for you. 0. Clark glanced at Hannibal with interest. This guy was able to barely break free from Hancock's ability. It seems that this deputy warden also has 2 brushes. He followed the deputy warden Domino all the way to the front, listening with interest to the deputy warden's constant recounting of the horrific torture in the prison. When the 3 entered the security check room of the deputy warden, Domino glanced at the little Luffy. Doesn't it mean that there are only 2 people? It is not a good thing for such a young child to enter Impel prison. No way, the child was reluctant to leave us, crying and making a fuss about coming in with us. Clark patted Luffy's head hard. Anyway, Luffy is also a rubber man now, as long as he doesn't use armed color domineering, he won't be hurt. And seeing Clark touching the head on Luffy's head so intimately, and the pirate emperor on the side, after hearing Clark's words, her face suddenly showed a circle of redness. Domino also dispelled his suspicions. After all, if he was just a young child, how could he not make a 5.4 storm in this big prison? Domino, who was quite confident in advancing the City U prison, carefully examined Hancock and Clark and Luffy and found no prohibited items, and walked out of the house with the 3 of them. Several people who then met with Deputy Warden Hannibal again followed Hannibal and took the elevator all the way down to the 4th floor. After meeting the Warden Magellan, Clark gently gripped Luffy, who was already a little restless. Warning him fiercely with a very stern look, Clark's icy eyes made Luffy fall into a cold cellar, and suddenly calmed down. And in the end, when they were led to the bottom floor of the big prison, they saw the old man sitting in front of Ace, and Luffy and Clark had completely different expressions on their faces. Wow, old man Garp, are you really standing here waiting for me? And, I didn't expect you to be here. Clark saw the old man sitting in front of a young figure, speaking first before Luffy, and when Garp saw Luffy, who was 10 years old, next to Clark, his mouth almost fell in surprise. What's wrong, Garp? And beside Garp, Sengoku, who had a goatee, discovered Garp's abnormality and couldn't help but ask. No, nothing, just a little surprised to see that they actually brought children here. Clark, you bastard boy, what is this place? You actually came in with such a young child. Garp really almost didn't get scared out of a heart attack. This bastard actually brought in a child exactly like Luffy when he was a child, causing him to almost blurt out. However, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that this child was Luffy's Garp, and finally confirmed his feelings, because the head on Luffy's head was unique and was given to him by Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Luffy would never let his head be easily used by others. However, why Luffy suddenly became so young in 06 made Garp a little puzzled. However, Sengoku is still by Garp's side, which makes Garp dare not directly name Luffy's identity, so he has to casually find a reason to fool Sengoku over. Humph, Clark, do you feel when you see Fire Fist Ace now? Do you know that people who have embarked on a crooked path will eventually pay the price for their choices? Sengoku looked at Clark, resenting that it was quite terrible. This guy, obviously has been brought into the Navy, all of them have to be regarded as a key training, but he actually broke away from the Navy directly, not to mention, and did something like that in the Chambord Islands that made the Navy unable to get off the table. The most important thing is that this guy actually kidnapped the Navy's baby scientist Vegapunk. If they didn't feel that they and Garp didn't have enough ability to keep this guy, maybe the moment they met here, they would cooperate with Magellan, the warden of the advancing city, to take Clark in this place together. It's just that even if this is successful, the losses are beyond the reach of the Sengoku and Garp. The entire advanced city prison could be destroyed in this battle, causing countless horrific prisoners to escape from here. Moreover, for the upcoming decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy really can't spare its hand. Don't worry about it, Marshal of the Warring States, I just don't think the Navy is suitable for me, and besides, can you tell me that the Navy responsible for defending that kind of scum like Draco is really just? This is not necessarily, I think, the two big characters of justice printed on the white cloak on the back of the Navy are polluted by the big characters that cannot be read. Clark shrugged his shoulders in the face of the resentment of the warring states, but instead walked, crossed the warring states, came to Old Man Garp, and looked at Ace, who looked extremely weak in front of him. "Humph, then you return Vegapunk to the Navy, otherwise, Clark, the world government will not let you go. You don't know, Vegapunk's hands hold the secrets of the world government." The moment Sengoku finished saying this, he and Garp had a sense of danger, and Clark sat in front of Ace and looked at the young man in front of him. His heart was constantly thinking about whether to directly take Ace from the advanced city prison in this place, so that Old Man Garp would not have to be so painful in the big war in the future. "This will not bother you, Marshal of the Warring States. I have already got what I have in my hands. No one can take it from my hands anymore, no one. But the two of you, one is now the Marshal of the Navy, the other is the legendary Vice Admiral of the Navy. At such an important time, do not stay well in the headquarters of the Navy. What are you doing in prison? It's not to prevent you stinky boy from taking people away. For safety, I will personally escort Fire Fist Ace with Garp." Sengoku glared at Clark fiercely. He really wanted to catch Clark here. Otherwise, with what Clark did in the Chambord Islands before, under the impetus of the world government, the Navy will inevitably take action against Clark, who killed Draco. Since it is destined to do it, Sengoku definitely wants to do it when Clark's power is not fully developed. He felt that Clark's own strength was strong enough to make him and Garp very jealous. If there was another powerful force, then there might be another terrifying Four Emperors level figure. Moreover, in the hearts of the warring states, Clark is a much more dangerous existence than the Four Emperors. Clark is still young enough, and there must be a huge room for improvement in strength. Moreover, even Draco he said to kill and kill, acting unscrupulously. Such a person, in the eyes of the warring states, is the most dangerous. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure enough to catch Clark here. After experiencing the coldness that Clark exuded from his body just now, warring states felt in his heart that the success rate of his own plus Garp and Magellan might be less than 5. And after thinking about it for a while, Clark still felt that 440 was in the big war that was about to happen, and after rescuing all the favors that Ace had repaid to Garp, it was the most powerful option for himself to kill the naval pirates together. This can not only make himself and his forces famous in the whole world and bring themselves great fame, but also let their power development enter a high-speed period. What Clark wants to create is not just a small superhuman race with only a few of himself and his descendants, but the revival of the entire glorious Kryptonian race. His goal in this world is not just to own a piece of territory, and there are a bunch of things that have to be subservient to his subordinates. The Kryptonian civilization is the civilization that once ruled the galaxy spanning countless light years. The strong genes in the Kryptonian body, which have conquered countless races and countless civilizations, are making Clark change little by little that has never been seen on Earth. In the eyes of Clark now, only after Ace is safely escorted to the headquarters of the Navy can his role be maximized. "Well, I've seen enough, Old Man Garp, Marshal of the Warring States. Now, let's talk about cooperation." Garp looked at Clark, who stood up beside him again, and suddenly felt that there was a little more change in his body that made him feel strange, which made him shudder a little. The expression on Clark's face became extremely enthusiastic at this time, and a fist knocked on Luffy's head, who wanted to save Ace under the noses of Garp and Sengoku, knocking him unconscious. "Ahahaha, don't let children see two violent weapons, Marshal of the Warring States, Lieutenant General Garp. I believe that you will be very satisfied with the products we sell." Looking at Clark, whose face suddenly changed and looked like a complete profiteer, Garp and Sengoku were a little uncomfortable. It was only when they knew that Clark, after being in charge, discovered how great the role of money was. The Navy has the support of the giant of the world government. How can there be no economic crisis? But Clark needs to accumulate enough funds from scratch little by little. And in this world, the hottest and most profitable transactions, of course, belong to items such as arms. After all, even the devil fruit is counted in it. A well-crafted fast knife on the market is valuable, and usually only very powerful swordsmen will have a treasure knife. And the devil fruit can sell terrifying sky-high prices. After all, this is a shortcut that allows ordinary people to enter the ranks of the strong in the fastest way. On the contrary, the fiery arms smuggled on the earth, because of the strange relationship between this world and the incredible strength of the strong, are not as enthusiastic as imagined. However, that was all the same as before, and from now on, Clark will first earn enough money from the arms trade that monopolizes this world. And the Navy, for now, is the biggest buyer that Clark can pull. Smiling with Luffy in one hand, who had been knocked unconscious by himself with his armed color domineering, Clark and Snake G watched as Sengoku carefully took Ace away from the place and brought him to their warship. Clark invited Sengoku and Garp to the ship of the 9 Snake Pirates, and showed them the weapons he brought from 9 Snake Island with a smile. Garp looked at what was Clarked out, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. He always felt that this kid was unreliable, but he didn't expect him to be so unreliable now. And the warring states were directly angry. Clark, you bastard, actually want to use the weapons that originally belonged to our navy and sell us to make money. That's right, what Clark brought to Sengoku and Garp was exactly what Garp and Sengoku considered to belong to the navy as a pacifist. This tall pacifist, standing in front of Garp and Sengoku, brought a huge sense of oppression to the two people. Wrong, wrong, Marshal of the Warring States, Lieutenant General Garp, this is not a pacifist, you have to look carefully. Sengoku and Garp looked at this body. On the hands of the pacifist with a dull face and motionless like a robot, he saw a ball of meat. He's the Bartholomew bear. Sengoku cried out in surprise. Last time the bear followed the yellow ape and the Vegapunk to the Chambord Islands, but then disappeared, and the navy could not be contacted. Now, he suddenly appeared in front of the two, and he looked like a person who was not a ghost or a ghost, which was really surprising. I don't know, I just know that he seems to have made some deal with your world government before, voluntarily transforming his whole body. But as you know, Dr. Vegapunk was my subordinate, so after the bear was transformed, it also fell to me. I thought about it carefully, and I thought that if you could have another reformed Kaiwasi that is extremely obedient and can be called whatever you want, your chances of winning may be greater. Well, I came with a slow sincerity, make a price, as long as you bid properly, I will give you control of Bartholomew Bear. The warring states almost jumped up and cursed at Clark. This is really shameless. Clark, this bastard, actually had the idea of selling the 7 wuhei to them. But if you really want to look at it this way, the warring states really want to pay for the Bartholomew Bear back, one of the 7 martial arts Cs who completely obey any order. The value is too great. Especially the strength of this Bartholomew Bear is extremely powerful. Just seeing Clark's smug face, Sengoku only felt that his heart was dripping blood. Damn, take the subordinate Kaiwasi that should belong to them, take advantage of the fire and robbery at a critical juncture of the navy, take it and sell it to them. 400 million Baileys, no more. Marshal of the warring states, you are too unkind. On the Chambord Islands, the pacifists who were transformed by Dr. Vegapunk almost destroyed the Kid Pirates and the Hearts Pirates. The bounties of all the members of their 2 pirate groups add up. How can there be more than 4? No 2 prices, 800 million Bailey, a completely obedient King Kaiwahai, it will belong to you. He would have been a man from the navy. Sengoku roared at Clark in his heart, and raised his hand with an ugly face. Clark, don't go overboard, the bear would have obeyed the navy's mandatory summoning order, 500 million. The 500 million words are not impossible, but I still have some good things to sell, I don't know if you want it. Sengoku was simply blown up by the lungs of gas, and Bartholomew Bear, who had not been in contact for a long time, actually fell into Clark's hands, and was transformed by Dr. Vegapunk and lost his self-awareness. This would have become the first Kaiwasi to be completely controlled by the navy, but the warring states did not expect that the price of getting the bear was such a shame, and the warring states also paid a price of 500 million Bailey. If there is something, you can take it out together. I know that the Marshal of the warring states must be the most discerning person. Clark snapped his fingers, and another neat line of mechanical footsteps sounded on the ship. 3 identical pacifists appeared in the sight of the warring states. Marshal of the warring states, this is the 2nd generation of pacifists who have been transformed by Dr. Vegapunk. I wonder if you are interested. Buy a few. I've never seen someone as brazen as you. When he saw these pacifists who were taken from the navy by Clark and Vegapunk, slightly transformed, and then transformed and sold in front of him, Sengoku finally couldn't help it and yelled at Clark. Clark smiled, not caring about the warring states marshal's roar at himself, but gently raised his hand and said to the warring states. Marshal of the warring states, This is the second generation of pacifists who have been transformed by Dr. Vegapunk, and this generation of human weapons is 3 times more capable of fighting than the existing pacifist generation in the hands of your navy. Whether it is fire power or action, as well as the power of lasers, the second generation of pacifists is a 3-generation pacifist. Clark wiped the saliva that Sengoku had sprayed on his face because of his anger, and snapped his fingers at the door of justice outside. Tweet. A series of sounds spread out from the palms of these 3 second-generation pacifists, and a burst of palpitating energy shot out and slammed into the huge door of justice outside the city's prison. Boom. The roar of explosions rising from wave to wave shook the ears of Sengoku and Kapu, and at the same time shook their hearts. The huge and incomparable gate of justice, which was known as impregnable, was constantly trembling under the terrifying offensive. When the smoke and dust cleared and were not destroyed, but the justice gate, which had left a bunch of dark marks on the huge door, appeared intact in front of Sengoku and Garp, they quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Sengoku wiped the cold sweat on his head fiercely. Just now, he was really worried that the gate of justice that could never be broken would be broken by Clark's pacifists. Clark watched their reactions, smiled contemptuously, snapped his fingers again, and then the 3 pacifists each posed for 3 strange poses. From the palms of their hands, as well as from their mouths, a terrifying bright light once again appeared. Marshal of the Warring States, I just showed you the fire power of the first generation of pacifists, and now, it's the space for the performance of the second generation of pacifists. Clark snapped his fingers, and in a world where all light was stripped of the lasers on these 3 pacifists, Sengoku and Garp looked at the second generation pacifists with full fire without blinking. All the lasers on their bodies bombarded one point in a triangular cone, converging into a terrifying pillar of light that burst out. Let the surrounding space, losing all colors of the 3 thick pillars of light, this time, slammed into the gate of justice, emitting a booming noise. What shocked Marshal Sengoku and Garp happened in an instant. Just under the attack of the 3 pacifists, the gate of justice, which was almost intact, was actually unable to hold out for even a second. Under the converging attack of 3 lasers, the penetrating laser directly penetrated a giant above the gate of their pride, which was regarded by the Navy as a symbol of justice. After 3 openings in 3 grounds, the dazzling laser shot out and disappeared into the distant sky. Sengoku stood beside Clark, the door of justice that was broken in disbelief, and muttered. No, this can't be. How can this be? How about it, Marshal of the Warring States, Lieutenant General Garp, are you interested in the second generation of Taiwanese pacifists? Clark had a standard profiteer smile on his face, and in the face of the 2 Navy leaders who were now almost completely shocked, Clark resolutely said a number that made the Warring States distressed but did not dare not buy it. I originally thought that we had a good relationship with each other, but the Marshal of the Warring States was so angry with me just now. I learned that the Marshal of the Warring States did not fancy us at all in his heart, so the pacifist price is 1 price, and 3 units of 400 million Bailey are sold. You are taking advantage of the fire. After the Warring States heard this number, they were taken aback again, although the Navy had the appropriation of the world government above, and the wealth was not inferior to these money. However, the recent Navy in the Chambord Islands has shown the whole world the loss of prestige of the world government, which has made the world government quite dissatisfied with the Navy. Now that such a large amount of money will be spent, I am afraid that the Warring States will also be spat by the world government. That's right, Marshal of the Warring States, just when you just yelled at me, it rose from 300 million to 400 million Baileys, and now, 450 million Baileys are a pacifist second generation, no bargaining. The Warring States breathe rapidly. Hateful, this is not a small amount of money. The second generation of 3 pacifists plus the 500 million Bailey of the 7 Marshal C. Basso Lomi bears, such a huge amount of money, the Warring States' heart also hurts like a knife. Marshal of the Warring States doesn't want to buy it. If you don't want to buy it, I'm sure there are still many people who are interested in such a weapon, aren't they? Are you threatening me? Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at Clark in front of him, eager to immediately move on him and snatch everything directly from him. Clark lowered his voice, looking at the Marshal of the Warring States who was already angry and was about to erupt. Without the slightest hint of concession, I'll let your saliva spray on your face. Don't make your money. How can you be worthy of yourself? 500 million Bailey, if you don't hurry, the price will increase again. Faced with the provocative teasing smile on Clark's face, Sengoku almost couldn't help but rush up and single him out. However, he abruptly controlled his impulse. Sengoku, who clenched his fists, looked at the door of justice with 3 large holes that was slowly opening without blinking, and forcibly held back his anger. Well, a total of 2 billion Baileys, I bought it. Worthy of being the Marshal of the Warring States, I admire such a proud guest as you, and when I get the money, I will transfer all their control to you. Sengoku snorted coldly and stepped directly on the moon step back to his warship. He was afraid that when he saw Clark, he couldn't help but put his casserole-sized fist on Clark's face. Watching the Warring States leave, Garp also looked back into his gaze in 3 steps, the somewhat strange eyes. Clark suddenly felt that he seemed to have changed a little strange recently. When he was able to pit the Warring States, he didn't have any mercy at all. This cost almost nothing other than transforming the Basso Lomi bear, and allowing Dr. Vegapunk to add a generation of pacifists to the light energy device to increase the cost of the output transformation, and sold a full 2 billion Bailey. Clark touched his chest. He felt that he was changing, but this change, he did not refuse. And after Clark and Garp and the others' ships left the Advanced City prison and galloped towards the naval headquarters, Warden Magellan and Hannibal looked at each other, and the hole in the gate of justice was difficult to repair. Moreover, they and all the navies stationed here were frightened by the lasers fired by the 3 pacifists just now. Such a human weapon, if placed on the battlefield, is definitely a terrifying big killing weapon. It's just that they don't have time to sigh or repair the broken door of justice now, because in the prison, the disappearance of a prisoner has caused an uproar throughout the prison. Cut, Sengoku actually dares to yell at me, I have to give him some color to see. After Clark sold the pacifist and the transformed unconscious Basso Lomi bear to Sengoku for a sky-high price of 2 billion Baileys, he returned to the cabin and recalled the look in Sengoku's eyes that looked at him angrily before, and he was still a little unhappy. Since they are no longer all the same, there is no need for Clark to maintain too close a relationship with the Navy. Anyway, Sengoku is also very unhappy to see himself as a vicious criminal who killed Draco. However, the premise of arms trafficking is that the world must be in a state of turmoil, and Clark also saw that the Navy already had pacifists, so he sold the 2nd-generation pacifists to them. This would only slightly increase the Navy's chances of victory in the coming war, and would not play a decisive role. And Clark must want more than this little money, and Vegapunk's experimental research alone is a huge hole that needs to be invested with astronomical amounts of money. And Clark, who wants to make a fortune, apparently, already has a better plan. Since he can sell pacifists to the Navy, can he also make a move on the side of the Whitebeard pirates? Only when the 2 sides are evenly matched, will they urgently find factors that can help them achieve victory. At this time, in order to win, of course, they will not care about such a small amount of money. Clark suddenly felt that if he rescued Ace like this, was he a little too sorry for himself. This is a bargaining chip that can make the spark between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirate group and decide to die. At this time, Clark felt that he was a little too unkind. Didn't he just make sure before, first repay Garp's kindness? However, at this time, the Kryptonian General Zed, who was killed by Clark before, at the last moment, the angry cry that came out of him echoed in Clark's mind again. Carl, you are a traitor to the Kryptonians. I gave everything for Krypton, but you personally buried all the hopes of Krypton. The bitter scream before dying continued to echo in Clark's mind, and the pair of dead eyes had been staring at him deadly. Moreover, a piercing chill has been echoing around, and it seems that there has always been a figure full of resentment, looking for himself. Clark also understood that it was Zed's Fiore. Fiore's resentment towards herself was extremely terrible, and Clark was not startled by the desperate look in his eyes when he followed her on a time-space jump. When Clark touched Fiore's butt, the boat capsized in the gutter, and she kicked out of the wormhole tunnel and came to this world. Stinky woman, when I next appear with the Kryptonian spaceship, I hope you will not already be dead. After thinking for a long time, Clark slowly closed his eyes, and he finally made a decision. Walking along the current, Clark's ship and the warship used by the Warring States to escort Ace all went very fast. Along the way, Luffy has been looking for an opportunity, wanting to go to the warship and rescue his brother Ace, but unfortunately, there is no chance. In the end, it was Clark who suggested that when the Navy officially began to fight the Whitebeard pirates, with the help of the power of the Whitebeard pirates, he would have a better chance of saving Ace. When Hancock's ship finally followed to the port of Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, looking at this place where he had been for a while, Clark couldn't help but sigh a lot. It's just that according to the previous agreement with the warring states, Clark had to open his Krypton mask to cover his appearance, otherwise, a world-class criminal who killed Draco openly appeared at the naval headquarters, but it would make the entire Navy lose face. Holding the last trace of guilt for Garp, Clark did not make any more moths, pretending to be the entourage of the snake goddess Boyahan Cook, one of the 7 Marshalsees, and followed her into the office of Marshal Sengoku. Marshal of the warring states, there is movement over there in the Whitebeard pirates. What? Say quickly, where are they moving? As soon as Sengoku returned to the naval office, he saw the naval officers who were enthusiastically deducing various possible situations and reported to him. I don't know, Marshal of the warring states, the basis for our judgment that the Whitebeard pirates have movement is because all the surveillance ships have lost contact. 0. The officer's answer immediately cast a shadow over the resolute face of the Sengoku, and the joy of successfully bringing Ace back from the prison of Advancing City University was also diluted a lot. If the Whitebeard pirate group does not move, it means that the Navy cannot detect the actions of the Whitebeard pirate group in advance and cannot make corresponding deployments according to the enemy's attack direction. Sengoku looked at the somewhat heavy atmosphere in the office, and said in a voice full of majesty to the admirals below who showed a trace of fear on their faces. Don't panic. Just use the response plan we have made before. As long as we are fully prepared, we can respond to all changes with the same change. But everyone must be vigilant enough. Our enemy is the most powerful man in the world now. If there is any omission, this war, our Navy may usher in an end. The words of the warring states made the surrounding officers shake their spirits. The enemy is the legendary pirate, and he must always be vigilant. But they will not necessarily lose, and the Navy, which is fully prepared, has enough confidence to win this war. Okay, Garp, you go to the finance side to spend 2 billion Bailey, and then go to him to get those things. Lieutenant General He, please arrange her deployment for the female emperor again. Sengoku sent Clark, who was about to shave a large layer of skin from the Navy, out of the office with vicious eyes, and in the Marshal's office, the 3 major generals had basically recognized Clark's identity. However, among the 3 generals, only Sakazuki, the Red Dog, expressed his dissatisfaction with Clark's reappearance in the Navy. Marshal of the warring states, why did you bring such a dangerous guy to the Navy at such a critical time? Sakazuki, the Red Dog, stood up, his face full of solemnity, and when Clark just wore that armor, it made him feel even more terrifying. Especially Sakazuki, who was glanced at casually by his eyes, even felt that he almost couldn't stand the powerful threat and started directly. This Clark actually has such a strong sense of oppression, which really makes Sakazuki a little scared. Sakazuki, for the sake of the coming war, there are times when we need to make some compromises. I don't recognize such justice. That guy's threat to the Navy's 440 is not small at all. A huge scourge for the whole world. Sakazuki, the Red Dog, said mercilessly, then closed his eyes and stopped talking. Sengoku also sighed. He didn't see how terrible Clark's threat to the world government and the Navy was. However, now, the Navy has reached the point where it is urgent to go to war with Whitebeard, and there is really no energy to involve another Clark. Sengoku now even just wants to spend money to buy a guarantee from Clark that he will not make trouble in the war. He also has a pirate gang of supernovas this year. And looking at the relationship between him and the design, it is not at all like what he said on the phone, and he defected to Han Cook, the female emperor of the 7 usse, in exchange for asylum. Instead, it was as if the female emperor had been completely subordinate and controlled the entire 9 Snake Island. This man, in just a short period of time, already has a huge force that no one can underestimate. If such a force were to join either side of the war, it could cause the scales of victory to tip in that direction. Now, just a few hours after Ace's public execution, Clark unconsciously walked outside the repaired naval training base where he had met Tina. Tina, don't be so desperate, stop and rest for a while, recover your strength, and the war will start later. A familiar voice came from inside, and Clark frowned when he heard Smog's voice as the smoking gun man. Smog, don't worry, Tina knows what she's doing. Then, another stormy attack fell on the training equipment. Clark just stood outside, and through his ears, he could fully hear Tina, who was now in it, the direction of movement in every place, the force used, the water sliding down her skin and dripping on the ground. Tina has been working hard lately, and since Clark left for the Chambord Islands, Tina has been training hard. Ugh. Suddenly, a cry of pain came out of Tina's mouth that made Clark instantly nervous. Tina, are you okay? Your muscles are strained. Smog just wanted to get close to Tina, but he felt a fierce wind blowing in front of him, which made him a little untenable, and involuntarily took 2 steps back to the side. When he opened his eyes again, Smog saw a man covered in black armor, gently supporting Tina's body. The movement was so gentle that Tina, who was held in his arms, was being cared for like a fluttering feather. What are you? However, seeing this guy so close to his goddess, Smog was quite upset. What made him even more unhappy was that when Tina saw this guy of unknown origin who did not dare to show his face, what actually appeared on his face was excitement and joy that he had never seen. You, why are you back? Tina asked with a hint of excitement, a hint of trembling in her tone, and some fear. She was afraid it was just a little dream she had. Since that day on the Chambord Islands, after Clark killed Draco, Tina felt that she might not have a chance with Clark in this life. Tina is a Naviman, which is also her dream since childhood, and under the teaching of her teachers Ifa, she has grown into a naval soldier with firm beliefs. And Clark is a world-class criminal who killed Draco, was not accepted by the world government, and was wanted by the Navy. But now, Clark miraculously appeared in front of her again, which made Tina happy and worried. How could this stupid guy break into the headquarters of the Navy so brainlessly and stupidly? Doesn't he know that his head is being rewarded by the Navy with a 1 billion Bailey bounty? Tina is terrified that this meeting between herself and Clark will cause him to be trapped in the Navy headquarters and imprisoned in the Advanced City prison. And Smog is not a fool, he has long guessed Clark's identity, and only this guy will always let Tina fall in love. Even if he is a world criminal who killed Draco. Smog took the cigarette out of his mouth and threw it on the ground, trampling it out. He wasn't a pedantic Navy, and at least in his opinion, Draco were food wasters. If it weren't for the fact that the Navy had been obeying the orders of the world government and protecting these world nobles, Smog couldn't help but want to praise Clark for what he did in the Chambord Islands. Although Clark was still his openly rival in the pursuit of Tina, it was just that Smog's thoughts were much weaker after the last time Clark forced a breath and flew to Rogue Town. 5.4 And he has regarded Clark as an opponent who needs to spend a lifetime working hard to train and catch up. Seeing the sweet encounter between Clark and Tina, despite the sourness in his heart, Smog took the initiative to come outside and give the 2 wind. He didn't want to cover for this guy who defected from the Navy, but simply didn't want Tina to be discovered about the relationship between Clark and be involved in a more complicated vortex. Why are you so stupid? This place is not for you to come, you quickly leave here while no one notices you. Tina didn't have time to feel the joy of Clark's more and more refined paper painting, and she could achieve closer contact with herself, and she was always worried about Clark. Clark looked at the girl in front of him who had been thinking simply for herself with complicated eyes, and resolutely made a decision. Tina, would you leave the Navy with me if you could? Clark looked at Tina with a pleading tone, only hoping that she could answer a yes word. In that case, he could take Tina without hesitation at the end of this war, fly away and leave the Navy. However, looking at Tina's frightened appearance by the question she suddenly asked, Clark was a little disappointed in her heart. Tina bit her lip and slowly shook her head. No, Clark, becoming a Navy has always been a dream, and I can't just go against my dream. Such a Navy, what is good? Tina, you tell me. Even the guys like Draco, who deprive the whole world and greedy 06 suck everyone's blood, will be protected by the Admiral. Is such a Navy still worth your allegiance? Tina closed her eyes in pain. The Navy is her long-held dream, and the path she has always chosen step by step. Now there is a serious conflict between the person she likes and the belief in the path she chooses, and she can't do anything. It's hard to decide, and she can't let go of either side. However, there are 2 laws in the world, and they do not live up to their promises. Seeing Tina's painfully twinkling eyes, Clark understood her choice. She couldn't let go of her current path, she couldn't let go of the belief she had fought all the way down. I know, Tina, I will let you understand that one day, you will make the most correct choice. Clark gently touched Tina's pink hair, removed the mask, gently touched her forehead, a pair of large hands, wiped on Tina's muscle strain, gently massaged her for a while, and then lowered her from his arms. Clark. With Tina's soft call with tears, Clark came and went like a gust of wind, but also disappeared in front of her in a hurry. Smog cautiously poked his head into the room, and was also fiercely surprised in his heart. This Clark, it seems that when he fought with him last time, he still kept a hand fiercely, just with the speed of coming and going just now. Smog felt that he couldn't keep up with this guy at all. However, thinking that the last time this homized self did not have a good way, he could only blow himself away directly, and Smog comforted himself a little. It's just that he didn't know that just after fighting him, Clark had already learned the elementalization of the natural devil fruit ability and learned the armed color domineering. Moreover, even if there is no armed color domineering, Clark can rely on the super pressure of his lungs to compress the air, and then spit out frozen breath and freeze. After Clark left Tina, he seemed to be in a rather mood, standing alone on Snake G's ship, watching Garp take away the 3 pacifists to and Nanabuhai, who had been completely unconscious after Vegapunk's transformation. Clark took a deep breath, stood on the deck, and withdrew the suit of armor. Clark, who was standing facing the sea breeze, suddenly heard a noisy sound in his ears. Clark's ears moved slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then his figure shook and flew out sharply. With a loud bang, Hancock's ship shook violently on the sea, and the surrounding navy, which was startled, only saw a dangling ship, and a looming white scratch on the sea in the distance. Clark also did not expect that at the moment when he turned off his Krypton armor, because he had not had time to adjust his facial perception, a lot of small information was collected into his brain. And he just found an extremely interesting piece of news from it. Clark flew low against the surface of the sea, how terrifying the speed was, and soon, he came to the place where he heard the voice. When he stopped, because his body drove the violent movement of the air, a large group of large-scale pirate ships in front of him were affected by the violent sea breeze. These pirate ships were blown so that the entire hull was almost completely overturned backwards because of the violent shaking of the sea surface and the oncoming wind. The entire fleet, even in the midst of huge waves, retreated 100 meters back. Enemy attack, everyone on alert. The extremely nervous 440 voice came out among the pirates in front, and a group of pirates were afraid to hold weapons and shrink on their boats. They clung to any place around them that could help hold their bodies in place, and looked at Clark with a large bag that had just been knocked out of the boat. Why did you have the courage to follow Whitebeard to attack the naval headquarters, but did not have the courage to face me? But how dare this group of pirates respond to Clark's voice? Just now, it was Clark who appeared, which brought them a huge shock. The strength of such a terrifying powerhouse that has affected almost the situation in the entire nearby sea area is not something they can compete with at all. And seeing his appearance flying in the sky, these pirates felt that Clark was unfathomable. In their hearts, Clark could even easily bury them all over this sea. Who the hell are you? Finally hearing someone shouting, Clark smiled slightly. I'm just a businessman who wants to make a deal with you. The sea thief Skyard, who belonged to Whitebeard's subordinates and also belonged to the leader under Whitebeard, looked at Clark like this, and the corners of his mouth twitched. You look like this, you don't look like a businessman who wants to do business with us at all. What the hell are you? We are a group of pirates under Whitebeard. I advise you not to go against us and hinder our actions. Skyard shouted loudly, greeting the excited shouts of the other members of the pirate group. They slowly began to recover their morale. What are the people who can fly? They are a group of pirates under Whitebeard. There are more people who can fly and fight, but now the strongest man in the world is still a Whitebeard. The 3 words of Whitebeard seem to have a unique magic power, which can make these people become energetic and fearless of strong enemies. Looking at these pirates with high morale, Clark was very happy, and the pirates with such strong morale, if they wanted to gain a greater advantage for Whitebeard in the war, they would definitely not spare any treasure. Clark couldn't help but laugh happily. Whitebeard had so many of your men who liked him and adored him. What Clark's luck. I have bad news for you. I don't know, are you willing to pay a small price to get it? Clark tried to make the expression on his face serious, so that they didn't notice the smile that was almost uncontrollable. You boy, don't try to fool us, get out of the way of us, otherwise, you will bear the wrath of our white-bearded pirate group. Hurriedly rushing to the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford, ready to attack the headquarters of the Navy at a critical moment, according to the plan they had made in advance. How could the people who launched an attack on the headquarters of the Navy be willing to continue to waste time in this place? That's really a pity. I wanted to tell you a little about the movements of the Navy headquarters. I heard that they purchased extremely terrible new weapons. Seeing Clark shake his head, as if he had undoubtedly leaked such a little news, and was about to turn around and fly away, Skyard's heart jumped suddenly. Originally, he did not believe what Clark said. After all, the headquarters of the Navy has the world's most terrible scientist genius, Vegapunk. Where else to buy weapons from others? It has always been the Navy that has always taken strict precautions against its new technological weapons, preventing anyone from acquiring weapons that the Navy can barely control the situation at sea. But some time ago, he seemed to have learned at that sudden banquet of Whitebeard Papa that the Navy had suffered heavy losses in the Chambord Islands, and even Dr. Vegapunk's whereabouts were unknown. At that time, when he heard the news and the world-shaking event in which Draco was killed, Whitebeard was full of praise for the person who did such a thing. Wait. Yatter, who had a hint of danger in his heart, hurriedly called out to Kay, and Clark, who was facing away from him, finally couldn't help laughing happily. He turned around and stood empty. I'm glad you finally made one of the best decisions of your life. How about it? Are you interested in buying something good with me? To give you a special reminder, the Navy in this battle, but used Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist who has been leading the world for 500 years, to create a terrible weapon. A group of pirates gasped one by one. They didn't know Clark, because Clark, who was flying in front of them, did not wear the Navy uniform when he was photographed on the wanted warrant, and the side face was not very clear. But Vegapunk is different. For this scientist, the pirate of the New World does not want to have such a valuable talent who has an incomparable huge effect on his organization. And as soon as they heard that the Navy actually used terrible weapons made from Vegapunk, a group of pirates who were originally a little afraid of the scientist's famous name were even more wary. As everyone knows, in the New World, under the ocean, there are countless huge sea kings that make pirates fearful. They are so large that they can easily drag an entire pirate ship to the bottom of the sea with a single tentacle and crush it completely. However, it is a clever approach of Vegapunk to add sea stones under naval ships, plus special warships made for the Navy. Even if it is a windless belt where the Sea King class is stacked, the naval warship can move in and out freely. And in this era, other scientists who are also extremely intelligent are all under the name of Vegapunk, eclipsed. The things created by this doctor are not only dangerous and scary, but also make countless people flock to it. What can you sell us? I don't believe anyone else in this world can make a weapon to resist the invention of that genius doctor. Yes, but isn't Dr. Vegapunk's stuff resistant to his own invention? Clark shook in front of them with a smile and disappeared. Skyard was stunned, only to hear a deafening and terrifying sonic boom that exploded the entire sea surface. He quickly covered his ears, and looked at the direction Clark left with some palpitations. In the sky, all the clouds, all split in two on the trajectory of his departure. This man, it's terrible. Boss Skyard, that guy, is this leaving? Skyard shook his head, his face full of solemnity. If that guy isn't teasing us, then it's very likely that Daddy will be in trouble this time, and we're waiting for a creation here. Skyard froze, and suddenly his eyes widened, looking in the direction of the sky, where a small dot visible to the naked eye was rapidly enlarging. So fast. Seeing that when Clark was flying at high speed, the sea surface driving the lower, side followed closely and separated a thin line in the middle, Skyard couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and then shouted to everyone around him again. Hurry up and plug your ears. The explosive sonic boom quickly appeared in front of them at Clark, and directly and strangely like a videotape was paused. His body directly stopped in the air, ignoring the terrible inertial force. But other ships that had not given timely warning were devastated again, and one crew member was blown unsteady by the wind, while his ears were still suffering from the terrible noise of Clark's low-altitude flight. My lovely employers, I've brought you what you're sure to want. A group of bloodthirsty pirates who face the fierce, domineering, and live on the tip of the knife all year round, and now lack one by one really well behaved like a baby, and they dare not make a sound in front of Clark. Come on, I'll show you a big baby. Clark's smile made the group of pirates in Skyard feel hairy in their hearts. Then Clark pulled it from behind, two handles that needed to be fixed to the ground, using a tripod to support the heavy M2 machine gun, dragged one by one hand, and easily aimed at Skyard in front of him. Let's see if you can catch it. Two fingers moved at the same time, each loaded with 200 rounds of ammunition loaded with the muzzle of the heavy M2 machine gun, and quickly burst out terrible sparks. Sudden. An extremely terrifying sense of danger swept through Skyard's whole body in an instant, and as a strong man who had followed Whitebeard for so many years in the New World, he shouted out to everyone behind him almost without thinking. "Everyone, get out of this ship at once." The scratches of the golden strips of makeup rubbed by the bullets visible to the naked eye in the air, with a huge impact, slammed into Skyard's ship. The continuous roaring sound of bullets instantly completely covered the place where Skyard was. Skyard raised his long knife and rotated the handle with both hands, turning wildly, trying to block all 440 bullets. However, the machine gun he was facing now was completely different from the gun he had encountered before, whether it was a naval gun or a pirate gun. Whether it is the rate of fire, the penetration of the bullet, the flight speed of the bullet, it is not at all on the same grade. When the golden spark first touched Skyard's spinning blade, the huge reaction force that ejected the bullet almost made Skyard almost unable to hold the knife in his hand. And the wonderful machine gun strafing bullets in total made him feel terrible, and he had no way to completely block it. He could only watch Clark pour these bullets on his ship. Transparent. In the blink of an eye, the deck under his feet was covered by countless densely packed bullet holes, and Skyard could even hear the seawater frantically pouring into the hull under the cabin through the small holes made by Clark's bullets. And the monster on the opposite side of the sky that was spraying a terrifying tongue of fire showed no sign of stopping at all. Today, is he going to die at the hands of an unknown guy who came to him to sell weapons? Fortunately, at this time, the people of the white-bearded pirate group on his other ships also reacted quickly. Fire! Groups of pirates, hurriedly holding the shells, cleaning the chambers, busy with a mess. By the time they loaded the shells and were ready to ignite, the sound of the horrible bullets tilting that made them toothache had stopped abruptly and stopped. Stop it! At this moment, there was a panting sound on the ship that was hit by countless bullets, and Skyard roared vigorously, and the figure came out intact in the eyes of his pirates. "He has no malice. If he really wants to kill me, I am afraid I will have just died." Skyard jumped back, and the front half of him emitted a terrifying crunching sound, which was completely pierced through the first half of the ship, and the second half of the part, little by little emitted a violent wail. Transparent. A huge amount of seawater continued to pour into the ship that was constantly sinking towards the front half, and Skyard had almost no strength. If Clark hadn't been aiming at his people, but only at the part around him, as well as the front half of the ship, I'm afraid he would have been beaten into a sieve. The 12.7mm bullets, one by one, rolled into the sea. Watching Skyard's heart jumped. This guy's gun actually used such a large caliber terrible bullet, no wonder the power and penetration far exceeded other ordinary guns. Coupled with the terrifying power that poured out like a storm in a short period of time, Skyard could almost imagine that if Ak really wanted to kill himself, two guns could single-handedly beat his ship and the people on board into a bloody sieve. "How much does this thing cost you sell?" At this moment, Skyard's eyes looking at the weapon in Clark's hand became hot, just like the supernovas who first experienced the charm of heavy machine guns before. "Very expensive, these 2M2 heavy machine guns, each of them sells for 50 million Baileys, and each round of such a bullet sells for 10,000 Baileys. You're a robbery." Hearing Clark's words, Skyard couldn't help but roar in a low voice, although the gun of 50 million Bailey was not expensive at all in Skyard's heart, but the price of bullets made him feel a little terrifying. If there were more such weapons and shots at the same time, God, Skyard almost saw countless scenes of money disappearing directly from his hands. But he clearly realized how fast this weapon consumed bullets just now, where it was like a war. This was simply burning money. Not only that, but also the shipping fee I sent you, plus the cost of the bullets consumed to demonstrate the power of the weapon to you just now, a total of 10 million Baileys. A group of pirates gasped. "This burns money too fast, more rapid than the flow of water." "How much time did it take just now?" "The bullets poured in less than 10 seconds or so, and it cost 4 million Baileys, plus the freight that Clark had to earn. They just witnessed the time of this weapon for 10 seconds, and they would use 10 million Baileys. You know, in the battle in the New World, if everyone is equal, each battle will last for a long time. This counts, no matter how much money there is, it can't withstand such consumption." "Nonsense, you also broke one of our ships, causing us to lose countless wealth. Should you pay us compensation?" Clark did not expect that on other ships, there would be people stupidly talking to him like this. Skyard's heart tightened, and the secret passage was not good. How come there are such fools on other ships? Don't you see that people are now you can't beat, and you have to please the uncle? You have people off, what should they do if they devour you alive and strip you alive and stop selling them weapons? Worse, if he sells weapons to the Navy, that's the worst thing that can happen. Skyard imagined his brothers as they charged forward against such a terrible storm of bullets, and a chill came up in his heart. Such a weapon will turn the battlefield into a terrifying meat grinder. Pirates below the captain level are very difficult to resist the power of such a weapon. And Clark, directly with a cold face, holding a muzzle, aimed at the person who had just spoken provocatively to himself. It turns out that you don't want me to use that ship to show the performance of my weapon, so just let you experience it with your body. Underscore. Seeing Clark in front of him, aiming directly at the talking member, and about to pull the trigger, Skyard quickly cried out in horror. Be merciful. Seeing that Clark seemed to really stop, Skyard gasped. He had a premonition that if he was in a second, the ship and all the pirates on it would be torn to shreds. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, although Clark did not show any intention of making enemies of their pirate group, Skyard still inexplicably felt a terrible pressure. This kind of pressure was felt by these two people when Roger was not a pirate group, his own pirate group was defeated by him, and when he fought with Whitebeard. Clark, on the other hand, gave him a more unfathomable, unprovocable, and terrifying feeling. You must not be an enemy of this person. Skyard set himself the rules for facing Clark in the future. I apologize to you on their behalf, I have a lot of confidence in the weapon in your hands and its performance, and I am willing to buy these 2 weapons and 5,000 rounds of ammunition at the price you said. Clark glanced at the flexed and stretched Skyard with interest. This guy still has some eyesight, otherwise, he can only tell them with blood and bullets that fists are the last word. Okay, but now, I'm not happy. The 2 weapons are sold for a total of 150 million Baileys, all the bullets cost 15,000 Baileys each, plus I just showed mercy and did not destroy the lives of everyone on this ship, you give me 250 million Baileys. Why don't you grab it? Shouting the same words to Clark in his heart as the guy who was talking nonsense just now, Skyard couldn't help but feel a piercing pain in his heart. Just said the wrong word. The voice of 150 million Baileys was actually raised by a full 100 million turnover, which is really 2 pit. After you say a few words, you can earn 100 million Bailey for no reason. 250 million Bailey is not a small amount, this is the bounty price of a vicious supernova. But Skyard understood that he still had to pay this money today, otherwise, the man in front of him would definitely make them unable to eat and go. Take it, go get the money. With almost all his strength, the words came out of his humiliating mouth, and Skyard only felt a sense of dizziness after burst, almost not letting him fall directly. The subordinates of the dignified Whitebeard pirates extorted 250 million Baileys, which was a humiliation that had never been experienced before. You can imagine how angry Whitebeard would be if such a thing reached the ears of their father, Whitebeard. However, Skyard knew very sensibly that his greatest priority was to take such a large group of people and move towards the naval headquarters together. This is the key strategy laid out by Daddy, and you must arrive in Marineford in time. All the humiliation and shame, he alone will bear. Damn, if it weren't for all the captain-level missions, who are not here now, how can you tolerate your arrogance in front of the Whitebeard pirates? Skyard could only break his teeth and swallow them in his mouth. Clark saw small amounts of treasure, gold being taken out of the cabin by them. Then one by one, the pirates were reluctant to take out a lot of valuable things from themselves, and mortgaged all the treasures with an ugly face like a dead parent, and smiled happily and happily. They came out in a hurry this time, all preparing for action one by one, and everyone's ship did not bring too much money, and as a result, almost all the ships were scavenged clean, and some pirates threw out their fast knives in pain. What a big profit! Clark didn't care about the livid faces of the pirates around him, threw 2 machine guns to Skyard, and by the way, took off the 2 bullet boxes hanging on his body and handed them to him. Clark concentrated all his treasures on the pirate ship that had been sank by himself before, and now the remaining half was also about to be silent. With a gentle move, with a forceful move, in the shocked and abnormal eyes of this group of pirates, the big ship was lifted up and held up in the air. 0. This cooperation is very pleasant. If you have more needs for our weapons, please come to 9 Snake Island next time and order. Clark laughed and took to the skies with a half-cut ship full of treasure. Seeing Clark's voice that kept moving away, Skyard grasped the weapon in his hand in humiliation, but did not dare to make a move on Clark, who flew into the sky. This man is actually a person on the territory of the pirate female emperor of Nine Snake Island? Why would the pirate emperor let people pass on the news of the navy to herself, and in the name of help, she took advantage of the fire and robbery to earn a lot of money from them? Could it be that the pirate female emperor, one of the 7 Marshalseas, is not on the side of the navy? Skyard was again in distress, and their fleet, according to the established strategy, continued to advance towards the naval headquarters Marineford. Clark, on the other hand, holding the half of the ship, at a slower speed than just back and forth, returned to the harbor of the Navy headquarters in half an hour. The ships in hand could not withstand excessive speeds, but even so, when Clark, who was holding the ship at full speed more than 10 times faster than ordinary naval ships, arrived at the naval port, many navies exclaimed. When Clark, who had already put on his armor and mask again, appeared in the naval harbor holding aloft half of the broken ship, it caused a lot of commotion. What is that? It's a ship. I'm not dreaming. Someone is holding a boat and flying in the sky. A group of navies watched in shock as Clark slowly descended and flew towards the ship of the 7 Marshalsea Emperor, who was docked in the harbor of the Navy's headquarters and had been towed to the outer harbor of the town behind. Bonnie kitten, come out and get the money. Clark barked and called out the somewhat disgruntled Bonnie from the ship. Of course, at this time, Bonnie would not show herself under the nose of the Navy. Clark looked at Bonnie, who had changed himself back to about 10 years old, frowning at himself, and seemed to be a little dissatisfied, and the boat he was holding in his hand tilted for a while. Jingle ding dong. Countless pieces of gold, treasure, piece after piece, fell from this half-cut ship downwards wildly. Bonnie's little mouth immediately opened wide, and when she looked at the sky, her eyes also turned into the shape of a gold ingot. She opened her hands 06 and happily welcomed the rain of treasures falling from the sky, shouting excitedly. That's great. No one will not like money. Money is not omnipotent, but no money is impossible. No matter where in the world, there are language barriers, different ideas, different opinions, but gold is universal. When Clark poured all the money and belongings on the ship on Nine Snake Island, Bonnie was already squinting her little eyes happily, lying in a large pile of belongings. I don't know how many days I can give myself good food and drink with this money. Bonnie thought happily, and then quietly stretched out her little hand and stuffed all the most valuable gems into her pocket. She is a big-stomached woman, she consumes food faster than other supernova pirates, and she has a fight with Luffy, and money is quite important to her. However, when Clark, who fell from the sky, landed on the boat and stretched out his hand to her, Bonnie could only indignantly take out the precious stones from her pocket. Humph, you are all here with such a little money, you can't care about being so old, you are still a virgin. Bonnie, now a 10-year-old child, threw a taunt at Clark in front of a group of navies who had already gathered around because of unusual circumstances. The nerve called reason in Clark's brain broke on the spot. The painful word virgin stimulated his brain deeply, and Clark looked at Bonnie, who felt safe now, a smile on his lips. Bonnie, unbehaved children are asses. Bonnie suddenly felt a chill all over her body, although she was in this state, mocking Clark a few words. But if it was really at this time, caught and spanked in front of these navies, Bonnie only felt that she would not have the face to live for the rest of her life. No, don't. As soon as she said it, Bonnie felt her petite face, facing the navy that surrounded her. This is a family affair of Chihuahua, please don't worry about it more. Clark's faint voice came from the ship, and after the group of navies outside exchanged ears for a while, they still chose to leave. In the face of the huge war that is about to be waged, everything has to give way, and for this group of Kaiwasi, the order given by the Marshal of the Warring States is that as long as they do not cause trouble at will, let them go. Clark, no, don't do it. Bonnie lowered her voice, with a hint of begging, towards Clark, who was now drawing on paper to suppress the strength of her whole body. She really can't afford to lose this person. If others know that she, the king of big stomachs, Bonnie, was pressed on her leg and spanked by Clark, she would really lose her majesty. With a tear, Bonnie's pants were easily pulled down by Clark, and in the face of 10-year-old Bonnie's white little ass, Clark raised his own slap. Little sweetheart, I told you that you will be punished for doing something wrong. Snap. The sound of slapping on the butt, followed by Bonnie's whimpering of pain as she tried not to humiliate, made a group of navies feel amused. One by one, they discussed and exchanged questions about how to educate children. I think such an dishonest child should be beaten. The child is so cute, how can he hit it casually? Listening to the sound of the navy below dividing into two fierce quarrels because he was spanked by Clark, gradually walking away, Bonnie lay on Clark's lap with empty and desperate eyes. It's over, the old lady's first name is gone. Looking at Bonnie's face of being played badly, Clark stood up contented. Who called yourself the front, actually dared to say such a taboo topic? Okay, stand up Bonnie, you won't really become a child, will you? Bonnie put on her pants indignantly, turned her head awkwardly, and snorted coldly. The scene of the butt being slapped is still vividly remembered. How can she give a good look to the guy in front of her who brought such a big humiliation 440 to herself? Bonnie, look at this sea, what do you see? Clark stood on the boat, looking up into the distance, his mask quickly analyzing the information of the sea as far as he could see. What else can there be, except for the endless seawater? It is only the fame and wealth that countless people flock to. Yes, you are right, there is an inexhaustible wealth in this sea, but the people on this planet have never understood it well. They are only on the surface of the ocean, competing for fame and fortune, but have never seen more and farther away. Bonnie dismissed, Clark said so, but throughout the ages, several people have escaped the three words of money, power, and name. People galloping on this sea either want to become a famous One Piece, or they want to plunder more wealth and enjoy greater power. There are very few people who simply enjoy adventures at sea. This sea will soon belong completely to me, and this sky, this world. Clark opened his arms and looked far further into the distance than Bonnie had imagined. Bonnie snorted coldly and rubbed her little ass. Just a guy like you who can even get off a little girl's ass, _ Today's people, the development of this planet and this sea, is extremely rudimentary. But even with a vision far beyond the world, Clark is suffering from economic problems. Money, money, money. All development is inseparable from the promotion of money, coupled with the burning heart of the increasingly vigorous revival of the Kryptonian race in Clark's heart. The future of this sea is being pushed to an unknown realm. The war is about to begin, Bonnie, it's time to make a big profit. Bonnie, who was still rubbing her ass on the side, suddenly had a bad premonition, and she looked at Clark suspiciously, but found that this guy was looking at herself with strange eyes. What are you staring at me with such eyes? Because Bonnie, you're going to be my most profitable baby. Clark's gentle tone and eyes gave Bonnie goosebumps, and she seemed to have a strange feeling that Clark had been deeply pitted into a trap. But she didn't know why there was such a bad cold on her body. Wow, it's so beautiful, it's really the #1 beauty in the world, Lord Hankook is really beautiful. While Clark had been looking at Bonnie with horrible eyes that made Bonnie feel the cold, there was an exclamation from outside. Surrounded by a group of sailors, Hancock frowned, resisted the desire to turn this group of navies into stone, and took a man to the ship. Chief, Doflamingo wants to buy the Pacifist 2 from us, and I brought him here. Hancock was relieved to finally shut out the annoying group of navies, afraid that she would not be able to help but turn this large group of naval soldiers into stone. If the time comes, it will not be good to spoil the chief's big thing. Furin. An exaggerated, strange and ostentatious laugh came from behind Hancock, a man with long legs, sunglasses, and a gorgeous coat. Clark was surprised to look at this man, Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 Marshalseas of His Majesty. You want to buy the Pacifist 2nd generation? Of course, I am very interested in the weapons you sell to the Navy. A flash of essence flashed through the eyes of the man in front of him, and Clark could see the strong self-confidence and terrible ambition in the depths of the man's eyes. Of course, I am now more interested in you, the seller behind the scenes, and actually quietly took over the Snake Emperor, one of the 7 Marshalseas of His Majesty, under everyone's noses, and made him so happy and sincere. Doflamingo lowered his voice and let out a strange connection, rolled his eyes. I think you are the Clark who recently drove out such a thing in Chambord. I really didn't expect that you, who were rewarded by the Navy for 1 billion Baileys, could still appear in this place with a swagger. This shows that I have the ability, so that the sea does not dare to do anything to me, and can only pinch my nose and buy my things, isn't it? Really confident enough people, then, let's talk about business now. Doflamingo glanced at the situation on the ship and a confident smile flashed on his face. And in Clark's gaze, this Doflamingo is also quite interesting. In the future, I can accept all the weapons and equipment you have made. But I want you to prove that from now on, you will only sell me weapons. Clark looked at Doflamingo in front of him strangely. How could this guy be so confident that he wanted to eat all his output? I think that with more buyers, I can get enough benefits. Doflamingo looked at Clark and nodded. Indeed, with more buyers, you can get more places into continuous wars through the sale of weapons. And with the strength of Vegapunk, I believe that it can be easily done by constantly introducing stronger and better weapons. But Clark, the world, will the Navy allow you to do this? Will the world government allow you to do this? Only me. I can make your weapons appear in every corner of this world without restrictions. I have all the channels and sales and exports, as well as a large number of buyers, and we can fully control this market by cooperating with each other. Whether it's the devil fruit or the guns and ammunition, everything will become the two of us. Doflamingo drew a beautiful blueprint in front of Clark, and in his hands, he held a huge dark underground force. In the New World, a large amount of the arms trade, the devil fruit trade, the sale of weapons, and the auction of human beings are all controlled by Joker, the clown known as the intermediary of the underworld. Of course, he had the confidence to say such a thing, and even it could give Clark an incomparably huge benefit. You sell to the pacifist in the Navy, I can give you twice the price. How about it, as long as you promise to sell me only one person in the future? As long as he can monopolize this source of weapons, how much money these powerful pacifists can sell for in the future is not up to him to decide. Monopoly is always the most profiteering. When others do not have you alone, and everyone needs this thing, monopoly people can obtain extremely huge benefits. Clark underestimated this Doflamingo, but he did not expect that he was willing to pay such huge benefits and prices in order to completely control the pricing of this weapon in his own hands, and even use pacifists to control the direction of wars elsewhere. This Doflamingo is not small, but Clark can feel the innate evil creation emanating from this man's bones. This guy in front of him is a completely bad person. Clark raised a smile on his face and extended his hand to Doflamingo. Nice to work with. Doflamingo smiled and squeezed Clark's hand just as hard. Nice to work with. After the deal was reached, Doflamingo quickly left here, but his face quickly became gloomy after moving away from Clark's pirate ship of the Nine Snakes. When the shadow of the ship was completely absent from the field of vision, Doflamingo stretched out his palm, and the countless thin lines on it were densely intertwined, forming a bionic glove with quite amazing defensive ability. And now, all the threads on it completely crumbled during the handshake with Clark. Another terrible monster, this world, it's really getting more and more interesting. Chief, why did we make such a deal with that Doflamingo guy? Hancock also knew how staggering the profits of being able to monopolize an industry could bring, and she wondered why Clark would make such a deal with Doflamingo. Clark smiled domineeringly, looking at Doflamingo in the distance that he thought no one saw, and looked solemnly at the back of his broken silk thread. Hancock, we need to get involved with Doflamingo now. After all, he can indeed bring us the most benefits in the shortest possible time. But in this world, there are many pirates who die every day. Who knows when the famous Kaiwasi Tang Quixote Doflamingo will also lose his life. At that time, everything about him can be completely taken over by Clark. So Clark now doesn't care that Doflamingo completely takes over the downstream of his arms business on Hydra Island. Anyway, in the end, all the profits are not his own. Although he sold the Pacifist II to the Navy for 500 million Baileys, Doflamingo bought all of Clark's weapons for a sky-high price of 440 billion Baileys. But this is a priceless market after all, and who doesn't want to have several powerful teammates like Nanabukai Basso Lomi Bear around them? Sometimes, the money accumulated is not more worthwhile for a pacifist second generation. It is conceivable that those big patrons who are secretly trading in Doflamingo will definitely stop at nothing to equip such advanced weapons under their hands. Clark could almost see that in all corners of the world, a new round of the arms race had begun again. Bonnie, follow me. This war, when there is a time to make your ability shine, I have to make more money. Clark grabbed Bonnie's little hand and led her quickly away from the pirate ship, and behind them, a ghostly figure poked his head out, saw Clark and Bonnie leaving, and, quickly jumped off the ship. And when Clark and Bonnie were walking towards the place where the headquarters arranged for the Nanabukai to rest, they bumped head-on into an old acquaintance who hurried towards this side. Garp, who had just completed the handover of Pacifist Generation and Bartholomew Bear, ran towards this side again, and when he saw Clark, he rushed up angrily, put Clark's shoulder, and asked angrily, "Clark boy, you guy, actually took Luffy to prison. What the hell do you mean? Garp is very angry, but he does not know that he can only watch his grandson be imprisoned in the underwater city prison because he follows the justice he seeks, and he does nothing. Or is he angry with Clark for deceiving him and Sengoku by entering the underwater city prison with Luffy, who has the idea of rescuing Ace? Garp's heart is also very conflicted. He is now just a person in the evening, but he can't enjoy the happiness of heaven, and even has to add the sword with his grandson, watching the powerless old man who watches Ace be executed. His son is now a horrific wanted man all over the world who is feared by the world government, and now even his grandson is on a path contrary to his original intentions. Bonnie, look, I just said that Lieutenant General Garp will definitely find me. Isn't this coming? You lost the bet. Quickly give me 10,000 Bailey. Bonnie looked at the guy beside her dumbfounded. She was regretting her decision to succumb to this man so easily and honestly follow him back to Nine Snake Island. I already knew that this guy had become such a wealth junkie now, and at that time, I just gave him the money directly and bought a way to live from him. Where is it like now, losing the lady and breaking the army? Others treat their subordinates, that is to shhhhh. Nope. Bonnie angrily refused Clark's request in a crisp voice. She was broken anyway, she had just been spanked so shamefully, and now she was completely open. Also, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Answer me, Clark, what exactly are you trying to do? Garp asked Clark with a trembling voice, and he couldn't tell whether he was expecting or resisting Clark's possible action. I want to do something that Old Man Garp wants to do but dare not do. Why, Old Man Garp, are you going to stop me? Then you can directly call my name here with the loudest voice now. Clark looked directly into Garp's eyes, and an unparalleled domineering momentum was released from his body. Old Man Garp, you are the only old man in this world who makes me respect, so I want to ask you not to stand in front of me and stop me when I repay your kindness in my way. Clark took Bonnie's hand, past Garp's side, and past him. After taking 2 steps, a deep voice with pain came out with difficulty from Garp's throat behind. I'm a Navy. I know, so I also gave you the initiative, didn't I? Stop me or not, it's all between your thoughts, and Ace's life is all between your thoughts. Old Man Garp, I hope you make a good choice. Ace's life can be said to be completely held by Garp now. Garp is facing a fierce battle between heaven and man, whether it is the justice he pursues, or whether he is entrusted to him by his rival and friend, One Piece Roger, and he is important as his grandson's child, Ace. Clark doesn't know what choice he will make in the end, but he knows that no matter what choice Garp makes, Clark will respect him and then rescue Ace. To repay this stubborn old man, Clark has to do it in his own way. Let's go, Bonnie. A Doflamingo has already brought me a great fortune to come, and I would like to know if the other 7 Wuhei are just as interesting. There are a total of 7 people in the 7 Wuhei of His Majesty, except for the snake goddess Hankook who has already met, and the Basso Lomi bear who was transformed by Dr. Vegapunk, and the original Kaiwa CC hero Jinping who was previously imprisoned in the infinite hell of the advancing city prison. There are 3 of the remaining 4 people that Clark has not seen. However, Kaiwa Hai also changes very frequently, and Clock Dar, who was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates some time ago, was replaced by the current Blackbeard who used Ace to exchange for the position of Kaiwa Hai after the defeat. Whether it is the Navy or the 7 Wuhei, it is just a pack of wolves dressed in legal clothing. Maybe she remembered something, and Bonnie was not interested in the Nanabukai that Clark wanted to see. Phew. It's a blessing to have our distinguished guest here. Doflamingo was the first to welcome Clark, who appeared in front of the Nanabukai who had been specially arranged in the room, while Hancock nodded lightly at Clark as Clark had instructed before. It's just that the adoration and love in her eyes can be seen very clearly by fools. Just now, Clark brought back a huge fortune, which Hancock never expected. And according to Clark's previous plan with Vegapunk on Nine Snake Island, and those shocking things she had seen in that top-secret laboratory, Hancock believes that Hydra Island will become stronger and stronger, and the time when she can have her own hands to take revenge on the guy she dreamed of killing will get closer and closer. This money can make Nine Snake Island even stronger. Every step towards her dream of revenge made the female Emperor Hancock feel joyful and fulfilled from the bottom of her heart. How many days have I wandered alone, but now, the enriched mind is filled with happiness. The rest of the people who have not seen Clark are a little puzzled. With such an arrogant and cold nature as Snake G, there will actually be a man who makes her so loved? Moreover, it seems that this guy is not small. Even the always rebellious Doflamingo will actually put on such a posture to greet him. However, all those present were proud people, and Clark's words would never take the initiative to talk to him. And Bard Hollow Bear, purely like a robot, sat in that place all the time, not moving. The famous world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my Hawk, even pressed his head on his head, his legs were on the table, and the whole person fell asleep leisurely on the chair. However, Clark can still see from the tense muscles of his whole body that the world's #1 swordsman is not so careless on the surface. Clark didn't care, smiled and nodded to Doflamingo, and sat down next to Hancock, and then with a bang, Clark sat on the ground with another ass. And the sound of the chair scraping off finally attracted the attention of the other Nanabukai present, and Hawkeye took off his hat, and after putting it back on, a pair of sharp eyes looked at Clark, who stood up. His eyes, which were covered with cold light and seemed to be able to emit a terrible chill like eagles, shrank sharply when he saw the chair that Clark had completely sat on, and the butt prints of the 2 round pears on the ground. This man is physically strong. This was Hawkeye's first impression of Clark, and the Basso Lomi bear on the side was still motionless, ignoring what was happening in the outside world. 0. There was only one Kaiwahai with a long neck and a round body like a ball, and Moonlight Moria actually laughed here. Do you think it's funny? Clark with a chilling voice jerked beside Moonlight Maria, who was covering his stomach and laughing loudly. Moonlight Maria tightened and opened his eyes wide, but he only saw that Clark, who had just sat opposite him and was holding a small child's hand, had disappeared. However, he saw in the little girl's eyes a look of deep pity for herself. Moreover, in the reflection of her eyes, Maria saw Clark, who appeared beside her, raised his fist and swung it at his head. The next moment, a sharp pain was transmitted to the depths of Moria's mind, and as soon as his eyes were dark, he couldn't feel anything. And his huge body directly broke through the door of the room and flew out. Clark looked at Moria, who was solved by his own punch, and suddenly felt much more comfortable. When there was one less Kaiwasi, it was more balanced, and the gap between the navy of the second generation of pacifists and the white-bearded pirate group was wide. It's just a pity that Clark is a little unclear. Moonlight Moria has been defeated once by the Straw Hat Pirates before, and his current strength, among all the incumbent 7 Marshalseas, is almost the last person. Whether he participated in the war or not actually had little impact on the direction of this war. And when Clark returned to Bonnie's side in this eye, Hancock next to him actually blushed shyly and whispered softly to Clark. "Chief, or else, you sit on me, I can stand it." Bonnie opened her eyes on the side, looking at the man and woman in front of her. God, is there actually this kind of operation? What kind of ecstasy did this guy give to the Snake Emperor? If he really sat on the female emperor, wouldn't he be a beast who didn't understand gentlemanly etiquette at all? 440. As a result, Clark actually didn't care at all, and gently sat on the body of the snake goddess Hankook. Bonnie turned her head, not wanting to see this inferior creature again. Wearing such a diaphragmatic armor, he was embarrassed to sit on the body of a girl. Although it seemed that Hancock was so happy that he fainted with happiness, and his hands were shy and did not know where to put on Clark, Bonnie felt that she couldn't stand it. The navy outside kept shouting, and they found that the Moonlight Moria, who had been stunned by a punch, was nervously handling his situation. In less than 3 hours before Ace's public execution, there was actually a Nanabukai who was about to participate in the war, and he was knocked unconscious in the naval headquarters, which was something that could not calm people down. Soon, a navy soldier rushed into the room, and they saw this room where 5 kings gathered the 7 Marshalseas, which was extremely strange. Bard Hollow Bear didn't ask about the world. Like a robot, motionless in place, Doflamingo sat in his seat, grinning. On the female emperor Hankook, there was a strange person wearing battle armor, but the female emperor's face had a flush of excitement. And for each of them, the cold Hawkeye my Hawk, who made them feel normal, was now putting his hand on the hilt of his supreme fast knife, Black Knife Knight, and looked at Clark with sharp eyes. A terrifying battle intent gushed out of his eyes, and after he slowly pulled out his black knife, a sharp and unparalleled sword intent burst out from his body and from his knife. One by one, the navy walked out of this room backwards in embarrassment. They only felt that if they stayed there for a little longer, their whole person would be cut in half by that extremely sharp sword intent. It's terrible. Is this the strength of His Majesty the 7 Wuhei, the world's #1 sword lord, Hawkeye my Hawk? A group of navies looked at the room in horror, and they felt that this was going to be cut off by the terrifying sword intent that spread out. Clark watched as Hawkeye Mihawk aimed his sword at his throat little by little, as if he heard a very crisp sword sound in his ears. How, want to fight? But Clark didn't care at all, whether it was the world's #1 swordsman. Clark was not afraid at all. In this world, the only thing that can break through Clark's reinforced defense is kryptonite, and there is no other weapon that can pierce the armor on his body and pierce his body. You are strong. Just now I didn't see your action. I'm Hawkeye Mihawk. I want to fight you. An intense sense of excitement passed from Hawkeye Mihawk's body to his weapon, and Mihawk had never been so excited. He rarely met a man who could bring him such a strong sense of oppression, and rarely could he swing his sword with all his might without scruples. This man is terrifying, and the terrifying oppressive force emanating from him makes Hawkeye feel that if he really fights against him, he is likely to fall into a life and death crisis. But this sense of crisis of licking blood on the tip of the knife made him even more excited. Only in the battle between life and death, a swordsman can clearly perceive his weakness and continue to improve. Clark looked at the strong light released in Hawkeye's eyes, and instantly understood that this guy was just a madman who loved to fight through and through zero. However, such a person is easier to be mastered by Clark. Why should I agree to your request? Just if you want to fight me, I have to fight you, Mihawk. Others call you the world's #1 swordsman, but I don't care. Clark's comfortable head rested on Hancock's chest, and Hancock's soft body exuded a sweet fragrance, making him a little reluctant to leave Hancock's side. The Navy's 6-style paper painting is really a good thing, so Clark has enjoyed it for a long time. Since he began to consciously exercise his superhuman body, he has never enjoyed the sweet embrace of the opposite sex. Hawkeye Mihawk is a pure, simple, and direct swordsman, so the moment Clark rejected him, he didn't care and swung the supreme fast knife in his hand directly at Clark. Even if he may die in battle with such a strong man, it is the glory of his eagle eye. An earth-shattering green sword intent eclipsed the room, easily cutting everything that stood between Clark and Hawkeye. Clark snorted coldly, stepped away from Hancock, stepped forward, stood in front of Boney, and raised his other fist while swinging Boney behind him by 5.4 with one hand. Die. And Hawkeye, at this moment, felt a bone-chilling death from Clark's fist. The green sword intent he swung out seemed to disappear in an instant when it met Clark's fist after cutting open the table. Clark's fist, on the other hand, seemed to be in his eyes, constantly enlarging, and enlarging again, until Hawkeye Mihawk could no longer see anything else. Is it really going to die? The whole body felt the momentum of killing, and Hawkeye Mihawk experienced this feeling of weakness and helplessness that he had previously been difficult to experience, and in front of this fist, all his pride seemed to be shattered in an instant. Hawkeye looked at the fist that finally stopped in front of him, close at hand, and his eyes were in a trance. It had been too long for him not to feel the danger that penetrated into the bone marrow and the stimulation that was free between life and death. However, the man in front of him was still too strong, although the blood was all boiling, and his heart thumped with a powerful heartbeat sound, making him more sharp and powerful in a short time. However, in front of this fist, Hawkeye still could not find any possibility of surviving. Too strong, this man is too strong, they are no longer in the same dimension at all. However, this bypassing his life like a charity made Hawkeye feel a sense of anger. As a swordsman, when he drew his sword and faced Clark's sword, Hawkeye was ready to challenge and fail, and he was in a different place. This guy let himself go directly like this, as if to tell him that his eagle eyes are not worth mentioning in Clark's 06 eyes, just like ants under his feet. If he wants to kill, he can be killed. This kind of scene changes, just like before, he was idle and bored, in the name of passing the time, chasing and killing a group of pirates who had just broken into the Great Voyage, and met the swordsman named Solon. But Solon's fearless appearance in the face of death also made Hawkeye give him the honor he deserves as a swordsman. Hawkeye's eyes are already full of anger, he can face death calmly, but he can't accept Clark giving him a chance to live like a handout. Doflamingo next to him has already looked at this side with a good look, although he usually doesn't care much about these guys who are also Kaiwasi, but Hawkeye now feels that even their eyes have become particularly angry. The expressions on their faces seemed to be silently mocking him, making him feel more humiliated than the Moonlight Mariah who had been knocked unconscious. Just when he was angry and wanted to draw his sword at Clark again, forcing him to kill himself, Clark suddenly spoke. "Your swordsmanship is very good. Well, I still lack a good swordsmanship teacher on my territory. If you can promise me to come to my island to open a swordsmanship gym, I will give you the opportunity to challenge me once every 3 months. How about? Fuck mercy, Hawkeye, a man who has pursued supreme kendo all his life, has such an opportunity to constantly improve. How can he easily give up his life? Hawkeye was a little ecstatic for a moment, being able to constantly challenge a terrifying opponent who brought great pressure to himself, but it was the honor of every swordsman. However, Hawkeye my hawk quickly calmed his expression back down, not letting people see the fleeting joy that had just appeared on his face. Nodding, Hawkeye agreed directly, and then continued to sit back in his seat as if nothing had happened just now. Clark also slowly returned to Hancock's side, a stool, sat down by himself, and pulled Bonnie, who was not reluctant at all, so that her little ass sat on his lap. Abominable, abominable, if it weren't for the way you just blocked Bonnie behind, Bonnie would never have endured this humiliation like a child. Mr. Clark loves children and has no interest in coming to my country, and I have a lot of cute children there. Doflamingo's eyes kept spinning around Bonnie and Clark, and he glanced at Hancock, who was cold to others, but when his gaze fell on Clark, his eyes would soften. Hee, it seems that this guy is quite a guy who likes women. Doflamingo was already planning to use some way to win over this guy and tie him firmly to his chariot. While Clark continued to adjust the strength of his body with paper drawings, he gently pinched the fat flesh on both sides of Bonnie's cheeks. Is this guy so good at eating that he is not afraid that he will grow into a little fat girl? Forget it, there are too many girls on Nine Snake Island to count. If I travel everywhere in the future, maybe I will go to your place to play, but you have to treat me well. The smile in Doflamingo's eyes was even bigger. This guy is really a person who likes women. No wonder after doing something like that in the Chambord Islands, he immediately took those supernova subordinates who were collected by him to the men's forbidden area where all women were located, the windless Nine Snake Island. It's amazing that such a powerful guy can have such a weakness. With weaknesses, it means that there will be flaws, and people with flaws are more reassuring. Doflamingo remembered that in addition to the slave trade that had been cut off in the Chambord Islands, he had other channels to get slaves, and there seemed to be a very good group of fishmen recently. Doflamingo even wanted to use this shipment to test whether Clark was really as he was now. Moreover, it is said that when he killed Draco, it was also when Draco wanted to forcibly buy a fishman at the auction house. Doflamingo's mind spun quickly, and the naval soldiers outside, after the imposing sword intent emitted by Hawkeye my hawk dissipated, finally dared to tremble and walked in. Dear Lord Kaiwahai, I don't know, why was Lord 440 Moonlight Moria knocked unconscious? Because he dared to laugh at the man his concubine liked, he was knocked unconscious, is this reason? Hancock stood up and said haughtily to the Navy who walked in, and the Navy's eyes immediately burst into peach blossoms, nodded repeatedly, and quickly left here one by one. However, after a while, a short and old vice admiral, slowly carrying his hands behind his back, walked in. In her deep eyes, a light of wisdom was released, and even Doflamingo, who had always been unruly, was a little cautious in front of this sudden vice admiral. Lieutenant General Tsuru, did you come to mobilize before the battle? I just came to see if you guys have any contradictions and are about to start the war immediately, but a King Chiwahei was knocked unconscious in his headquarters. But judging by the way you look, the conflict between you should have been resolved. Lieutenant General Tsuru glanced at Clark with slightly meaningful eyes, and then walked out again. After she left, even Clark let out a long breath. It is not how powerful and terrifying the strength of this old woman is, but from the eyes of this old man, the gaze full of wisdom and experience that seems to see through everything, makes people involuntarily nervous. However, within Hawkeye, Clark still felt very good. To deal with this kind of sword idiot who purely wants to go down the sword road, as long as he is given a little pressure and hope, he will flock to it. If you calculate it this way, in the entire Nanabusi, now Doflamingo has become his trading partner, and Hancock is his own person. After the Bartholomew Bear was transformed by Dr. Vegapunk, he also left a controllable backdoor in his body to ensure that the Bartholomew Bear could return to the control of Nine Snake Island in the future. Hawkeye was also abducted to Nine Snake Island, ready to open a sword hall. More than half of the people in the entire Kaiwa Sea have a close connection with themselves. Can they be regarded as digging the corner of the Navy? Clark thought maliciously, so that when the Navy faced the Whitebeard pirates, the situation felt a little worrying. Except for the Basso Lomi bear who is now under the control of the Navy, these Kaiwasees feel that the other few people did not come here sincerely, and they will definitely not go all out to help the Navy fight against the Whitebeard pirates. In Clark's mask, he began to analyze the amount of energy and strength of the several Kaiwa high bodies that he had just come into contact with, and unfortunately came to a conclusion. To face the words of the world's strongest man Whitebeard, who is treated with caution by Kapu and Sengoku, a naval legend-level hero, and the pirate group under Whitebeard. Except for Hawkeye, Bear, and Doflamingo, these 7 warriors did not reach the corresponding strength. Even Hancock is a little worse. No way. Clark's estimate of Whitebeard's strength is calculated according to the strength that is a little higher than Garp and Sengoku. At that point, the strength of the strong man was enough to turn this headquarters Marineford upside down. Hancock is still much worse than the strength of the Admiral, and it is naturally difficult to pose too much threat to Whitebeard. Clark calculated this way, and estimated whether he should sell something to the Navy now to balance the combat effectiveness of both sides. Clark thought about it, or shook his head. There is himself. The final result must be decided by himself. He only needs to consider what situation is the most suitable for the development of Nine Snake Island now. As for the idea of repaying Garp's kindness that he had wanted in his heart before, it had gradually become faint, and finally, after Tina's refusal to follow him out of the sea, it completely turned into a shadow, hidden in the depths of his heart. As a high-ranking person, Clark is becoming more and more qualified, less and less like him used to be. Clark finally set his eyes on Bonnie, who was sitting on his lap and eating the food prepared by the Navy like a date. He gently touched Bonnie's food movement and stopped, and looked at Clark with a wary face. "Continue to eat your meal, turn around and see what I'm doing." Bonnie's little mouth moved, and she muttered, "I always feel that you are not kind to people. People are such a cute little girl. Are you willing to treat people so rudely?" Bonnie looked at Clark's eyes, and there was another chill, as if he had become a commodity in his eyes. Anyway, it had been broken, and Bonnie didn't have to continue to care about her image, and simply sold it. "How come?" "I'm very optimistic about Bonnie, sweetheart. Because, in my opinion, your ability is even better than that of our island doctor, Luo." Bonnie immediately understood. This guy actually had an idea about his abilities. The captain of the Red Heart Pirates, Luo, who is now the doctor of Nine Snake Island, was once nicknamed the Death Surgeon and is a doctor himself. Moreover, his surgical fruits combined with his medical skills can greatly improve his medical skills, and the highest realm of his fruit ability can even achieve the realm of the legendary operation of immortality. However, the spellcaster himself will also die. However, Clark actually said that he was more optimistic about Bonnie's ability than Luo's power, which made Bonnie chill. What the hell does this guy want to do with her ability? No matter how powerful the one-time ability is, it is not comparable to the wealth that you can create for me, little sweetheart. Looking at Clark's smile, Bonnie already felt that she, the leader she was now subservient, had become more dangerous. As soon as Bonnie thought of her abilities, and then thought of how she looked when she used her abilities against Clark before, a terrible thought immediately came to her head. This man wouldn't really have such a master's intention about her abilities. That was a really bad idea. Bonnie's mood suddenly became very bad, and even the delicious food on the table tasted like chewing wax, making it difficult for her to swallow. The Navy outside is constantly nervously carrying out various arrangements before the big war, and one group of members continues to arrive at their combat positions. Many naval sappers were inspecting all kinds of artillery fire and artillery, and one by one, naval officers were inspecting the soldiers under their command. Before the big battle, the atmosphere above Marineford became more and more dull and serious, and Bonnie looked at the situation outside, and her body trembled slightly. If the man behind him really fought that idea, I don't know how many people would die outside. Bonnie's fear did not attract anyone's attention. After all, no one knew that this was a supernova who used her abilities to transform herself into a little girl and mixed into the headquarters of the Navy. Everyone only thought that this was a little girl who was spoiled by Clark and the female emperor, and brought to the headquarters of the Navy with her. However, Sengoku still overlooked a point in his busy schedule, and Clark had completely ignored Luffy the Straw Hat, who had entered the advancing city prison before. He didn't realize that the little child that Clark had brought with him to Ace had disappeared from Clark's side. There were only 3 hours left before the execution of Ace by Marineford at the headquarters of the Navy, and the 100,000 elite Navy summoned from all over the world of the Navy headquarters were quietly waiting behind the port of the Navy headquarters. The outside of the crescent-shaped naval port was surrounded by 50 naval inspection posts, and countless heavy cannons were placed on the shore. And through the sight of the naval port, it can be seen that standing in the front are 5 members of His Majesty's 7 usse who have the qualifications recognized by the world government and the Navy. On the Chambord Islands, the families of the 440 Navy who took refuge are watching the impending war through a live screen connected to the Navy headquarters. Countless journalists are flocking to this island that has lost part of its roots and has become somewhat crumbling, wanting to get first-hand information. And hidden in the shadows is a supernova pirate who was contacted by Clark with a phone bug and came to this place in advance, Captain Bucky. As soon as Captain Bucky thought of the call he received from the current leader before, he couldn't help but feel a flesh pain, and his whole body shook. This boss is not a trouble-free person at all, and he really wants to torture them in every possible way. However, Captain Bucky was much more excited at the thought of what Clark had just told him, and Clark promised him that as long as he did this well, he could give him half of the money he earned. And let him have the qualification to buy the M2 heavy machine gun from Vegapunk at a discount of 8. At the same time, along with the Navy headquarters, Ace has been escorted to the execution table, his hands and feet are locked in chains, and Sengoku stands under the execution table and says to a somewhat reluctant Garp, "Garp, according to the plan, everything about my SI has been made public. Whatever you want, I'll go down." As they spoke, Clark heard all their conversations, and couldn't help laughing. God really wants to give him a lot of business. Clark, who just hung up with the Captain Bucky worm, couldn't help but feel that the decision he made was so wise, and the Marshal of the Warring States would actually send himself an assist, and the news, absolutely to sell the sale. Standing behind the Snake Emperor, Clark took a deep breath and did not adjust his breathing, and at this time, the Warring States had begun to walk towards the execution table step by step. Clark became more and more concentrated, and the energy of the Kryptonian armor was also urged to the extreme, and the more terrifying momentum was completely condensed on his body. And the female emperor who narrated by him looked at Clark with some concern, not knowing what happened to him. Only Hawkeye, with extremely horrified eyes, looked at Clark, and at this time, from Clark's body, he felt, received a terrifying to the limit, unfathomably powerful. It was far more powerful than anyone he knew, including the redhead, one of the 4 emperors. That's not what a human being should be. Clark at this state is Clark who is extremely dangerous. Hawkeye's body trembled more and more, and Clark, at this moment, suddenly opened his eyes. In Clark's eyes, everything in time was frozen in this moment, and he took a fierce step forward, and the incomparably powerful force was hindering the movement of his body. However, it still made him take his steps firmly. In this extremely slow world, everything fell silent, and a terrible electric light, accompanied by Clark's movement of raising his leg, appeared at his feet. Clark was almost about to roar out, bursting out his highest speed, above the battle armor. The overflowing energy turned into a spark burst out, and a little bit of sparks visible to the naked eye was ejecting from Clark's armor and completely falling in his eyes. Moisturize. Electric flint, all the way to the wind. Clark in this thousandth of a second, in all parts of the naval headquarters, quickly running, finding the direction of all the imagers he had noticed before that conveyed the influence of the naval headquarters. Before the tiny end of the air had time to fall down a thousandth of a millimeter, Clark ran all over the entire naval headquarters of Marineford, successfully paralyzing all the image worms. In less than a thousandth of a second, Clark returned to the female emperor who had just stood behind him. Then, the state ended and everything returned to normal. In the quiet square, no one made any sound, but suddenly a terrible wind blew up, so that many navies involuntarily closed their eyes. Those who could barely open their eyes saw the flash of electric sparks that disappeared into the air in front of them. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, but still couldn't confirm whether they were mistaken. Clark let out a heavy breath. After all, he didn't simply run in a straight line at a speed close to light. When looking for the location of the image worm, there are countless detours, which is also a terrible burden for Clark, who is moving at super speed. In the state of running at a speed close to the speed of light, the force when cornering is too uncomfortable for Clark. Fortunately, Clark's physical fitness never let him down, and after hammering on his chest, with the help of the armor, adjusting his breathing, Clark's breathing became steady again. Facing Hancock, who turned around in front of him and showed a worried look to himself. Clark smiled softly, and an evil smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Just when most of the Navy was still strange about this sudden and confused wind, on the execution table, the Marshal of the Warring States who had just shouted a phone worm did not receive an affirmative response from his subordinates. Instead, there was a flustered sound of footsteps, and he quickly approached the execution table. Marshal of the Warring States, it's not good. Just now, all the image insects were cut off from the connection to the Chambord Islands. Sengoku took the phone worm. His mouth was wide open with anger. How could this make him continue? He wants to completely disclose Ace's life history, so that the world can understand the importance of this execution of Ace, completely cut off the bloodline of One Piece King Roger, and let the whole world realize the majesty of the Navy. But did you make him speak to the air and to all the Navy? Don't let others know the news in the first place, then where does the shock come from? Warring States wanted to hit this guy who reported to himself in the face. What kind of bad news do you say? Say such depressing news. Is this going to kill people urgently? Garp, who was standing below, looked at the mess of bad Sengoku on the execution table, and quietly swept his suspicious gaze to Clark, who was standing there. It's just that he can't see anything from Clark. Could it be that God is protecting Ace? Garp, who was still in a very complicated mood, helplessly looked at Ace, who was burned by chains and knelt on the execution table. At the same time, on the Chambord Islands, the people who were anxiously waiting, the reporter saw a dark broadcast screen, and they were all stunned. Fuck, the pants are going to be dragged down. What do you mean you give us a black screen? A group of spectators were anxious, and they couldn't help but whisper in their hearts to the unreliable Navy, seeing that the Marshal of the Warring States was so solemn that he was going to announce 10, and suddenly all the image worms were disconnected. Captain Bucky looked at this scene, and there was such a smile on his face, worthy of being the leader, and at this time, he dared to put a kick in the sky. Captain Bucky has to give Clark a thumbs up in his eyes at this time, disrupting the situation at such a critical time, just to make money. Such a leader, it is really appetizing. He opened his body, and the centaur came out of his body. Godfather, we're all ready. Captain Bucky nodded, and then a group of men came down to the crowd and set up a large tent in the open space next to the place where they had just gathered. Then a sign was erected at the door of the tent, which said that the exclusive live broadcast channel of the Navy headquarters, want to watch, 5 million Bailey of viewing quota. Everyone look at me, I look at you, one by one, although heartache, but the most perceptive journalists, they know deeply how useful it is to their newspapers to be able to grasp the information transmitted from the headquarters of the Navy in the first place. Captain Becky looked at businessmen, journalists, rich people, honestly paid money, entered the huge tent. His eyes were about to smile. Just for a while, he was going to earn close to 1 billion Baileys. Monopoly is really a terrible profiteering act. At the same time, Hancock also said at Clark's signal that his current warriors on 9 Snake Island are staying in the Chambord Islands, and it just so happens that their image worms can be connected and used normally and can be lent to the Navy free of charge. When the Warring States heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't know that what happened to their Navy's image worm was simply Clark's ghost. Finally back on the normal track, the broadcast began to continue normally, and the Sengoku began to use the telephone worm, facing all the Navy, all the people in front of the image worm, and said loudly, "Today, I have something important to announce to you." Looking at the Marshal of the Warring States who stood beside Ace, everyone focused their eyes on him, and the Warring States looked serious. His tone was heavy, and he said slowly, "It's about the great significance of Portcar Ace being sentenced to death today." Dusty's face dripped sweat because he felt the heaviness in his shocked tone, while in front of her, Smog, the smoker, was still smoking his big cigarette, but his eyes were equally focused. Garp's expression was a little heavy, but Lieutenant General Tsuru, next to him, spoke out comfortingly. "It's not your fault, Garp." When Garp heard Lieutenant General Tsuru's words, he laughed out loud, as if the gloom on his face had been swept away in an instant. "Puhaha, at this time, it's still a gentlewoman, Granny he." Countless people standing in front of the broadcast with their eyes wide open, not wanting to let go of any word that now the Marshal of the Warring States popped out of his mouth. "Name your father, Ace." Suddenly, the majestic roar of the Warring States sounded in Ace's ears, and also made many people hold their breath. Who Ace's father is, no one knows, but does this have anything to do with the execution of Ace? the captain of the white-bearded second team, today? Dad, when are you still asking this kind of question? Could it be that the Marshal of the Warring States still thinks that Ace's father will come to avenge Ace? 0. In the Navy, there were also unknown people who asked quietly. My dad, it's just a Whitebeard. Ace closed his eyes and replied firmly, but the Warring States erupted into a thunderous roar, which made everyone who listened to their conversation couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts, as if some terrible secret was about to be announced. That's not right. That's right, it will only be Whitebeard, it won't be anyone else. In the face of the doubts of the Warring States, Ace also answered in a more firm voice. In the Sabaody Islands of the broadcast, a group of juniors who were sent to guard the broadcast location asked Captain Bucky, who was smoking a cigarette, standing in the doorway, looking at everyone who entered here with red eyes, and signing the IOU. Godfather, what if these people don't admit it by then? Then hack them to death. Captain Bucky's red eyes were blossoming, and he looked at the countless amounts of money that were flowing into his pocket. Half of this money is his. Whoever dares to owe money and not pay it back means that Captain Bucky will earn a penny less. However, these people don't seem to have a low status, and I don't seem to be afraid of us at all. There was a little brother who was quite observant, and he looked at the people who signed the ES one by one with some worry, and walked in like they didn't take it seriously at all, and whispered. Captain Bucky licked his somewhat dry lips and said in a deep voice. The leader said that no one can owe us money, even the Draco, we will cut down Hiroshi together. Underscore. Just as Kapenberg and his little brother watched everyone enter the tent with red eyes, an extremely terrifying scream suddenly came from inside. Captain Bucky's face under the cigarette smoke became ugly, and someone dared to make trouble inside? You're going to see what's going on. But when Captain Bucky said to the little brother next to him for a long time, he did not hear any reaction from the side. He turned his head angrily, but saw his crew, as if he had seen a ghost, opened his mouth wide, and looked viciously at the broadcast screen inside. What's going on, Fuss? Godfather, didn't you see, just now, at the naval headquarters, Marshal 440, Warring States, announced in front of everyone, the true identity of the executed Fire Fist Ace as the son of One Piece Roger. Almost cathartically, he roared out, and was violently shocked by this sudden news, and shouted loudly in a terrifying voice. And after he called this, even the people who were itching outside to watch the broadcast showed a variety of expressions of either horror or fear. They were all shocked by this terrible news. That moved the whole world and opened the prelude to the terrifying era of sea pirates. In the eyes of countless people, Roger, the One Piece King with countless evaluations, actually has blood left in this world. Not only ordinary people were shocked by this news that spread rapidly, but even the naval soldiers in the Navy headquarters were stunned and sweated coldly when they heard the news. But Clark saw Garp, under the execution table, silently sinking his head, with a look of shame. He remembered the man who was also friend and foe, and looked at him with great conviction in the last moment, entrusting his child to him. The child in the womb is innocent, Garp, and I entrust him to you. However, now, Garp can only watch the despair of being executed as a child he considers his own. Coming, they are coming, all into combat mode. A total of 42 pirate ships, Ranger Knight Dorma, Leiching Makugayi, the Dilkaban brothers, and the big vortex spider Skyard. As the pirate ship fleet under the most powerful man in the New World, these captains are all loud figures who shook the New World. However, what puzzled the results at the moment was that on the ship of the Four Thieves, there was no figure of Whitebeard and his captains. The war was about to break out, and Doflamingo, who was standing in front of him, constantly let out a loud laugh. And Moonlight Mo, who had woken up, was a little dark at this time, flashing his little eyes, looking at Clark standing behind Hancock with great jealousy. He couldn't see through this man's strength at all, that is, in front of him, he was a guy who was killed by a punch. Suddenly, in the port of Marineford, in the sea surface, countless bubbles floated out towards the sea surface, bursting in the air one by one. The increasingly dense sound was clearly audible to all the naval soldiers. 100,000 naval soldiers, you look at me, I look at you, followed the officers around you, and together turned their eyes to the water in the port. Under the clear sea, the huge shadow of the ship is clearly floating upwards, and the sea surface has begun to fluctuate violently. It won't. Sengoku looked at the huge shadow with an ugly face, and already understood that they had broken directly into the bay from under the sea. It really came out of an unexpected place. We made a mistake. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who is known as the wisdom of the Navy, looked at the huge ships emerging from below, and could not help but sigh that the wise man must lose a mistake in 1,000 worries. So it is, all their ships are coded and go from the bottom of the sea. The Navy finally understood why Whitebeard and his 14 captain-level pirates could suddenly appear inside the Navy's harbor. And when the figure of the legendary figure, who has always been feared and feared by people, finally appeared in the eyes of all the Navy and everyone who watched the broadcast. This tall, like a little giant, with a full of domineering, stood the man who first appeared on the pirate ship Moby Dick, laughing in front of countless navies. Gula. Sengoku, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Warring States looked at Whitebeard, who unexpectedly took his 14 captains with his unexpected, directly broke through the lineup of 50 naval ships waiting on the periphery, and came to the port in the bay, and read Whitebeard's name word by word in a deep voice. Whitebeard. Whitebeard smiled and looked at the 5.4 King Kaiwahai and the 100,000 elite navy who were blocking in front of him. His gaze passed through them, and he directly turned to Ace on the execution table, treating these people as nothing. He held his weapon firmly and fell towards the ship with a sonorous force. With a loud bang, a terrifying domineering aura spread out towards the front along with the shock wave generated by the impact of the weapon. My beloved son, are you okay? Gula. Impatience for a while. Ace. Daddy. Ace looked at the members of the Whitebeard pirate group, who appeared at the headquarters of the Navy, and Whitebeard, who came to rescue him, could no longer bear it and shouted out to Whitebeard. Looking at Ace, who was tied to the execution table, covered in terrible scars, and his hands and feet were chained by the halostone, a trace of anger flashed in the Whitebeard's eyes. After letting out a series of laughter that was clearly angry, Whitebeard crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a huge force was constantly brewing by him. It's really touching father-son affection, and I want to shed moving tears for them when I see it. Just when Kaiwahai was nervously facing the Whitebeard who was obviously brewing a big move, Clark's somewhat abrupt voice appeared behind Chiwahei. Hancock turned and showed an adoring expression at Clark. It's wonderful, Clark, that your feelings and hearts have such a warm power. The concubine body is so happy. At this moment, even Clark was a little speechless. He really couldn't keep up with Hancock's jumping thinking, but in this way, Hancock also felt much more relaxed. When Whitebeard appeared, she felt a terrifying aura from the strongest man in the world, 06 just. Clark made her feel warm. As long as there is this man behind him, always standing by his side, no matter what he faces, Hancock will not be afraid anymore. But the other Navy soldiers did not have such good luck, and Clark supported them. They faced the Whitebeard who was gathering terrifying strength and momentum in his body at this moment, and they only felt that their breathing became much heavier. And the captains on the Whitebeard pirate ship stood behind Whitebeard one by one, seemingly extremely confident in their captain. Good. A hurried sound rippled through the air, and Clark couldn't help but widen his eyes and look carefully at where Whitebeard was. His fist slammed out to the side, obviously waving in the air, but it was as if it had hit a real thing. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The terrifying shattering sound of toothache and numbing scalp spread densely on both sides of Whitebeard's fist. The terrifying power hit the air, and the sound of terrifying air explosions rolled up bursts of terrifying sounds. How is it possible? The atmosphere cracked. The Navy looked at the sky, and the clouds that were torn open by two huge rifts by such an attack couldn't help but sweat coldly. Not only that, on both sides of the island of Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, under the influence of the vibration, the seawater rolled up wave after wave, higher and higher. The monstrous tide surged up, forming a tsunami much taller than the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford. The sea was sloping by the huge waves, and the naval ships on both wings of the harbor moved along the sea. Faced with this huge wave that can almost completely collapse the entire island, countless naval soldiers are terrified to the extreme. Clark looked up at the huge waves that had covered the sky above, and these soldiers around him, who were still very qualified despite their inner panic, did not have any route, and smiled. It seems that the headquarters of the Navy still has a way to deal with such a force. In other words, there is no need to make a move. Facing the shouting voices of Whitebeard and the captains behind him, Ace was moved to tears, and felt even more sorry for the Whitebeard pirates. What a bunch of troublesome guys here. It's useless to say anything now. It's really unpleasant. Sitting on the 3 luxurious seats under the execution table, the faces of the 3 admirals did not have a trace of panic, looking at the white-bearded eyes, nor did they have inexplicable awe like other navies. And in the port of Marineford, the headquarters of the navy, the ground also began to shake violently, and Hancock looked left and right, yawning boredly. Even Bonnie, who was taken by Clark's side, just squinted and dozed. This level of vibration, and tsunami, Bonnie has already experienced it once in the Chambord Islands, and the second time she saw such an almost identical scene, Bonnie's heart did not fluctuate, and she even wanted to laugh a little. The movements made by this guy Clark in the Chambord Islands are exactly the same as the movements made by the strongest man in the world, shouldn't it? These 2 people are father and son, isn't that Whitebeard saying to be my son when he sees people? Although Bonnie knew that Whitebeard had completely developed the ability of the shock fruit to the extreme to have such an effect, she would not let go of a chance to damage Clark. Then, the next moment, Bonnie felt the heavy, fatherly love from Clark. The vision changed suddenly. Bonnie only felt herself suddenly raised, and when she reacted, she found herself lifted off the ground by Clark. Ouch, what are you doing? Bonnie covered her small skirt firmly, and in shame used her little feet to attack Clark behind her, but because of her small arms and legs, she couldn't reach them at all. I always feel like you're just thinking about something very rude, and I decided to educate you well. As soon as Bonnie remembered the scene where she was ripped off her pants and spanked by Clark before, she immediately panicked. If this bastard man was in front of the 100,000 Navy, as well as the Whitebeard pirates, and the broadcast, watching the countless people here and spanking herself, then she would not be a human. Although Bonnie is only surrendering to you now, Bonnie doesn't want face. Bonnie struggled violently at 440 moments, but what happened to Clark's opponent, the body was caught under the creaking nest by Clark's hand, and he was spanked. 2 lines of tears rolled down from little Bonnie's eyes. She completely lost her temper, a lot of it. You hit it casually. Anyway, if you don't take off your pants, even if you are educated, you will only be regarded as teaching children. It's just that now, in the center of the Whitebeard pirates who have already fought in the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford, where countless lights gather. It's just that Clark has a reason to teach Bonnie a lesson, and these supernovas have never been honest under their own hands. Coupled with the bad feeling that he had just been cursed, Clark decided to tell Tina that he would now absolutely obey his orders 100%. Because later, in this war, the role that Bonnie can burst out and earn for herself is unimaginable. After all, if the key figures on either side, such as Whitebeard or Kappa Sengoku, can briefly be young in their teens and 20s on this battlefield and return to their peak state, it will definitely affect the trend of the entire war. Clark felt that at that time, neither the Navy nor the pirate Whitebeard could refuse such a temptation. Look, here it comes. The sea earthquake launched by that guy just now turned into a tsunami and swept over the owner of the fruit of shock, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Look, it's a tsunami, it's too big. Countless navies exclaimed, and on the ground of the trembling Marineford, their bodies trembled with the shaking of the ground. Don't think that if we are many and powerful, we can win the battle. Maybe it will be us who will meet the end. That man has the power to destroy the world. The Sengoku issued a warning to all the naval soldiers in the phone worm, and the sky above Marineford had been completely shaken, and the huge tsunami that gathered was about to fall on the island of the naval headquarters below. When the water, which was originally the source of life, became extremely huge, the fountain of life that originally gave birth to life became a terrifying and huge tsunami that made people smell and change. At the moment when the 10,000 tons of water fell together, Clark dared to bet that the entire Navy, except for himself and Garp, or some special natural fruit ability, everyone else would be shattered by this tsunami. However, the Whitebeard who caused the tsunami also stood fearlessly on his Moby Dick, commanding his pirates to attack the naval port ahead. Apparently, he did not think that this would easily overwhelm the Navy. However, through the broadcast station, the more than 200 people crowded in the tent clearly understood how strong this man, who was called by the Marshal of the Warring States as having the power to destroy the world, was. The sea is roaring, the wind is roaring, the waves are pressing down, the sky is completely obscured, the Marineford below becomes pitch black, and the Navy, as if seeing the end of the world, the panic in their hearts is involuntarily spreading. Finally the Navy began to let out a terrified scream, and Doflamingo raised his head and looked up at the sky. the terrifying force of nature that no one could ignore, laughing. Sure enough, it is the most powerful man, the legendary monster, who has such a terrifying power, Gula. Whitebeard is also constantly emitting a huge laughter, accompanied by the terrifying falling waves he caused. At this moment, in the hearts of all those who saw this terrible disaster, they couldn't help but leave a reverence for Whitebeard. Under the execution table, looking at the navy below, in the face of this monstrous wave, the whole army is about to be wiped out immediately, and it looks like it can't be defeated. The green pheasant Kuzan, who originally tilted his head and seemed to be thinking about something, looked straight ahead, stood up abruptly, and the whole person quickly jumped from the execution table into the air. Ice Age. King-Ji Kuzan aimed hard at the huge waves on both sides, and an extremely terrifying cold chi shot out from the palm of his hand, forming an extremely small ice pick. But these are the two ice that spread out of his hand. The moment he touched the sponge, a terrible chill escaped from the air. Yikes! Two ice picks lightly dotted on the waves on both sides, and the green pheasant Kuzan, who came from the natural devil fruit ability and also represented the highest combat power in the navy, easily froze the sea that seemed to fall from above. Click, click, click. The sound of freezing spread rapidly, and on the huge sea surface, ice was completely freezing it at a terrifying speed. It's General Kuzan. The navy who survived the disaster could not help but praise the best of him in their hearts to General Kuzan, who was flying in the sky. Good. Whitebeard looked at the green pheasant Kuzan flying in the sky and smiled. He was over 40 years old, although he was at the peak of his life, but in front of Whitebeard, he was still called a little ghost. The green pheasant Kuzan, who had frozen all the tsunami caused by Whitebeard's ability, aimed at Whitebeard. Two spears. The sharp spear of the two-pronged spear, which was condensed by the freezing power of the cold chi, was discharged in a row in the sky and shot out towards the Whitebeard below. Goo la la la! Whitebeard laughed as he raised his fist and slammed it into the air around him. The terrifying crack seemed to appear out of thin air in the space around him, and in this sea area that had been almost completely distorted by his ability to use his shock fruit, another space was distorted. Only a terrible sound of toothache was heard, ringing beside Whitebeard. In the eyes of the green pheasant in the sky, a terrified gaze flashed. AHH. Crunch, crunch. The space shattered violently like glass, and a terrible crack suddenly appeared on the green pheasant's body, cutting off part of the body of his head smoothly. The green pheasant Kuzan's head was directly cut off a layer, turned into ice cubes, fell off his body, and then, his mouth continued to make unconscious la-la sounds. Then, on his entire body, there was a crunching and itching sound of grinding teeth, and the whole pheasant seemed to be cut, turning into two cracked ice cubes, falling straight down on the sea from the sky. Subsequently, the entire sea surface in the bay was completely frozen into incomparably hard ice. Armed color domineering, what a powerful guy. Clark looked at the Whitebeard who knocked one of the three major generals out of the sky with one punch there, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. The bay is all frozen, the sea surface is also frozen, from the foothold, everyone go up together. A group of pirates screamed excitedly, jumped off the ship one by one, and rushed towards the port on the ice. Shelling, start shelling, destroy the Moby Dick. Suppose that countless heavy guns on the shore fired at the Moby Dick in front and the other three pirate ships next to it. 14 captains, together rushing down from the ship, holding various weapons, rushed towards the 100,000 elite navy with arrogance. Behind them, a large number of pirates also followed closely behind, rushing towards this side. Although the number of navies occupies an absolute advantage, it is as if they have an absolute advantage when they see their indomitable momentum. With a frightening momentum, these pirates took the lead and rushed up one by one quickly. The captains have all appeared, don't stop shelling. The navy, which was next to the heavy artillery, was already sweating profusely, constantly filling ammunition one after another into the muzzle, and then aiming at the huge 4 pirate ships that were fixed in the bay, and firing non-stop. Clark looked at the pirates who had charged for most of the distance in a short period of time, and were about to approach the 7 usse, who were standing in the front, and gently took a step forward. What he didn't expect was that even at this time, he was a person who was extremely valued by the Marshal of the Warring States and the 3 generals and Garp. Seeing him take a step forward, all of them immediately nervously focused on him, and even Hancock very virtuously took the initiative to give him the position belonging to the Nanabukai where he was standing. Hawkeye, who was about to pull out his supreme fast knife, stopped the movement of his hand. Doflamingo watched Clark's movements coldly, and Moonlight Maria watched Clark's movements nervously, not wanting to miss any details. Clark took a deep breath, stood in place, sank down, steadied his center of gravity, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were tightly pressed together. At this moment, the people who have been observing Clark's movements feel as if they were all tightly gripped by Clark's fists at this moment, making them feel a danger full of suffocating oppression. It's like just an ordinary naval soldier facing a monstrous tsunami caused by a Whitebeard, helpless and pitiful. With 5 fingers together, the 6-style finger gun erupted on the fingers of his right hand, converging on his fist, and the black armed color domineering and the battle armor were perfectly fused together. On the streamlined, AGFE, armor, a dark glow gently flows along the lines on the metal suit. The air around Clark was completely solidified at this moment, and after adjusting the weight of the punch to the strongest strength of Garp inside the suit, Clark aimed at the Whitebeard on the Moby Dick in front and punched out sharply. The terrifying fistful of armed color domineering pushed the air in front of it, and violently burst out towards the front. Knock knock knock. The dull sound like beating a drum, followed by the shock wave knocked out by the head of the Gram, flew violently along the ice all the way forward. Click, click. On the frozen hard ice, the shock wave caused the ice block to burst after the shock wave caused by Clark. A terrifying road on the sunken ice, in the eyes of all pirates, quickly seemed to be swung an invisible shovel towards them. And the final direction is the white-bearded man standing proudly on the Moby Dick. The fastest pirates were hit head-on before they could dodge this terrifying shockwave. Like the oncoming terrifying force of the locomotive, it directly squeezed their bodies into a pool of meat foam and blood in the air, pushing the residue of their corpses and continuing to push forward. The terrifying sound of rumbling, exploding, and the tragic death of those companions just now made these pirates dare not face this terrifying attack again. Seeing that this terrible shockwave that no one could do was about to hit Whitebeard and the Moby Dick, a series of footsteps sounded under the ship. Whitebeard, who was about to strike, frowned, and put down the knife in his hand that he was about to swing. He thought about it and decided to trust his trusted son to block the shockwave that he felt he needed to be treated with caution. However, who was that guy who suddenly appeared from behind Hancock to be able to launch such a terrifying attack? Whitebeard also had to start facing up to Clark's strength, which first officially appeared in his field of vision. What a terrible attack! That's Diamond Jaws, the captain of Team Sanban. Did you actually block it? It's worthy of being a captain. The pirates, seeing that the terrifying attack was about to hit the Moby Dick, the Diamond Jaws who suddenly appeared almost completely diamondized all over his body collided with this shockwave. The shockwave that cut the ice surface into a long and terrifying trail stayed in place for a short time. And Diamond Jaws' behavior made these pirates greatly relieved. Cut, actually blocked. Bonnie was rubbing her poor little ass, watching Clark's attack being resisted, and didn't care if she would be spanked by Clark in such a war-torn center again. Blocked, too young, the weight of old man Garp's all-out blow is not so light. At the same time that Clark said these words, there was a strange movement from Diamond Jaws again. Blah blah. Diamond Jaws' legs were already deeply immersed in the ice, constantly making terrifying sounds of breaking the ice. His diamondized body was being violently compressed, pushed, and retreated by the high-density air masses compressed together by Clark's terrifying fists with a terrible fist. In the end, the shockwave, which had just been briefly stalemated by Diamond Jaws with the power driven by running, pushed him when he lost his follow-up power, faster and faster, and slammed into the Moby Dick behind. Diamond Jaws let out an unwilling roar, but in the face of absolute power, although he was facing a shockwave mixed with the smell of blood and had dissipated a lot of power on the way, he could not resist. Squeak. Just when Diamond Jaws' body was squeezed by the huge pressure and began to make a terrible sound, Whitebeard finally sighed and picked up his own knife. He only now saw clearly that Diamond Jaws was far from Clark's opponent. This time, their white-bearded pirate group was in big trouble, and there was also a master hiding next to Hancock, the female emperor of the Seven Martial Seas. A person who can easily beat Team Captain Jaws like this is definitely not something that any person at the level of a pirate ship captain under his subordinate can deal with. With a sword swing with a terrifying fruit ability, Whitebeard slashed out a terrifying shock wave, knocking away the shock wave in front of Jaws, who was about to be squeezed into the ship. Gula! I didn't expect that there would be such a person next to the female emperor of the Kaiwa Sea, but my Whitebeard is here today, and no one can stand in my way. Whitebeard is still so domineering, and although Clark's strength is fully respected by him, he still does not think that it will deal a fatal blow to himself. He has been wandering on the sea for so many years, what dangers and difficulties have broken through, and today he will definitely not back down in this place. At the same time that Whitebeard let out a loud laugh, Sengoku Garp, who was watching Clark, also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was okay, he was standing beside them. Moreover, this time, it has greatly boosted the morale of the Navy. In the face of these fierce captains of the white-bearded pirate group who dared to be 100, many of them often worked together and were not the opponents of these captain-level pirates. However, Clark's shot also made them see that on their side, there were also people who could easily crush the captain. And Whitebeard, he also had to make a move, for the pirates under his command, to block Clark's attack. They are not so strong, indestructible, they also have their own weaknesses. Many navies rejoiced at Clark's punch, and even the sound of artillery fire became louder at the moment. Cut, barely, you did it. Bonnie, a chick who has been spanked twice by Clark, will not give in easily, and her mouth is still very hard. At this time, outside the island of Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, the vice-admirals of the 50 naval warships waiting on the periphery were confronted, and what they were dealing with was the surging group of 42 pirate ships. Rush, Daddy, and Captain have already attacked, we must rush in quickly. Shelling, shelling. A large number of artillery guns fired in unison at this moment, and countless shells burst out at the naval ships waiting on the outer wing. Swish. Several terrifying sword-chi swung down, and a large number of cannonballs were still flying in the air, all of which had been cut in two. Looking at the lieutenant generals who appeared in front of them, a group of pirates showed excited smiles on their faces. It's really rare for all the lieutenant generals to gather together. In comparison, even the demon-slaying order has been eclipsed. Rush, sweep away all obstacles, rush into the bay. A group of pirates shouted, jumped from the ship to the ice, and rushed towards the vice-admirals in front one by one. And in the bay, after Clark waved this, he had roughly got the test results he wanted. Under Garp's all-out blow, under the Whitebeard pirates, no one other than Bearded himself could resist Old Man Kapu's fist. However, as Ace's execution battle, Ka Duo is ruthless and destroys all those who want to rescue Ace, so in this battle, his combat effectiveness is already negligible. However, do not forget that in the Navy, Marshal Sengoku and Old Man Garp are not much different in strength. Although a Warring States is not Whitebeard's opponent, but with the three major admirals who are weaker than Warring States and Garp, Whitebeard will definitely not be able to withstand the joint attack of these four people. Because 20 years ago, there was a similar battle, the same top powerhouse among the pirates, once the same as the Whitebeard, the pirate of the pirate with the same name as the pirate King Roger, the Golden Lion Shiji. Because he did not believe that Roger, the old opponent of One Piece, voluntarily surrendered the Navy, thinking that it was a conspiracy of the Navy, he broke into the naval headquarters Marineford alone, and fought with the then General Sengoku and Garp. The three fought for 3 days and 3 nights, completely destroying almost the entire Marineford, and in the end, the Golden Lion was taken down by Garp and Sengoku, and was thrown into the bottom layer of the prison of Advance City. Not to mention, this time, Whitebeard has to face the 3 admirals who have been rich and strong for 3 years and have reached the peak of their honest lives. It seems that his own protection is very necessary to execute, and moreover, Whitebeard will definitely not refuse his own. Once he analyzed and understood the configuration of the high-end combat power that the two sides were now put into the battlefield, Clark was even more confident about his next actions. Don't look at the current captains of the Whitebeard pirate regiment who are extremely brave, but compared to the 3 major admirals and the Warring States, they are still a cut. Moreover, just these Kaiwa seas that blocked in front of them, there were not a few to mess with. Clark retracted his fists and looked in the direction of the outer wing, the battle in the bay. He has no need to worry about it now, but the battle on the outer wing is the best way to open the battlefield of the weapons and equipment brand of 9 Snake Island. Clark's eyes have even seen that when the pirates rushed to the vice-admiral and fought with them, the big Vortex Spider Skyard and the Ranger Doma had already picked up an M2 heavy machine gun alone, looking at the naval ships in front with a fierce face. They gripped their guns tightly and aimed them at the 50 naval ships blocking outside, one to the side, draping all the bullets over their bodies. Granny you better back off. In the camp of the Vice Admiral, a strong Vice Admiral with a cigarette was persuading Vice Admiral Tsuru beside him, and just when Vice Admiral Tsuru wanted to say something, a frightening feeling of heart palpitations made Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately push him to flash to the other side together. Buzz buzz. The dull voice suddenly sounded on the battlefield, pressing on the heart of every navy. 0. The terrifying web of fire, intertwined by the heavy machine guns in the hands of Skyard and DOM, rushed forward to the naval warships. The terrifying bullet storm, which almost completely pierced the air, passed through the body of the navy that was charging towards the pirates, and all poured on the navy ship behind. What kind of weapon is this? Fortunately, these naval ships are all made using advanced weapons of the navy, using special metal materials, and after being strafed by such heavy machine guns, they only leave a series of bullet holes on them, and they cannot be completely defeated like ordinary pirate ships. However, in the instant just now, countless navy soldiers who fell on the ice and shed blood had almost dyed the entire ice surface outside the color of scarlet blood. And the pungent smell of blood told them how terrifying the weapons that were being carried by Skyard and Doma and frantically strafing at the dense pile of navies were. Even if the lieutenant generals whose strength is strong enough to easily split the shells in the air in two, they can shoot 10 heavy machine guns with ultra-high-speed bullets every second without stopping, and they dare not easily face it with their own bodies. After all, to continuously block a heavy machine gun with a rate of fire of 600 per minute, that means that every second you have to swing 10 knives, accurately slashing at every bullet, even they will be exhausted. Clark looked at this scene with satisfaction, but there was not the slightest look of guilt in his eyes for the naval soldiers who were killed because of their weapons. Such a sudden appearance of weapons representing blood and killing really caused heavy losses to the Navy carrying out defensive missions on the outer flank of Marineford. Compared with the speed of using a sword, slashing all enemies to death under the sword, the efficiency of heavy machine guns is obviously more than 10 times faster than that of swords. Looking at the unsuspecting Navy like cutting wheat, the deadly bullets fired by the weapons in their hands pierced through the body and fell to the ground to form a terrible pool of blood. The great vortex spider Skyard and the ranger knight Doma even liked the weapon that Clark almost coerced and sold to them. It's awesome to use. Under the cover of the charging pirates, Skyard and Thomas arrogantly fired 440 at the vice admirals in front and those soldiers. Without reaching the level of Commodore, the Navy faced such a terrible attack, and every mortal in the flesh did not have time to find any cover to dodge, and was formed into a sieve. 5,000 bullets were rampaged by Skyard and Doma madly above the naval lineup in front of them, and the terrible bullet storm almost completely shattered the lineup of these 50 naval warships outside. Without the lieutenant generals who relied on the soldiers, they did not dare to rely on these people to fight with all the pirates on the 42 pirate ships. Even if a small number of pirates are divided, it is enough to use the suppression of numbers to contain them here and give others the opportunity to break into the bay. What is even more ridiculous is that it is clear that in the last moment, it is the Navy that occupies the absolute superiority in firepower and numbers. Now, the situation has been reversed, and in the face of the strange weapons of Skyard and Doma, the naval superiority of the outer flank is completely absent and precarious. And after finally pouring all the bullets, Skyard and Doma were still a little unfinished, and they gently looked at the two heavy machine guns with hot barrels and red chambers in their hands. After entrusting these two big killers to the pirates behind them and letting them take them back to the ship to be stored as treasures, the two raised their knives and shouted at all the pirates who were boosted. Rush. The defense of the outer flank was precarious, and the warring states in the bay also quickly got the news, and their faces were extremely ugly. How could such a situation occur? Who did it? What the hell is going on? Receiving the news that the situation of the outer flank defense was almost completely defeated, the atmosphere of the Sengoku was almost to the extreme. The defense of the perimeter is now a crucial point to separate Whitebeard from the members of his pirate group. The Navy in the bay can concentrate all its forces to deal with the few people, but all of them are first-class elite pirates. And just after Whitebeard finally made a move to block the shock wave that the three Jots could not resist, an unusually shining dodgy light bloomed in the air. The yellow ape flew high in the sky and released light that captured almost everyone's vision in the bay. Wow, my eyes. The blind pirates, who were briefly stimulated to the line of sight, couldn't help but exclaim, and the other pirates all saw that this was the General Yellow Ape, who was attacking. 8-foot Kyunguyu. In front of the Yellow Ape, Countless points of light shone, and then a large number of balls of light were emitted from the light waves in front of him, densely scattered in the direction where the Whitebeard was. Hey, that's too dazzling. Although Whitebeard saw the yellow ape's attack, he did not have the slightest intention of resisting. If in the face of the attack of a random expert in the Navy, if he has to do it himself, then he, the leader of the white-bearded pirate group, one of the most powerful 4 emperors in the New World, will not have face. Just now, Jaws didn't resist the guy next to the strange usse. It must have been just a small accident, but this time, it was different. What made him most relieved was that in his pirate group, almost his right hand, Marco, the most powerful captain besides him, personally made a move. Whitebeard knows his strength as a team leader, although he is still a little short of the yellow ape, but it is still very easy to drag the yellow ape. What's going on with that strange bird that is wrapped in flames? Just when Marco turned into an immortal bird and rushed in front of the yellow ape's attack, Clark couldn't help but laugh softly again. This immortal bird Marco is really unlucky. You can resist the attacks of the other 2 generals, you have to fight against the current yellow ape. What are you laughing at? That immortal bird Marco, but a very rare phantom beast species in the animal line fruit, even rarer than the natural demon fruit, you may not necessarily lose. Bonnie is now completely uncomfortable with Clark, and his fist that has just made a terrifying attack, because it is also the palm that made her lose face and spank her ass under the public. That's different. The yellow ape is different now than before. With the weapon I made Dr. Vegapunk, the yellow ape's light energy attack storage time is 10% shorter than before, and the attack intensity is 10% higher. Don't underestimate the time of this and the power of usse. When a guy of similar level fights like them, this is already enough to be fatal. It turned out to be Team Captain Marco, the owner of the phantom beast fruit that is even rarer than the natural fruit. How terrifying. The yellow ape's frivolous voice spread in the air, and Marco flew in midair with a hideous face, gritting his teeth and holding out a sentence. It hurts. Who to fool? The yellow ape said that he did not believe Marco's statement at all, but to everyone's surprise, Marco's body trembled violently in the air, and he almost maintained the flight state at 5.4. When he almost fell headlong, Marco flapped his wings twice more before stabilizing his body. I didn't lie to you, you guys' attack is really painful, bastard. Marco kept gasping for air, and the flames on his body actually seemed a little weak at this moment. It was obvious that the attack of the yellow ape just now was all absorbed by his air blockade, which was not without effect on him. This, big brother Clark, do people want a good thing too? How about you ask Dr. Vegapunk to tailor one for me as well? When Bonnie saw this scene, she immediately threw out all the few remaining nucks that had been thrown away, and in the form of a child, she coquettishly pulled Clark's armor and coquettishly lied to him. Stop thinking, little Bonnie baby, what do you want something so good? I don't have the ability to make items that work against your strange fruit ability right now. Light energy devices in Krypton technology are a widely used thing from basic industry to traveling through galaxies. Of course, the data is more sound. However, as weird as Bonnie's devil fruit and the ability to make others or himself change their age, Clark has not found such groundless relevant data in these countless materials. Not to mention the creation of devices that can increase the ability of Bonnie's fruit. The most important thing is that even if Clark can really make it, Clark does not dare to give this guy. If her ability is enhanced, won't Bonnie's fruit become some of the most heaven-defying devil fruits in this world? Even he can have a very serious impact. If he can still get an increase, Bonnie cannot directly change himself back to his youth. Although as a Kryptonian, even a teenager has quite an extraordinary strength 06 and physique, but he is not so perverted that he can ignore the strong people in this world against the sky. And other enemies, when encountering Bonnie, whose ability has been increased, don't they have no way to live, and they are directly changed by Bonnie to the age when they can't walk and can't hold weapons, then isn't it at the mercy of others? Until Bonnie's loyalty is fully ascertained, Clark must keep Bonnie and her abilities in control of her control. Look good, this is one of the largest wars in the world now, Bonnie. One day, Snake Island will have much more powerful combat power than this. Bonnie pouted dissatisfiedly. Obviously, as long as you stand up yourself, you are a strong person who can bring more fear to the whole world than Whitebeard. Sensing Bonnie's intentions, Clark shook his head and did not speak. The strength of one person does not mean the strength of the entire organization under him. He is a Superman, not a god. Even on Earth, it is impossible to cover everything, and reviving the Kryptonian race is a very serious matter. Clark must control a huge force that absolutely obeys his orders. Looking at the outer wing, the pirates used 2 heavy machine guns with 5,000 rounds in just a few minutes, easily piercing the Navy's defense line like a blood-stained white paper, only to give birth to a group of vice admirals who are still struggling here. Clark estimated that since the periphery was broken through, it was a matter of certainty, and it was close at hand, but the situation in the bay was not as good as the pirates outside. The captain of the pirates' third team, Diamond Jaws, who suffered a big loss after Clark's injury, was known as having the toughest defense, and he was almost blasted by the shockwave created by Clark. And the captain of the first team obviously has the ability to stalemate with the admiral in a short period of time and entangle with him, so that he cannot harass Whitebeard. However, the Yellow Ape has the increased energy and offensive weapons of Vegapunkbo, and the captain of the unaware team, Marco, is smoking all over his body in the face of the Yellow Ape, whose energy has been increased by 1%. The huge 8-foot Kyangu Jade volume just now had exceeded the total amount that he could recover himself through self-healing in a short period of time. In this way, whether the sea in the bay is in terms of momentum or the previous encounters, it seems to have fallen below, which makes the warring states breathe a long sigh of relief. He and Garp's eyes exchanged without a trace, looking at Clark, who was standing beside the female emperor and throwing a punch, and seemed to have no intention of making another move. At the critical time, this guy finally did something to relax them, and even such a painful thing to be beaten on the outside wing did not seem so important. In this battlefield, the top masters located in the bay, Whitebeard, and the 14 captains under him, can play a decisive role. No matter how many shrimp ants there are, it will not affect the final result, and even if they all follow Whitebeard and burst into the bay, the warring states are not without countermeasures. A bloody color flashed from the eyes of the warring states. Sitting in this position for so many years, as a marshal, I don't know how many navies and pirates, all died in the sea because of a small order of the warring states. Carrying the lives of countless people, the warring states have long been ready to awaken. As long as this war is won, everything is worth the sacrifice. And Marco on the battlefield, looking at the mocking look on the Yellow Ape's face, suddenly became angry, and even the flames burning on his body became more vigorous, accelerating his recovery. Abominable! Transformed into an immortal bird that was in flames, it flew towards him against the attack of the Yellow Ape, kicked a barb, with an armed domineering attack, and smashed on the Yellow Ape's body at once. The Yellow Ape's body was attacked by this armed color domineering, and it kicked backwards and knocked out. It turned into a flash of light and slammed into the square inside the harbor in the bay. However, another burst of golden light flashed, and the Yellow Ape appeared in front of all the navies unharmed, making all the navies who looked at him in surprise and gasped in their hearts breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Yellow Ape general was not injured, although the captain of the 440 team Marco looked very powerful, but the Yellow Ape general was better. Not only the surrounding navy thinks so, but even Marco thinks so. Because he looked at the Yellow Ape still with that unbeatable expression that made people want to greet him, stretching his voice, imitating the tone of what he just said. It hurts. Who are you deceiving you? Marco felt that he was really beaten a little. Can you guys stop putting on such a bad look? On the other side, Diamond Jaws, who felt that because he could not withstand Clark's attack, their general Whitebeard had to intervene in advance to help him block the attack, finally relieved. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. You guys, get out of the way for me, the big guy is coming. He wants to wash away his shame, he wants to let these navies see the power of his white-bearded captain. A series of footsteps sounded on the ice, and Jaws ran in front of everyone, put his hands on the ground, and shouted loudly. Oh! Clark shook his head helplessly. This guy is really not afraid of himself. Jaws fought hard, roaring and roaring, allowing all his strength to be poured into his hands. Clicking, one huge crack after another, from the side of his hands, spread out, and soon a torn large circle appeared on the hard ice surface frozen by the freezing ability of the green pheasant Kuzan. With a click, the huge ice block broke away from the ice surface and was forcefully lifted up by Diamond Jaws. With a loud bang, the huge ice block, which was upside down by Oz, pulled out of the ice, and threw it towards the execution table of the naval headquarters that he had turned his back to, as well as the countless navies standing in the harbor. Huge blocks of ice, with a chilly chill, flew above the sky, and the shadows almost encompassed all the navy. The vice admirals of the naval giant race standing in the navy looked at this ice block that was much larger than all their giant vice admirals combined, and they were all a little helpless. Their strength is not large enough to support such a huge ice block. The terrifying giant ice block, seeing that it had just flown above the sky, was about to press down on the execution table and bury all the navy and admirals below. The red dog stood up, with a very unhappy expression on his face. And the navies, looking at this behemoth, were also a little panicked for a while. If this big thing fell from the sky, it would turn all of them into meatloaf. If you have the ability, just block it. Jaws is very satisfied with the work he has made. He not only has an extremely terrifying hard body, but also has a proud terrifying power. He had just been hit back by Clark's shockwave, which had damaged his face, and made his father a little disappointed, and he was eager to be here and find the field. The pirates also looked at this huge diamond-like ice cube, with heavy pressure, slowly falling downward, putting an eager sense of oppression on everyone's hearts. They also shouted along, as if the defeat of the navy ahead was close at hand. Really, if we all go out, who will guard here? Akainu's mouth made an extremely dissatisfied sound, and he stood up, and his right arm had turned into a unicorn arm composed entirely of a thick and incomparably thick magma. Akainu raised his right hand high, and was about to show everyone his thick unicorn arm and tell them that he was not a good time to mess with. He suddenly saw that above the diamond, there seemed to be a small black shadow, and the red dog rubbed his eyes vigorously with his other hand, and looked carefully, on it, a person. And also a former Navy sergeant who made him very upset and thought that it was a complete violation of the Army's justice, Clark. What to do? You guys suddenly appeared there, let the red dog do what? As a general, Akainu is hard to fight, and when he has a chance to appear, and he can immediately earn a very sufficient sense of existence, how can you guy mirror again? How do you feel that you have made a red dog with a unicorn arm? After saying something to himself in the air, show the unicorn arm and honestly sit back in his seat. Red dogs don't want face. But looking at Clark, who was already standing on it, the red dog really couldn't get off this hand. He still couldn't beat Clark, plus Clark was also the Whitebeard pirate group that attacked before. He had no reason to grab Clark's presence in their camp now. It is true that the red dog is a navy who pursues absolute justice, but he is not stupid and pushes Clark to the opposite side of the current navy. Therefore, the General Akainu, who could not fight and fight, who was not yet careful, was very embarrassed in the eyes of all the navies, in the eyes of the people who broadcasted, and in the eyes of the pirates on the opposite side. He changed his lava unicorn arm back, sat back on the stool with a decadent ass, and pulled down his hat to prevent others from seeing his expression. There's a guy up there. A sharp-eyed pirate immediately saw Clark's figure who had met the trajectory of this huge diamond ice block in the air, reminding the other pirates who were wondering how they suddenly stopped their movements. When Jaws saw Clark's appearance, he gasped, "This guy is specifically against himself. He was the one who just beat himself so badly, and now it is he who wants to block his attack." However, Jaws is very confident in his strength. He has already thrown such a huge ice block. He does not believe that Clark, who does not have any borrowing points in the air, can still block his attack. However, the next moment, what surprised his eyes happened in his eyes, and it also shocked all the pirates and the navy. In the face of the huge diamond ice block that hit him head-on, Clark just gently lifted his foot and lifted it up lightly against the flying ice cube. In that small body that was completely out of proportion to the ice, there was a terrifying power that made people's hearts palpitate. In front of such a huge object, Clark, who was small like an ant, kicked the front end of the ice, and then, the huge diamond-like ice cube rotated violently in midair in everyone's stunned eyes. The terrifying cold was overflowing, and huge blocks of diamond ice cut graceful arcs in the air, and at a shocking speed, Clark was in the air like a football, easily adjusting the direction of the person's rotation. It kept in front of everyone, like a fluttering balloon, played with by Clark wantonly in the air. Clark's feet constantly stepped on one terrible sonic boom after another in the air, using incomparably terrifying power, making it go up and down in the air, constantly spinning. No, it can't be. How could a human being do such a thing? Everyone gasped deeply, watching Clark control the huge ice cube and slowly return to the sky above where it was grabbed by Jaws. Then, under the horrified gaze of all the pirates, Clark stopped his play-like behavior, stepped on the top of the rotating diamond ice, and let it fall violently from the sky in the direction that matched the hole below. __ The huge ice block, at an extremely alarming speed, slammed into the frozen sea in front of everyone. Knock knock knock. Like Mars hitting the Earth, the sound of the sky falling apart to the extreme burst out in the ears of all people. The impact of the huge weight of the huge ice block on the ground hit it fiercely, and in the first time, all the pirates next to it were shocked out. Even Diamond Jaws was violently blown out by a terrifyingly large shockwave and flew far upside down. Both ears were shaken to the point that he was a little deaf, and his whole body had already involuntarily turned into diamonds, so that he could block the shockwave and did not suffer more damage. But when he stood up, almost none of the pirates around him could stand up anymore, and these pirates who rushed out of the ship, except for the captain and a few powerful guys, were all shocked to lose their combat effectiveness. However, Jaws felt fortunate that not only the pirates were almost destroyed by this huge shockwave, but even the navies standing in the bay were not comfortable at all. The violent shaking made all the vibrations of the frozen sea surface also transmit to the island. After the ground jumped hard, hardly many navies still stood firmly on the ground. The naval soldiers standing on the coast were also thrown out one by one, and even the cannons on the shore, which were fixed, flew out one by one and broke away from the fixtures. If this were not the case, taking advantage of the time when the pirates had lost most of their combat effectiveness in almost a short period of time, the navy could have dealt a terrible blow to the pirates. At this moment, whether it was ordinary pirates, captains, or Whitebeard standing on the Moby Dick, there was no time to stop Clark's actions. Or a naval soldier, a vice admiral, or the three admirals and the warring states Garp, all focused on Clark alone. It's terrible, Furo. There is also a terrifying monster comparable to a white-bearded man. What an amazing power. Doflamingo let out a loud laugh, looked at Clark standing in the sky, and cried out loudly in a voice filled with fear, awe, and a touch of excitement. It was so terrifying that almost all the grassroots naval soldiers, ordinary pirates, and Clark, who all lost their combat effectiveness in an instant, had been considered by Doflamingo to be a strong man who was completely equal to Whitebeard. What made him feel even more terrifying was that the man in this battle armor had a much younger body than him, an ambition that was much stronger than him. Hancock's eyes were all flowered, and he looked at the man in the sky with great admiration. It is worthy of daring to kill Draco in front of everyone, the Portic Islands, a man worthy of her entrustment. What an astonishing force, this mesmerizing gesture, how awesome and powerful. Everyone was speechless, staring blankly at the man standing in the sky. And the image worm also faithfully showed this in front of everyone. Countless reporters, their faces full of excitement and incomparable flushing, also became extremely urgent. Big news, big news. The mysterious powerhouse sacrificed his life beside the female emperor of Nine Snake Island, and he actually had the terrifying power that made the white-bearded pirate group feel helpless. 1 foot can step on the entire sea, this man is terrifying. The mysterious powerhouse appeared, and both warring parties were shocked. Report this news to the headquarters, and be sure to make headlines immediately. Everyone looked at Clark's figure on the screen excitedly. Whitebeard has always been a horror legend in the New World that can make Xiao stop crying. And now, in the camp of the Navy Kaiwahei, there is such a helpless strong person. Does this mean that the trend of the entire war, basically, AGFE, has tilted towards the Navy? The news is spreading wildly to all corners of the world, and Clark's figure has appeared in most parts of the world for the first time. Captain Bucky, who was watching the broadcast screen with his younger brothers, had completely forgotten that he was still holding a burning cigar in his mouth. It wasn't until the cigars that burned to the head of his ass and burned a bubble out of his mouth that Captain Bucky recovered from the shock of the scene he saw. In the Chambord Islands, Captain Bucky, who was knocked unconscious by Clark, and after knowing that Clark forced back the yellow ape, he once thought that Clark was a person who was more powerful than the admiral and his strength was comparable to the 4 emperors. The only people who really saw Clark's earth-destroying power were Bonnie and her 2 men. And this time, after really seeing Clark's strength that is enough to make the world's 2 top warring forces feared to the extreme. The little strange thought in Captain Bucky's heart, which was still lucky, has now been violently extinguished by him like he has extinguished the cigarette butt in his hand. At least, when Clark was still in this world, Captain Bucky no longer dared to have the slightest second heart for Clark. He had no doubt that if he betrayed Clark, Clark could easily crush himself and all his crew to pieces. Godfather, this is the strength of our leader. It is really terrible. It's not much different from the Whitebeard who set off a tsunami. Looking at his junior brother, who was shocked and looked a little stunned, Captain Baki snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. "Don't think so much, the stronger the leader, isn't it more beneficial to us? Go and work well." And just when countless people in the world were surprised by Clark's strength, Clark had slowly landed. This time, he stood in front of all the 7 Wuhei, but none of the navies, any Kaiwasi, felt that something was wrong. Clark, who was standing in front, did not make any moves, but simply stood there, which brought great pressure to all the pirates who were slowly recovering. His power alone made all pirates almost lose the courage and strength to continue to move forward. Goo la la la, what a frightening little ghost, but, children, don't be afraid, your brothers, right in front of us, our path will never be stopped by anyone. Whitebeard felt that he needed to do something to boost the morale on his side. UST as Whitebeard called for his pirate to bravely charge forward, he raised his knife. The white light converged on the tip of his knife, and with the use of his power, it became bright and dark. The air began to tremble, making a buzzing sound, and ripples rippled in circles, rippling above the space. "Goo la! Little ghost, let me open ah!" Whitebeard slammed into Clark in the sky and swung a huge shockwave. The slender echo spread in the air. The shockwave with the ability to shake the fruit almost swept everything out of front of it, and even the pirates standing on the ground. The navy was affected to a certain extent, and involuntarily took 2 steps backwards to the sides. A terrifying shockwave rushed into the sky and swept away the clouds, just as almost most of the navy was staring intently at Clark above. A huge turquoise sword chi also slashed out from the camp of the Navy 7 Marshal seas towards the sky. The terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky, with the momentum to cut everything off, and violently collided with the shockwave created by Whitebeard. Even in the end, this huge sword chi still could not match the power of Whitebeard, but it also caused Whitebeard's shockwave to change direction and hit the tsunami frozen in the sky. With a loud bang, the ice blocks in the sky were violently knocked out of a huge hollow, and the debris of countless cracked ice blocks fell from above. Large or small ice crystals, constantly falling from above, smashed on the ground, on the ice, causing great trouble for all the navy and pirates. At this time, the navy, the people watching in front of the broadcast screen, were surprised to remember that the Whitebeard was still the same Whitebeard, and the Whitebeard that would not be taken away by anyone to his light. And in the 7 Marshal seas, Hawkeye my hawk put away his sword with some disappointment, and the huge sword chi just now was caused by the slash he swung. However, Whitebeard still made him clearly realize what a huge gap there was between him and this man, who was known as the strongest man in the world. This is not something that can be compensated for by being proficient in swordsmanship to an unimaginable level, and the power of Whitebeard, domineering, and the development ability of the shock fruit have been combined to reach such a terrifying point. And Clark also fell to the ground after this attack, and once again stood in the same position as the 7 Wuhei. He saw the blazing battle intent that flashed in the eyes of the eagle eyes beside him, and knew that this guy was just stimulated to pursue more powerful power and pursue higher and deeper swordsmanship. On the outer wing, new weapons should have been provided for C. Clark, and the Navy, which suffered heavy casualties, was already somewhat unable to resist and was about to retreat. Behind the pirates, a huge figure appeared, speeding the defeat of the outer navies. The huge figure towering into the clouds simply frightened all the navies, and when he stepped across the ice, the ground of Marineford, which was connected by the ice, violently shook. That huge unspeakable fellow, a descendant of the thief Oz, Little Oz. The giant troops are dispatched, and their target is Little Oz. The giant vice-admirals of the Navy, one by one, rushed forward, easily using their own weapons all the way, smashing many blocking pirates out in front of them. Their weapons alone are countless times larger than the bodies of these pirates, and their strength is much greater than these guys. However, in front of such a giant lieutenant general who has an innate strength advantage, Little Oz, who shows his true face, is even more terrifying. The giant vice-admirals are like little dolls in front of him. And in front of Little Oz, the power that these giant generals are proud of is even more vulnerable. The ship that was angrily lifted up by Little Oz was thrown forward by him, and a group of giant vice-admirals, gritting their teeth, braced their hands in front of the warship. However, they could not stop it, and were pushed back by the power of the giant Little Oz, and after violently breaking through the defensive wall of the outer wing, they were smashed into the bay with the warship by Little Oz. Little Oz took a step forward fiercely, and his huge body instantly entered the bay, and the terrifying sense of oppression made it difficult for almost any giant lieutenant general to resist him. And the giant vice admirals who were charging towards Little Oz just now are still stuck in the wall of the bay by that warship. Everyone, cover Oz's advance. Whitebeard knew that Little Oz was the most likely person to open a breakthrough, and he now had to be on constant alert for the guy standing next to the female emperor. The captains are also constantly providing cover for Oz's charge. Clark glanced at it, and almost unstoppable, he rushed to the town before the 7 arms sea at the front of the army inside the square, and did not have any appearance of wanting to deal with him. 0. Although his strength is very huge, the Kaiwasi here is not something that this dull guy can deal with. What's more, even if it is compared to the strength, there is a terrifying Bartholomew bear after being transformed. Moreover, Clark also heard that the navy on the outer flank began to retreat seductively towards the bay, and almost brought a large number of pirates from 42 pirate ships outside into the bay. It seems that the operation that the navy has arranged a long time ago is about to begin. And the Whitebeard pirates are afraid that they will soon face a very serious loss. Boney, when you come on the stage of the world, you will become the most coveted baby in this world. Bonnie looked at Clark's eyes that crouched down at this time with some fear, and there was no trace of strange emotion in his eyes, as if he simply regarded her as a commodity. But Bonnie, who could not resist, could only let Clark pick him up lightly, and then he put it in his arms, step by step from the camp of the 7 Wuhei, walked out, jumped onto the ice in the bay, and walked towards the Moby Dick where Whitebeard was. Seeing that the plan was almost going smoothly, Sengoku was happy, but suddenly saw the scene of Clark holding Bonnie towards Whitebeard's side, but suddenly had a sense of foreboding in his heart. That guy didn't mean to act according to the plan we specified earlier. Sengoku looked at Clark as if he were no man, holding a little girl, strangely walking towards Whitebeard on this battlefield, and the foreboding in his heart became thicker. And the most important thing is that now on the battlefield, whether it is the navy or the pirates, no one can stop Clark's wanton actions. Even if he was walking on this dangerous battlefield with a pink-looking little girl, no pirate dared to point his muzzle at him. They even consciously made way for Clark on this wide road of charging on the ice. And on the shore, because of Clark's departure, the rest of the captains finally began to continue their unbridled charge. Following behind Little Oz, who has the huge size of 440, they have infinitely approached the coast, and they can immediately break into the Navy Plaza. And the Chihuahua, who was standing in front, finally began to meet the attack of the pirates from the Whitebeard pirates. It's just that what made the other Kaiwahai feel a little depressed was that these pirates hit them with all their attacks. No one sent even the slightest attack to the female Emperor Hankook, making the Chihuahua in the camp look particularly strange. The place where the female Emperor Hankook stood, as if it had become a pure land, and few pirates now dared to provoke this woman who had been standing with that terrifying guy before. What's more, the female Emperor Hankook was originally a powerful and terrifying woman. It's just that the situation of these pirates now looks really urgent. The Navy has long laid out a net here, and the heavy weapons with sufficient ammunition that have long been prepared have beckoned towards these pirates without stopping for a moment. Although the Navy is frightening with low accuracy in shelling these amazing moving fellows, it cannot stand the heavy artillery that the Navy has long prepared, and the number is huge. And one shell after another exploded violently on the ice, and the scattering range was also strong. However, the only thing that made these pirates feel a little relieved was that the pirates on the outer wing had followed behind Little Oz, and from the gap it had broken fiercely, they all rushed towards the bay. Seeing that the companions around them did not enter an extremely tragic stage at the beginning, but decreased, these pirates were even more confident, and they had to rescue Ace today. And Little Oz has already stepped in front of the Kaiwasi, who is standing at the forefront of the coast, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed the Kaiwasi who were standing proudly in front. Get out of the way, don't get in my way of saving Ace. However, it has been transformed by Vegapunk, and now Lack has been sold to the Navy, and has been fully under the control of the Navy, and faithfully carries out the orders of the current Navy. A small, cute-looking one appeared from his hand. Subsequently, the Bartholomew Bear, constantly using his ability to use the ejection of the meatball, let this small spherical air produce a huge impact on the surrounding atmosphere. It has to get bigger and bigger. Until it was so big that he couldn't support it, he compressed this small spherical shock wave. In the end, this Little Oz didn't look at all, and it was an even smaller ball made by a small bug like a little bug no bigger than his fingernails. With a strange impact, he was lightly pushed out by the Basso Lomi bear from in front of him and flew towards the body of Little Oz. "Get out of the way for me, Ace, wait for me." However, Admiral Yellow Ape, who clearly knew how terrifying this Bartholomew bear's ability was, looked at Little Oz with amusement as if he did not take any precautions against the bear's attack. Almost in his heart, he already thought that this guy was finished. That terrifying scientist completely transformed Basso Lomi bear, even more faithfully using 100% of the ability, is fighting. "Get out of the way, Oz." Looking at the countless pirates under the white-bearded pirate group, in order to throw their heads and spill blood, and break into the naval headquarters, they have long been unable to cry. Especially looking at this war because of himself, countless people are dying, and countless blood is flowing. And now, seeing the Bartholomew bear facing Oz, unhurriedly sending out such an attack at the last moment when Oz arrived in front of him, Ace, who instinctively felt that it was not good, shouted out loudly, "Zero. Kiss." At this moment, all the voices on the battlefield seemed to be completely silent, all the noise was invisible, and a huge light flashed in front of Little Oz. A small spherical shockwave, when it fluttered and slowly hit Little Oz's body, burst out with energy that was completely inconsistent with that cute shape and volume. Transparent. The shockwave that hit Little Oz quickly widened, and the powerful air shockwave set off everything here. The ice, the stones on the coast, the place where the navy stood, all shook out violently. And the constantly amplifying bear paw impact became bigger and bigger, and finally completely wrapped the giant Little Oz, constantly destroying his body to the extreme. A large amount of blood flowed from Little Oz's face, and because he despised the attack of the Basso Lomi bear, Oz, who had completely withstood this blow, his eyes were white and he was almost completely unconscious. At this time, the Navy also began to aim at the huge Little Oz who was still standing in place, raised their guns, and countless gunpowder began to pour towards this motionless living target. Oz, seeing that 5.4zi was being ravaged so inhumanely and was already covered in blood, although he knew that this was caused by Oz's reckless rampage forward, Whitebeard's psychology couldn't help but flood with a powerful anger. "Whitebeard, are you interested in negotiating a deal with me?" And no one next to him, with little Bonnie, came to Clark on the Moby Dick, and just stood in front of Whitebeard. Bonnie couldn't care about being shy at this time, and grabbed Clark's clothes with both hands, holding him and refusing to let go. The ghosts could see that this Whitebeard was now in a state of extreme anger. What if he was slashed by him? "Bastard Clark, it's good at any time, why do you have to come to the strongest man in this world at this time?" Bonnie was aggrieved and wanted to cry. Little ghost, don't be too arrogant. Whitebeard almost couldn't contain his anger, and the palm holding the big knife in his hand was already covered with green muscles. "But I'll give you another kind warning, Whitebeard, haven't you seen with your own eyes, even though the Navy is constantly retreating in front of you elite pirates? Even the perimeter defense has been completely broken, but have you not been moving at all, or have you prevented other conspiracies in the Navy? Goo la la la, I didn't expect that you, the person next to Kaiwahai, would actually say these words to me. Aren't we enemies?" Clark raised his head haughtily, dismissing Whitebeard's statement. No, now, in my eyes, there are only two kinds of people, one is the one who can give money, and the others are useless wasted people. Which kind of person are you going to be?" Bonnie buried her little head in Clark's arms in fear. This guy is so daring, he actually 06 in front of Whitebeard, all arrogant like this. It's over, his little life is going to be killed here by this guy. Although she knew that Clark was very strong, subconsciously, Bonnie still felt that this Whitebeard, who had dominated the New World for so many years and had the power to destroy the world, was stronger by the Whitebeard who was known as the strongest man in the world. And Clark's words just now are almost saying that if you don't do business with me, Whitebeard is just a waste in Clark's eyes. Bonnie had almost seen how the big knife held by Whitebeard in his hand would split the two of them in two with an irresistible gesture. At the very least, let me solve a Kaiwasi for Ace. Just as Clark and Whitebeard were confronting, Little Oz, who was about to fall, remembered the warmth of being with Ace, and a force erupted from his body, and he grabbed Doflamingo, who was closest to him now. And Doflamingo, raising his head, looked at Little Oz, who was obviously dying in surprise and amusement, jumped high, bypassed Little Oz's body, and landed behind him. Then the sound of something tense suddenly breaking, crisply sounded on the body of this giant who was already dying, and on his legs, blood spurted. The sole of a foot, cut through a huge line of blood, separated from his body, flew high in the air, and finally landed on the ice. Oz. Don't come, you can't come over. When Ace saw Oz's experience, tears had already flowed in his eyes, while Doflamingo was standing arrogantly on the ice, laughing loudly. Another Kaiwa Sea Moonlight Mariah screamed. Doflamingo, you bastard! Why destroy such perfection? Countless black shadows emanated from his body, and then, converging into a terrifying sharp horn, which was driven by him and violently pierced the body of Oz, who was about to fall. More blood flowed from Oz's body, and his extremely heavy body fell to the ground, blood flowed to the ground, and there was no more movement. While Kaiwa Sea Moonlight Moria was ravaging Oz's body, Whitebeard was indeed furious to the extreme. However, Clark didn't care. The more angry the Whitebeard, the more he will do something that he would not normally do when he was calm, and he would gladly accept the offer that he raised a little. Oz. Whitebeard looked at Oz's corpse, and the figures of Doflamingo and Moonlight Mariah standing next to him. A dark look flashed in his eyes. At this time, a lieutenant general of the giant clan who did not know when, during the battle, who had slowly approached the Moby Dick where Whitebeard was, showed a look of joy. Showing flaws, Whitebeard, you don't have time to be sentimental. The lieutenant general of the giant race, who let out a roar, brandished his weapon and slammed it into his head from next to Whitebeard. At this moment, the gloomy white-bearded punch shook the space next to him, and it seemed that the space and atmosphere that were directly shattered by the shock were blocked. And now, he had just seen the terrifying expression on Whitebeard's face. This lieutenant general of the giant race immediately understood that he had completely hit the muzzle of the angry Whitebeard. I'm afraid that the next moment, I will die. Facing the slowly angry Whitebeard, the eyes of the lieutenant general of the giant race were full of horror, and he couldn't help but look at Clark standing in front of Whitebeard, and cast a look of help to him. However, what made him even more desperate was that Clark just flashed him a contemptuous smile that didn't care, and just stood there, looking at the Whitebeard who had begun to move, grabbed his head with one hand, and pressed the Moby Dick. Then, a fist with a terrifying shock power struck him on the head. Goo goo. The terrible vibration instantly completely damaged the 440 voyeur of this giant lieutenant general. His head was covered with terrifying spilled blood, and the whole person fell straight off the ship and fell on the ice, no longer a trace of life. Countless navies saw this scene. They couldn't help but be terrified. Just one move to kill the lieutenant general of the giant race. This Whitebeard is really the Whitebeard that shocked the world. Step past Oz and keep going. Whitebeard let out a shocking roar, seeing him make a move, and without Clark's intervention to stop him, these pirates screamed and boldly forward, stepping on Oz's body and continuing forward. What is that guy doing? Why is it such a good opportunity? He doesn't cooperate, and just watch a giant race lieutenant general die in vain. Sengoku gritted his teeth and stared at Clark's figure standing on the Whitebeard ship. This feeling of completely losing control really made him feel that it was not comfortable at all. Whitebeard, you also saw that the giant Oz is dead, and in the future, more people will die here. Don't you really want to make a very powerful deal with me? Clark looked at the Whitebearded who had vented his anger, and his eyes flashed with essence. I don't know how rich the treasure of the strongest man in this world is. Little ghost, you are so annoying. Seeing Clark repeatedly at a time like this, a serious mention of doing business, which made him feel out of tune. Whitebeard, who was originally angry because of Oz's death, directly grabbed the big knife he had been standing on the Moby Dick this time. He grabbed the handle of the knife with one hand, quickly spun it, and then, with one hand, he grabbed it tightly, and the tip of the knife fell behind him. Then, quickly pull forward, let his knife slash upwards at Clark. Seeing Whitebeard's action, the Navy couldn't help but tighten their hearts. After all, the most powerful man in this world had just easily killed a vice admiral of the naval giant. I don't know if this man next to Kaiwa High, who has just performed very amazingly, can resist the attack of Whitebeard while holding a little girl. And Clark did not disappoint them at all. In the face of Whitebeard's attack, Clark was not annoyed at all, raised his right leg, and then stepped on Whitebeard's raised blade fiercely. The terrifying attack full of armed color domineering made the part of the armor on Clark's leg appear full of power. The moment Clark raised his leg and stepped down, black electric rays emanated from the armor and landed on the ice around the ship. The silent and terrifying explosion made all the navies around see a terrifying scene. The black electric glow generated by the collision between Clark and Whitebeard raged without a sound, and everything there was completely destroyed into nothingness. Sound, air, temperature, sunlight, almost everything is in the position of collision generation, losing its proper form and physical laws. Circle after circle of black shockwaves visible to the naked eye continued to rage outward. Even Marco, the strongest captain among the captains, could not stand in the aftermath of such a collision, and only dared to leave this terrible place far away. Whitebeard, it looks like you like to reason with me in this way. Clark's foot desperately stepped on the blade that Whitebeard wanted to lift, and the light of the vibrating ability that could have shattered mountains and rivers, collapsed the island, and made the sea roar, was completely suppressed by Clark on Whitebeard's knife and could not escape. It's terrible, unexpectedly, someone actually suppressed Whitebeard, I'm not mistaken. The Navy looked at this scene in shock, and the figure, this moment, will really be deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone. Because he is the first person in this world to see with the naked eye and really be able to suppress Whitebeard's attack. I can't underestimate you, little ghost. Gula. Whitebeard laughed as he raised a fist and punched Clark in the face. It seems that you really don't admit defeat, Whitebeard. Clark didn't give in, and with his other hand that did not hold bony, he punched Whitebeard's fist that also glowed with the ability to shock the fruit. Boom. The plane of space at this moment was like an extremely fragile surface of water, and under the colliding fists of Clark and Whitebeard, there were terrifying ripples towards both sides at the same time. Then, beneath the Moby Dick, the ice finally emitted an overwhelmed and terrible cry. Click, click. On the ice, countless cracks spread wildly outside, and the ice surface that had become fragile because Clark had smashed down the huge diamond ice block before, and the ice surface with countless cracks could no longer withstand such a ravage. Bouncing. The ice shattered violently, in a very neat posture, layer by layer, circle by circle, constantly towards the outside direction, exploding, shattering. Even above the sky, because of the terrifying collision between the two, the clouds became distinct, and the two halves of a huge crack could be clearly seen. Whitebeard, you're old, you're long gone. I'm not such an easy old man. Whitebeard had an excited smile on his face, such an opponent that he felt was evenly matched, maybe after Ace, defeat at his hands was a good destination. But now, Whitebeard can't be defeated, if he loses here, how can he rescue Ace? I'm sorry, but, little ghost, you have a weakness that is too obvious. Today, I'm going to keep moving forward no matter what, so you get out of the way for me. Whitebeard increased his strength again, and a violent spark suddenly burst out from the armor on Clark's arm. No, is he going to be okay? Just when the sharp-eyed general and the Garp warring states saw the slight strange look on Clark's arm, their hearts beat drums. Even Clark can't defeat the most powerful man in this world. Doflamingo, on the other hand, looked at the battlefield that was completely ruled by the power of these two people, and laughed arrogantly. Phew, it's terrible, two monsters. Bastard Doflamingo, what are you laughing at? The captain of the 13th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Buffalo Atmos, roared at Doflamingo, but suddenly found that his body was firmly controlled by something terrible. You guys, get out of my side. Shouting out in horror, Buffalo Atmos watched with great fear as his body uncontrollably brandished his double knives, slashing at his subordinates one by one. Hancock glanced at Doflamingo, who was teasing the captain of the 13th team, with an unkind face. This guy dared to call the leader a monster. However, soon, she looked at Clark with some concern, and a trace of fierceness suddenly flashed in her eyes. That guy who was held in the arms of the leader was too much of a hindrance. If it weren't for this guy, the leader would definitely not have too much scruples, and thus fell behind. Immediately afterwards, even the armor on Clark's leg flashed a trace of electric spark, and it seemed that this armor had something malfunctioned. That guy's special clothes can't hold up. Daddy is the most powerful man, brothers, rush. Clark sighed softly, and this sigh couldn't help but make everyone notice him. But he put his eyes on Bonnie's body, which was held in his arms. His face was pale and his body was trembling. Although he has almost perfectly controlled most of his strength, he is output in the stalemate against Whitebeard. However, as Whitebeard continues to increase his strength, he also needs to continue to increase his strength. However, what the armor can control, within the range of strength that Bonnie hanging on her can endure, has already crossed the line. Clark immediately let go of his hands and feet, 440 reduced his strength again, and then 2 hands, protecting Bonnie in his arms, allowing Whitebeard to punch and slash at him fiercely. Quietly taking 2 or 3 steps back, Clark only then firmly stood again after withdrawing his strength. And now, almost everyone on the entire battlefield has divided their minds and paid attention to this place. In their eyes, this is already Clark's still inferior performance to Whitebeard. Good, it's okay, Bonnie sweetheart. Gently patting Bonnie's still somewhat frightened back, Clark placed her small body at his feet. You're scared of my darling, Whitebeard. Clark, angry. Bonnie slowly recovered from the terrifying scene just now. If not for Clark's intentional protection of her, I am afraid that in the aftermath of such a terrifying impact, she would have turned into ashes. Although she was forcibly taken by this guy still did his best to protect her life. Although this hateful guy made her look like a child, mixed into the UGF army, and was spanked in front of many people, making her feel that she had lost face. But this did not stop Bonnie from feeling unimaginable warmth in Clark's body at the moment of life and death. Those strong and powerful arms replaced almost all the damage, allowing her to feel the attack of the most powerful man in this world at the nearest distance. The strange girl's mind made Bonnie suddenly feel a hint of sweetness from Clarkway's work. And, this guy, now seems to be angry. And it's like being angry for her. Although he knew in his heart that Clark still saw her more as a source of huge wealth that could continue to earn huge wealth, the girl's heart was still full of beautiful fantasies. Clark stepped forward, flicked his hand and made a movement that made Garp feel trembling with sweat. Garp saw Clark point his finger at the button behind his ear. It's not good, it's over, it's really. Garp almost cried out in a miserable tone, and the warring states were startled when they heard it. What's wrong, Garp, what's going on again? Sengoku, who was nervously observing the collision between Clark and Whitebeard, nervously asked Garp, the Navy who was most familiar with Clark. Garp's face was serious, looking at Clark's movements, but there was suddenly an irrepressible tremor in his voice. You don't know, that armor, I've seen it once before. For Clark, this is all a piece of armor that can increase his strength, speed, and facial features. But this set of armor, when it was used by Clark before, there was only one reason. The heaviness in Garp's tone made warring states also tense, and Ace on the execution table looked at his grandfather sitting next to him even more nervously. Before, Clark's strength was too strong due to its magnitude, far beyond our current level, and even my old bones could hardly withstand his punches and kicks. Therefore, when learning 6-style paper painting and reducing strength, this armor is his most stable energy suppressor. When he just wore this battle armor, I am afraid that it was when his strength was weakest. Garp clearly remembered that even if he learned to draw the 6-style paper and used it perfectly, he could only carefully touch Tina, who was fully prepared. He's going to take off his armor. Sengoku was stunned. Why didn't you say earlier? This is the most critical question. Okay, how could Clark take off his battle armor at this time? He wants to show his face in front of the whole world. Don't forget Clark's current identity. He killed 3 Draco and was wanted by the world for a huge amount of money. Now it is about to be seen by the whole world, and the Navy has mixed in with the world's most wanted criminal. At that time, it will be extremely difficult for the world government and the Draco people to explain. And, once Clark reveals his true identity, what will happen to his position later? Will he still be on the side of the Navy? Sengoku is not such an easy believer, even if an agreement has been reached between the two sides. But what made him helpless was that at this moment, Clark's full picture had been revealed in front of everyone little by little with the removal of the mask. Goo la la la, it's actually you guy, it's really unexpected. After seeing Clark's face clearly, Whitebeard let out a series of laughter. And the entire Navy breathed after seeing Clark's face. They never imagined that this person who appeared extremely eye-catching was actually the first time they offered a reward of more than 1 billion, killing the world noble Draco, shocking the entire world. And just now, they were actually fighting side by side with such a man to face the Whitebeard pirates. An incomparably absurd feeling filled the hearts of every unsuspecting Navy, and a beautiful naval colonel in the Navy kept looking at Clark's back. In her beautiful eyes, crystal tears are constantly swirling. How so? Why, in the 7 Marshall Seas, which have been fighting side by side with us, a guy wanted by the world government and the Navy has appeared. The Navy looked at Clark standing there with a stunned expression, and they didn't know what kind of complicated feelings they had. looking at this man who was supposed to be their enemy. It was this guy who helped them fend off the terrible attacks from the Whitebeard pirates many times, and he was a world-class criminal who was just wanted by their navy some time ago. "Whitebeard, I decided to reason with you first, and then talk business with you." Clark raised his fist. This time, there was no 6-style paper painting to make the body lighter, and there was no Krypton armor to control Clark's energy output. The moment Clark raised his fist, Whitebeard seemed to see in front of him, and a terrifying spark flashed. It was Clark's fast action that caused the air to produce a fire caused by violent friction. Not good. From the moment Clark raised his fist, Whitebeard felt a great sense of crisis. It was when he was just an unknown little pirate who had just gone to sea, and every time he fought bloody battles with the enemy, he saved his life. The air became extremely heavy in Clark's hands at this moment, and a punch was extremely fast, and even the strongest man in this world could not see Clark's movements clearly. I only felt a powerful shockwave, and under Clark's push, it hit his body fiercely. There was no time to defend, too much time to dodge. Whitebeard watched as Clark didn't even touch himself, but just quickly hit the air with his fist, triggering the air to produce a strong shockwave that hit his chest. The huge force directly dragged Whitebeard's body and slid violently backwards for a long distance, and Whitebeard stabbed into the deck of his pirate ship. However, it was still directly pushed all the way from the bow to the stern, and finally fell down. Countless people widened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in horror. They couldn't believe that someone could really be able to repel Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, after the death of One Piece Roger in front of them, who dominated the New World and was known as the strongest man in the world. An incomparably piercing shattering sound came from above the Moby Dick. Whitebeard wanted to borrow the hull to stabilize his body, but he didn't expect that in the end, his ship was indeed cut in half by himself who wanted to stop his body from retreating with incomparable force. The Whitebeard who fell from the ship fell on the ice, his body swaying slightly, and he had not yet been able to recover from the fierce force of Clark's punch just now. With an uproar, this once the strongest man in the world vomited a large mouthful of blood in front of everyone, which was shocking to watch. Whitebeard was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Countless navies couldn't help but exclaim a little, and the figure that was like an incomparably terrifying mountain at the beginning, which pressed across their hearts, collapsed at this moment. On the Sabaody Islands, in front of the broadcast screen, countless journalists have fallen into sluggishness. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief, and they had almost forgotten how to record this shocking scene after scene that happened one after another. And Clark easily jumped down from the Moby Dick, which had been slowly split in two from the middle, and Bonnie followed him obediently, with an inexplicable color in her eyes. At this moment, everyone looked at Clark in front of them blankly, but they all knew that the whole world, from this moment on, was about to change. The title of the strongest man in the world, starting today, will officially change hands. Moreover, this man who killed Draco, from now on, will become the Gene Navy, let the world government, and make the whole world tremble. Daddy! The captain of the team, Marco, changed back from the form of an immortal bird, flew back to Whitebeard's side, and looked at the blood spit out in front of Whitebeard, and couldn't help but feel a little shocked. He wanted to help Whitebeard's body, but was pushed away by Whitebeard from the spot. Zero. How can you come back at this time, Marco? Go and save Ace. Have you forgotten the purpose of our coming to this place? Pushing Marco's Whitebeard away, he stood up tremblingly, looking a little shaky. What was even more frightening was that on his chest, there was a shocking and terrible scar, which was caused by the shock wave caused by Clark's fist. Here, it's up to me to be this opponent of this in a terrible ghost, only if I entangle him here, you will have a chance to get close to Ace. Whitebeard fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Clark in front of him, but smiled like never before. The severed Moby Dick exploded right next to the two, and endless fireworks dotted their figures, refusing to meet the gaze of the entire battlefield. But Daddy, your body? Marco asked worriedly, but he didn't expect that Whitebeard slammed his weapon on the ground, and a powerful invisible wave of chi sent Marco away from this place. Don't underestimate me, I'm a Whitebeard. Whitebeard turned the hilt of his knife in his hand, and with a sword with the ability to vibrate the fruit, he swung it fiercely in Clark's direction. With great grief and indignation, Marco, and all the other captains, as well as the other fleet members who had broken into the bay behind Oz, charged towards the execution table. Whitebeard stared closely at Clark in front of him, his gaze all on the man who could easily defeat himself. Clark is too terrible, so terrifying that if Whitebeard has no chance, then consider what kind of tactics the wise General Sengoku used to deal with their Whitebeard pirates. The only thing he had to do now was to drag Clark to death in this place, otherwise no one could cross Clark and save Ace. And Clark doesn't look like he always wanted to make a deal with Whitebeard when he didn't reveal his true face just now. 440. It has already shown its true face in front of everyone, and I am afraid that the Navy will no longer dare to have any cooperation with itself on this battlefield and on the surface. This made Clark very angry, and Clark's original plan was to make enough wealth from Whitebeard, and then let Bonnie restore Whitebeard to his youth and maintain his state for a while. Then, Whitebeard in his heyday must be a person who will pose an incomparably terrible threat to the entire Navy headquarters, so the Navy also has to pinch its nose and cooperate with itself. He could earn a huge amount of money from both sides, but now, Clark was angry and took off his armor angrily. The Navy will not cooperate with itself, a wanted criminal. This is determined by the nature of the Navy, that is, it will earn a lot of money less. Therefore, in order to maintain a balance between the strength of the Navy and the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, Clark decided to beat Whitebeard to death first, restore him to his youthful state, and make him pay the 2 parts of the money he had previously decided. In the face of the knife that Whitebeard cut over, Clark didn't even use the armed color domineering anymore, and directly raised his left arm and stood in front of Whitebeard's knife. The sonorous, harsh sound of metal colliding and rubbing, accompanied by violent sputtering sparks, bloomed wantonly in the air. Really fake, that guy, actually with his own body, he can block Whitebeard's slash. In the naval camp, Smog had just defeated a pirate, and the afterglow from the corner of his eye completely saw this scene. This scene really made Smog's whole person shudder. It was really terrible. How can there be such a terrible person? Remembering that he had fought a battle between Clark before he didn't know the sky, Smog only felt cold sweat. At that time, I was just blown out of the Navy headquarters by the Clark wind and returned to Rogue Town, which was really lucky. What a terrible monster, Furin. Nanabuhado Flamengo began to re-examine, and in view of the terrible power that Clark was now displaying, he even wanted to change the previous agreement with Clark. Bonnie, just stand here, don't run around. Only leaving Bonnie with a wide back, after Clark blocked Whitebeard's slash, the figure disappeared instantly, and the next moment, he broke through the sound barrier and came to the front of Whitebeard, who was too late to hand the knife. The right fist was thrown out, and Whitebeard actually blocked his arm in front of him at an urgent moment, full of armed domineering and shocking fruit defense, firmly blocking Clark's fist. Then, Whitebeard punched him in front of him, and Clark expressionlessly used his steely body to take the fist from Whitebeard unharmed. Layer after layer of ice exploded under the feet of the two people, and the terrifying energy stirred the surrounding air and roared madly. Clark and Whitebeard, who had given up his weapon, slammed into each other with one punch and one kick. However, what puzzled Clark was that Whitebeard, who had mentioned all his attention 100%, was very different from just now. Each time, he blocked his own punches at the right time, and used his rich combat experience to constantly launch attacks in between his own punches. Ringing bells, a series of terrifying tempering sounds like striking iron, kept spreading in this place like explosions zero. Just because he saw the pirates who Whitebeard did not block Clark's terrifying fist, the trembling heart fell steadily. It turns out that Whitebeard is still so powerful, this guy still hasn't been able to continue to take advantage of his father. Until the two of them fisted and kicked each other again and pushed each other's bodies away by the counterforce, Clark twisted his neck violently, and made a series of terrible bone-crackling sounds. At the stage just now, his actual combat experience was far less abundant than Whitebeard's, and his face, body, and many places were hit by Whitebeard's fist. And all his attacks are now perfectly resisted by Whitebeard. This was originally something that made the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates happy, but after Whitebeard once again spat out a mouthful of blood, it became scary for them again. The gap is too big. Clark's physical strength, hardness, and speed are far higher than Whitebeard's, and even if he is hit by Whitebeard with 100 punches, he is unharmed. However, even if he blocked all of Clark's fists, Whitebeard's body could no longer resist the strength of Clark's fists. Garp and Sengoku both looked at the two with serious faces, and now they couldn't help but be nervous. Although Whitebeard is on the side of 5.4 being suppressed by death, however, They do not know what Clark, who has revealed his identity, has to do. Did you just see the domineering? No wonder you were able to block all my attacks like a prophet. The Whitebeard was panting heavily, and looking at Clark standing in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little heavy, and he couldn't hold it. It's really a good power, able to exert people's facial features to the limit, even, can make people feel the opponent's attack trajectory, strong to the limit, and even can see the next few seconds like an unknown prophet. Clark looked at the Whitebeard who was panting in front of him and did not reply. No matter how strong the strength he had, the Whitebeard's body was almost at the limit of his age. How long can you last, Whitebeard? Armed color domineering, seeing and smelling color domineering and the ability to shock the fruit, now they are all seriously consuming your physical strength. Clark twisted his neck, relaxed all over, and the ground under his feet instantly exploded. But I've just finished warming up. Whitebeard looked at Clark, who was unharmed. His face was pale. He had never seen someone who could be strong to this extent. It was simply not a world strong. However, in order to rescue Ace, you have to drag him here no matter what. Whitebeard reluctantly picked up his knife again, but a pool of shocking blood on the ground still silenced all the Navy and pirates. Clark was so strong that even the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, could barely resist in front of him. Whitebeard gasped, but still stood tenaciously in front of Gram 06 Lack. His eyes did not lose any alertness. Despite the scars, despite the burden on his body, he felt that his whole body became heavier. However, he still tensed his muscles, allowing himself to maintain a posture that could attack at any time. His body, even more because he encountered an unprecedented strong enemy, exuded a high-pitched battle intent. The Whitebeard at this time is his most tired and dangerous time. The Whitebeard staring at Clark's every move, his eyes flashed sharply. Here it comes. Whitebeard's voice sank sharply, and his right hand holding the knife plunged his knife towards his right wing. The powerful kick hit the hilt of the weapon that had accompanied Whitebeard for years, causing it to bend violently and bounce into the distance. And Whitebeard's left hand was fiercely grabbed to his right, and the knife that was about to be ejected was firmly grasped by him in his hand, and after making a circle, he slashed down with the domineering knife against Clark, who appeared on his right side. Clark looked at the Whitebeard with some surprise, as if at this moment, they were all perfectly fused together. In this state, Whitebeard's physical strength and spirit are being consumed at a terrible rate, but it also makes him return to his youth in a short period of time, as if returning to the light. Raising his arm and holding the knife from above, Clark's eyes flashed with afterlight, and he saw a fistful of terrifying fruit powers, hooked straight in front of his chest. The white shock light wave hit Clark hard in the chest. There was a terrifying sound of air bursting, rolling a large piece of gas, which emanated out in all directions, forming a circle of terrifying chi waves. And Clark, who was in the very center, even felt a punch, almost distorting everything around him, and the violent vibration constantly impacted the inside of his body. Countless cracks, from under Clark's feet, spread violently in all directions. The headquarters of the Navy, Marineford, trembled violently, and the terrifying vibration tore the sky, tore the air, and tore the tsunami frozen by the pheasant. Click, click, click. The sound of ice shattering spread continuously at the top of the frozen tsunami, and then, with strange screams, a warship and a large group of black-pressed figures fell from the sky along with the broken ice blocks. Hancock stared intently at the place where Clark and Whitebeard were fighting, his hands unconsciously worried. Even the battlefield, which had been noisy and the sound of fighting and screaming just now, quieted down with it. That's nice, Whitebeard. Suddenly, a shout that shook everyone's hearts emanated from the huge debris that had fallen from the huge ice cubes that had fallen. Clark called out to Whitebeard in a bold voice that almost everyone here could hear. I, Clark, would like to call you the strongest in this life. Hearing Clark's breathless words, Marco was a little puzzled when he was happy. Why did this guy say this? He was willing to call his father the strongest words, why did he hear a hint of hurt in his voice? Marco seemed to have thought of something bad, and immediately widened his eyes and looked dead in the direction of Whitebeard and Clark. With the debris of ice constantly falling, in this falling area, the figures of Clark and Whitebeard also loomed. However, everyone could still see 440, and Clark was still standing intact. Whitebeard, on the other hand, had already fallen to the ground, and even the knife was cut off from the middle by Clark's hand. Daddy! Countless voices of grief and indignation resounded over the entire island, and Clark withdrew his white-bearded admiring expression, looking at the white-bearded who had fallen to the ground, almost breathless, and a trace of respect flashed in his eyes. As a native of this world, you can already be considered to be at the pinnacle of this point. Clark sincerely wants to call Whitebeard the most powerful man in this world. And on the execution table, watching the Whitebeard fall, an excited figure flashed on the face of the warring states. Such a result is really too unexpected. Originally, he thought that Clark would be good as long as he didn't make trouble in this war, but he didn't expect that he actually brought himself such a big surprise and directly solved the biggest threat. However, Sengoku was far from expecting that Clark would bring him not only a surprise, but even a shock that caught him off guard. In front of the whole world, Whitebeard fell, and the fear of Whitebeard in their hearts was completely transferred to this man who easily knocked down Whitebeard. His every move, from now on, will become the focus of the whole world. It's just that Clark feels a little ironic that when he was on Earth before, he was attracted such attention because he was a heroic identity of an almighty savior for ordinary people. In this world, I am so noticed because I have become a villain that scares the whole world. He walked back to Bonnie and nodded at her. Bonnie, it's time for you to perform. Bonnie gritted her teeth, and could only follow Clark's meaning, and her body slowly changed inch by inch in front of everyone. The petite clothes began to cover her increasingly sexy and wonderful body, and the white thighs and the skin on her stomach were revealed. The clothes that could have completely wrapped her petite body are now only enough to envelop key parts of her body. Such a delicate and cute little girl, in a short period of time, quickly turned into a big beauty with a sexy and wonderful body. The Marshal of the Navy, known as the Warring States of Buddha, known as the Wise General, suddenly had a terrible conjecture in his heart. Joely Bonnie. No, bastard, you can't do that. He muffled his voice, gritted his teeth, and roared softly in the direction where Clark and Bonnie were. Clark took Bonnie to Whitebeard's side and looked down at Whitebeard who was lying on the ground. His eyes were blurred. Damn it, Clark, you can't hurt this grandfather. Just as Clark was standing here, a young figure came out of the warship that had just fallen and rushed towards Clark with great courage. No, Straw Hat Kid. Behind him, there was a terrified scream, as if the man had seen Luffy being beaten out by Clark. Luffy. On the execution table, Garp also grew his mouth and eyes, and watched in amazement as his grandson, who fell from the sky, rushed towards Clark. Garp, it's your family again. The warring states were even more angry. One after another came out to make the world, and the people who made the Navy extremely headache and fear. All of them were people made by the Garp family. Luffy, you ran in the wrong direction. The person you want to save, in. Grabbing Luffy's rubber arm with one hand, Clark held Luffy's head and wrapped it around his head many times with his own outstretched arm. Then, wrapping his feet around him, turning him into a ball again, kicking him back to the group of guys who followed the warship from the sky. Clark didn't have the energy to care when Luffy was, how the ship that left Hydra Island ran above the tsunami, and fell down with the group. Don't, Clark, that old man is someone Ace likes, I won't allow you to hurt him. Ignoring Luffy's shouts behind him, Clark continued to look at the Whitebeard lying on the ground. Whitebeard, do you want to save Ace? Do you want to be able to get all your subordinates out of here safely? Make a deal with me. Whitebeard looked at Clark weakly for a long time before he was sure that this half-dead guy who had just beaten himself was not joking. What do you want from me? Clark saw that this guy was finally on the road, and an extremely bright smile appeared on his face. It's not that I want anything from you, it's that you should think about what you can give me, and see for yourself. Along with all the pirates behind, Oz continued to pour into the ice in the bay, and now the bay is becoming dense due to the sharp increase in the number of pirates. And the three admirals, the yellow ape and the green pheasant, have barely shown their faces to make a move, and Whitebeard has been completely caught by Clark, and has almost no chance to command the pirates under his command to deal with the Navy's strategy. If at this time, on the ice in the bay, the Navy traps all the pirates surrounded here, and then let a general who is good at large-scale attacks break the ice here. Whitebeard instantly shuddered. If this battle plan goes smoothly, then the Whitebeard pirate group will suffer heavy losses in this place. It was too late and fast, and I felt that I should take advantage of the fall of Whitebeard and Clark before he made any moves, quickly annihilated the warring states of the Whitebeard pirates, and issued orders to all navies with telephone worms. The navies, who had originally stopped the pirates from continuing their advance in front of the coast, began to retreat rapidly, retreating to the square, and the number of navies in the bay was rapidly decreasing. At the same time, the sound of the sky-shaking mechanical rotation made the entire bay begin to tremble violently. One by one, tall and thick walls, from the bottom of the sea below the bay, rose abruptly, blocking the way forward for all pirates who could not fly. Except for the place where little Oz's body was pressed, other areas have been completely blocked and there are no roads. What scared the pirates even more was that along with the rear, a large group of terrifying human weapons that looked exactly like the Kaiwa base Oromi bear appeared, and their retreat had been locked and created. The Whitebeard pirates are going to be wiped out by the navy all in this place and making dumplings. Abominable, rush, on Oz's corpse, keep going. And in the entire bay, the only place that can allow the pirates to rush into the bay is only the entrance that is pressed by Oz's corpse, and the blood flows into the machinery, and there is no entrance that allows the mechanical wall to rise. Accompanied by the dense roar of countless artillery pieces, countless navies stood unscrupulously on the coast, shooting at the pirates below who wanted to advance. Every minute and every second, countless pirates died in this place. Stop them, don't let them rush in. Similarly, there are countless navies that are stuck at the entrance where the pirates want to rush in, and they have a bloody white-knuckle battle with them in this place. And I don't know where to go. The little Admiral Akainu, who has disappeared for a while, is standing under the execution table at this moment. His hands have turned into a fiery magma state, and he keeps sending out terrifying magma attacks on the sky. After a while, with a terrible whistling sound, one meteor volcano after another that was shot into the sky by the Red Dog Hair 440 landed on the ice in the bay full of densely packed pirates. The fiery magma collided with terrifying force, sending out violent explosions, and the blazing flames could easily burn the pirates involved in it alive. The violent explosion and the sharply rising temperature are melting all the ice in the bay little by little. More and more large holes were blown out by explosions, so that the pirates, desperately found that their foothold was getting less and less. Just when they wanted to defend their own path, countless terrifying golden laser rays were emitted from all directions of their bodies by human weapons that had long been standing behind them. The roaring explosion sound and terrifying attack cast a terrible shadow on the hearts of all pirates. They have already sensed the coming of death, and if no one comes forward, this place will completely become the burial place of the Whitebeard pirates, and all of them will become the understated words in history. I can get Bonnie to make you younger and get you back to when you were at your best. Whitebeard, how's that? Have you thought about it? What kind of things do you want to exchange for? However, what made Clark feel a little stunned was that Whitebeard shook his head, actually in such a situation, did not promise himself. I already know my body very well, Clark. Even if he returns to the time when he was at his youngest, he no longer has enough strength to snatch it back from the hands of the Navy headquarters. So you're going to watch all your subordinates, all of them. Clark raised his head and looked at the pirates who attacked pacifists and opened a way back, but they tragically encountered the second generation of pacifists, with more than 3 times the defense and attack ability of the first pacifist. All the pirates who wanted to escape were torn apart by the laser rays that shot out, tearing their bodies and shattering their souls. No, I have a better way, Clark. Out of Ace, I can give you all my treasure, all my wealth. If it's just to rescue Ace, such a deal is not bad, but this guy didn't think about the retreat of the other pirates at all. As if seeing Clark's doubts, Whitebeard gasped fiercely, and with great difficulty, stood up again. As long as you help me rescue Ace, the rest of the things won't trouble you. How do I know? How much money do you really have? I don't trade at a loss. Of course, the wealth of the Whitebeard pirates for so many years is at least more than 5 billion baileys of all kinds of gold, gems, and treasures. The islands under my command are governed by all the forces under my command, and they will pay you a generous protection fee every month. Is that enough? Clark nodded in satisfaction. This was more than the richness of the transaction, it had exceeded Clark's expectations, and what Whitebeard gave in one bite was good. Everyone, listen to me, follow Clark, and rescue Ace. As Whitebeard laughed loudly and let out a roar that looked up to the sky, all the pirates, the Navy instantly fell into a state of sluggishness. What the hell is going on? Why, the two people who were obviously enemies just now, but now, suddenly as if they have completed some pie transaction, suddenly reached a consensus. The instantaneous change in Clark's identity also made all the navies nervous. God, that man who easily defeated Whitebeard is now going to be their enemy? Damn, I knew something bad. Sengoku clenched his fists fiercely, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and then in Garp's stunned eyes, he picked up the phone worm and issued an order that made Kappa's scalp feel numb. All navies, listen, we are the last bulwark to protect this world, and fear of the strong, is what everyone will face. However, there is no alternative to bravely charging before us, because we are the last bulwark of justice. The sonorous and powerful voice of the warring states contained a sense that made the navies feel that what they were carrying out was an incomparably noble and sacred mission. Clark looked at the warring states, who instantly turned the head of the gun, and couldn't help laughing, so that the entire Navy headquarters, all those watching the broadcast, could hear the voice roaring. Marshal of the warring states, if the Navy doesn't protect the Draco who randomly want to break my head with a gun, I think the Navy is indeed just. Clark's words made the face of the warring states look more and more difficult. He was just a marshal, and to protect the world noble Draco, it was required by the world government. It was an order from 5 men who stood at the top of the power of the world government and were called the 5 Old Stars. He couldn't disobey the orders of the world government from above, so Sengoku could only feel deep regret for Clark's killing of Draco. And now, Clark is also completely on the opposite side of the Navy because of the deal with Whitebeard. As he walked step by step on the broken ice, unhurriedly towards the camp where he had just stood, it deeply oppressed the nerves of every Navy. Clark. As a former Navyman, do you really want to be in cahoots with the Whitebeard pirates? Do you really want to be an enemy of the world government? Are you really going to be the enemy of justice? Sengoku looked at Clark's changed position without hesitation, and couldn't help but roar loudly in the phone worm. Marshal of the warring states, find out the situation. It is the world government that wants to be my enemy. As for now, I just want to fulfill my obligations as a seller. Clark continued to move forward step by step, and the heavy pressure gradually made every Navy standing inside become serious. Easily defeated the white-bearded Clark, and the pressure on them was too great. Abominable, the plan continues to be carried out, my fellow citizens, destroy evil and enforce justice, just today. Booming. The heavy protective wall continued to rise, and finally stood completely in front of the pirates. The tall, thick, and desperate protective barrier was created by the Navy at a huge price, and ordinary pirates could not leave any traces on it with a full blow. Even if it is a captain-level figure, or other pirates who pour fire on it with firearms, they cannot break this solid barrier. More navies, on the other hand, are firmly blocked in places that cannot be activated normally after being crushed by the blood flowing from Oz's corpse. Ace, I'll rescue it. At this moment, another voice also sounded on the battlefield, Straw Hat Kitty Luffy, running madly ahead. And along with his advance, those pirates on the warship that fell from the sky actually opened up the way for him one by one. Go help that guy, don't let him die. Clark glanced at Luffy and returned his gaze. Sorry old man Garp, this is the only thing that can help you. And in the 7 Wuhe camp, Hancock had already jumped down directly, arrived behind Clark, and stood side by side with Bonnie. Nanabu Kaiboya Hancock, do you also want to be an enemy of the Navy? Seeing Hancock's action, the Navy jumped, and if such a powerful Kaiwasi joined Clark's side, the Navy felt even worse. Garp, are you going to sit idly by now? Sengoku looked at Garp, who was sitting next to Ace with an embarrassed face, and couldn't help yelling at him, and Garp stood up helplessly. I know, but you better get ready, prepare our Navy in advance for today's failure. Garp looked at Clark's face became serious, and Sengoku gritted his teeth. All the Navy obeyed the order, the Navy at the rank of Vice Admiral and below, all go and stop the Straw Hat Boy, Red Dog, Yellow Ape, Green Pheasant, stop Clark for me. The rest of the Navy, wipe out the rest of the pirates as soon as possible. Garp moved his body, and when he wanted to rush down, he had already seen that in the Navy, there was a figure running in the opposite direction where the other navies gathered. Is that Colonel Tina? Garp recognized Tina at once, only to see her jump into the bay, and stand in front of Clark. Clark, stop. The Navy looked at this female Navy who also had a fairly high popularity in the Navy, and stood in front of the guy who made the soldiers avoid it, and they were all stunned. It's over, Colonel Tina, I'm going to be brutally killed by that guy. Seeing Tina standing bravely and fearlessly in front of Clark, The Navy who couldn't bear to look down seemed to see this beautiful Navy soldier, and the next moment of misery. 0. Garp supported his chin with his hand strangely, and suddenly laughed. I think it's really a good choice to let Tina stop that guy. Sengoku glared at Garp fiercely. When did the Navy need to rely on women to stand up and support the scene? However, Clark really stopped in front of Tina, which surprised many people. Why did the man who defeated Whitebeard and shocked everyone suddenly stop under the obstruction of a woman? Abominable woman, get out of my way, you will not be allowed to block the path of the chief. Hancock saw the trace of guilt and hesitation for Tina that remained in Clark's eyes, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Clark is the man who her female emperor Hancock recognizes and decides to follow all her life, and he absolutely cannot be stopped by this woman in front of him. Fragrant feet. Hancock jumped forward, but his slender thighs swept towards Tina's head with a hint of viciousness. Although with the help of Clark before, Tina studied with Garp for a while, and her strength was greatly enhanced, however, in front of the female emperor Hancock, it was still much worse. If she was hit in the head by this kick, Tina would be hit with a wide head. Tina, be careful. Just when Hancock's fragrant foot was about to hit Tina's head, a 10-hand suddenly flew from a long smoke arm, knocking Tina's body away, leaving Hancock kicked empty. What an impudent man who disturbs the elegant battle between ladies. Hancock saw that his foot was in the air, a trace of anger flashed on his face, and a black-armed color domineering appeared out of thin air on his feet. Hancock raised his leg again and swept a kick on Smog's arm. Smog exclaimed in pain, grabbed his weapon in embarrassment and slid back a distance with 10 hands. Being able to attack me, is it the domineering of 9 Snake Island? Hancock disdainfully smoothed his long black hair, and stood behind Clark again. His supple 440 did not have the arrogance and domineering arrogance just now. Clark. Tina watched Clark really take Hancock and Bonnie forward without looking back, and couldn't help but cry out loudly. Crystal tears were dripping from her eyes. A hint of hesitation flashed in Clark's eyes, but it quickly turned into determination. Tina, you are the Navy, I am a wanted criminal with a bounty, I will not listen to you. Clark had completely acquiesced to Hancock's attack on Tina just now, wanting her to retreat and step away from him. Unexpectedly, this stubborn fellow, even in the face of Hancock's ability to turn her into stone and then completely smash it, refused to back down. Yes, I'm the Navy, so, that's why I'm going to catch you here. Tina stood up tenaciously, her hands turned into long railings, piercing Clark's body without evasion, and binding him firmly. Clark looked at the stubbornness in her eyes, as if in an instant, back to the first time she met her, she also wanted to catch herself as an impudent. Let it go, Tina. Clark let out a long sigh and had not hesitated to reach out his hand and grab Tina's outstretched railing. Tina shook her head fiercely, she felt Clark seemed to be getting farther and farther away from her. She didn't want to let go, she wanted to hold on to him tightly, even if it meant sending him to jail. I am the Navy, and it is my duty to catch you. Yes. The sound of crunching and breaking the railing, accompanied by Tina's screams, echoed in Clark's ears. His hands trembling slightly, but forcefully twisted all the railings made by Tina away from him. Tina, who screamed in pain, immediately retracted her ability. Her arms were red and trembling, and she couldn't use her strength. Tina looked at it in disbelief. Kraw's hands were full of black-armed color domineering, he was really willing to hurt himself. Just now he didn't stop his men from kicking Tina, now. Unexpectedly, he was already ruthless and hurt himself with his own hands. Tina only felt that she was stabbed fiercely in her heart, and the painful taste made her only feel that it was difficult to breathe, and the intense and incomparable sense of oppression made her whole person seem to have lost her soul, staring blankly at the resolute and distant back. Then, more pirates rushed up, and Mog rushed up in time to save Tina from the group of pirates. Chief, that woman seems to care about you, why didn't you take her by force? Then she will be unhappy, Hancock. Tina likes to be a Navy, and if I show too close to her, Draco will hurt her. Clark replied without looking back to Hancock, who seemed to have a somewhat startled face, until they reached the high-raised encirclement wall. With a sunny smile on his Navy, Clark raised his fist and slammed it in. With a loud bang, the entire Marineford trembled violently with a huge movement, attracting everyone's attention. Even the pirates and navies who had been fighting for the exit that Oz's body overwhelmed on the side all stopped their blades temporarily. A subtle sound of rubbing still sounded in the ears of every navy, and then the spiderweb-like cracks spread finally on this huge thick protective wall, and finally, let it collapse. Oh rush in, get Ace out. On the huge gap that Clark played, countless pirates roared and rushed into it, and Luffy took the lead, supported by countless pirates, fiercely holding a large wooden plank, borrowing the power of the water flow, and fell on the square inside Zero. However, all the navies standing in this place, including the 3 admirals, were nervous, and the man who walked in slowly from behind him. "Alala. It seems that today is going to fight with you no matter what. It's terrible, it's terrible. For the sake of justice, you must be eliminated here today." The 3 admirals stood in front of Clark with their heads held high, and it was almost impossible for the 3 of them to face the enemy together. But today, the man in front of them is worth putting aside all their grudges and joining hands. I hope my old bone hasn't completely rusted yet. However, this is still not over. A man with a pure black domineering body, step by step in front of all navies, with a sense of oppression so strong that the pirates suffocated. It's a naval hero, Garp. The legendary sea soldiers appeared in front of everyone like this, which couldn't help but make almost all the pirates feel pressure. "If I could, I really don't want to do it with you," Card 5.4 Old Man, explain in advance, "My fist, it hurts." "Hey, come on, Clark." Garp ran towards Clark violently, and the cloak of justice behind him floated up, and the unpretentious punch went straight to Clark's face and hit it directly. "Bonnie, Hancock, stand back." Clark raised his arm and blocked Garp's fist firmly, colliding violently with the pitch-black fist. Bang! The terrifying tremor sound like a solid bomb hitting the target fiercely directly caused the ground under the 2 people's feet to explode with the explosion of the sound. A terrifying wave of chi spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding navy and pirates to consciously run away from them. The broadcast picture is almost completely locked on Clark and Garp, the 3 admirals, because they all know that the result of the battle between these people is the final outcome of this war. Everyone did not dare to breathe, looking nervously at the picture on the screen. The direction of this world after this, the fate after this world, all in the hands of these people. It's terrible, if he wins, will this world be destroyed? Watching Clark fearlessly greet the 3 admirals and legendary naval heroes, Garp, even the reporter who has always been keen to grasp all the news, forgot to convey information to the outside world at the moment. The significance of this battle is too important enough to change the course of the whole world in the future. Is it the victory of the Navy and the continuation of the justice of the entire world, or the victory of this terrible man who defeated the white-bearded man, defeated the Navy, and plunged the world into a more chaotic and evil situation? Old man Garp, your body is still strong, and your strength is still so great. Of course, before I caught you guy, 06, how could I be willing to retire so early? Garp suddenly increased his strength, ruthless courage, and strength, so that the 2 of them donated a violent aura to the outside. The sand, the ground was all swept up, and the spreading storm, even swept the navy and pirates into it, and flew high into the sky. What a pity, I'm afraid you won't see that day. The red cloak behind Clark was constantly fluttering in the wind, and just as he began to exert his strength, pushing Garp to move little by little, a golden flash suddenly appeared behind him. "Clark, taste the power of being kicked at the speed of light. You made me fully understand that speed is power." Clark, who was wrestling with Garp, suddenly sank behind him, and the yellow ape raised his legs, flashing dazzling light, and kicked him fiercely on the back. Clicking, 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 and rubbing, Clark lowered his head again and looked at his feet, crystal white ice flakes, all of which were glued from the ground to his legs, freezing his legs inside. The green pheasant Kuzan stood behind Garp, his hands turned into ice cubes, controlling the ice cubes, and continued to spread above Clark's body. And in the sky, a fiery red magma, with a terrifying impact, fell from the sky, thinking of Clark falling down. "Go and die. Big Spitfire." Behind the red dog, the flames sprayed violently, constantly causing him to accelerate downward, and the huge fiery red fist, with terrifying heat, fell towards his head. The scalding hot magma, just the heat in the air, makes many navies and pirates only feel that the water in their bodies is about to be evaporated. In just an instant, the highest combat power of the 4 navies, the attack that was almost ready to arrive at no time, all fell on Clark. Such a terrible siege. I am afraid that if it is a Whitebeard, it may be explained in this place in an instant. Pirates in the New World with similar strength and physical strength often take a long time if they want to single out the winner and loser one-on-one. And 20 years ago, the Golden Lion, who broke into the naval headquarters alone, and the same warring state's Garp, fought for 3 days and 3 nights, until the entire naval headquarters Marineford was almost demolished, and finally taken by Garp and the warring states. However, in the face of the siege of 4 admiral-level masters, how long can Clark hold out? Many people can't help but have such questions in their minds. And soon, they understood how stupid it was for them to have such questions. Clark raised his head, and a terrifying scorching ray erupted from his red eyes. "It's useless, Clark, I already know what to do with you." Faced with this terrible scorching ray that had caused him to suffer a big loss and almost die, Sabaody the red dog not only did not dodge, but opened his body and allowed Clark's ray to hit his body. The scorching energy made the expression on his face become distorted and hideous, but he still insisted, transferring all the terrible heat that he was about to be unable to stand to his fist. The fiery magma became even more terrifying, and even the air seemed to be twisted under this hot magma. Hot smoke emanated in the air, and then, after the red dog punched Clark, who was still spraying scorching rays at him, a large amount of white smoke scattered out. The Navy and pirates, who did not have time to dodge, were all in this terrible heat, and their hot whole bodies were red and bubbling. The flowing magma completely flowed from Clark's body, dripping onto the ground, corroding the surrounding ground into a huge crater. The ice that had just frozen Clark's feet was all melted under the scalding magma. However, in this fiery magma solution, they could still see that Clark, who had just withstood all the attacks, stood straight in place, not moving. "Don't let your guard down, he's not hurt." Garp's words made almost all the 440 people who were watching the battle open their mouths in surprise. They were already fierce to this extent, and they hadn't been able to make that terrifying man suffer a little harm. Shout! The terrible laser light shone on this battlefield. Behind Clark, Bartholomew Bear opened his mouth expressionlessly, and a terrifying laser instantly penetrated the battlefield, directly hitting Clark's back, who was still bathed in magma. Some unexpected Clark, finally in this violent explosion, stumbled, took a step forward, and directly trapped the soft magma that had not cooled and solidified the fluid. 2 spears. In the distance, the ice spear with a compelling chill stabbed fiercely into Clark's body, and made his body suddenly fall into a state of extreme ice. A large amount of cold gas continued to gush out from his body, meeting the heat of magma, and a violent reaction occurred, making Clark feel the feeling of ice and fire. Such a scene fell in the eyes of the Navy, and they couldn't help but sigh that such a level of battle was really terrifying. Around Clark, there is no place where ordinary navies dare to stay. However, what is even more terrifying is that until now, Clark has not suffered a little damage under the joint efforts of these 4 top naval combat forces. Under the hot magma flowing, what appeared in front of people's eyes was still the intact battle armor, and the strong body standing in place. What made the Navy feel a little desperate was that any one of them could be taken out alone, and the generals who made the pirates tremble joined forces, and they couldn't let this man get hurt. "Old man Garp, your fist is still the most powerful." Clark took a deep breath, and Garp raised his eyebrows and quickly shouted to all the people behind him. "All out of this direction." The pressing chill was spit out of Clark's mouth, and the sweeping cold wind mixed with icy gas, in an instant, completely cooled the ground, which had just been turned hot and fiery red by magma. The chill kept moving forward, rushing, turning everything it touched into an ice sculpture. The icy ice quickly made the entire square in front of Clark seem to have come to the polar ice world. "Ah, this biting chill makes me a little unbearable." Even the body of the natural devil fruit frozen fruit ability, one of the 3 major admirals of the Navy, King Jikuzen, because of this biting chill, there was an extra layer of frost on his face and clothes. And the scalding magma, which was flowing and much hotter than the flames, did not even undergo any cooling process, and was quickly wrapped in a layer of transparent ice crystals under this sudden cold air. Damn, this guy. And the one who is most affected is naturally the red dog Sabaody, who is naturally a devil fruit magma fruit ability. This was much more biting than the cold aura emitted by the pheasant, making him feel like his body was about to be completely frozen, making his entire physiological functions seem to stop. Clark, on the other hand, took 2 steps back and came to the side of the protective wall that he had broken. What does he want to do? I don't know, but I don't think it's good. The cynicism on the yellow ape's face has long disappeared, and this powerful man in front of him is not enough even if he puts out 120% of his energy. With one hand, Clark grabbed a well-protected wall that had risen up next to him. His hand pierced directly into this wall and grasped it hard. Crunch, creak. A violent sound came from the place below where the Navy used to connect the machine to this protective wall, and the headache of the toothache was indicating that the connection below was suffering greatly. With a loud bang, in Clark's power, the terrifying huge protective barrier was directly lifted up by him from under the surface of the sea, little by little. It is wider than a ship, thick human protective walls, and just by looking at it, it has this terrifying weight. When Clark waited in front of him, this huge protective wall was like a terrifying heavy sword that had been magnified countless times, wantonly towards the oppressive force that everyone was afraid of. And the red dog who had just been frozen by the cold was the most unlucky. Seeing Clark and others didn't care, he was the first to find him. But who called him the guy who just made Clark look embarrassed? The red dog's eyes widened in surprise, and he watched Clark grab this huge iron wall and sweep it towards him. The terrifying weight of the big iron wall was rapidly washing in the air at such a speed, and the violent friction burst out fierce sparks. Just standing in the place swept by this attack, the red dog felt a huge pressure. However, when he was waved by this huge iron wall, the terrifying chi generated was completely dragged into it, and he found that he could not resist the pressure in the air, and was completely pulled towards this large iron wall and crashed. The red dog quickly laved his whole body, and he was so thrilled that he dodged such an attack, but his body was cut off a thick layer of lava. Clark suddenly realized the way the red dog dodged his attack. The black-armed color domineering spread out, and the majestic energy directly dyed the entire huge iron arm completely black ink. Clark smiled at the red dog. "Sakaski, this time, I wonder if you can hide." The huge iron wall was lifted high by Clark, and he used it like a fly swatter to slap down at the red dog standing on the ground. "Get out of the way." When Garp saw the armed domineering spread on Clark's body, completely dyeing this huge wall black, his eyes shrank sharply, but unfortunately, it was still a little too late. In the space photographed by this terrifying large iron wall, a large amount of air was violently repelled out, and the extremely strong wind pressure pressed the red dog into it. In the face of Clark's unavoidable and terrifying attack, the red dog simply did not have time to dodge, and could only use the strength of his whole body to fiercely resist his head. However, the imaginary heavy force did not come as expected, and after shaking his fists to block his head, he was slapped hard by Clark, but he just felt that his arms were a little numb, and his body was slapped into the ground by a huge force. But then, a succession of rapid slaps kept smashing towards the red dog, and he could only keep his hands on his head. Then it was knocked into the ground by Clark like a fly, one after another, like a wooden stake, knocked into the ground, and finally, only a head and a pair of hands remained, still outside. "Let's change the game, how about whack-a-mole?" Clark slammed the protective wall in his hand, slashed at the red dog on the ground, and slashed down like a heavy sword. Feeling this sudden attack that made him tremble, the red dog no longer dared to raise it, and quickly slipped down into the ground. When there was a loud bang, the large iron wall that Clark pressed down like a machete slammed into the ground, which shocked the entire square. And because it was also violently shaken underground, and dizzy, the red dog that had just come out from the other side did not have time to wake up, and felt a terrifying killing intent attack, so he had to pinch his nose and drill into the ground again. Bang bang. Like a whack-a-mole, no matter what the red dog gets out of that place, Clark will smash down on that place at the first time, and everyone who looks at it is stunned. This is the first time that someone has seen a senior admiral, such a embarrassment. What's wrong, General Sakaski? Why do you like to drill around on the ground so much? Are you a mouse? So why don't you call you a mole, General? The red dog angrily burrowed out of the ground again, popped his head, and shouted at Clark. Bastard! Before he could fully shout out, because the shouting was out, his body was sluggish, and he was slammed on the head by Clark with a large iron wall. This time, Clark did not lift it again, let go of his hand, withdrew the armed color domineering, and stomped fiercely on the large iron wall on the head of the red dog that was smashed by himself, and a head print appeared on it. Did I tell you to speak? If you are a mouse, just shut your stinky mouth for me honestly, don't talk. With a loud bang, the ground here sank violently with Clark's foot. This thick protective wall was pressed deep into the ground. Aren't you very arrogant? The first time you saw me, 440 was about to join your command, still behind me, and attacked without saying a word, wanting to kill me? On what basis do you call yourself justice? A red laser burst out of Clark's eyes, smashing into the wall in the area of the red dog with great precision, cutting it. Clark, don't be my old bone that doesn't exist anymore. Just when Clark shook the ground with a kick and shook out of the ground the unconscious red dog who was almost smashed by him, Garp rushed up again. Although he doesn't like the red dog and the path of justice he adheres to, he can't let Clark alone suppress the red dog in front of all navies, and even kill him. Garp, whose body broke through the sound barrier and the muscles of his whole body tightened, returned to his peak state. Airplanes. With a punch that made even the space begin to tremble, he slammed Clark's head hard. Ag's head shook back, and a few tens of meters behind him, the huge protective wall used to surround the pirates exploded violently. The terrifying shock wave formed a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye, throwing out a large amount of smoke and dust. Clark smirked and rushed towards Garp, his fist slamming Cap's arm. Under the contact of huge force, two terrifying chi energies cut the ground with incomparable ease from Garp into two clear scratches. Then the ground under Garp's feet exploded layer by layer. And when Clark knocked off Cap, Kyuzen pounced again, one of his hands directly grabbed Clark's shoulder, endless cold chi gushed out from his body, and his arms were all transmitted to Clark's body. Clark came back to his senses and slammed an elbow back on the pheasant's stomach. His body was suddenly punched out of a huge hollow, and Kyuzen's eyelids jumped. Allah, what a terrible attack. Then his body turned into a pile of ice, and all of it fell to the ground, and the green pheasant Kyuzen also disappeared invisibly. 8-foot Kyunguyu. In the sky, golden light caught the eye, and endless balls of light fell from the sky, densely bombarding the area where Clark was. Every ball of light will cause a terrible explosion on the ground, and the roar of successive explosions will completely cover this area. Phew, it's terrible, it's a terrible monster. Looking at Clark under the siege of 4 general-level monsters, Doflamingo was almost excited. Whitebeard had already lost once, and this terrifying man, can he defeat the Navy and open a new era? Give me a little more back. If you don't want to die, stay away from this place. At this moment, Garp, who was shot off, got up from the ruins that was knocked down, and a drop of blood dripped from his head. He laughed, threw off the naval control force on his body, took it off, and the muscles in his whole body swelled again. Clark, come and learn the mysteries of the 6 styles, the power of life return. The explosive power was released in every muscle on Garp's body, coupled with Cap's pure armed color domineering, making him look more like a terrifying human weapon at this time. At this moment, he didn't want to think about the position of the Navy anymore, nor did he want to face the picture of his grandson about to be executed. He just wanted to do his best to fight a good fight and vent all the pain in his heart. And Clark, who was bathed in the golden rain of light, also walked out from the attack of the yellow ape little by little, facing Garp. Exactly, I just finished warming up, old man Garp, don't lie down too quickly, I'm going to get real. Ah! Clark and Garp shouted and rushed towards each other, black fists colliding with white fists, and every time the fists and feet were combined, the terrifying aura would collide with the surrounding ground into a violent explosion. The aftermath of the impact formed a terrifying whirlwind that spread wildly towards the surroundings. The Navy and pirates who were swept in, their bodies involuntarily flew into the sky, and with the whirlwind, in the air, they spun fiercely and flew. Damn, these 2 guys, do they want to completely destroy the entire island? Sengoku watched the exaggerated use of all his strength. In the state of life return, every minute and every second reached the state of complete control of every part of his body. Garp, desperately fought with Clark, clenched his fists. The strong fist wind raged around the 2 people. Clark looked at Garp in front of him, blushed, tried his best, and suddenly, there was a trace of guilt that did not come. The strong pressure expelled almost all the air in this area, and the huge vacuum vortex made the surrounding people all rotate and rise rapidly in the whirlwind outside. Old man Garp, enough is enough, do you really want to fight with me? Allowing Garp to knock his fist on his head, the ground was pressed down by this huge force and sank again. A layer of gray air waves, mixed with a large amount of smoke, billowed away. Old man is Navy. Garp cried out loudly, and Clark clenched his fist, and when Garp attacked him again, he stretched out a palm and squeezed Garp's fist. Why, Tina too, you too, A mouthful of a navy, you shield that kind of garbage navy like this, what justice is there? Pinching Garp's fist, the huge force drove Garp's body to stagger in his direction. Clark lowered his head and hit Garp's body with a punch. This old man, who was covered in black armed color domineering, flew out upside down, and from this whirlpool, crashed headlong under the execution table. In the vortex that opened a gap, a large amount of air roared through this gap, and the whirlwind generated by the collision of huge forces also collapsed. Countless navies and pirates who were involved in it all fell to the ground one by one, dizzy, and could not get up for half a day. The execution table that was knocked crooked in a corner let out an overwhelmed cry and fell obliquely towards the ground. And Ace and Sengoku above also fell down together. Ace. Luffy let out a loud cry and quickly ran in Ace's direction. At this moment, a shining golden light appeared in front of him, and the yellow ape raised his leg and aimed it at Luffy. And just when Luffy didn't have time to dodge, he was already under the attack of the yellow ape and felt the breath of despair. Another blue figure appeared next to the yellow ape. Clark grabbed the yellow ape's black-armed domineering with one hand, allowing him to firmly hold the yellow ape's body. "Don't ignore me, yellow ape." A drop of cold sweat dripped from the yellow ape's head, and he felt his body light, and he was lifted up by Clark, like a rag, grabbed by Clark, and smashed on the ground. In the end, Clark completely photonized the yellow ape that was smashed, and looked like it was about to hang, and smashed it towards the building of the Navy headquarters. The yellow ape's body turned into a beam of light and slammed into the giant naval building, and countless cracks were spreading to the outside from the traces left by the yellow ape that fell inside. Next, there are only two. Clark walked past Luffy, who was dumbfounded, and suddenly, a blazing magma erupted violently from the ground, completely enveloping Clark's body. "Go and die." Pluto. Soccerski, the red dog who suddenly emerged from the ground, completely lavaized, ejected a highly concentrated hot magma from his fully lavadized arm, impacting the center of Clark's head. However, what Soccerski the Red Inu did not expect at all was that Clark seemed to have anticipated his attack for a long time, and under that lava-covered face, it put a lot of pressure on Soccerski. Because his arm was tightly grasped by Clark. His actions to hide underground, trying to launch a covered attack, were completely listened to by Clark. You really can't learn well, just like just now, it's good to obediently crash to death. Watching the lava fall from Clark's face drop by drop, not even a trace of burning, not even a trace of burn, the red dog only felt endless despair. Clark suddenly extended his big hand towards him and grabbed his head fiercely. "Now, just lay me on the ground." When Clark pressed the red dog's head and hit the ground, the Navy only felt that his vision became distorted. 0. In their eyes, General Soccerski's body seemed to be severely distorted because he was pressed to the ground too quickly. And Clark's head that was pressed the ground was deeply distorted in half, becoming extremely weird. With a loud bang, the terrifying movement made the entire Marineford and all the Navy tremble deeply in their hearts. The sea surface trembled violently, because of Clark's terrifying power of continuous downward pressure, and the sea around the violently shaking island of Marineford stirred again. The tsunami in the sky slapped high on the ships of the Navy and pirates on the shore that had not been completely destroyed, and in just a moment, many people, standing unsteadily, fell into the sea. And Clark pressed fiercely under the red dog on the ground, and the ground appeared a huge depression, and the red dog with rolled eyes fell straight down, until a long time later, there was a popping sound. When Clark stood up again, only a green pheasant Kuzan, who was deeply afraid of him, but did not dare to make any movement in front of him, remained. Almost everyone was looking at Clark, and at this moment, they all understood that a new era belonging to Clark had arrived. The execution table fell directly to the ground, and Ace, who was detained on it, and was about to be publicly executed in front of the whole world, also rolled to the ground. Sengoku incarnated as a huge golden Buddha, wanting to firmly control Ace and knock Luffy running towards Ace out. Unexpectedly, Luffy actually took advantage of his body to gigantically, turning it into an oversized leather ball full of elasticity, and was hit by the Warring States. And Luffy, after being hit, grabbed Ace and flew out of this place with the help of the force that Sengoku hit him, taking his brother Ace with him. Abominable. The angry and corrupted Warring States, without thinking, blasted out a golden impact 440 wave at the two people in front. However, what surprised the Warring States was that at this moment, Clark did not block the actions of the warring states in the slightest, so he looked at the warring states like this, sent out a golden shock wave, and slammed into the two people. Caught off guard, Luffy and Ace let out a scream and fell to the square. The square of the Navy suddenly became quiet, and there was no movement. "What are you all looking at me like this? You are not Navy. Why, when you see the escaped prisoners, you don't chase them hard?" My deal with Whitebeard was limited to rescuing Ace, and as for now, the deal has been completed. But if you still want to catch me, you can just give it a try. Clark stood mercilessly among the 100,000 naval elites, taunting them. And the Navy, in the face of Clark's unscrupulous appearance, could not do anything. Lying under the ruins of the execution table, the legendary naval hero Garp, the mad dog Sakazuki who was beaten into the cracked ground, and the yellow ape who had not yet drilled out were printed on the wall of the naval headquarters, all telling them that this man was powerful. This is not an enemy they can deal with now. Countless navies, silent, in Clark's eyes, like a torrent, rushed together towards Ace and Luffy, who were still on the ground and did not get up. In this huge torrent, Clark's side has always maintained a huge void, and no navy dares to come to Clark's side. And this scene was faithfully transmitted by the image worm to the rest of the world. Today is a shame for the Navy, the terrible existence of that man in the world. Such news is spreading to every corner of the world with terror. The headquarters of the world government, the sacred land of the Draco, Marineford, representing the ruler of the highest power of the world government, the 5 old stars, gathered around the table. This is really abominable, to dare to provoke the authority of my government so much. The 5 old men looked at the secret picture transmitted back from the naval headquarters, and someone couldn't help but shout viciously. People like them who have been in high positions for a long time, who have been ruling the world and whose every move can have a huge impact on the entire world, do not care how strong Clark really is. Facts have proved that in the more than 800 years since the establishment of the world government, no matter how extraordinary the power of individuals is, no one has ever been able to threaten the rule of the world government. It's just that Clark's behavior on Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy today, really ravaged the authority of the world government under their feet, making them feel that their faces were swollen. This person is extremely vicious and should be eradicated as soon as possible. If such a person is allowed to contact the Revolutionary Army, I am afraid it will be even more difficult to eradicate. Although I don't care about these strong people who don't have huge forces and can't shake the foundation of the world government, even if they were as strong as a Whitebeard before, they have unparalleled dominance in the sea of the New World, and in the eyes of these people, they are just a slightly larger Ant Zero. The world conquers this behemoth, and his opponents have never been pirates like a piece of scattered sand, each conquering and fighting each other. Even if these pirates become one piece and have the energy to dominate the sea, they will not shake the foundation of the world government. And the Revolutionary Army, with dangerous ideas, who intends to overthrow the world government, is the enemy that the world government attaches the most importance to. And this time, Clark helped rescue Ace, and must also have a close relationship with Luffy, who happens to be the most dangerous criminal wanted by the world government, the son of the Revolutionary Dragon. This is why they are not vigilant. The Revolutionary Army is not very strong now, and Clark is only a strong man who controls the 9 Snake Island in their eyes. But if the two sides are combined, they can generate energy that scares all governments around the world. Reconsideration, I think it's best to get rid of this guy as soon as possible, no matter what, he is always a threat. First of all, we can openly sow discord between him and Hydra Island. If 9 Snake Island does not draw a line with him, then announce that in addition to 5.4 Boya Cook, the name of His Majesty the 7 Usse, and, from now on, all kinds of severe sanctions will be imposed on 9 Snake Island. Reconsideration. At the same time, in the whole world, tell all the people that this man is a vicious sea thief, let him stand on the opposite side of those stupid people. In a few words, these 5 old stars, who hold the most power in the world, began to slowly formulate various strategies for Clark and 9 Snake Island one by one. Each one is extremely vicious, hitting the soft underbelly of 9 Snake Island now. The development of 9 Snake Island is inseparable from exchanges with other places, and even more inseparable from His Majesty the 7 Usse, a name recognized by the government. And many people on the Chambord Islands looked at the screen tremblingly, the man standing among the 100,000 elite navies, who was like nothing. It was this man who had previously destroyed all the territories related to the slave trade in the Chambord Islands, causing the entire Chambord Islands to be somewhat unstable. However, more people who were on the island at that time had an inexplicable awe and respect for Clark in their hearts. Living in the Chambord Islands, every time they see Draco, they see all kinds of strange things. Even if one day is just encountered by the Draco while shopping, if they are in a bad mood and shoot and kill a few people at random, it is just a common thing. If he was seen by the Draco, becoming their slave would be even more tragic, and the endless enslavement and tragic end would be doomed to that person's fate. And Clark, not only killed the Draco, but also let many slaves have a way to live, and destroyed the evil population auction 06 place with his own power. Many pirates who were once enslaved and are now liberated, after learning about Clark's deeds, not only did not feel horror because of his strength, but also developed more reverence for him. This is a strong man who dares to resist power and bring people freedom. I have decided that I am going to Lord Clark. At this moment, many people have made up their minds in their hearts to say goodbye to their past lives. Little ones, protect Straw Hat Kid and Ace, retreat safely. A huge figure once again appeared in front of the navy full of life, and the Whitebeard, who originally thought that he was completely defeated by Clark, took his knife that had been broken and swept a large group of navy fiercely, standing on the dividing line between the navy and pirates. Whitebeard. Daddy, it doesn't matter to you. Among the navy and pirates, two completely different voices appeared, and Whitebeard still stood majestically in front of all navies, becoming a solid barrier for all retreating pirates. Don't worry about me, I'm a Whitebeard. Whitebeard shouted, his voice was full of power, and a punch shook violently on the ground, smashing a huge crack between himself and the pirates behind him. Daddy! Countless pirates cried out in pain, although Whitebeard now looked powerful, but everyone with discerning eyes knew that Whitebeard had lost his strength after the battle with Clark. Although it is still strong, after all the pirates are broken, it is just a return to the light. I have been extremely satisfied in this life, our sons, have the family of my dreams. Whitebeard's words made many pirates cry loudly one by one, while more navies gritted their teeth and launched a charge against Whitebeard, who is now in the last dying time of his life. Against the attacks of countless elite naval soldiers, Whitebeard wielded his blade and waved it around him. Clark glanced at the collapsed execution table, the last trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, and he turned to leave with Bonnie and Hancock. However, at this time, something unexpected happened to Clark. Ace and Luffy, who should have run away, suddenly stopped their steps. Because just after Whitebeard blocked most of the navy pursuing them, there was still a small part of the navy that chased after them, including the red dog that should have been beaten down by Clark and plunged into the cracks. The green pheasant Kuzan and the yellow ape, I don't know when, chased them to the battlefield over there. Although there are many people, a steady stream of help to Luffy and Ace dragged down the Nanabusi Basso Lomi bear, as well as the yellow ape and the green pheasant. But the remaining manpower can no longer stop the current red dog. After Akainu knocked off the blockers one by one, he quickly chased after Luffy and Ace, who were fleeing. Just when the red dog was entangled by countless pirates and couldn't catch up with the two people in front, the red dog took advantage of Ace's respect for Whitebeard and maliciously spoke out and mocked Whitebeard, which successfully caused Ace's anger. In Clark's eyes, if from the position of the navy, the red dog did a good job, successfully making Ace and Luffy stop running away, increasing the chance of the red dog killing them. And Ace, obviously, was a little too impulsive to understand the difference in strength between the two sides, but he did not allow the red dog to insult his respect, and regarded as his father's Whitebeard, which also left people speechless. However, the next thing 440 caught everyone off guard. After Ace was sent flying by the red dog Sakazuki targeted Luffy, who was protected by Ace, and just before the red dog was about to successfully kill Luffy, Ace protected Luffy's life with his own life. Although he did not see this scene with his own eyes, he still had a violent force that erupted under the execution table. Garp, who had 2 lines of tears in his eyes, walked quickly towards this side step by step with a murderous aura. Clark let out a long sigh, flashed, appeared in front of Garp, looked directly into his eyes full of anger, and then punched him fiercely, pressing his head to the ground. Old man Garp, you are the navy, don't do such a thing. That's it, Clark, just press me like this, or I'll really kill Sakazuki. The poignant voice came from below, and Clark took a deep breath, this old man who was so strong would also have such a sad and injured time. If you want to kill Sakazuki, I can do it for you. This time, I won't charge you money. Garp lowered his head and sobbed hard. He could only watch his grandson Ace being killed in front of him. He was a navy and could not take revenge or kill Sakazuki, he knew all that. But the anger and unwillingness in his heart made him grief-stricken, and as a grandfather, he could only watch his grandson die to protect another grandson. But this is also the path they have chosen, and when they go to sea, they already have the consciousness of dying for it. Large tears fell from the old man's old face drop by drop, and he was silently in pain. I know, Garp, rest assured, sleep here, wake up, everything will be fine. Clark let go of the hand that held Garp's head, turned around, and his gaze instantly passed through the countless navies and fell on the pirates, who had just used his own hand to pass through Ace's body and wanted to continue to kill Luffy in front of him. Without anyone's obstruction, Sakazuki looked at Luffy in front of him with a fierce face, holding Ace's body, so sad that he almost collapsed, and when the lava fist was about to fall, he suddenly felt a penetrating coolness. A terrifying chill burst out on his body, making him feel sweaty and exploded. Looking back, just a glance, the red dog Sakazuki, through the countless crowds, saw the cold gaze in Clark's eyes looking at him. Not good. It's dangerous. Just for a moment, the phantom in the eyes of the red dog Sakazuki seemed to appear, and he saw with his own eyes that the terrifying guy, behind him, burst out of endless illusions, through all the stationary crowd, teleported to his eyes. The piercing strong wind scraped fiercely on the red dog's face, causing him to have a large number of wounds on the skin, and blood dripped from his face. However, these slight pains could not catch up with the terrible chill that welled up in his heart. From Clark's eyes, what he saw was completely serious, without a trace of fake terrible killing intent. He was about to die. This thought, once it came out of his mind, spread irrepressibly in the brain of Sakazuki. The terrifying killing intent made Sakazuki seem to have seen the horrible scene of his own being torn apart. No, he doesn't want to die. The red dog was crazy and excited, and the melting ability, it seemed that at this moment, because of the excitement in the red dog's heart, he broke through the boundary. A series of terrifying bubbles emerged from him, and his whole body boiled. I am an admiral, I represent the absolute justice of this world, I will never die at your hands. At this moment, the red dog Sakazuki finally understood the essence. Under infinite pressure and ultra-high temperatures, even underground stones will turn into billowing liquid lava. Under the pressure of death, the red dog finally fully burst out his most powerful energy. Not only will I not die, Clark, but I will kill you in the name of justice. A strange fluctuation emanated from the body of the red dog Sakazuki, and Clark punched through his body with some doubt, but found that his body directly turned into a hot lava and dripped to the ground. However, at this moment, the whole island began to shake violently. Ha 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 ha, Clark, I really should thank you for making me finally understand the true meaning of magma fruit. The voice of Sakazuki the red dog, from all directions, reached Clark's ears. He seems to exist anywhere on this island, but everywhere, he is not visible. Feel the wrath of magma, Clark, you will be buried in the Navy headquarters today with all the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, I am justice. The arrogant and rampant voice of the red dog resounded throughout the island, and Clark opened his hearing to the extreme, but still did not find the source of the red dog's voice. It seems that now red dogs exist completely simultaneously everywhere on this island. Clark looked at the ground strangely. On the ground of Marineford, the temperature was rising sharply, and in Clark's eyes, he could clearly see that a scorching heat was constantly impacting from the bottom of the island towards the ground of the island. Burst. A terrifying burst of lava with Mars suddenly erupted from the ground, and under the strong pressure of the Earth's crust, magma with a temperature of up to 2000 degrees Celsius rushed out violently under the feet of a pirate, completely melting others along with the corpse. Poof. On the wider ground, countless holes erupting lava appeared, and wherever Clark looked, he could see that many terrifying lavas erupted from the cracked ground holes. Countless pirates were in this sudden outbreak of terrifying magma, and there were no bones left. Even in the camp of the Navy, there were inevitably many eruptions that accidentally injured the Navy. Only Clark's feet are still calm, as if because the red dog Sakazuki understands that a little magma cannot threaten Clark's life and safety. Are you fully integrated into the island, Sakazuki? Are you trying to trigger an undersea volcanic eruption and completely destroy the island? Finally, After confirming it repeatedly, Clark shouted directly to the ground under his feet. Underscore.